I was clearly a pure love war god, so why have I transmigrated into an eroge world? And why have I replaced the blonde delinquent protagonist with the same name as mine, who slept with 100 girls in the game while inheriting all of his memories? This is simply unbelievable. On the rooftop of the teaching building at Heroine University, a blonde young man, wearing a white tight-fitting top and black cuff pants, is lazily sucking on an Alps lollipop. His gaze falls on the track below. Class B is in physical education, and the girls undergoing fitness tests this period have all changed into short-sleeve tops and shorts that accentuate their figures. Under the sunlight, their bare arms and legs gleam with dazzling whiteness. Jiang Ling frowns deeply. His mind churns in confusion. 2 hours earlier, as the moderator of a Pure Love Harem forum, he had obtained the sole, closed beta qualification and was test playing on behalf of the forum members a harem eroge titled Heroine Rescue Center. Enduring nausea, he forced himself through the entire main storyline and nearly punched straight through his monitor. The plot was simply revolting. The antagonist-protagonist's identity was the archetypal tight-suit blonde often seen in explicit doujin plots. He had married over 100 heroines. The final CG was a grotesque image commemorating his 100 conquests. What was worse, among them, the 8 heroines with the most extensive routes were all supposedly legal lolis. Damn it, how could anyone even conceive of such filth? What made it even more nauseating was the author's world setting. This was a world where the moment you sought pure love, a cuckold scenario would spawn around you. Its Heavenly Tao was named Nuno Heavenly Tao. Jiang Ling had only sneered, "Author, what you love is simply your own life," as he metaphorically raised a middle finger. Then, after binge playing for 88 consecutive hours, his vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered he had transmigrated into the blonde delinquent within the game. Jiang Ling pulled the lollipop stick from his mouth and stood up. He was a full 1.90 meters in height, his features the same, yet his gaze far more predatory than the originals. Like many transmigrated predecessors, he too possessed a golden finger cheat, the system. System loading. 99. As for what system it was, Jiang Ling had yet to find out. A system that could take more than half an hour to load surely would not be too trash. Gurgle. The protest from his stomach erupted. He had not eaten in 88 hours. Given the situation, I should at least eat first. Jiang Ling rubbed his flattened, hungry stomach and pulled out his wallet for a look. Wonderful. Only 3 500 yen coins and some scattered change lay inside. According to the plot setting, the original owner's family background was not exactly favorable. His thug father had been hacked off at the limbs and sunk into Tokyo Bay. His delinquent mother had fled with their savings, eloping with a male host. His only guardian and uncle was addicted to gambling, and he himself owed Heroine University 200,000 yen in student loans. Truly a family radiant with bright futures. Fortunately, at least he had his hands and feet, and could bully both juniors and seniors alike. Normally, he survived by extorting protection fees. Recalling the Heavenly Tao setting again, Jiang Ling felt a throbbing ache in his teeth. He had finally transmigrated once, only to be destined for such a complete defeat. With this Nuno Heavenly Tao in place, even if I can't date, it's not so bad to just stay home, play games, and be a lifelong single otaku. In this world, the anime and gaming industries are incredibly advanced. If I really can't hold back, I can buy a doll, preferably a white-haired loli type like Kyongmai. It's not like I'd get cuckolded just for playing with a doll, right? Thinking thus, Jiang Ling sighed, shoved both hands into his pockets, and headed downstairs. As he passed the second floor, an infuriatingly arrogant voice drifted from the stairwell corner. Trash, trash, you small fry, think you're worthy of laying a hand on Miyu? Do you see the little round ball in Miyu's hand? As long as Miyu gives the string a gentle tug, the police officers will rush over and drag all you parasites into the station. If you don't want Miyu to set it off, hurry up and kneel to kowtow and apologize. You parasites. Trash. This voice. Could it be her? In his mind, he recalls a foul-mouthed, twin-tailed loli, Lee Miyu. Damn, it was that foul-mouthed loli. One of the 8 legal loli heroines, a typical tsundere goblin, often seen in eroge with trash on the tip of her tongue. As the daughter of a board director, she had been pampered since childhood. Blunt and impulsive, she especially loved meddling in others' business, flying into profanity-laced tirades at the slightest provocation. Her looks were formidable when she snorted humph. She was both fragile and adorable, like a fragrant, soft little cake. She was also widely recognized as a campus goddess-level beauty, with hordes of simps fawning over her. In the end, she was of course turned into a victim by him. In the original plot, Miyu had stood up for a close friend, luring out a few delinquents who kept texting to harass her friend. She used photos and video to record them, forcing her into the corner of the stairwell. Then, relying on the beeper, she threatened them into scramming and warned that if they harassed her friend again, she would send the footage to the police to report them for molestation. Everything had been progressing smoothly until he barged in halfway. With astonishing grip strength, he crushed the beeper and smashed the camera. He then drove Miyu into a corner and performed that vile magic that turned a loli into a victim. I should just leave. Lee Miyu won't really get into trouble anyway. I wonder if the yakisoba bread is sold out at this hour, he mused. Just as Jiang Ling was about to leave, an abrupt change occurred. You don't believe me. I really will pull it, you know. The voice from the stairwell corner now carried a faint tremor of panic. My. Jiang Ling stopped frowning. From the stairwell corner came 3 voices with Kansai accents. Go on then, pull it. Either way, 3 years in prison for a death penalty outcome is still a bargain. That's right. Being able to enjoy a girl like Miyu, I'd gladly die. And you'll only be forced to transfer schools, never seeing Kexenshin ever again. Don't come any closer. I'll pull it. Click. HM. Ha. Stupid brat, the battery's dead, isn't it? How foolish to forget to charge. Looks like today you belong to us. Boss, you can enjoy the first time. How can this be? No, sob. Don't come any closer. Jiang Ling's eyes widened. He almost choked on his own saliva. What the hell? Was this some kind of convergence of world lines? If I don't commit the crime, will someone else simply step in to do it? What kind of sick joke is this? What kind of sick joke? All sexual predators and cuckolds should just drop dead. The veteran pure love war god took a single step forward, descending like a king in fury as he charged into the stairwell corner. The traffic light trio stared in stunned disbelief, never expecting a one-eternity juggernaut to appear out of nowhere. Wait, we can let you have her first, the red-haired one shouted. Let your mother go first. All cuckolds who force lolas to offer their bodies deserve to die. His punch exploded forth. A fist carrying the force of 1,000,000 charging stallions smashed into the redhead's nose. He literally knocked out one of the man's teeth. The redhead's body, as if struck by anti-aircraft fire, performed several golden spins in midair before crashing heavily into the wall. The green-haired and blonde thugs were dumbfounded. Was this even human? A single punch sending a man flying. He was practically Kyaga Makoto from Conan or Yujiro Hama from Baki. He ought to be wearing red underwear and flying off to America to cosplay as Superman, not attending the same school as them. Get lost. Jiang Ling waved his fist, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The blonde and green-haired delinquents bobbed their heads, hastily grabbing the redhead from the wall and bolting away like smoke. Good. Now leave immediately and don't have any further entanglements with Li Miyu. If she clings to me, it will be a huge hassle. Besides, I have no way to oppose the Nyoto Heavenly Tao's consciousness. If sparks fly between us, what if I end up cuckolded? Hey, wait, came Miyu's childish voice from behind him. Idiot. Didn't you hear me telling you to wait? Trash. If you walk away now, I'll call the police and say you molested me. What an ungrateful little goblin. Infuriating beyond belief. Jiang Ling shoved his hands into his pockets and strode off. Suddenly, ding! Congratulations to the host for binding with the Gal Game Divine Selection System. Detected nearby heroine Li Miyu. Key event node encountered. Issuing choice mission. Option 1, leave now. Synopsis: 3 days later, Miyu will be visited at home by the delinquents. Reward 100,000,000,000 yen in cash. Option 2, stay and teach Miyu. Synopsis: teach Miyu for 1 hour that she must learn to protect herself, only to be berated by her as reeking of dad energy. Reward 1 random pair of short white socks. Option 3, evil blonde. Synopsis: punch the goblin in the stomach, force her to her knees, and add her online. Reward 1 skill lottery opportunity. Galagonmo. 4-day steamed goose heart. I have never played any Gal game featuring characters such as Tsong Yu Goji Wuji Yu Yuan, Mei Huashan Tian Yu Shi Ai Li Si Gu Shou Li Huatsong Kaming Rixiang Tian Wu, Shi In Shui Si Yuan, Qian, Huili Yi Chue, Feng Zi Chue Yi Lei Na, Si Yu Qing Yuan, Hu Ji Li Kin Yi Fusha Mo Zi Ling Jia, Xiao Miao Xiang Yi Li Yushui, Duzhen, Li Duzhen Su Hua, Xiao Li Qian Ai, Qian Ji Nai Su Xiao Tao Xiao Chun, Xiao Yang Kai Mei Shi. I have never played any Gal. I have never even played the Gal game from Night Sheep Society. His gaze shifted from the game to the inner world system as Jiang Ling inquired, system, explain your functions. This system is intended to help the host become yellow. System, fuck your mother. Get the hell out. Go eat. Yellow-haired. I despise yellow-haired the most. The purest love is trampled underfoot, reduced to something more foul than dung. Jiang Ling detested being bullied, and in turn would never bully others. He firmly believed that those who oppress others will themselves be oppressed. He would never dismantle true love for the sake of building a harem or force any girl. Impossible. This system is even worse than I imagined, utterly abysmal. Jiang Ling spat and drew a deep breath. Next, let the system witness the gentle lips of the pure love warrior. Tian Wentongai. Beep host, please make a choice. Each choice can alter the storyline, twist the timeline, and weaken the world's natural order. Jiang Ling was taken aback. Weaken the bull's Tian Dao. The prevalence of bull-headed figures in this world was attributed to the author's creation of the bull's Tian Dao. If one could eliminate the bull's Tian Dao, though it meant becoming yellow-haired and enduring unimaginable psychological torment, it would restore clarity to the world. But, to become yellow-haired, isn't that against my very nature? Jiang Ling furrowed his brows, torn between greater love and self-interest. Oh, immortal master, please tell me how I should choose. Note: should you refuse, the system will transform into a white-haired, beast-eared loli Fuda to assist the host. Jiang Ling. For the sake of greater love, so be it. In anguish he made his choice, to forsake the heart of pure love by embracing a yellow-haired fate. Yet he imposed 3 inviolable rules upon himself. First, he would not choose any option that destroyed another's emotions, for those who bully shall be bullied. Second, he would not select any option that harmed the young, for he was no beast. Third, he would not choose any option that targeted his kin mentors or middle and high school students, lest he be confined to a little darkroom. Jiang Ling silently engraved these 3 principles in his heart. In truth, he was hardly a paragon of virtue. At 6 years old, when the teacher asked for dreams, he replied to traverse to another world, become entangled in amorous affairs with many beautiful girls, establish a harem with a happy ending, and thereafter live a life of unbridled debauchery. After all, his mentality was scarcely beyond that of someone in his 20s. Even mighty figures like Yi Xinyue, upon finding a notebook, would aspire to godhood. What he might do with the inner world system, I dare not imagine. Thus it was imperative to set personal rules to prevent the system's power from eroding his true self. For once he lost his essence, he would cease to be himself. After reviewing the 3 options again, Jiang Ling began to deliberate. Option 1 was absolutely off the table. As for option 2, he was neither adept at long-winded lectures, nor did he play Arknights. Let the socks be. Although option 3 appeared malevolent on reflection, it wasn't truly wicked. Merely would a man be scorned for striking a woman? Yes. If it were a case of domestic violence against a virtuous, loving, angelic wife, he would undoubtedly face severe reprimand. But not all women are angels. Suddenly, Jiang Ling halted abruptly as Mei Yu, who had been pursuing him, accidentally collided with his sturdy back. Her delicate nose tinged with a blush as she rubbed it, and cursed, "You little minnow, I kept you waiting," and then stopped suddenly. That hurt like hell. Jiang Ling turned around, his breath momentarily catching. Truth be told, Mei Yu was indeed attractive, otherwise he wouldn't have remembered the sound of her voice. Beneath her fluffy twin ponytails, her porcelain face was as tender as if sculpted from water. Shirlu's school uniform featured 4 butterfly bows, some arranged with an exaggerated curve, others hanging at a mere right angle. Jiang Ling's gaze trailed downward. Small knuckle-like legs emerged from beneath the chiffon skirt, graceful and well-proportioned. Below, laced short white socks encased dainty porcelain ankles that begged to be gently held. And further still, wearing these black, kidney-shaped shoes for too long must make them stink right. Sensing Jiang Ling's gaze, Mei Yu recoiled in disdain with a soft snort. Although you saved me, I have a thank you to offer. However, even if you hadn't meddled, I could have escaped on my own. So don't assume that heroically saving me will make me dependent on or infatuated with you. However, since I am both clever and adorable, I shall grant you the chance to become one of my suitors. Kneel down and accept my grace." Mei Yu cooed, hands confidently on her hips. To her, Jiang Ling, who had tracked her down by scent, was little more than a clinging sycophant. Her remedy for such lapdogs was to force them to kneel and prostrate themselves in devout obeisance. Although absurd, for her sycophants, kneeling was the ultimate reward. Thus she decided to bestow a favor upon Jiang. "Damn, that little female brat just craves a good thrashing." Jiang Ling with a wry smile approached and said, "Let's not talk about courting, and notice how skilled I am, right?" Compared to the towering 1.9-meter-tall yellow-haired figure before her, Mei Yu, at a mere 1.4 meters, appeared infinitesimal, and those aggressive eyes as if poised to lure her into some lewd mischief in a stairwell corner. Mei Yu instinctively stepped back with a soft snort. "Not bad. You're at a minnow level," Jiang Ling remarked as he moved even closer. "This lapdog is enormous. My fear of giant things might soon be triggered." Mei Yu, feeling a bit dizzy, mustered her resolve and raised her chin to face him squarely. Jiang Ling laughed. "Shall I demonstrate my strength further? Watch closely." "Ugh, you little minnow, just kneel." A fist as hefty as a punching bag struck her abdomen with lightning speed. A super abdominal blow that made her petite frame arch like a shrimp. "Gag." Mei Yu retched, acid spewing as she rolled her eyes. "You, a contrarian like you, needs a good laugh. No matter what anyone says, you always retort and demean. It's truly disgusting." Determined to teach her a lesson, Jiang Ling grabbed the little brat's head with one hand and lifted her up. "Let me go, I'll call the cops." "Ugh, disgusting. I feel like vomiting." "Sob, it's unbearable." With her limbs going limp, little Mei Yu struggled as tears streamed down her face. A flicker of reluctance crossed Jiang Ling's eyes, but it quickly vanished. A proper beating now would ensure the little brat never remained arrogant again. Without that arrogance, the little one would likely never transform into the infamous teacher redacted, for given her background, no one would dare take advantage of her as long as she remained unruly. Suddenly, Mei Yu sensed something amiss and began to cry, gritting her teeth. "It hurts so much." Jiang Ling was startled, thinking, "Damn, almost forgot. If I hit too hard it would." Yet the severity of the blow would likely keep her arrogance in check. Not one to relent, Jiang Ling delivered another light slap to Mei Yu's face. Smack. "You sob." "I'm sorry, Mei Yu, I was wrong. Please just forgive me." Mei Yu can do anything. Her left cheek flushed as her fragile form trembled against the wall, too fearful to act further in case another slap knocked her teeth out. Hand over your phone. Jiang Ling growled menacingly. Stop. Here, take it. Grasping the phone, Jiang Ling quickly added himself as a friend online, and then hid the contact, thus completing the He casually tossed the phone back to Meiyu. Now stripped of her arrogance, her beautiful eyes shimmered with tearful pity. Beep, the host has completed the choice and obtained lottery chance 1. Drawn ability acquired. Time stop, enabling the host to observe at will. Jiang Ling, regaining his composure, cleared his throat and turned to look at Meiyu. In the future, be kind and speak gently. Understood. Meiyu understands. Please, I beg you, don't hit me again. Tears sparkled in her eyes as they danced in the air. Get lost. Meiyu dashed off in quick short strides like spinning wheels toward the infirmary. Sob. Change clothes and change, damn bastard. Just wait, Meiyu. Not only did he hit me, he also slapped me. Beep, congratulations, host. You have unlocked the female lead. Meiyu. First, unlock inherent ability. Yellow-haired radar, detecting nearby yellow-haired bull-headed figures common to the inner world within 500 meters. Total available female leads 1100. He had once worried that the little brat might encounter other yellow-haired types along the way. It now seemed unlikely that she would face any coercive plot lines. But what was with this total count of available pursuits? It always feels as if something is missing. What comes next in the story? Jiang Ling couldn't recall. Having played the entire game, he had spent 88 hours without a bite to eat or drink. Many memories had grown hazy, resurfacing only when he arrived on scene. Forget it, I'd better go buy some fried noodle bread first. Just over half an hour after his departure, Meiyu, now dressed in fresh clothes, returned. Pouting with tears glistening in her eyes, she made her way to the stairwell corner. That spot must have recorded him. I'm calling the police so that bastard ends up behind bars. When she discovered the hidden camera, Meiyu was dumbstruck. The entire camera looked as if it had been run over by a steamroller, flattened and shattered with even the memory card rendered useless. Bastard. How dare you break my camera? Even if it were repaired, would it still work? Meiyu, on the verge of tears, attempted to pick up the crumpled pancake-like clang. The camera shattered into several fragments with some metal parts twisted into knots, attesting to the strength of his grip. In the school supermarket during the break, the place was packed, overflowing with people. However, many recognized the tall Jiang Ling and wisely made way, thus creating a small path through the crowd. With his hands in his pockets, Jiang Ling walked straight to the counter selling fried noodle buns. Hey Linga, you're here. This is the fried noodle bun I saved for you. The young man at the counter wore a flattering smile as he packaged the fried noodle bun from the warming box and respectfully handed it to Jiang Ling, casually slipping him a 1,000 yen bill. 660 yen, and he still gives me money for the bun. Jiang Ling fell silent as he looked at the gray 1,000 yen bill thrust towards him. Today's protection fee. Please, Linga, be gentle and come by often. The clerk smiled, extremely humble and sycophantic. You don't have to pay me protection fees in the future, and also, there's no need to specifically reserve fried noodle buns for me next time. If they're gone, they're gone. As he spoke, Jiang Ling took the 1,000 yen bill he had put in the bag and pulled out 300 yen in coins, slapping them down on the counter. Thud. The clerk immediately knelt, his eyes filled with fear, his voice trembling with a hint of sobbing. Linga. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Please accept the protection fee and let me go. Treat me as if I'm not here. He began to bow his head repeatedly. Then, as if still worried about not appeasing the blonde-haired figure in front of him, he took out a voucher for a free barbecue and respectfully presented it. Jiang Ling rubbed his brow. His current identity not only involved being a bully, but also a school tyrant. Not only did he extort money from younger and older students, but he also frequently visited various counters in the school supermarket. If someone didn't pay the protection fee the next day, they would find their counter smashed to pieces, or even end up dragged to the bathroom to drink urine. The development of this world was different from his past life. After the Great War, Sakura country was divided. The difference was that it split into three: Eastern European Alliance, Great Xia, and North American Federation, jointly governing until now. At the same time, because Shirluo is located on the boundary line between southern and western Japan, the internal management is chaotic, compounded by a shortage of police and rampant corruption, making it a breeding ground for crime and bloodshed, dubbed the Japanese version of Gotham. How about this? I'm in a good mood lately, so today, I'll only accept the barbecue voucher you gave me as a protection fee. Jiang Ling took the barbecue voucher and stuffed it into his pocket. In fact, collecting protection fees was equivalent to indirectly declaring, this person is under my protection. If he didn't collect the fees, it would be equivalent to announcing to other thugs that anyone could collect protection fees, which would undoubtedly be a nightmare for the clerk. What a world of chaos. This fried noodle bun isn't bad. The beef is fragrant and very juicy. Just as he returned to Class A, the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Seeing Jiang Ling not saying anything and heading straight to his seat, everyone resumed their chatter. Looking around, the boys had various hair colors, and their hairstyles were like JoJo's, mohawks, pompadours, steak cuts. Any style you could think of. As for the girls, some little delinquents wore tank tops paired with ultra-short skirts, sitting in their boyfriends' laps with their legs crossed. The air was filled with the scent of perfume, smoke, and an unpleasant odor. Jiang Ling was relieved that he finished the fried noodle bun before entering the classroom. System, I want to check the time. At that moment, he was too focused on buying the fried noodle bun to think about rewards. After all, it wouldn't run away, or it could wait until later. Time pause LV1 description pause time for 0.5 seconds. Side effect must shout before using Javeludo. Not a bad ability, or too bad it can only pause for 0.5 seconds. Jiang Ling shook his head. What could a mere 0.5 seconds of pause achieve? It couldn't even help him smash the head of a 100-year-old man, let alone intimidate a 35-year-old office worker. Hey, Moses. Yeah, it's me. A man's voice came from the corner of the classroom by the trash can. A frail-looking boy with glasses was on the phone, bearing a weak demeanor. His entire presence exuded weakness and emptiness. Jiang Ling recognized him as one of the male leads, the victim of the game Chun-Yi, the childhood friend of one of the 8 loli female leads, Ouyang Kursin. Recalling the ultra-soft and cute girl with a hearing aid, Jiang Ling's heart raced uncontrollably for a moment. He had always liked Lola's especially gentle motherly ones. Imagine this: after a long tiring day you return home, and as soon as you open the door, a gentle loli mother in an apron is cooking happily, welcoming you back, walking over on tiptoe to help you take off your coat, kissing you softly on the lips. Then she smiles sweetly and says, "Honey, welcome home. Do you want to shower first, or eat first? Or perhaps, eat me first?" It was so warm that it could revive his cold corpse-like body. Loli mothers are truly the most wonderful beings in the world. Oh, I just remembered. Jiang Ling slowly recalled the plot. According to the original storyline, he should have gone over to slap Chun-Yi and demand the line of Ouyang Kursin. Next would be step-by-step conquest. First, forcibly kiss Kursin to take her first kiss, and take a photo to threaten her. If she didn't obey, he would send the photo to Chun-Yi. Kursin was just a soft and cute loli mother. How could she compete with the ruthless means of a bully? Step by step, she would ultimately fall until the moment when Chun-Yi brought a birthday cake to celebrate Kursin's birthday. By then, Kursin would already be 3 months pregnant. She would turn her head and say, "Brother Chun-Yi, I'm sorry. Damn it, I can't keep reminiscing." Jiang Ling slapped his head and shook it. Since he wouldn't disturb them, the plot involving the bull-headed man would most likely not occur again. Who has a world line that keeps constricting every day? Is there something you need from me? Hey, what does it mean to add me as a friend? Chun-Yi looked puzzled as he opened the friend request list. He clicked accept. Ding dong, a message came through. Chun-Yi looked at it, frowning tightly, muttering in disbelief. How can this be? That's not right. Beep, beep. Chun-Yi's expression grew increasingly grim, his breathing quickened. He bit his lower lip tightly, his trembling fingers typed quickly on the screen, whispering, I'm sorry. Forgive me. What's wrong with this guy? Has someone sent him something inappropriate? Jiang Ling felt something was off, his gaze sharpening. Javeludo, steel motor oil, steel mare. A ripple appeared in the space. Everything in motion came to a standstill, as if the pause button had been pressed, freezing in midair. Jiang Ling quickly walked over and glanced at the phone. Yao Nai Wahi, hey kid. I'm Jia Hao from Class H, you've heard my name right. Xiaochen brother, what do you need from me? Yao Nai Wahi, the girl who came to school with you this morning looked pretty, help me set up a date with her. Xiaochen, what? Yao Nai Wahi Baka Yuru, why do you care? Tell her to come to the abandoned gym. Or else I'll find someone to kill you. Xiaochen, I'm sorry big brother, I'll call her right away, please don't harm me. In another chat window. Xiaochen, Kursin, come to the gym, I need to talk to you. Kursin, okay. Damn it, how many people dream of soft and fragrant lowly childhood friends? But someone threatens you, and you immediately comply, and send the childhood friend over. Don't you know what the gym is for? Jiang Ling, infuriated, rushed out of the classroom, without time to deal with him. Ouyang Kursin was in teaching building C, just a short distance from the stairs to reach the gym. Meanwhile, he was 5 kilometers away from the gym in building A. Damn it, please don't let that happen. Brother Chun-Yi, are you there? I've come. A delicate girl in a standard pleated school uniform called softly into the dark, cavernous sports storage shed. Shirlu University comprises 4 campuses, A, B, C, and D. Campus A operates as a public institution with low admission thresholds, attracting predominantly idle delinquents. Campus B serves as the faculty residential zone, while Campus C functions as an elite private university. Its stringent admissions criteria admit either affluent heirs or exceptionally gifted commoners. Campus C's opulent academic complex houses every conceivable amenity: dining halls, dormitories, convenience stores, clinics, and even a cinema, rendering daytime excursions beyond its walls exceedingly rare. Consequently, the derelict sports warehouse had become a clandestine playground for Campus A's delinquent students, where daily gatherings revolved around illicit substances. Ku Xian hesitated before approaching the warehouse. Its stench was unbearable. Yet if Brother Chun-Yi had summoned her, he surely intended to speak with her face-to-face. At last she summoned her courage and stepped inside. The moment she crossed the threshold, a grotesque scene seized her gaze. Her wide, beautiful eyes froze in shock. Several girls with dyed hair lay sprawled across the broad chest and muscular thighs of a dark-skinned, powerfully built man. Shirts, skirts, and socks littered the floor. With a thunderous clang, the warehouse door slammed shut, plunging the space into oppressive gloom. An ominous aura seeped through the air. Ku Xian recoiled like a startled field mouse, trembling as she whispered, "Where is Chun-Yi?" After school, Jiang Ling packed up his bag and rose to leave, when a voice called softly from behind him. Classmate, please wait a moment." A girl in an oversized uniform. After school, Jiang Ling packed up his bag and rose to leave, when a voice called softly from behind him. Classmate, please wait a moment." A girl in an oversized uniform, her bag. After saying this, Jiang Ling stopped speaking, thought for a moment, and with a palm broke a banyan tree as thick as a bowl, turning to leave. The strategy of hitting, they were about to do something unforgivable. "You little slut, still thinking of running away, eh?" The red-haired delinquent seized Ku Xian's ponytail and yanked hard. It hurts." The violent tug hurled Ku Xian backward, and her pale pink hearing aid, her mother's frugally purchased birthday gift, tumbled to the floor and was mercilessly crushed beneath a boot. Shattered fragments gleamed coldly on the ground. Ouyang Ku Xian stared blankly at them, tears spilling silently down her cheeks. "Consider it your blessing to catch Brother Jiahao's eye, understand?" The delinquent sneered, her sharp nails digging deep into Ku Xian's scalp, drawing fresh torrents of tears, grief now overflowing, uncontrollable. No, why? Chun-Yi, how could you do this, monster, villain? Why, someone, Ouyang Ku Xian had never imagined, never dreamed, that Chun-Yi would sell her. "No, don't drag me over." Slap. Her desperate struggle enraged the delinquent, who struck her face without hesitation. Wah, no. Slap. Alternating blows stung both cheeks in a fiery swollen welts. Tears streamed freely, but she dared not cry out again, sobbing quietly instead. Must you resort to brute force against such a delicate girl?" Wang Jiahao stretched lazily and commanded, "Dress her in a bikini. Then toss her onto the bed. These bikini photo shoots fetch top prices. Handle her gently. Bruises mean consequences. Don't test my—" At Wang Jiahao's threat, the delinquents hurried into action. "You little slut, let go." "No, what are you doing? I won't pose for any bikini photos." Slap. Playing innocent. "Keep that up, and you'll learn firsthand how stinking flesh earns fragrant cash. 100 yuan's yours, if you're lucky." The delinquent caught a faint, clean floral scent, and jealousy flared hot within her. Smells sweet now. Wait till you've posed a dozen times. You'll reek just like the rest." Wah. "No, someone save me, wah." Slap. When Ku Xian resisted, the crimson-haired girl signaled her accomplices with a sharp glance. The two others closed in, prying apart Ku Xian's hands as they shielded her chest. "Done, hurry up and strip." "Waya, no. Mama. You, someone save me." Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly the warehouse door reverberated with heavy knocks. The delinquents froze mid-motion, all turning toward the entrance. "What's there to fear? Keep stripping. The iron door won't shatter from knocking." A mocking glint flickered in Wang Jiahao's eyes. He hadn't expected Chun-Yi to follow. Pure folly. After school, he'd drag him into an alley and deliver 2 brutal backhand slaps. "Save me. I'm here, save me, wah, strip. Time stop, muda. Muda. Crunch. A deafening explosion of sound jolted the delinquents rigid. Whirling around, they gaped, stunned. The half-centimeter thick iron door buckled violently inward, its lock shattered, and embedded itself deep into the floorboards. From the fractured light emerged a towering, breathless silhouette, head sharply pointed, stature overwhelmingly imposing. Wang Jiahao's nonchalant expression froze, utterly petrified. His eyes locked onto the door lock, now impaled deep into the wooden floor. Mechanically, he craned his neck, then recoiled. The door was grotesquely dinted, bearing a crisp, unmistakable shoe print. "Wait, dude, are you Hama Yujiro?" Jiang Ling's gaze swept to the spring mattress and softened slightly. Huddled there, Ouyang Ku Xian's clothes were disheveled but intact. Only a few buttons undone, no garments forcibly removed. "Thank heavens, I arrived in time. Elder brother, how may I serve you?" Wang Jiahao's arrogance dissolved, instantly replaced by abject subservience. He had no choice. Who else could kick steel like that and leave a footprint? This man wearing a conical paper mask was nothing short of superhuman. Such raw power, perhaps only brother she could rival it. "Get out. She belongs to me. Touch her again, and I'll flay you alive." Jiang Ling lowered his voice, concealing his identity. After all, heroic rescues were cliched beyond measure, and he knew full well Ku Xian would inevitably develop inappropriate feelings for her savior. Better first weaken the cosmic Nyo Dao, then consider romance. Otherwise, he'd be left singing solo as space-time itself unraveled. Was he truly sent by Chun-Yi? If so, why did Chun-Yi agree to my request, knowing this monster personally? Wang Jiahao's mind spun with confusion, but he knew better than to ask questions now. He'd retreat immediately, and thereafter designate Ouyang Ku Xian as strictly untouchable, worthy of absolute protection by his subordinates. Wang Jiahao bowed deeply, voice dripping with false humility. "Apologies, elder brother. We're leaving right now." "Wait," Jiang Ling halted them. He knelt beside Ouyang Kuxian, carefully assessing her injuries. Her large tear-filled eyes shimmered with anguish, her cheeks burned crimson and swollen, a faint trace of blood stained her lower lip. "You motherfuckers!" Veins throbbed violently across Jiang Ling's forehead, his fury erupting like a volcano, uncontainable seismic. Even from 10 meters away, the sheer density of his wrath warped the very air, distorting space itself. Wang Jiahao Sigma. Wait, I have an elder brother, Brother Shi Muda. Muda, 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 Muda. A torrent of unstoppable force, blinding speed. Fists rained upon Wang Jiahao until he collapsed, eyes rolled white, transformed into white-eyed Wang. The delinquent stood paralyzed, stunned into immobility, except the quick-witted crimson-haired girl who snapped awake first. Her smile twisted grotesquely, and she dropped to her knees trembling as she kowtowed. In the next instant her expression crumbled, pale, hollow, more agonized than any grimace. "I hold Confucius in highest reverence, and champion gender equality." Her heart leapt. Perhaps he was chivalrous after all, sparing women from violence. A flicker of hope brightened her. In the next instant her expression crumbled, pale, hollow, more agonized than any grimace. "I hold Confucius in highest reverence, and champion gender equality. Thus women receive equal punishment. Choose left fist or right fist." The lead delinquent moaned. "Is there any difference? Left fist deals greater damage." "I choose the right fist." Another shrieked urgently. "Right fist deals greater damage." The delinquents stared baffled. Aura, aura, aura. Moments later all four lay discarded like lifeless husks inside a dumpster. "Are you alright?" Thank you, big brother." Before her loomed a tall, masked man, his head crowned by a sharp-tipped paper helmet. 2 holes pierced the mask, revealing eyes unervingly pale, rimmed with stark white sclera radiating the weary predatory stillness of a tiger poised to strike. Terrifying. Kuxian curled tightly against the wall, knees drawn up in a duck-sit posture. An overwhelming urge surged within him, to shield her, to cherish her. Ah, soft, tender maternal warmth, my gentle, adorable mommy. "Are you okay?" Jiang Ling tried to speak softly to avoid scaring the little mother. However, Ouyang Kuxian shook her head gently while pointing to her ears, tears welling up in her eyes. "Are you okay?" Jiang Ling tried to speak softly to avoid scaring the little mother. However, Ouyang Kuxian shook her head gently while pointing to her ears, tears welling up in her eyes, streaming down her face. It was heart-wrenching to see. Jiang Ling bent down to carefully inspect the hearing aid, and after confirming the damage, he let out a sigh of relief. "It's okay, leave it to me. The internal electronic components are intact. I can fix this hearing aid." Perhaps considering various usage scenarios, the design of the hearing aid was quite ingenious. It featured a flexible structure that appeared to shatter under pressure. However, the internal locking mechanism would not suffer from rigid damage. It just needed to be reassembled like puzzle. Click, click. After some magical manipulation, the complete pink hearing aid appeared in his palm. Ouyang Kuxian stood there dumbfounded. Jiang Ling crouched down, pulled out a tissue, and gently wiped Ouyang Kuxian's face. After putting the hearing aid on her, he tried to speak in a gentle tone. "Can you stand up?" Thank you. Ouyang Kuxian came to her senses, hurriedly expressing her gratitude. She nodded, gently wanting to stand up, but her legs went weak, and she fell into Jiang Ling's arms. The little mother's soft body exuded a sweet fragrance, teasing his nostrils. Jiang Ling, the invincible war god. Quick, suppress it. Ouyang Kuxian's little face flushed red. She tried to struggle to get up, but it was futile. Her tender white legs were too weak to move. Quick, suppress it. Ouyang Kuxian's little face flushed red. She tried to struggle to get up, but it was futile. Her tender white legs were too weak to move. This condition is usually referred to in medicine as acute stress reaction. The core reason is that intense fear stimuli trigger a sudden rise in adrenaline through the nervous system, while suppressing signals related to movement, causing the leg muscles to fail to contract properly. The core reason is that intense fear stimuli trigger a sudden rise in adrenaline through the nervous system, while suppressing signals related to movement, causing the leg muscles to... Did you forget the 3 principles you set for yourself? However, to be fair, they really are tender. After a while, Ouyang Kuxian stood up, wiped her tears, and looked at Jiang Ling shyly. "Excuse me, what's your name? Thank you for saving me and fixing my hearing aid. How can I repay you?" Ding. Detected. The female lead's desire to repay. The following options are available. Option 1, a gentleman seeking nothing in return. Description: refusing Kuxian's repayment leads her to lose sleep all night and accidentally fall down the stairs, resulting in death. Reward: good fast blade snow walk. Option 2, true yellow hair. Description: let Kuxian take off her clothes now, wear white stockings, and lie on the bed to repay you. Then use your to repay the favor. Reward: blessing of the snow woman, can transform into a snow woman, very realistic. Option 3, I like to take it slow. Description: get Kuxian's line, and then require her to send a photo of her outfit, showing her navel every day for a month. Reward: perception of killing intent with a random set of national martial arts techniques. Please choose quickly, or the system will forcibly activate the support her for I plot. In plain words, I have nothing to say. What else can I choose besides 3? Jiang Ling sighed helplessly. Reward perception of killing intent with a random set of national martial arts techniques. Please choose quickly or the system will forcibly activate the support her. My name is Ouyang Kurson. Please take care of me. Just call me. Cardboard Knight. Jiang Ling had no intention of revealing his true identity. After adding each other as friends, Ouyang Kurson stood up and planned to return to the classroom. However, moments later, Jiang Ling's large hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. Her delicate body trembled, and she stopped in her tracks, turning around like a startled little rabbit. Wait a moment. Knight, sir, is there something else? Besides contact information, you need to send me a photo of your outfit showing your navel every day. This needs to last for a month. As he said this, Jiang Ling felt as if a pervert label had been slapped on his forehead. It was so awkward. How did I even say that? Damn it, I can just refuse to look at the photos. Really won't look. This. Suddenly tears welled up in Ouyang Kurson's eyes, her pitiful appearance evoking sympathy. Jiang Ling internally hitting himself hard. I really should be punished. He thought the sweet and soft little mother would, but after a long hesitation, she actually pursed her lips and gently nodded. If it weren't for you, Knight, I might have my life would be shattered, right? It's just some trivial photos. I'll keep my promise and send them to you every day. After all, it's just showing my navel, not that kind of photo. But didn't my mother say that only bad girls would send such things to boys? My heart was in turmoil again. But the words have already been said, there's no turning back. Thank you. Jiang Ling let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be at odds with the system. If Kurson didn't cooperate, he would have to resort to some forceful methods. For instance, begging her on his knees or calling her mom. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining killing intent perception LV1. Description: can sense killing intent in an instant, and the body instinctively dodges. Side effect: if a beautiful girl exposes herself, you can keenly perceive it. Accompanied by national martial arts Chun-style Tai Chi beginner, let me walk you back. Thank you, Knight. No need, I can go back by myself. Ouyang Kurson forced a sweet smile and bowed to him. Jiang Ling was slightly taken aback. The little mother's smile was truly sweet. Damn, I never expected that one day I would also become a wallflower. Not long after Jiang Ling returned to the classroom, he glanced at the back row where Chun-Yi was lying on the desk sleeping without a hint of movement. Most likely pretending to sleep. In Japanese classrooms, it's not explicitly stated, but everyone almost tacitly divides people into 3 tiers. The first tier consists of students with high social attributes like soccer players, baseball players, and student council members. They often have many friends and are well-liked, commanding presence in class. The second tier comprises 80% of ordinary students who lack special skills, have average appearances, and maintain neutral interpersonal relationships, serving as a backdrop for the first tier. As for the third tier, it refers to students like Chun-Yi who are at the bottom, academically average, looking socially awkward, and physically unfit. They are not liked by girls. The only time they appear in girls' conversations is as a joke or a talking point, colloquially known as clown moments. Jiang Ling's expression darkened gradually. Damn it, how can that scum lie on the desk and sleep after doing such disgraceful things? How can you sleep soundly? If it weren't for me rushing over at high speed in my Red Wolf. How can you sleep soundly? If it weren't for— Jiang Ling's cold gaze made Chun-Yi involuntarily shiver. As he looked up, he met those terrifying eyes with the whites showing. Lingu, is there something wrong? Hee. Chun-Yi scratched his head awkwardly, wearing a fawning grin. Let's go to the restroom. Jiang Ling stood up coldly and turned to leave the classroom like a gust of wind. Chun-Yi's face turned pale in an instant, trembling as he followed. 2 minutes later, Jiang Ling stepped out of the restroom, feeling refreshed, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He had beaten Chun-Yi several times. Literally, he used Chun-style Tai Chi to give him a thorough beating, giving him panda eyes. Although this act was meaningless, it made him feel much better. Back in the classroom, his phone buzzed. Jiang Ling opened Line, where a user with a smiling little white rabbit avatar had sent him a message. Ouyang Kurson image. JPD Ouyang Kurson. Is this the kind of photo I should take? Ouyang Kurson, because it's my first time taking a photo like this in front of a mirror, so I'm not very skilled. Please forgive me. Gulp. Jiang Ling couldn't help but swallow, his finger hovering over the avatar, but not pressing down. Sigh, I promised not to look, but never mind. However, his finger mysteriously pressed down. Jiang Ling, I didn't move, get pressed down on its own. Little head dad holding down big head son, what are you pretending for? Look, open your eyes wide and look. Well, since I've opened it, I'll just take a glance and delete it. In front of the mirror in the girls' restroom, the little bunny phone covered most of Kurson. The dark blue JK sailor uniform wrapped around her slender shoulders, and the white collar created a gentle curve at her neckline. The hem of the sailor uniform was gently lifted, revealing a small section of her soft waist with a plump navel nestled in the middle, her skin tinged with a light pink. The lower half matched the same color scheme, with a pleated skirt that reached just below her calves, revealing short white socks that were rolled twice and loosely bunched at her ankles. Ouyang Kurson, please don't spread this around. Is that okay? Jiang Ling, don't worry, I'll take a glance and delete it. After some thought, he typed a reply. After school. Jiang Ling packed up his bag and rose to leave, when a voice called softly from behind him. Classmate, please wait a moment. A girl in an oversized uniform, her bangs veiling half her face, spoke timidly. Jiang Ling turned and recognized her at once, Yin Yuyu, the class's academic committee representative. She was also the story's female lead, the aloof ice-cold maiden born into squalor, a rare blossom blooming high above the mire. What is it? This semester the homeroom teacher requires every student to join a club, and you're the only one in our class who hasn't signed up. With that, she placed the club enrollment form into Jiang Ling's hands. Before the tall, burly boy with blonde streaked hair, whose very face seemed etched with the words, I am a villain, Yin Yu showed not a flicker of fear, only the serene, unyielding calm of an ancient glacier. Truly a snow lotus blooming atop an icy peak, even beneath an unremarkable guise, her innate hauteur and solitary grace radiated outward, subtle, arresting, unforgettable. Oh, Jiang Ling nodded, faintly gazing at her expressionless face. Fragments of memory surfaced, flashes reminiscent of Yoshida Saki, a character from a certain renowned manga about redemption. In the original narrative, Yin Yuyu suffered profoundly, both physically and spiritually, her tragedy eclipsing even Yoshida Saki's harrowing fate. From the very outset, he had lured her into the restroom under the pretense, oh, you want me to join a club? Then come with me first, and stolen her innocence by force. Thereafter her life spiraled downward, grades collapsing, family fracturing, relentless campus bullying, forced injection of toxins. In the Xiejiao line, ending wasn't she offered up by her own mother to the Chuanqing church, only to be sacrificed later by me who'd risen to the rank of pontiff. He recalled the hollow emptiness in her eyes at the end, and the eerie, quiet relief upon her turbid body sacrifice. A sharp pang twisted in Jiang Ling's stomach. How much pain did you endure, Yin Yuyu? Some clubs have reached capacity, so you may choose from those listed below, Yin Yuyu replied, her tone cool and detached. In truth, compiling enrollment lists for students without club affiliations fell under the purview of the Life Committee, not the Academic Committee, yet the task had been hastily delegated to her. Bullying tendencies were evident from the start. Jiang Ling stroked his chin and flipped open the enrollment form, his first instinct searching for a club titled Female High School Students Attendance Society. Alas, though Shirlu University teemed with chaos, it remained at its core a legitimate institution of higher learning. No such club existed. Nor did its university-level counterpart, Female College Students Attendance Society. The Returning Home Society. Full. The Video Game Club. Shut down. Parents had raised banners proclaiming ban electronic games. A-Way Society. Absolutely impossible. After flipping through the pages repeatedly, however, he stumbled upon one intriguing option, Supernatural Research Society. And he knew, having memorized the plot, exactly what lay beneath its name. This world was no ordinary urban setting, but a mid-magic realm where gods, Buddhas, and specters walked openly, where the supernatural was not myth, but manifest reality. After all, per the original timeline, by its latter stages, he would even subdue ghosts themselves. Mastering supernatural techniques early, and gaining insight into anomalous phenomena and clandestine organizations, would undoubtedly accelerate his cultivation trajectory. Mastering supernatural techniques early, and gaining insight into anomalous phenomena and clandestine organizations, would undoubtedly accelerate his mastering supernatural techniques early, and gaining insight into anomalous phenomena and clandestine organizations, would undoubtedly Jiang Ling go. You'll choose this one. Yin Yuyu's frost-laced gaze flickered, her delicate brows knitted faintly, as if reluctant to see him select this particular club. Is there an issue with it? No, this one, it's fine. She drew a slow, steady breath, her gaze hardened once more. Without another word, she retrieved the form and walked away. Flop, flop. Jiang Ling slapped his cheeks lightly, steadying his turbulent pulse. As the old saying goes, a gentleman judges by deeds, not intent. For judged by intent alone, no man is wholly virtuous. He had looked, he had desired, but he would never repeat the coercive acts of the original storyline. And then he left the school gate. First, Jiang Ling reviewed his system interface. So far, 3 heroines from the original plot had appeared: Li Meiyu, Ouyang Kursin, and Yin Yuyu. The system also tracked nearby blonde-haired troublemakers associated with each: Li Meiyu nearby blonde Jiang, Ouyang Kursin nearby blonde nun, Yin Yuyu nearby blonde nun. Sigh, am I just being overly compassionate? Jiang Ling sighed wryly. Truth be told, their fates held no bearing on him. Yet still, he felt they should not suffer so. He recalled a primary school Chinese lesson, a parable about a man walking along the shore at low tide. There he saw a boy standing on the sand, carefully lifting stranded fish from shallow tide pools and tossing them back into the sea. Curious, the man asked, there are countless such pools. How could your hands possibly save every fish? The boy kept lifting fish, casting them gently toward the boundless ocean. But someone must do it, mustn't they? Even if I cannot save them all, I can still return the ones before me. They owed him nothing, and he owed them nothing. Yet having glimpsed their tragic destinies, he simply wished to intervene. Nothing more than what lay within his reach. Do not dismiss small kindnesses. This was the moral wisdom even elderly neighbors recited daily. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he turned onto a narrow one-way street. Suddenly, an elderly woman lunged forward and slammed hard into him. Ugh! Clutching her lower back, she grimaced in agony. My poor spine. Jiang Ling. Impressive. Not even pretending anymore. Young man, you've injured my spine. Pay up. I demand compensation. How does one respond when morally blackmailed? Jiang Ling instantly raised his head, scanning for surveillance cameras. Think I chose this spot by accident, boy. The old woman sneered, cackling, precisely because there's no At those words, Jiang Ling stiffened, then relaxed entirely. Oh, no cameras. Why didn't you say so earlier? His solemn expression melted away, replaced by easy confidence. In one fluid motion, he pressed his palm firmly against her lower back and vaulted astride her shoulders. When confronting wickedness cloaked in age, only decisive action suffices. Daring to scam him where no lens watched. She'd mistaken leniency for weakness. Giddy up. Carry me across the zebra crossing. As he spoke, he coiled her gray hair into twin braids, yanking them taut like reins. Ugh! She cried out, this time genuinely pained. Snap! He gave another sharp tug, squeezed her waist with his thighs, and snarled, old hag, move, or I'll rip your hair out. You little, shut your mouth, you ancient wretch. If you won't walk, I'll pluck every strand from your scalp. Jiang Ling considered himself a respectful, kind-hearted youth, though regrettably the elderly woman was no longer a child. Note: respect for elders and care for the young remain timeless virtues. Do not imitate this scene. The old lady cursed him inwardly, but dared not go against Jiang Ling's words. She could only reluctantly carry him across the zebra crossing. The muscular blonde-haired guy rode the old lady across the road, shouting, giddy up, giddy up. Old hag, your lumbar spine is quite strong, huh? He managed to carry her for dozens of meters while claiming he had broken his back. What a scam. Indeed, dealing with aging villains requires a heavy hand. Suddenly Jiang Ling shuddered, his hair standing on end as he turned sharply. His eyes fixed intently on the corner of the alley. The murderous intent perception activated. No, it wasn't murderous intent perception, but rather a side effect of it. An instant awareness of beautiful women losing their clothes. In the dark alley, Li Meiyu was recording with her phone when she felt a tickle on her thigh. Looking down, she realized that the lace hem of her skirt had accidentally snagged on a barbed wire. In the dark alley, Li Meiyu was recording with her phone when she felt a tickle on her thigh. Looking down, she realized that the lace hem of her skirt had... When she looked up again, she suddenly locked eyes with a handsome, yet slightly wicked face along with that naturally curly blonde hair. Wow. The sudden appearance startled Li Meiyu, causing her delicate white hand to tremble. Her little Panda 17 Pro Max fell to the ground, flickered once, and then went black. My phone. Li Meiyu shouted, lunging for her phone, picking it up and patting it twice only to find it wouldn't turn on. Woo-woo, tears without sorrow. My phone, huh? Seeing that the situation was revealed, the old lady hurriedly rubbed her old waist and said to Li Meiyu, oh dear. Boss, I'm leaving now. I really can't take this job. And the money can't be refunded, huh? After saying this, she dashed away. At that moment, Jiang Ling finally understood everything. Why he was innocently walking down the street when he was caught in an old lady's scam. It turned out that Li Meiyu's invisible hand was controlling things behind the scenes. What a despicable little capitalist. Did she really use the old lady to set me up? Using money to manipulate the old lady, she really deserves to feel the iron fist of a working-class grandpa. Ding. Host detected being framed by the female lead. Options activated. Option 1. Beat them both up simultaneously, injuring Li Meiyu and the old lady. Standard is fractures. Reward Tier 1 equipment diamond gauntlets. Option 2. Special education. Take Li Meiyu to the alley for a whole night of education. Reward body enlargement technique. You can enlarge your body at will. Option 3. Winning by the heart. Threaten Li Meiyu with Ouyang Kursin to make her submit for her best friend and agree to be your maid. Reward random skill. Jiang Ling. 666. What else is there to choose from? It's option 3. Just when Li Meiyu thought she was about to get beaten, she covered her head with both hands. Unexpectedly, the smelly blonde guy let go of her. You're not going to hit me? Li Meiyu asked. Ignoring the astonishment of the little girl, Jiang Ling calmly popped a lollipop into his mouth and said leisurely, your good friend is named Ouyang Kursin, right? The moment she heard that name, Li Meiyu's expression changed. She clutched Jiang Ling's sleeve tightly, her big watery eyes filled with fear. What do you want to do? I tell you, if you dare to touch Kursin, I will definitely go home and admit my mistakes to my father, then bring my bodyguards to kill you. So the reason she was acting all tough yet had no bodyguards around was because she was having a family dispute. Jiang Ling collected his thoughts and continued to play his role. His eyes revealed a mix of disdain, indifference, and a strong desire. In that moment, he was no longer the pure love master of the harem, but had transformed into the villainous master of the evil harem. He smirked wickedly. You think Kursin is very kind and cute, right? Li Meiyu gritted her silver teeth, wishing she could swallow him alive. You laid a hand on Kursin. You beast. She's such a kind and fragile girl, how could you? Jiang Ling pressed his palm against her forehead, smiling. I didn't actually touch her. Li Meiyu felt relieved, but soon heard something that made her burst into laughter. However, I've already used my superpower to hypnotize her. Although I can only hypnotize one person, and she won't feel it normally, as long as I snap my fingers she will enter the hypnotized state I created. No matter how unreasonable my requests are, she will obey without question. Huh, a superpower. Li Meiyu scoffed twice, crossing her arms over her unremarkable chest. If someone like you could have superpowers, then superpowers would already be everywhere. She was born into an upper-class family, a true Tiango Ren, and naturally knew that there were only a handful of extraordinary talents in this world. But they were basically 1 in 100,000, or even 1,000,000. How could this smelly blonde guy possibly be a superpower user? Jiang Ling smirked, simply staring intently into Maya's eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. This feeling was subtle, and it made her involuntarily wonder. Could it be, this guy really is a superpower user? Since you don't believe me, then I'll show you the evidence. Jiang Ling spoke lightly, first displaying the little bunny avatar, and smiling at Li Meiyu. Curson is not a girl who can easily add contacts. Comparing the familiar little bunny avatar repeatedly, Li Meiyu was severely shocked. This truly was Curson's line account. How could the smelly blonde have Curson's account? No. Impossible, you must have obtained it through some special means. Li Meiyu's face turned pale as she covered her head, biting her lip tightly. TSK tisk, and I gave her a hypnotic command. She must send me outfit photos every day? After saying this, he clicked on the selfie sent by Curson deliberately, using a playful tone. TSK tisk, today, I touched Kexenshin's leg, it felt so good. Look, this photo is one I had her take while hypnotized. At that moment, Li Meiyu felt her hands and feet turn cold, and she believed it. Because she knew her good friends, there was absolutely no way she would add a friend with a smelly blonde, let alone willingly take a photo exposing the smelly blonde. Could it really be a superpower user? But regardless of whether it was or not, clearly Curson was very likely already in his clutches. I beg you, as long as you don't continue to hypnotize Curson, I will do anything you want. The originally proud Li Meiyu displayed a cautious demeanor. With a thud, she knelt down. Curson was her most important friend. Oh, she would protect her friend even at the cost of Jiang Ling's side. The original storyline was that he was able to dominate Li Meiyu without being suppressed by her, mainly because he had already controlled Curson. Hiss! How did he unknowingly walk back into the original plot? Jiang Ling stroked his chin and pondered. No, it's not exactly a convergence of timelines. After all, if it were truly following the original plot, the two of them would have become. Since that's the case, you can be my underground maid. I won't care how you act normally, but as long as there are no people around, you must call me master. And serve me like a real. As long as you can do that, I can promise not to lay a hand on your good friend. What a... Li Meiyu's eyes widened. She clenched her small fist, stomped her little shoe, and gritted her teeth. You actually want Meiyu to become your underground maid? Jiang Ling remained indifferent. So do you do it or not? You bastard. Li Meiyu raised her voice a few notches, glaring at him, with tears welling up. After a long while, her elevated head finally lowered, and she gritted her teeth, saying, smelly blonde. Meiyu. Got it. Once we step out of this door, you can call me blonde, and I won't retaliate. Now what should you call me? Li Meiyu bit her lower lip until it turned pale, her humiliating gaze glistening with tears as she clearly called out, Master. Master. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ling's heart softened, and he began to doubt if he had gone too far in his performance. After all, Li Meiyu was just a short-tempered girl, but being able to become good friends with Curson's mother showed that her heart. Please feel free to command. Meiyu. Looking at the humiliation and disgust in Maya's eyes, suddenly a flash of inspiration crossed Jiang Ling's mind, as if he had awakened from a long slumber. Damn, I've been playing gal games for too long. My brain has turned into a supercomputer. Why must I save the female lead while maintaining distance from them? In fact, it turned out, he still had a way to save the female lead while avoiding the cause and effect of rescuing Beauty, leading to the bullhead's counterattack. As long as he reasonably increased the dislike value while saving them. In this way, the goodwill generated by rescuing Beauty would be completely negated. After he dealt with the bullhead, he could then capture them one by one. That's right, just like that. Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clenched his fists, secretly exclaiming, this is completely killing 3 birds with 1 stone, saving the person selecting options and avoiding the bull-headed person's karma. Meanwhile, Li Meiyu looked at the smelly blonde, who was sometimes grinning and sometimes clenching his fists, feeling a wave of desolation. Kexenshin, what axie? For you. I've already given up everything. Suddenly, Jiang Ling threw his backpack into her arms. Li Meiyu was taken aback. When she came to her senses, she immediately wore a look of disgust and hurled the encroaching backpack to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Smelly blonde. Meiyu doesn't want to carry your backpack. Go deal with it yourself. Li Meiyu crossed her arms over her flat chest, snorting and turning her head away. Jiang Ling, hey, you don't want Kexenshin either. In the Xinchuan district, at the Turtle Friend barbecue restaurant, underneath a red banner with yellow letters that reads, Grand Opening. Only serving low-priced barbecue. It was already packed with people. Those who come to eat barbecue at a low-end place like Turtle Friend generally fall into two categories. The first group consists of university students on a social outing. Those who can attend school usually have a bit of pocket money, and they would choose a private room kushitsu, which is typically an independent space with a door or heavy curtain completely isolating them from outside disturbances. The second group is made up of office workers who often opt for semi-private booths with moderate privacy for after-work gatherings. The dividers usually reach shoulder height, providing a certain distance from neighboring tables, allowing for reduced interaction without being completely enclosed. Jiang Ling held a discount voucher for a parent-child semi-private room. As long as the child's height does not exceed 1 meters, the meal is free. Perfect, just 1 meters. The waitress with a sweet smile measured Li Mei's height, put away the measuring tape, and turned to the tall Jiang Ling formally reminding him, "Please ensure that you keep an eye on your daughter during the meal to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Thank you for your cooperation." Saying this, she respectfully handed over the self-service menu and the sign for booth 48, then turned to leave. Jiang Ling took the sign and thanked her. The daughter beside him showed an expression that seemed to want to bite Dad to death. "Today the Angus beef is unlimited, go get me 10 pieces first." Jiang Ling looked at the menu and said this with such extravagance. Li Mei's face was left with nothing but thinking of her good friend in the clutches of temptation, she still ran to the self-service area to get beef for Jiang Ling. "It's a bit greasy. I'll also grab some pineapple slices and wraps." As a seasoned eater, Jiang Ling had a standard procedure for enjoying barbecue beef. First, grab a large bowl, lay a layer of beef inside, sprinkle a measured amount of cumin chili powder and soy sauce, then place a layer of pineapple slices on top of the marinated beef. Finally, cover the bowl with a wrap and let it marinate for 10 minutes. Then with a swift motion, he turned the bowl upside down onto the grill and lifted it after half a minute. With the catalysis of the protease in the pineapple, the beef was so tender it could be bitten through, while the spices released their fragrance in the suddenly elevated enclosed space. The beef drippings sizzled as they hit the high heat. Wrapped in a layer of lettuce and a prepared wrap, each bite was indescribably delicious. Jiang Ling chewed with a face full of enjoyment. Gulp. Li Meiyu stared at Jiang Ling devouring meat, unable to resist swallowing her own saliva. The aroma of cumin hit her nose as if it was teasing her appetite. Gurgle. Her stomach protested. Since school ended, she hadn't eaten yet. Although barbecue is considered food for the poor. But as the Chinese saying goes, the hungrier one gets, the more desperate one becomes. The flavor reaction released by the Maillard effect prompted continuous saliva secretion. Her eyes fixated on the mouth-watering barbecue. Drip. Unknowingly, a glistening droplet of saliva flowed down from the corner of Maya's pink lips. It landed on Jiang Ling's pants, dampening a small patch. Jiang Ling. He twitched at the corner of his mouth and wiped away his saliva with a napkin. Then he continued, eating leisurely, teasingly glancing at Li Meiyu, who looked like a starving ghost. Tisk, didn't you say this is lowly food for the poor? What? Are you drooling over such lowly food? Mayukin, you really are a mixed bag. Who drooled? You idiot. Fool. I wouldn't want to eat such lowly food. I just happened to spit at you. It's not like I want to eat barbecue or anything. I may you eat Australian lobsters and abalone every meal. I really don't want barbecue. Li Meiyu huffed, turning her head away to wipe the corner of her mouth. Panic filled her delicate little face. Meiyu doesn't want to eat such lowly food. Yet at this moment her stomach grumbled again. You say you don't want it, but your body is quite honest. Jiang Ling pretended to listen intently, a mischievous smile on his face. Li Meiyu shot him an angry glare, stamping her foot in frustration. Indeed, it was this kind of disdainful and disgusted expression that was part of the plan. Her favorability rating might have dropped significantly. Damn cockroach. Such lowly food. Li Meiyu lowered her head, unable to stop herself from swallowing her saliva several times. At that moment, a bowl of fragrant barbecue rice was suddenly placed in front of her. The steam rose fragrant and mouth-watering, with oily beef evenly spread over golden fried rice. Gulp. Li Meiyu's beautiful eyes widened, instinctively glancing at the smiling Jiang Ling. No way, he actually served himself a bowl of barbecue rice. This guy doesn't seem too bad after all. Hee. Since you are giving Meiyu food, even if it's lowly food, Meiyu will graciously accept it in light of your sincerity. Li Meiyu said while reaching for the barbecue rice. Li Meiyu, feeling empty and heartbroken, how could there be such a spoiled blonde? Damn it, are you a baby? You want Meiyu to feed? As a maid, isn't it normal to feed the master? Jiang Ling opened his mouth, mimicking an odd gesture. Li Meiyu, feeling empty and heartbroken, how could there be such a spoiled blonde? Damn it, are you a baby? You want Meiyu to feed you? Li Meiyu pouted, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. How could she endure such humiliation? You don't want to write. Meiyu understands. Damn it. Now say to this bowl of barbecue rice, misai yaku, good magic fragrant fried rice, become even more delicious. Li Meiyu gritted her small silver teeth, her chest rising and falling violently. Now say to this bowl of barbecue rice, misai misai yaku yaku, good magic fragrant fried rice, become even more delicious. Li Mei, misai misai yaku yaku, good magic fragrant fried rice, become even more delicious. With each spoonful fed into Jiang Ling's mouth, the bottom of the bowl soon became visible. Li Meiyu fed spoonful after spoonful of barbecue rice into Jiang Ling's mouth, her cheeks unknowingly feeling it. Upon closer inspection, although the obnoxious blonde looked fierce and was overly muscular, he was actually quite handsome. What was Meiyu thinking? That obnoxious blonde was just that. Li Meiyu quickly shook her little head, clenching her small pink fist and cursing, "Damn obnoxious blonde. A perverted bastard one day. Meiyu will make you pay for this." But now, Meiyu needs to be patient. Being patient and open-minded leads to success. Meiyu, you can do it. Watching Li Meiyu lower her head, Jiang Ling stroked his chin. Getting her all riled up, this should lower her favorability rating a lot, right? However, just to be safe, he decided to drive her favorability to the lowest. Let her continue working for free. Go get me some dishes this time. I want Hokkaido mackerel and caviar cod sushi. Humph. Understood, Li Meiyu said with a sulky face. She would endure, but she wouldn't give him the slightest emotional value. No one would like a maid with a disdainful face. Perhaps he would think she was uninteresting and let her go. Hey, be a bit nicer, you don't want to be like Kexenshin. However, with her best friend being held by someone, it felt like a man being caught by a dam or a woman being grabbed. Meiyu, held captive, could only force a smile. Haha, understood. Master, I'll go right now. The passing waitress saw the daughter happily going to serve her father his favorite ingredients. She couldn't help but smile knowingly. What a pair of filial father and daughter. Since the Hokkaido mackerel was out of stock and needed to cue, Li Meiyu wouldn't be back so soon. Jiang Ling casually continued eating while opening the system panel. Ding, would you like to use the basic skill lottery? The random skill lottery obtained from the last selection hadn't been used yet. Draw. The next second, an additional item appeared in the basic attribute skill bar. Skill time pause 0. 5s, Spider Sense, Chin's Tai Chi Beginner, 100, Empty-Handed Catching Blade New. As everyone knows, once a question mark or a little red dot appears before you, no one can resist the urge to click it. 100, Empty-Handed Catching Blade. Description: you can accurately catch the blade edge of any incoming weapon with your hands, preventing it from striking down. Side effect: each time you catch a blade, you must stick close to a beautiful woman within 10 minutes to alleviate your desires otherwise. GG Bond, Jiang Ling 666. As if he had to stick close to a beautiful woman. What if there were no beautiful women around when he needed to use this skill? Even if there were beautiful women nearby, what excuse would he have to make a stranger agree to stick close? Violence. To be honest, he really didn't want to use violence against an innocent person. That didn't align with his true self. Sigh. In any case, it would be best to use it less in the future. He definitely needs to use it less. Suddenly, angry voices from the queue nearby caught Li Mei's attention. You dirty thing, how dare you cut in line? Get to the back. Hey, little beauty, do you know who I am? Among the crowd, a punk-dressed young man with purple hair and face piercings looked arrogantly. Go ask around who in this street doesn't know the notorious Purple Lord. How can you say I cut in line? Clearly you are the one standing where I should be. Crash. The glass in the purple-haired young man's hand shattered on the floor. The breaking glass signaled trouble. Nearby, several other punks in similar outfits strode over, aggressively standing beside the purple-haired thug. In an instant, the atmosphere turned tense and the crowd dispersed. Isn't that the guy from Lu Yes gang? What bad luck encountering them here. Many diners seeing those thugs showed disdain in their eyes, but not a single person dared to express it aloud. Lu Yes gang was a well-known biker gang in Shirlaw with over 200 members, rivaling the local upper echelon gang. Their organizational structure was like this: leader, cadre, squad leader. And the Purple Lord was the squad leader of the 7th Squad in Shinchuan Street. You dirty maggot, who do you think you are? Li Meiyu, already filled with pent-up anger, couldn't help but taunt back. Li Meiyu came from a conglomerate that was a level above gangs. She wouldn't even bother looking at such lowly thugs. If this was before her family had a falling out, forget about just arguing. If the purple-haired thug dared to make a sound, her bodyguard would shove his head into a motorcycle's exhaust pipe. But years of pampering had dulled her understanding of violence. Even without her family's protection, she still instinctively displayed her spoiled side. Smack. The next second, the plate in her hand was slapped away. Several mackerels and ice cubes went flying. The purple-haired thug's slap was powerful. The loud crash startled Li Meiyu, causing her to shudder. Her two slender white legs trembled, and even her gaze became a bit clearer. Mara, this guy. Seems like he really can hit people. At that moment, Li Mei's heart was in her throat, and she couldn't help but close her eyes tight. Hockey, you turned into Haji too. Little beauty, why don't you come sit on my number 9 electric bike? The purple-haired thug grinned slightly. He didn't expect to encounter such a stunning beauty while out for a meal. He teasing a bit. If she wants to leave, let her go. If she doesn't, just take her by force. Just as the purple-haired thug reached out to touch Mai's delicate and smooth little face, his wrist was suddenly gripped by an immense force. No matter how he tried to stretch forward, he remained stuck in midair, unable to move. Who? The purple-haired thug looked up in confusion. Against the light, he couldn't see the visitor's full appearance, but the tall figure was as formidable as a mountain loom. I am fine. Li Meiyu slowly opened her eyes, gazing blankly at the tall figure standing. His back stood like an unyielding wall, blocking every surge of malice, yet inexplicably calming the frantic rhythm of her heart. Who are you? Lu Zichuan furrowed his brow and tried to wrench his wrist free, only to find it locked in an iron grip so powerful it sent a jolt of shock through him. Jiang Ling paid him no heed. Instead, he turned slightly and murmured softly to Li Meiyu, who still stood dazed, "You go first." Off. Oh. Li Meiyu snapped back to awareness and immediately broke into a hurried trot, only for the three thugs to step forward in perfect unison, their smirks dripping with ill intent, forcing her once more into retreat. One of them snapped open a switchblade with a sharp click, its gleaming edge catching the light like a sliver of frozen moonlight. Shink shink. The blade's shrill whistle raised gooseflesh on every exposed inch of skin. Li Meiyu's face paled instantly, her slender legs trembled faintly, uncontrollably. We're doomed. There's a knife. Several diners nearby, spotting the glinting steel, abandoned their curiosity without hesitation and scattered. One patron lingered long enough to eye his freshly grilled meat mouth-watering, reluctant to let such a feast go to waste, and reach for a takeout box. But his companion kicked him hard, dragging him away while shouting, "Baka!" Still thinking about food. A gang war's erupting right before our eyes. It unfolded like a routine earthquake drill. Citizens of Shirlu City had long grown accustomed to witnessing armed brawls erupt mid-conversation, laughter giving way to flashing blades in the blink of an eye. So they dispersed with practiced ease, maintaining a safe distance to observe. As for calling the police, was anyone dead? No corpse, no report. Kid brute strength means nothing. This world runs on influence, not muscle. You stand alone. What do you think you'll accomplish against me? Even trapped Lu Zichuan showed no fear. He flicked his gaze sideways, and his men instantly closed in, forming a tight ring that enclosed Jiang Ling and Li Meiyu at its center. Think raw power makes you a hero saving damsels. Let me tell you, fools like you, we've slaughtered. He then swept a leering, lustful glance over Meiyu, licked his lips, and laughed loudly. He wants to play the savior. Well then, I'll defile her right before your eyes. Let you watch your goddess reduced to ruin. How deliciously twisted, Jiang Ling. So the cuckold's resolve has awakened. And 56. Are you some bandit king? And just what arrogance makes you believe a dozen knife-wielding lackeys could possibly overcome the sovereign of temporal suspension, though only for 0.5 seconds, a certified master of Qin-style Tai Chi, first-year adepta prodigy, whose killing intent perception extends even inward, and the undisputed lord of bare-handed blade interception. Ding. Host has entered Heroic Rescue narrative. Options unlocked. Option 1, sycophantic savior. Description: speak to Li Meiyu with obsequious flattery during rescue. Tone: subservient, addressing her as Meiyu-sama, worshipping her as a divine child goddess. Reward: armor, iron tortoise shell, impervious, but immobilized upon sighting Bob. Option 2, gentle-hearted gentleman. Description: comfort Meiyu-sama with tender, warm concern. Tone: tender and soothing, radiating affection hot enough to melt stars. Reward: skill 3, winter arrival, subtly alters local weather within a small radius into wintry chill. Precise temperature control. Option 3, unbroken war god. Description: single-handedly cradle Li Meiyu while defeating all thugs. Fight with the tragic grandeur of Yuji and Xiangyu, then seal victory with a firm protective embrace. Reward: Aura King's Conqueror Chi, beginner tier. Extremely taxing. Jiang Ling paused to reflect. Option 1 was worthless, discardable at a glance. Next he weighed options 2 and 3. The former granted localized weather manipulation, minor frost, and temperature control. The latter bestowed the Conqueror Chi from the Pirate King saga. Impractical against peers, yet devastating against foot soldiers. A highly efficient choice. After brief deliberation, Jiang Ling chose option 3. It was plain to any observer Meiyu cherished Koexien above her own purity in life, because Koexien, radiant as a sunbeam, had warmed Meiyu's icy heart, forged within a cold-blooded financial dynasty. Thus the gentle-hearted gentleman path would surely earn far greater favor than farewell, my concubine. Heroic rescue alone boosted affinity, add tenderness, and the effect multiplied. Beside him Li Meiyu, trembling like a frightened kitten beneath that predatory gaze, quickly ducked behind Jiang Ling's broad back. Pressing close to his wide, solid back brought her a fragile sense of safety. She instinctively patted her chest, exhaling in quiet relief. Though this brash blonde boy was insufferable, and had even threatened her with Koexien to force her into servitude, next to the grotesque, repulsive visage and soul of the violet-haired thug, even the stinky blonde seemed almost benign. I've said enough, still refusing to release me. You truly wish to feel steel? Lu Zichuan's expression darkened as Jiang Ling remained motionless, gripping his wrist. His right hand plunged into his pocket, drawing a switchblade. Insolence deserved death. Just as he lunged, onlookers heard a sharp crack. His blade arrested midair. Time froze. Then came Lu Zichuan's ear-splitting shriek. HH. My left hand. My left. His left arm hung grotesquely, bones jutting through torn skin held only by sinew and shredded flesh. His underlings stared stunned eyes wide with disbelief at Jiang Ling. Bro, seriously. Surrounded by a dozen armed youths. And you snap your boss's arm in front of everyone. Kill him. Kill him now. I'll take full responsibility. Lu Zichuan roared, mind unhinged. Jiang Ling turned, swept his arm around Mei Yu, drawing her into his embrace, but found movement restricted. So he lifted her smoothly onto his left forearm. Had a martial arts connoisseur witnessed this, he'd surely cry out. Who dares cosplay Gan Jiang and Mo Yi here? Yeah, Mei Yu gasped, her world suddenly soaring skyward. The drum-taut muscle beneath her palms radiated warmth rivaling sun-baked stone benches. Stupid blonde, what are you doing? Why lift Mei Yu like this without warning? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she instinctively clung tighter to his neck to keep from falling. There are too many enemies. I can't guard you and let you run. What if one sneaks up behind you? Jiang Ling sighed, exasperated. Hold on tighter. You jerk. You're just using this to grope Mei Yu. She shifted slightly, then froze, face blazing scarlet, utterly still. Lu Zichuan's howl shattered his men's stupor. They surged forward, switchblades gleaming. Before me, you're but worthless insects dare bark. How grating. Tanks have no rear-view mirrors, and neither do my fit. No. Jiang Ling shook his head. This wasn't sovereign aura. It was pure Chengdu Dragon King rhetoric laced with battlefield obsession stronger than nicotine addiction. The system demanded majestic declarations. Yet sometimes insufficient classical reading left one speechless. Dozens of knives flashed toward Jiang Ling, cold steel catching firelight like fangs. Stinky blonde, watch out. Mei Yu cried out, her arms tightening around his sturdy neck as blades stabbed forward. She imagined him lying motionless, riddled with wounds, his spirit already drifting home. Too terrible to be. When yin and yang invert, my demon blood shall stain the heavens crimson. Jiang Ling recalled the line from some forgotten novel. Quest Progress 10. It worked. Li Mei Yu. Wait, what are you spouting at a moment like this, you idiot? In the flash of lightning, blades neared his flesh. Yet Jiang Ling's expression remained unruffled. Zawarudo. Mayu-sama, watch closely. These 30 punches will be magnificent. Quest Progress 15. Time. Stopped. Sizzling oil froze mid-drip, flames collapsed into luminous orbs. Dozens of switchblades hung suspended in air, their wielders' faces frozen in excitement, anxiety, and cruel grins laid bare before Jiang Ling's gaze. He drew a deep breath, crouched low, arms coiling like springs, muscles swelling, power coalescing. Then, released in 0.0 seconds, his right fist exploded forward, Chin-style Tai Chi unleashed. A blinding flurry of strikes hammered into the thugs' chests. Thud thud thud. Aura, 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 ore. Who stands supreme at the end of the Tao road? Seeing me, even the sage bows empty. I am peerless beneath heaven, defying no god but the sky itself. I grasp sun and moon, pluck stars from heaven. I am unmatched in all creation. Whoosh! In a blink, several thugs near Jiang Ling flew backward as if repelled by an invisible barrier. Some crashed onto grilling tables, backs searing against scorching metal, jumping up screaming like slaughtered. The spectacle stunned every onlooker. Off. Mei Yu's mouth formed a perfect O, her dazed expression as endearing as an otter's. What a... Bystanders sucked in collective breaths, chilling the air by several degrees. A male. Giant. Lu Zichuan lay sprawled like a dead dog, eyes bulging. He couldn't believe half his elite crew had been hurled aside in an instant, or that this towering man possessed such terrifying mastery. This man already possesses captain-level strength. Without hesitation, Lu Zichuan dialed a number with his remaining left-hand voice trembling. Director. Urgent matter. Please come immediately. Ah, you're already in Gouching District. Excellent. Elsewhere, the remaining thugs exchanged glances, clenched jaws, knives raised. Their leader had spoken. Their pride demanded they advance. Mei Yu, grab my collar, not my hair. Jiang Ling sighed, wincing at the golden strands yanked loose in her. Yet Mei Yu's cheeks glowed warm, her eyes shimmering like water. She bit her silver teeth and muttered unnaturally flustered, humph. Your biceps are so hard. It's uncomfortable for Mei Yu. Shink. A butterfly knife slashed toward them. Jiang Ling dodged just in time, though Mei Yu still flinched. Shink shink. Blades pierced the air, startling Mei Yu repeatedly. Yet her fear gradually gave way to exhilaration. It felt like leaping from Mount Fuji, tethered only by a perfectly engineered bungee cord. You knew you wouldn't die, yet the brush with oblivion intoxicated. It felt like leaping from Mount Fuji, tethered only by a perfectly engineered bungee cord. You knew you wouldn't die, yet the brush with oblivion intoxicated you. And then there was that strange firm sensation of his biceps beneath her palms. Something inside her stirred away. Watching this brash blonde boy move with effortless grace, casually sending men flying, she felt an unfamiliar warmth bloom in her chest. Her initial resistance to being held softened into instinctive reliance, her body leaning closer, pressing nearer without thought. Quest Progress 20. Is Emperor Jiang present? Yes, I've always been here. Who dares claim invincibility? Which challenger dares proclaim himself undefeated? Soulbound winds swirl across realms. Heart Temple anchors the three worlds. Five-finger fist sword. Bakayaro. Why must I utter such nonsense? Utterly humiliating. Ugh. Another wave of thugs launched backward. Quest Progress 30. Before long, apart from Jiang Ling, no one else stood upright in the arena. The previously arrogant thugs lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Jiang Ling let out a sigh of relief. Having single-handedly taken down over a dozen thugs without any pressure, it seemed that his combat power was not just the strongest, but among the elite. He withdrew his arm and gently placed Mei Yu back on the ground. For some reason, a subtle sensation arose from the spot where she had just been sitting. A thin sheen of sweat formed from the contact of body heat and air. Only one strong hug was left to complete the task. Mei Yu. Jiang Ling looked down at the startled girl, directly asking, "What would happen if I hugged you tightly?" Oh. Mei Yu raised her misty eyes as if she had just come back to her senses from the intense scene. Immediately her cheeks flushed like a cat that had its tail stepped on, stamping her foot in embarrassment and anger. Humph. You little fish. Stinky yellow hair. Sure enough, you have bad intentions towards Mei Yu. Disgusting. Pervert. She covered her flushed face with her hand. So troublesome. What do you mean? Do you find Mei Yu troublesome? Mei Yu immediately lifted her head as if pricked by a needle. Mei Yu, you are now my maid, which means you are my personal property. How to handle you is naturally up to me. Jiang Ling spoke with a cold expression and a deliberately sarcastic tone. Consulting your opinion is merely a formality. He thought that the proud young lady, long neglected by her family, must have a high sense of self-importance. She could not tolerate having her pride trampled. What had just occurred should have greatly increased his favorability, otherwise Mei Yu wouldn't have looked so meek and only scolded him lightly. This hurtful remark could not only provide an excuse for the upcoming hug, but also severely suppress the favor she had just begun to develop. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Sure enough, Mei Yu bit her lower lip in anger, her thin lips pressed into a line as she cursed stinky yellow hair. Bastard. Who is your personal property? Pervert. Do you really think you are the master? I tell you, if Mei Yu gets serious, a single finger could crush you really. Jiang Ling smirked. It seemed his plan was indeed working, as a few casual words made Mei Yu jump in frustration. However, he remained unaware that her heart was racing wildly at that moment. This feeling of being forcefully declared own surprisingly made her experience a strange needed sense of existence, a certain indescribable emotion quietly awakened, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Jiang Ling, unaware of Mei Yu's unusual feelings, pressed his advantage, playfully lifting her delicate chin, forcing her to look up. Mei Yu-chan, do you still think of yourself as the high and mighty young lady? No, that is already a thing of the past. Now you are simply a maid who has submitted to me as stinky yellow hair that you once regarded as nothing. What do you have left apart from your spoiled temperament? Stinky yellow hair. Disgusting. Loli. Mei Yu lowered her head, her curses becoming incoherent, but her voice carried a barely noticeable tremor. Perhaps it was only at this moment that she realized that the proud young lady had truly become the servant of the despicable yellow hair. But why did she not dislike it in her heart? Why was her heart racing so fast? Clearly it was a transition from a high status to being lowly, yet she did not reject the idea of becoming a personal possession, or rather, his personal possession. Mei Yu is unclear. She only knew that the previous high and mighty young lady who seemed to live a glamorous life was actually just a puppet being manipulated, hiding a self-destructive heart behind a rebellious mask. Instead, she had resolutely decided to leave the life of the conglomerate over the past few days. Even if she became the prisoner of the stinky yellow hair, it still made her feel more alive than the previous decade. Her mind went blank and her cheeks burned astonishingly. Mei Yu, embarrassed and angry, extended her small pink fist and weakly pounded Jiang Ling's chest. Has she become so disgusted with me that she is willing to hit me? Surely her favorability must have plummeted to rock bottom, right? Jiang Ling grinned. The plan worked. Mei Yu-chan, apart from your master and Ko-Xian, no one else in this world cares about you. In an instant, her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. No way. In an instant, her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. No way. I didn't expect that just a few words could make Mei Yu so emotional, she nearly cried. Jiang Ling was taken aback and let go of her. He stopped bullying Mei Yu, as his goal was to lower her favorability, not to bully her. That should be enough. Humph. Mei Yu bit her lower lip, lifting her shimmering eyes, stubbornly turning her head away. Stinky yellow hair. I won't say it. Then forget it as you wish. Humph. Stinky yellow hair, don't think that Mei Yu is— She suddenly muttered softly, her voice as faint as a mosquito. You protected Mei Yu so? Thank you. Jiang Ling was somewhat surprised, rubbing her little head. Mei Yu, is your brain broken? Huh, your brain is broken. Mei Yu just doesn't want to be looked down upon. Understand. Mei Yu angrily pinched his arm. Suddenly her tender white cheeks flushed bright red. Thump thump thump. At that moment a rhythmic heart-pounding sound came from behind. Immediately her internal alarm bells rang. Passive skill murderous intent perception activated. A flash of blinding cold light caught her peripheral vision, and her body reacted faster than her brain. In an instant. Smash for Ludo. Time paused for 0.5 seconds. He pulled Mei Yu and swiftly dodged to the side. Whoosh. A sharp sound of slicing air rushed past, and a gleaming samurai sword struck fiercely against the marble table where they had just been standing. Jiang Ling managed to pull Mei Yu just in time. Boom. The solid table made of high-purity marble at least half a meter thick was actually cleaved in two by the samurai sword. Jiang Ling. Where did this superhuman come from? Shattered pieces flew towards the two, but Jiang Ling's sturdy body blocked them all. Drip drip. The marble shards embedded into his flesh, piercing capillaries, causing blood to drip out. Seeing the blood, Mei Yu's flushed face turned pale all of a sudden. Her delicate little legs trembled like sieve rice, and with a thud she knelt on the ground. Then another flash of cold light appeared, aimed straight at Jiang Ling's head. Time was still on cooldown. This time Jiang Ling didn't hesitate and immediately used 100 barehanded sword reception. Bang! The steel blade was firmly clamped between his palms, unable to move a single inch. Jiang Ling then raised his leg and kicked the sword-wielding person, sending him flying several meters. The man steadied himself in midair and landed firmly on the ground at the entrance. Interesting, no wonder you could beat Zichuan into a pulp. Your reflexes are quite impressive. Jiang Ling focused his gaze. At the entrance stood a man dressed in traditional samurai attire, his complexion pale, and not like a weathered warrior, but rather like a fledgling scholar. He carried two plain white scabbards at his waist, and just by looking at the texture one could tell they were made of high-quality wood. As for the sword at his waist, one was firmly gripped in his hand, while the other was deeply embedded in the marble. This guy was a dual-wielding swordsman. The first sword he threw over easily sliced through the thick marble, even if Jiang Ling dodged. If he hadn't used 100 barehanded sword reception, the second sword that had him pinned down would definitely have severed his head. Looks like I've encountered an extraordinary person. Jiang Ling cursed his bad luck in silence. Although the number of extraordinary individuals was rare, the probability of encountering one was not zero. Such individuals were defined as those possessing powers beyond ordinary limits. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ma Sheng-Isin, born in the original Kyoto martial arts family, 21 years old, unmarried, residing at No. 13, Shihu Haiqing Street. Ma Sheng-Isin's fair smile felt like a spring breeze. Just by looking at his exterior it was clear, this guy was hiding a lot. I didn't expect that behind the small Zichuan was such an incredible figure. Jiang Ling understood that he must not show fear at this moment. He had to pretend that he had someone backing him. Calm and collected. So Jiang Ling did not make any movements and looked at him with indifferent eyes. The two stared at each other. Department. Chief. You finally came. Woo-woo. Lu Zichuan cried as if he had seen his father rushing to cling to Isin's pant leg. Get lost. Ma Sheng's expression turned cold, and he kicked the sobbing Lu Zichuan away. If looks could kill, Lu Zichuan would have died 100 times. Lu Zichuan immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word, his head drooping like a quail. Ma Sheng-Isin no longer paid him any attention, and smiled at Jiang Ling. May I ask your name? I am Jiang Ling. No changes in my name or surname. My surname is Chun, and my given name is Yi. No matter what, revealing one's true name was always a foolish act. As for Chun Yi, private matters. Chun Yi. Ma Sheng-Isin nodded, then asked, does Brother Chun have a surname from before? Daxiao people after the name change movement have migrated here, no Japanese name. Are you interested in joining the Flowing Night Alliance? No. All right, Ma Sheng-Isin nodded, giving him a meaningful glance. Then he calmly stepped forward, pulled out the samurai sword embedded in the marble table, and dragged the half-dead Lu Zichuan away. Jiang Ling. This scene left Jiang Ling astonished. No way, just like that they left without taking a single cloud with them. Well, that's fine. If it came to a real fight, his winning chance would be at most 50%. After all, the other party had a knife, and he had no armed color, which put him at a natural disadvantage. Seeing that, Ma Sheng-Isin really left Jiang Ling's side in relief and looked down at the trembling Mei Yu. Stinky, yellow hair Mei Yu. Mei Yu is fainting from the blood. Mei Yu tightly shut her eyes, her trembling little hands clutching at his clothes. So cute. You hurry up and stop the bleeding. She squinted her eyes, seeing that his back was still covered in blood, urging him with a teary voice. 666. Jiang Ling was speechless, reaching out to pull out the small stones embedded in his skin. Do you think I have blood platelets all over my body just because you say stop the bleeding? Then what should I do? Mei Yu doesn't dare to open her eyes. Then you can call Just as Jiang Ling was about to suggest she call a car home, an inexplicable surge of restlessness rose in his lower abdomen. Hiss! Almost forgot the 100 barehanded sword reception has side effects. He now needed to find a beautiful girl to get close to. But where is there a beautiful girl? However, there is Meiyu. After a moment of silence, he glanced at the system panel. Task progress 60. Forget it, let's just complete the progress in one go, but this will likely make Li Meiyu utterly despise, or even hate him, right? After much hesitation, he ultimately decided to go for it. Meiyu, I told you, you are my personal property. Li Meiyu, who had been urging him, felt her heart skip a beat, her chattering mouth instantaneously silenced. That strange feeling emerged again. Then Jiang Ling scooped her up in his arms, unable to help but swallow hard. Thump thump thump. Li Meiyu's heart raced uncontrollably. Her petite figure sank into his warm and solid embrace, as if a tightly shut door within her heart had been forcefully pried open. Stinky yellow hair, bastard. What do you want to do to Meiyu while taking advantage of her? She blushed brightly, covering her eyes with her small hands, yet found herself devoid of any power to resist, her body slightly trembling. The delightful scent wafted into his nostrils. Her adorable face, smooth twin tails, and sweet body like a cake, all challenged his reason, enticing him. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, steeled his resolve, and tightened his arms, pressing their bodies closely together like a couple madly in love. Li Meiyu's mind went blank, feeling a dizzying warmth where their chests pressed tightly together. In her ears was his burning breath, and his strong arms supported her body. Clearly she was being taken advantage of by the detested yellow hair. But why? Did an indescribable complex feeling surge within her heart? Her half-closed eyes shimmered with moisture, her breathing involuntarily quickening. So secure, so warm. It was as if a person who had drifted at sea for too long had finally found a safe harbor. This was the first time she felt such warmth and stability from someone other than Koexian. Feeling at ease. Task progress 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Hockey Conqueror's Hockey Begin. At the moment he heard the system notification, Jiang Ling nearly shed tears. Finally it was over. At Lu Yi Bar, inside a VIP private room, Lu Zichuan, battered and bandaged like a lifeless dog, knelt before Ma Shinjixin with abject humility. Elder cousin, are we truly letting him off like this? Zichuan, I've told you, address me by title when we're outside. Ma Shinjixin's voice was cold and detached. A half-meter-tall wooden tub stood before the sofa. Ma Shinjixin rolled up his trousers and submerged his lower legs entirely into the emerald-hued medicinal bath, emitting a faint, almost imperceptible sigh. Haha, there's no one else around, is there? Lu Zichuan scratched his head. So when do we go after him? Go ahead, if you wish to die. Ma Shinjixin closed his eyes. Huh. Lu Zichuan's eyes widened. That guy, even at his strongest, he can't possibly rival an internet troll, right? Besides, isn't you the undisputed top martial artist of Shirlu stepping in? In truth, Lu Yimanji was no ordinary Bosazoka gang on the surface. Half a month earlier, the Bai Long Hui had been annihilated by the Hei Long Zhu over certain affairs. The surviving members relocated to Shirlu to rebuild their organization, but to evade scrutiny rebranded themselves as Lu Yimanji and adopted the outward guise of a street gang. And its senior cadre, his own elder cousin Ma Shinjixin, had once held legendary titles in Kyoto's underworld, Twin Flow Sword Demon, and contemporary Miyamoto. Though Kyoto remained uncertain, his strength in Shirlu stood unchallenged, the absolute apex. Today, saving you cost me 2 consecutive uses of Tsubame Geishi. Ma Shinjixin spoke indifferently. As he spoke, he lifted his leg from the tub. Only then, through the tinted medicinal liquid, did Lu Zichuan see the true state of his cousin's leg. Dense serpentine veins bulging beneath the skin, some areas oozing dark crimson blood. The aftermath of overusing Tsubame Geishi repeatedly. Lu Zichuan instinctively drew a sharp, chilling breath, speechless with shock. 2 Tsubame Geishi strikes. How could he possibly evade both? Yet evade he did, Ma Shinjixin murmured, narrowing his eyes as he lowered his leg back into the tub. My blade, even the chief himself dares not block it, Heaton. In all of Shirlu, fewer than 5 could dodge my Tsubame Geishi twice. And the speed with which he evaded my first strike, I couldn't even track it. In other words, his speed surpasses me. Lu Zichuan stared dumbfounded, inwardly exclaiming, no way. I simply stepped out for dinner and teased a schoolgirl and suddenly stumbled upon a superhuman. And here in this remote backwater town of Shirlu. What is this? A world-class demon lord humbled in a high-stakes arena who retreats to a beginner's village expecting easy prey, only to find a level-maxed hero waiting there instead. Yet his cousin's next words struck Lu Zichuan with genuine awe and a shiver of dread. Ma Shinjixin sighed. Had my expression not remained utterly impassive, had I not frightened him into believing I held hidden reserves, I doubt either of us would have walked out that door alive. If he'd struck again, I'd have had no choice but to kneel. Lu Zichuan. Good heavens. So even then his elder cousin had been trembling on the edge of surrender. That man named Chen Yi, truly terrifying. Given all this, do you still intend to seek vengeance? Lu Zichuan shook his head violently. Just being alive is already the greatest grace. Yet, testing him remains permissible, Ma Shinjixin replied with a faint smile, shifting his tone. He stroked his chin, already sketching a strategic blueprint in his mind. I noticed his school badge. He's a student at Shirlu University. The Snake Venom Gang maintains informants in Shirlu, planning to establish a pipeline smuggling narcotics into the university. First investigate Chun Yi's background, then sabotage their operation and provoke the Snake Venom Gang into harassing him. Lu Zichuan's eyes gleamed. Elder cousin, that's precisely the 36 stratagems, using another spear to kill his own man. Let them tear each other apart. Whichever side wins or loses, it's an immense boon for Lu Yi Manji. Execute this flawlessly. Under no circumstances must the fire reach us, Ma Shinjixin said, adjusting to a more comfortable reclining posture before waving him off. Go. Also inform the chief. I'll be taking a week's sick leave. Understood. As twilight deepened, the glow of city lights bloomed over Heo Yunlai residential complex. A tall man and a petite girl approached a weathered, aging apartment building tucked into a corner. The man walked ahead, the petite girl followed closely behind. Why are you tailing me instead of going home? Jiang Ling turned exasperated upon reaching the building entrance. After leaving the yakiniku restaurant, he tended his wounds and called a taxi for Li Meiyu. Yet she, rather than heading home, ordered the driver to secretly follow him all the way to his residence. Oomph. Li Meiyu let out an adorable little huff, turning her head away while twisting a strand of hair gently with her delicate thumb. How do I know you'll keep your word? What if you hypnotize Xian the moment my back is turned, and do those things? So I'll supervise you, constantly. Do I strike you as that kind of person? Don't you? You foul blonde-haired brute. You just now groped Meiyu, touched her indecently, spouted those utterly deplorable, repulsive lines. Recalling the moment Jiang Ling had tightly embraced her, Li Meiyu's ears flushed deeper red, and her indeed supervision was only one motive. The other was Li Meiyu's newly devised revenge plan, the Jiang juice extraction operation. Sigh. Jiang Ling sighed, tilting his face upward at a 45-degree angle toward the night sky. His grievances ran too deep for words. Yet objectively speaking, what Li Meiyu claimed wasn't entirely unfounded. He was a pervert. It was peak rent increase season. Eviction notices plastered the building lobby. Moi. Merely 70,000 yen per month. Uft, truly fitting for paupers. Li Meiyu curled her lips disdainfully after glancing at the rental posters. Jiang Ling. So what exactly do you want? I'm staying with you. Li Meiyu planted her hands on her hips, a faint blush rising across her cheeks. Fearing Jiang Ling might misinterpret, she hastily clarified. Of course Meiyu is merely monitoring you, purely for surveillance. Nothing more. Don't assume cohabitation grants you license to boss Meiyu around. Jiang Ling 666. Exactly as scripted. To rescue her best friend, he chose cohabitation, only to lose himself instead of saving her. Except in the original narrative, cohabitation resulted from his coercion. Now Meiyu volunteered. Still, upon reflection, having her live under his roof wasn't necessarily disadvantageous. His standing in Meiyu's eyes had likely plummeted to the level of a contemptible lecher. She loathed him utterly. Consider this, sometimes even glimpsing someone you despise makes you itch to slap them. How much more unbearable would shared living be? Her revulsion would only intensify. No intimacy could ever blossom. Without intimacy, there'd be no cuckold. Secondly, with Meiyu residing nearby, he could discreetly oversee her, preventing further entanglements with reckless hotheads. Thud. He shut the door and slipped on his slippers. His apartment was modest. Just 11.5 tatami mats, total 6 mats for the living room, 3 for bathroom and toilet combined, and 2.5 for kitchen and balcony. The entire living room overflowed with clutter, clothes, socks, underwear, sneakers, assorted workout gear. Li Meiyu pinched her nose in disgust, shaking her head. Ugh, gross, you otaku creep. The bottom shelf of that wall cabinet is empty. Take bedding from the upper shelf and make yourself a bed. Jiang Ling pointed toward the cabinet. After all, space was tight. 2 people sleeping there would force them to share the same mat. What a... You expect Meiyu to sleep in a cabinet? Doraemon sleeps in cabinets. Can't you manage a bit of compromise? That's not the same. Minnow. Jiang Ling measured her height with a grin. You're barely over 140 centimeters. Hardly taller than Doraemon, really. Li Meiyu bristled like an enraged kitten, stomping hard on his foot and hissing. Foul blonde-haired brute. Don't call Meiyu short. Foul, foul, foul. When one is utterly powerless, even a hiss becomes endearing. I'll tidy up first. Go play on your phone and don't disturb me. Ignoring her hisses, Jiang Ling rubbed his temples. Back from school all day, only to launch into deep cleaning. This sting of irony mirrored Friday dismissal, only to discover you'd been assigned cleanup duty. Who among you understands my anguish? At last, after sweeping everything clean, he could finally luxuriate in a soothing bath. Stepping into the steaming bathtub, his body sank, slowly releasing the fatigue of an entire day. His thoughts drifted to today's events, especially that swordsman Ma Shinjixin. Jiang Ling sighed, deeply pressing fingers to his forehead. If this were a game, Am I even past the opening cutscene yet? How on earth did I encounter a transcendent being capable of cleaving solid marble half a meter thick in a single stroke? Is there any law left? Any justice? Did they balance this game with their feet? Clearly, the supernatural forces of this world far exceeded his imagination. Even in this provincial backwater city of Shirlu, within a third-rate gang, extraordinary individuals emerged effortlessly. I'll need to tread carefully henceforth, Jiang Ling murmured, shaking his head as he fully reclined into the bath. His back wound was trivial, merely superficial abrasions. It had already healed by the time he returned home. During his soak, Jiang Ling opened the description of his new ability, Supreme Aura. Supreme Aura Basic Level. Description can be unleashed via a piercing glare, capable of stunning all individuals within a 10-meter radius whose strength, speed, and spiritual resilience fall below 1/10 of yours. Side effect: prolonged glaring causes ocular dryness. Regular use of eye drops is advised. Fairly standard, but why do all my acquired abilities carry debilitating side effects? Jiang Ling massaged his brow. Suddenly his phone, resting beside the tub, buzzed with an incoming message. Notification. Friendly reminder: due to exceptional circumstances, tuition fees for this semester have increased by 30%. Please settle payment within 2 weeks of receiving this notice, or risk expulsion. Oh, tuition hike notification. I swear, I'll curse that DJ. Jiang Ling gritted his teeth. Truly, misfortunes never came singly. If memory served, the story's central catalyst was precisely this: Shirlu University's tuition surging by 100,000 yen, with no compensation, and interest rates on student loans simultaneously raised. The fallout was catastrophic. Many impoverished students dropped out to work manual labor docks, construction sites, or joined the infamous 3 lucky treasures. As for young women, those with better economic footing resorted to selling their bodies in red light districts. Naturally, handsome young men could likewise carve out reputations and fortunes in those very districts. Most crucially, this crisis indirectly pushed Yin Yu, whom he'd previously manipulated, to sell herself again to cover tuition. Then came gambling, drugs, and debauchery. Her descent into ruin offered up to darkness. Jiang Ling counted on his fingers. According to the original timeline, she'd be expelled in roughly 2 weeks for unpaid tuition. But honestly, I'm barely keeping my own head above water. Jiang Ling whispered softly. Did he have money? He had damn near nothing. How then would he acquire funds? He paused, then dialed a number. Beep beep. The line connected swiftly. Muffled sounds echoed. Pong. Chow. Like tiles clacking. Hello, uncle. A pause. Then another pong, before a gruff voice replied, what is it? Add 11,000 yen to my monthly allowance. That sum wouldn't just cover the tuition shortfall. It could also aid Yin Yu. After all, she'd fallen short by mere tens of thousands. Enough to tip her onto an irreversible path. Just a few thousand yen. Silence stretched long on the other end. So profound, even the muffled pong. Chow. Zimo faded. No money. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Rulong's coarse, indifferent voice finally rumbled forth. Jiang Ling waited, then calmly stated, before they passed, my parents entrusted you with covering all my university expenses. If you cannot fulfill that promise, return the 300 square meter Tokyo property registered under my father's name to me immediately. Another heavy silence ensued, accompanied only by the wet rhythmic smacks of chain smoking. Maximum increase 2,000 yuan for living expenses. 11,000. Jiang Ling declared, unwavering. A derisive snort crackled down the line, followed by a dull tap against wood. Have you lost your mind? Or have I? Jiang Rulong's voice rose sharply. Damn it. I slave away month after month, earning near hundreds of thousands, yet I've already given you 100,000. And now you demand 11 more. Then return my father's 300 square meter property to me, Jiang Ling replied, evenly. The silence lasted a full minute. So complete, even the mahjong tiles fell quiet. 7,000. That's the absolute limit. 1 extra yen, and I hang up immediately. Jiang Ling deal. Shortly after, 7,000 yen landed in his bank account. Alright. Next, how do I earn the remaining 4,000? Currently, 3 paths presented themselves. First, escalate exploitation of juniors and seniors, extorting them ruthlessly. Unlikely, no chance. He wasn't the original host. Bullying the weak violated his principles. Second, secure part-time employment. Ideally near campus, and officially registered with the university. So troublesome, Jiang Ling mused. Knock 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 knock. Mayu impatiently tapped the frosted glass door of the bathroom, her twin-tailed silhouette shimmering faintly on its surface. What? It's your fault I didn't get grilled meat. I'm starving. Starving. Li Mayu declared, voice petulant yet sweet. There's instant noodles in the kitchen cabinet. Jiang Ling splashed water on his face. Humph. Mayu would never eat such lowly fare. Jiang Ling. Then what would you like? I want your grilled meat, the kind you made at Lao Chi Jia. Recalling that culinary masterpiece, Li Mayu swallowed. Understood. Wait for me. Jiang Ling sighed resignedly, ending his bath. Flames flickered in the kitchen. Soon a plate of grilled meat over rice appeared. Li Meiyu's eyes sparkled. She cried, "All of it belongs to Meiyu." She lunged forward, devouring it like a voracious hamster, grease glistening on her cheeks. "By the way, I'm looking for part-time work. As a wealthy heiress, do you have any special connections?" "Part-time work. I recall." Mid-sentence, Li Meiyu abruptly clamped her mouth shut, shaking her head frantically. "No, Meiyu knows nothing." Jiang Ling 666. Mayukin, you truly wear your heart on your sleeve. Well then, let fate unfold step by step. Earning money could wait. If desperate, he could always freeze time and deliver takeout. Hey, foul blonde brute. Meiyu refuses to sleep in that cabinet. Li Meiyu puffed her cheeks and pursed her lips. Watching her adorable expression, Jiang Ling felt the urge to lower her affection further, so he assumed an aloof, commanding stance. "Listen well, Mayukin, you're merely my personal maid. Allowing you any sleeping space is already a privilege. Push further, and your master may punish you severely, until you're utterly ruined. You know my methods well." Yeah. His domineering presence, possessive rhetoric, and towering frame sent Li Meiyu's heart pounding wildly. Her fair cheeks flushed pink, her slender thighs pressed together instinctively. So hateful, that sensation returned. Damn you. Why does this feeling arise only in your presence? Watching Li Meiyu's lovely face shift from pale ivory to rosy warmth, Jiang Ling shook his head, murmuring wryly, blushing again. Truly a fragile, inexperienced little girl. Her porcelain complexion deepened further, flushed as though ready to bleed. Jiang Ling shook his head, murmuring wryly, blushing again. Truly a fragile, inexperienced little girl. Her porcelain complexion, I may not grasp how to raise affection, but lowering it, that I master perfectly. Foul blonde brute, I hate you. Die a million times. Ultimately, Meiyu acquiesced to sleeping in the cabinet. Meiyu will live with you. At night, in the Huchuan ramen shop. The place is sparsely populated, and the shop is closed. "Kushin-chan, please help mom take the clean dishes outside, arigato." A middle-aged woman by the washing sink shouted towards the stairway. It was a traditional ramen shop, operating on the first floor while residing on the second. The sound of footsteps echoed from the stairs. "Got it, mom." The cute little white rabbit pajamas swayed as Ouyang Koexian dashed down the stairs to help her mother with the remaining tasks, while her mother went upstairs to take a bath, rubbing her sore back. Ding ding. Her phone lit up, a message from the contact, Brother Chunyi. Kushin-chan, I'm really sorry about it. Hands together. JPG. Ouyang Kuzin's eyes dimmed, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face. In the past, she would usually reply immediately to Chin Yi's messages. He used to be sunny and cheerful, but after going to university, he seemed to quickly fall into a state of disarray, and their relationship gradually became more distant, yet they remained friends. But this time Chun Yi went too far. His betrayal made Koexian very sad, and she felt completely excluded from the realm of friendship. After some thought, she put down her dishes and began typing a few words on the screen. "Why?" After a long silence, the reply came, I was forced, Kushin-chan. I was beaten up and I swore to resist, but they threatened my family. That's why I did this. And at that time, I really did try my best to stop everything from happening. Injuries all over my body. JPG Red Beans, Private Mars. She recalled the Chun Yi brother who was responsible and sunny in her. Ouyang Koexian felt a strong sense of disconnection within, unable to understand when exactly Chun Yi had transformed into his current self. Deceit, cowardice, a facade of bravado. Brother Chun Yi, when you lie you always rattle off a long string of words. Ouyang Kuzin's finger hovered over the button, but after a moment of thought, she silently deleted it. After all, the two families had been neighbors since their parents' generation, and their social circles overlapped significantly, plus, they had borrowed money from the Chin family. Her emotions told her she should sever ties with Chun Yi, who had done such outrageous things. But her rational side kept pulling her back. If mom knew about this, she would definitely pry into the details. What if she told her that she was bullied at school? She would surely be very upset. Mom had been shouldering her own and her sister's lives alone for so long. Some things cannot be told to mom, because even if she knew, there would be nothing she could do, only able to cry secretly in the lonely night. Ouyang Koexian was innocent, but she was not foolish. She understood that some things ultimately had to be compromised. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chun Yi with patches on his body lay in bed staring intently at his phone, feeling anxious, as Ouyang Koexian didn't reply. After all, no matter what, he had to earn Ku Zinkin's forgiveness. If Kushin-chan deleted him from her friends, he would be helpless against Wang Jiahao's threats, and could only endure being beaten. After all, Kushin-chan was naive and silly, surely his explanation would cause her to waver. Besides, didn't he have pictures of himself being beaten? Pictures are proof. Although he was beaten by a blonde punk from class, he could easily twist the truth to say that he was doing it for Kushin-chan, swearing he was beaten into submission and had no choice but to agree to send an invitation. Earning forgiveness was highly probable. He carefully sent a voice message. Hey, Kushin-chan, could you please forgive me? Soon after, a message, yes. Chun Yi's eyes lit up, unable to resist, clenching his fists. Now he could sleep without worries. On the other side, Ouyang Koxian finished her remaining chores and returned to her room. Outside the window the night was hazy and the ceiling fan in the room emitted a faint swaying sound. Click, lights out. Night gives one a supernatural ability called fantasy. For some unknown reason Ouyang Koxian couldn't fall asleep. She tossed and turned, and before she knew it a tall knight, with a paper box on his head appeared in her mind. His warm embrace and friendly words seemed to linger in her ears. Mr. Knight, what does your face look like beneath that paper box? The 3 white eyes peeking from the box gave a sense of reassurance. Drowsiness hit, and Kushinshan fell asleep, hugging her large rabbit plush. The next morning in the early light, Jiang Ling quickly washed up and woke the still sleeping Li Meiyu. Please help this young lady with her clothes. Li Meiyu rubbed her sleepy eyes instinctively, mistaking Jiang Ling for a maid. Jiang Ling. Stinky brat, open your eyes wide and see who I am. Bang. A punch landed heavily on Mei Yes' head, causing her to roll around in pain, her tender, white legs flailing, quickly grimacing. Stinky blonde. There's no female school uniform, so wear yesterday's clothes, and the socks too. And since we're roommates you need to pay the rent, a measly 5,000 yen. The young lady wouldn't be unable to pay, right? After a good night's sleep the guilt from eating Li Mei's tofu had diminished significantly, allowing him to say these words with ease. Meiyu. I have no money. Li Meiyu pouted upon hearing about the rent. Jiang Ling. Mei's card has been frozen, and I've spent all the cash I had. Damn, a freeloader. Indeed, this was Li Mei's juicing Jiang Ling operation. Eating Jiang Ling's food, living in Jiang Ling's place, and spending Jiang Ling's money. After all, didn't he say he would make her his maid? Which maid doesn't get free meals and accommodation? Since she gets free meals and accommodation, she would thoroughly drain Jiang Ling. As for the responsibilities a maid should fulfill, just slacking off, didn't you say you wanted Meiyu to be your maid? Why are you asking Meiyu for rent? That's really low. Jiang Ling. Alright, I'm truly amused. Since that's the case, I will have to use some very strong measures. For some reason Li Meiyu felt her heart race a bit faster, but she still tilted her little head and said nonchalantly, humph. Bring it on. Meiyu is not afraid. 10 minutes later. Climbing uphill, Li Meiyu struggled to pedal her bike, looking back with tears in her eyes at Jiang Ling, who was sitting in the back seat playing on his phone, and lamented. I'm sorry, Meiyu was wrong. Going uphill is really exhausting. Shirlu University. After the second class in the morning, a new message arrived on my phone. It was a message from Ouyang Kursin. In the picture, Kursin was wearing the iconic long JK uniform of Shirlu University, her delicate white legs snugly wrapped in thick white stockings, exuding a sense of innocence and warmth. Just looking at it made a fragrant breeze swirl around my nose. Ah, so cute. I involuntarily swallowed my fingertips, tapping out a reply on the screen. After a moment, Kursin sent another message. Mr. Cardboard Knight, do you have time for lunch? If possible, please come to the rooftop of the teaching building in Area C. I made a lunchbox. I really appreciate your help last time. I was taken aback, alarms ringing in my heart. Oh no, it's the combined attack of rooftop and homemade lunch. It seems that my casual help last time has made Kursin develop an affection for me, or rather for the identity of Cardboard Knight, beyond my expectations. Even if it can't be called love, this level of affection has clearly crossed the safety line. I must lower the affection level. I thought for a moment and typed a reply. Sorry, I don't have time. Oh, alright. Disappointment. JPG. To be honest, facing such a kind and gentle girl like Ouyang Kursin, who radiates maternal warmth, I couldn't think of any effective cooling strategies for the time being. For now, keeping my distance seems to be the only choice. Meanwhile, in classroom B of Area C, Ouyang Kursin's slightly flushed cheeks were resting against the cold desk surface, her gaze fixated on her phone screen. Seeing that rejection reply, she sighed softly, a hint of uncontainable disappointment welling up in her heart. Mr. Knight is really mysterious. Kursin propped her chin on her hand, the image of the tall man, wearing a cardboard box resurfacing in her mind. That intense, inscrutable aura lightly brushed against her heart, like a feather, giving rise to an uncontrollable desire to explore. The more Mr. Knight avoided her, the more it sparked her curiosity. What was his name? What did he look like? Just as Kursin was lost in her thoughts, a pair of restless little hands suddenly wrapped around her waist from behind. Kexenshin, did you bring Mayu's lunch? Li Meiyu said with a grin, playfully pinching her soft side. Meiyu. Stop it, that tickles. Kursin laughed lightly, twisting her body to escape, then quickly turned to hug her good friend. She then hurriedly took out the prepared lunchboxes from her bag, a total of 3. Li Meiyu took one of the boxes, a bit curious, and asked, Kursin, who else did you bring one for? It's for Chun Yaich. Kursin lied, using Chun Yi as a shield. Huh, he's not even in the same class as you anymore. Why are you still bringing him one? Let's not talk about that, Mayukin. Kursin stammered, fearing that saying too much would reveal her little secret, and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Meiyu, since you're running away from home, do you want to stay at my place? With the topic turned to herself, Li Meiyu immediately became a bit awkward. She picked up a piece of small octopus sausage and stuffed it into her mouth, mumbling, well, about that. Miyu has already found a place to stay. Oh then. Oh Yang Kursin blinked her clear beautiful eyes and smiled. Can I come to observe? In fact, Kursin also had her own little scheme in mind. In the past, she would always go home with Chunyi after school, but ever since the last incident, she had subconsciously begun to avoid him. Just like this morning, she deliberately left early and took the train to school alone just to avoid running into him. Huh, this. Li Miyu was taken aback, dropping the small octopus she was holding back into the lunchbox. Is it inconvenient? Kursin asked tentatively. If Miyu found it inconvenient, she naturally wouldn't insist, but would have to think of another reason to avoid Chunyi. Haha, how could it be? Li Miyu laughed heartily, though her mind was made up. She thought that when school ended she would tell that stinky yellow-haired guy to stay at a hotel. Well, that stinky yellow-haired guy should help Miyu, right? Well, he should, shouldn't he? Meanwhile, on the rooftop of Building A, Jiang Ling was biting into a fried noodle bun while opening the photo sent by Kursin, again unable to help but exclaim, just looking at Kursin's photo, I could easily finish 3 bowls of rice. Just as he finished the last bite of the bun, his extraordinarily keen hearing caught an unusual sound coming from. Listening closely, it was the sound of the girls' bathroom downstairs. Clap, clap, clap. That was the crisp sound of flesh striking flesh. Jiang Ling's first reaction was that someone was playing outside, but upon listening more closely, he heard a sharp female voice. Yan Yu, how dare you flirt with my Hao? You've got some nerve. Slap. Another loud slap, followed by a dull thud reminiscent of a stick striking flesh. Oh, you still dare to glare at me? Alan shoved her head into the water. Big sister. Her eyes are so fierce I'm afraid she'll bite me. Useless, let me handle it. The sound of rushing water abruptly filled the air. If I see you talking to Hao again, it won't just be a water bait. Have you seen Alan use that toilet? I bet you wouldn't want to taste its saltiness. Inside the girls' bathroom, a group of girls with colorful hair and trendy outfits formed a circle. In the center, Yin Yu was drenched and in a sorry state. Her once clean school uniform was stained and soaked, her fair cheeks marked with swollen fingerprints, a few damp strands of hair sticking messily to her forehead and cheeks, making her look even paler and more fragile. Her beautiful eyes revealed a deep weariness and hatred. She didn't understand. Clearly it was that boy named Wang Jiahao who kept approaching her, and she hadn't responded even once. How did it turn into her seducing her boyfriend in Lu Li's eyes? Does this world have no logic? I didn't flirt with your boyfriend. Yin Yu raised her eyes, her voice cold and clear, filled with a weak stubbornness. Lu Li, who had already planned to leave, suddenly halted, turning around angrily, her gaze seemingly ready to devour Yin Yu. Before Yin Yu could react, another vicious slap landed on her face. Slap. Stinky brat, dare to talk. Alan, strip her of her clothes and post the pictures online. Let everyone see this stinky brat's disgrace. Alan. Big sister, how about you do it? Alan blinked, thinking in her heart, what if they pushed too hard, and the other party retaliated desperately? Useless. Lu Li shot a disdainful glare at Alan, then forcefully grabbed Yin Yu's collar and yanked it. Rip! The buttons of the school uniform shirt flew off, exposing the cute polka dot bra beneath to the air. Lu Li wore a mocking and cruel smile. How looks like your assets aren't that impressive either. Yin Yu's icy facade finally shattered, a flicker of panic crossing her face. She desperately covered her chest with her arms, instinctively curling her body back until her back pressed tightly against the cold tiled wall. Don't. Huh. You think saying don't will stop me? Lu Li sneered, delivering several more slaps that made Yin Yu's lips bleed. Don't. Huh. You think saying don't will stop me? Lu Li sneered, delivering several more slaps that made Yin Yu's lips. Retribution. My boyfriend is Wang Jiahao. Who dares to retaliate against me in Shirlu? Lu Li laughed maniacally. Although I don't really want to get involved in this kind of thing, you guys are going too far. Suddenly Lu Li's movements halted as she instinctively turned to look back. At the doorway stood a man with a cardboard box that read fried noodle bun on his head, his figure looking exceptionally tall and intimidating against the light. Behind the 2 casually poked holes were a pair of cold, aggressive, and piercing eyes silently scanning each person in the bathroom. Behind the 2 casually poked holes were a pair of cold, aggressive. The host detected an encounter with a hero saving a beauty scenario. Reward weapon Yanma, possessing the power to sever mountains, but requires a significant amount of high-level armed color domineering to wield. Option 2, beat them up, beat them up, beat them up. Reward physique warrior bloodline, your strength is doubled, but your rationality is permanently diminished. Option 3, the dominant cardboard knight. Jiang Ling couldn't help but complain, 666, why is it another hero saving a beauty scenario? But despite his complaints, he acted without hesitation. Thanks to his previous experience, he was already well disguised. The paper bag with the words fried noodle bread once again covered his head. My choices. 3. In the restroom, Yin Yu stared blankly at the figure that had suddenly appeared at the door, momentarily forgetting to cover her disheveled clothing. Who are you? Lu Li not only was not afraid, but also became even more displeased because of the interruption, bringing out her usual title. My boyfriend is Wang Jiahao. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Jiang Ling didn't waste words and slammed the restroom door shut. Instantly, in the enclosed space, only a menacing cardboard figure and a group of timid girls remained. Alan sensed something was off and quietly tugged Lu Li's sleeve, whispering, "Big sister, the situation seems dire, why don't we?" Lu Li irritably shook her off, disdainfully sizing up Jiang Ling, scoffing, "Who are you trying to scare? My boyfriend Wang Jiahao has more than 20 brothers, and there are over 50 little brothers in the middle school following him. What can one person do no matter how strong? More than 70 people could take you down in a second." Jiang Ling replied flatly, "So what?" Lu Li raised her voice, "So you'd better get lost. Wearing a broken headpiece and trying to save a beauty. You should know your own worth. Not understanding the gap in strength, but daring to challenge me, my brother, Hao will teach you a lesson in no time." Jiang Ling sneered, "So where is your Hao brother now?" Before the words fell, Jiang Ling's hand shot out, grabbing Lu Li's ponytail like a steel clamp, with veins popping on his forearm. With a slight exertion, he lifted her off the ground like a chicken. The iconic scene of the black essence restraining the atomic warrior was reenacted. "Up!" Lu Li screamed in pain, struggling and cursing. "Are you deaf? My boyfriend is Wang Jiahao." She was both surprised and angry inside. How could someone remain unresponsive upon hearing Wang Jiahao's name at Shirluo University? This must be a thickhead fool. However, Jiang Ling couldn't care less about Hao's admiration. He slapped Lu Li's heavily made-up face with a resounding smack. "You found a useless boyfriend and thought you were invincible." Lu Li was completely stunned, her cheek burning. He actually dared to strike. Slap. Another smack landed on the other side of her face. "Do you still dare to bully classmates? Stripping clothes, filming videos. How can you, a student, have such malicious thoughts?" Ugh. The pain and humiliation made Lu Li's tears flow uncontrollably, ruining the thick makeup on her face, leaving her looking a mess with patches of white and yellow. If you have the guts, let me call someone." Lu Li remained defiant. "Idiot." Jiang Ling looked at her as if she were an idiot, and without hesitation, he slapped her again. The nearby girls were stunned, wide-eyed. Alan swallowed hard, quietly moved her feet, and shielded everyone retreating into the restroom stall. "And you all aiding and abetting? Do you look like students at all?" Jiang Ling glared fiercely at the remaining girls. The mix of ferocity and invisible pressure scared them pale, their emotions feeling as if crushed by a bulldozer lifted by Dio. Many girls were so scared they weakened at the knees. "You wait. Dare you leave a name? He'll have brother Hao bring his gang to kill you." Lu Li remained unyielding. She may not be able to do anything else, but her mouth was her strong suit. This was the only point Wang Jiahao saw in her. Lu Li, the tough talker at Shirluo. "And you, Yan Yu, don't think you can study in peace anymore. Every time I see you, I will hit you." Jiang Ling took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation, and coldly stated, "I challenge you. After school today at the small woods pavilion on campus. You can bring anyone you want." He understood that to deal with such narrow-minded people who cling to their delusions, if he didn't completely crush the foundation of their arrogance, they would cling on like mad dogs. This time it was a coincidence, but what if next time he wasn't around and they bullied Yan Yu again? Hearing the words challenge, Lu Li's swollen face unexpectedly flashed with a glimmer of hope, shouting, "Good. This time it was a coincidence, but what if next time he wasn't around and they bullied Yan Yu again?" Hearing the words challenge, Lu Li's swollen face, though it was made of iron and foam, the nearly 2-inch thick door panel was shattered by his kick. "Get lost," Jiang Ling said coldly. "The girls." Lu Li, LOL. Looking at the scattered fragments of the door, Lu Li finally felt a tinge of fear and instinctively swallowed hard. Hiss. Brother Hao should be able to take him on. Right? At least it should be a 30-70 split, right? Alan, quick to react, took advantage of Jiang Ling's inattention, grabbing the still-dazed Lu Li and fleeing like the wind. The other girls, seeing this, scattered like leaves blown by the wind, disappearing without a trace. Jiang Ling then took off his jacket and handed it to the still-shocked Yan Yu. "Put this on." Yan Yu suddenly came to her senses, realizing her almost naked state, her icy white cheeks quickly tinged. She hurriedly wrapped herself tightly in the oversized jacket, her voice trembling slightly. "Thank you. Classmate, may I ask how to address you?" "You can call me the Cardboard Knight." Jiang Ling deliberately kept his voice cold, even carrying a hint of distance. After all, he had already saved her. It was time to find a way to lower the feelings that had arisen. As everyone knows, the pure lotus that rises from the mud, the poor, yet resilient flower on the high ridge, the classic ordinary second female lead in online literature, are often conquered by gentle warm males, but another colder, ice, only tightens her closure. Thus, being gentle is absolutely out of the question. He needed to be cold and maintain distance. Yan Yu still maintained her surface calm, merely lowering her head. Cardboard Knight. That name. So juvenile. But after all, he was her lifesaver. Even if she wanted to laugh, she had to force herself to hold it back. She tried to tightly press her lips together. Jiang Ling noticed Yan Yu lowering her head and secretly felt pleased. It seems the cold act is effective. His gaze inadvertently drifted down. The water-soaked polka-dot underwear faintly outlined the youthful and delicate curves of the girl. Brother Yinchang, I have a plan. Jiang Ling, no you don't. Gulp. Jiang Ling swallowed hard, feeling his heart skip a beat, quickly turning his head away and speaking with a somewhat stiff tone. You should fix your clothes first. Then I'll take you back. The iceberg bowtie's face was slightly flushed as she covered her chest and hurriedly escaped into the restroom stall. After a while, Yin Yu came out looking composed and saw Jiang Ling leaning against the wall, a cigarette between his fingers, feeling an inexplicable sense of calm. Do you have class this afternoon? Or should I take you directly to the classroom? Jiang Ling extinguished the cigarette, and took out his phone. By the way, can we add line? This. Yin Yu hesitated for a moment, took out her phone, and spoke softly. I don't have line. Jiang Ling focused his eyes and couldn't help but smack his forehead. How could she still be using that old-fashioned button phone? Then leave a number. You can reach me at 8613XXXXXX. Hurry up. For some reason, despite the cardboard knight's tone always being cold and his attitude not friendly, Yin Yu felt a long-lost, heartfelt sense of safety while staying by his side. Often when people encounter sudden situations, their emotions do not collapse immediately. Once the danger passes and the taut nerves relax, fear and grievance surge like a tide. Thank you. Really thank you. Yin Yu's nose soured and the tears she had held back for so long finally slipped uncontrollably. The sight of the iceberg beauty silently crying carried a strong contrast, making her all the more pitiful. Why is she crying? Jiang Ling was taken aback, feeling a bit confused. Could it be that his attitude was too harsh, making her cry? However, this was the most vulnerable moment for a girl. If he could comfort her and speak kind words, he could enter her heart and become a beloved memory. Unfortunately, Jiang Ling had no intention of becoming Yin Yu's beloved memory, nor could he continue to raise her feelings. Thus he steeled his heart, offering no comfort, merely turning around and saying in a tone that sounded somewhat callous, "Follow me." What a cold-hearted man. At Shirlu University, in a secluded lounge. Brother Snake. This thing is not quite suitable, right? Wang Jiao's face turned pale, his gaze flickering uncertainly on the pool table in front of him. On the table lay a sheet of aluminum foil piled high, with a glistening white mound roughly weighing half a pound. At first glance one might mistake it for rock candy, but taking a deep breath. The muscular man, Brother Snake, with a fierce king snake tattoo coiling around his arm, grinned widely as he forcefully wrapped his arm around Wang Jiao's neck. His demeanor was akin to that of a person toying with a helpless little kitten. You've sold cigarettes and alcohol in school and arranged for escorts more than a few times. So what's wrong with helping me sell some good stuff? After the job is done, the money will come pouring in. This. Wang Jiao swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Compared to the petty squabbles within the school, this man before him was truly someone who walked on the edge of darkness. Seeing Wang Jiao hesitate, Brother Snake seemed to lose his patience. With a cold smirk, he slowly drew a black Glock handgun from his waist. The dark muzzle of the gun swung around carelessly, the cold metallic sheen glinting like the fangs of a venomous snake, instantly piercing through Wang Jiao's psychological defenses. Wang Jiao remained silent, only beads of cold sweat continually appearing on his forehead. In case of a fight, the police might turn a blind eye, but being caught for drug dealing would land him in prison for sure. If he could muster the courage to refuse at this moment, perhaps justice would stand by his side soon after. But unfortunately, justice was now in Brother Snake's hands. Brother Snake. Speaking of which, I, Wang Jiao, am a person of Brother Snake in life, and will be a ghost of Brother Snake in death. Brother Snake left the lounge. Watching the burly figure disappear into the distance, Wang Jiao was filled with pent-up anger with no outlet. At that moment his phone rang, and upon checking he saw a message from Loli. Brother Hao, do you have time now? I have something to discuss with you. Ever since being thrown into a trash can by that mysterious man with the paper box, 3 of his girlfriends had broken up with him, fleeing overnight with their bicycles. Otherwise he wouldn't have glanced at Loli, who only had a makeup score of 7. Of course, with her genius skills and decent figure, her overall evaluation could rise to a score of 9. Alright, come to the lounge. A few minutes later, Loli, wearing a mask, pushed the door open. Before she could say hello, Wang Jiao snapped, Loli, I'm really angry right now. Brother Hao. Oh, you dare to issue a challenge after mentioning my name. That guy truly has no fear of death. After hearing Loli's embellished retelling, Wang Jiao's expression darkened as he extinguished his cigarette. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Loli vaguely agreed, seizing the opportunity to fan the flames. He's not just slapping my face, he's clearly slapping Brother Hao's backside. Fine. This afternoon I'll take people to the back mountain to meet him and see which blind idiot dares to provoke me. Wang Jiao said fiercely. Normally Loli should have told Wang Jiao, a tall man wearing a paper box had beat me hard and issued a challenge, and that guy is incredibly powerful, capable of kicking down a restroom door. But she made a slight modification to her words. I confronted Yin Yu's boyfriend and fought several rounds with my sisters, accidentally getting slapped by him. That guy arrogantly issued a challenge. Brother Hao, He might be a little strong. Can you win? Loli asked cautiously. Wang Jiahao seemed to have heard the biggest joke, laughing out loud. Don't worry, you'll win. With a wave of my hand, dozens of brothers will swing clubs at his head. Don't say a slightly stronger student. Even if Tyson came he'd definitely be left in the dark. Hearing Wang Jiahao's confident declaration, Loli's eyes reignited with hope as she nodded vigorously. Brother, how I believe in you. On the other side, after safely sending Yin Yu back to her classroom, Jiang Ling found an empty restroom stall and opened the system panel. Gear Hero paper box headset description inspired by Kamen Rider and Superman's will. After wearing it, one can transform into the righteous paper box cloak hero with a napkin material cloak that possesses short-range gliding ability. Note: wearing different colored underwear will activate different form effects. Side effects: transformation and detransformation must be conducted in an environment without spectators. Form display: red underwear worn outside, power form, significantly enhancing defense and strength. Blue underwear worn outside, speed form, greatly enhancing reaction and agility, speed. Black underwear worn outside, stealth form, effectively reducing one's presence, suppressing sound, heat, and other information emissions, hide. Jiang Ling excitedly licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement. No tokusatsu fan could resist the allure of transformation. He had read extensively about tokusatsu series like Ultraman, Tiga, Kamen Rider 01, Armor Heroes, and Pig Hero. He was well versed in them. Though it ultimately fell under the Gal game umbrella, he still harbored a tokusatsu dream in his heart. He glanced at the time. There were still half an hour until the afternoon club class began. Forget it, he'll find another chance to test the power of this transformation paper box night later. In Area A, Building B, on the third floor in the activity room of the Supernatural Research Club. The spacious classroom felt somewhat empty with only the sound of the fan whirring. Yin Yu was leaning over the desk, focused on flipping through a stack of printed part-time job information. A strand of black hair fell beside her fair cheek, but she had no time to care. Tuition fees were due soon, and she needed to find a part-time job again. A strand of black hair fell beside her fair cheek, but she had no time to care. Tuition fees were due soon, and she, having experienced that unfortunate incident in the restroom, she certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to fall into the same pit twice. On another chair, her already washed black pantyhose was hanging to dry in front of the fan. Thus Yin Yu was now barefoot. Searching for part-time job information made her a bit tired. She rubbed her temples and stretched her stiff waist, her gaze inadvertently landing on the jacket. Before parting ways, she had agreed with the paper box night to return the jacket on the rooftop of Building A next Monday. As for the ridiculous duel in the afternoon, reading light novels was one of her few hobbies. Originally, she wanted to join the literature club, but her mother firmly opposed it, believing it would distract her from her studies. Yin Yu rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, as she recalled the tall figure that had shielded her in a moment of crisis. It seemed as if a small stone had been tossed into the cold lake of her heart, creating ripples. Reading light novels was one of her few hobbies. Originally, she wanted to join the literature club, but her mother firmly opposed it, believing it would distract her from her studies. The founder of the Supernatural Research Club had long been forgotten, and its membership had dwindled to zero. Strangely, the school did not disband this club, but merely ceased. The founder of the Supernatural Research Club had long been forgotten, and its membership had dwindled to zero. Strangely, the school did not disband this club, but merely ceased funding and placed it at the very end of the club recruitment list. Very few newcomers would choose this resourceless ghost club. Therefore, when Yin Yu enrolled and saw that the Supernatural Club had 0 registrants, she was overjoyed. Though there was no funding for club activities, at least there was a club activity classroom. For someone like her who enjoyed solitude, it was akin to paradise. On the bookshelf there was a whole row of light novels she had borrowed from the library. Rounding up, it was as if she had a private secret base. However, starting today, everything would change. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Yin Yu did not raise her head, her tone as cold and distant as usual. The door opened, and Jiang Ling walked in. A breeze slipped in through the open window, caressing the girl's cool, fair face, lifting a few strands of hair from her forehead. This scene bore a certain tranquil beauty reminiscent of a youthful campus drama. However, when Jiang Ling caught sight of the true appearance of the club president sitting there, he was instantly dumbfounded. He incredulously stepped back out of the classroom, double-checking the doorplate. Supernatural Research Club, male university student. Why is Yin Yu also in the Supernatural Research Club? In the story, the wild girl says Yin Yu is a superpower user. Could it be that she appears to be a bullied girl, but secretly fights against monsters? He steadied himself and returned to the classroom, cautiously asking, Yin Yu, why is the club so quiet? Yin Yu didn't lift her head, her tone icy. Because the club only has the two of us. I am the president, and you are the member. Jiang Ling. He paused for a moment, unwilling to give up, as he pressed on then. Our Supernatural Research Club must have some research on supernatural phenomena, right? Is there any supernatural in the Supernatural Club? Is there a wife and wife cake? Yin Yu retorted without lifting her head. Jiang Ling. What a scam. I've encountered a scam. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Yin Yu spoke to Jiang Ling about club matters with a blank expression. The club's rule is that there are no rules. The club's funds are non-existent, and the club's activities are non-existent. Her cold voice echoed in the empty classroom, devoid of any ripples. After a long time, Jiang Ling silently nodded, his gaze lowered, as if he were listening intently. Suddenly, Yin Yu's words halted abruptly, as she followed Jiang Ling's gaze downward, landing on. I've said so much and you're looking where? Jiang Ling was startled, immediately retracting his appraising gaze and clearing his throat. I was just a bit curious. Whether the floor is cold. Yin Yu. She stared silently at Jiang Ling for a few seconds, the warmth in her eyes diminishing further. Jiang Ling scratched his nose awkwardly, turning his head away. Dare to look at me in front of me? Do you think I won't? Of course. Jiang Ling still harshly condemned his own immoral thoughts in his heart. Now his eyes had feasted well. What was the price for that? Yin Yu silently put on her not yet fully dried lips. When she looked back at Jiang Ling, her beautiful eyes were already clouded with unabashed disdain. Ugh, beneath me. Yin Yu felt like retching. Whether it was Wang Jiahao, the yellow-haired boy in front of her, or the bishop's son, who frequently visited her mother. Those guys looked at her with gleaming eyes mixed with unabashed desire. Their gazes were identical, as if appraising a commodity for sale, a prey or tool to be manipulated at will. Yin Yu despised that kind of gaze, the gaze that regarded her as a tool. Since childhood, she had always persevered and endured alone, seriously studying and learning just to earn her mother's respect, not to be treated as a breeding tool that could be sent back to the countryside after reaching adulthood. For this, she worked hard to get into Heroine University. With her grades, she should have been able to attend the well-regarded private school in District C for free. However, her mother said the bishop's son needed that position more than she did. Moreover, the bishop would give their family a large sum of money to pay off loans. At that time, her mother cried bitterly and repeatedly assured her that she would never invest money in Bochinga again. You save Mom. Just this once. Mom swears once this debt is paid off, I will never touch Bochinga again. I will go to church to confess and cleanse my sins. I am your mother. I painstakingly raised you. Can you bear to see your mother sell the house, leaving us homeless? Think a little, who else besides your mother cares about you in this world? In your life, your mother is the most important person. Yin Yu remained silent. That night, she pondered for a long time and chose to trust her mother. A happy life seemed to have returned. However, the feeling of being regarded as a tool since childhood was deeply embedded in her heart. She instinctively despised anything that a happy life seemed to have returned. However, the feeling of being regarded as a tool since childhood was deeply embedded in her heart. She instinctively despised anything that treated her as a tool. The only person who made her feel at ease was that cold-voiced, rough-tongued box knight. The yellow-haired boy peering at her feet was like a world of difference compared to the knight. With this stark contrast, Yin Yu's favorability towards the mysterious knight increased significantly. Once I find a part-time job, I must buy a phone and add him online. At this point, the fervor has cooled. Jiang Ling also didn't want to stay in the supernatural club that had no supernatural elements. If there's nothing, at this point the fervor has cooled. Jiang Ling also didn't want to stay in the supernatural club that had no supernatural elements. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Yin Yu replied coldly. She silently prayed that Jiang Ling would never come to disturb her in the club again. She left the supernatural club. At 3 in the afternoon, there were still 2 hours until the battle after school. Forget it, I should first think about what part-time job to find. Jiang Ling remembered there was a wall off-campus filled with job postings. Most of them were part-time jobs off-campus. Arriving at the job wall, he found many people had already arrived. The impact of the recent tuition hike was indeed not small. High salary for pure-hearted male university students, 185 centimeters, able to play steel for priority, given to those who can retrieve a 500 yen coin from stuffed pork. Details contact Miss Lee 100086 construction site, hiring laborers, plastering pile, driving water, ghost laborers, etc. Food and accommodation provided, salary disbursed at the end of the year, generous treatment. Details contact Mr. Ma 1688 Rose KTV, hiring fruit trade, drinking companions, female university students, preferred student ID required, must pass CET. 4. Those who can teach foreign languages will receive special commissions. Details contact Dean Chen 114514 Jiang Ling. As expected of the Shihua city, the Gotham of the inner world. Any kind of ridiculous job can top the list. Especially the third one. Surprisingly, many simply dressed girls hesitated for a moment before dialing the phone. There's no way around it. In this society, having no money is the original sin. What else can you talk about in a capitalist society if not money? Sacrifice. That's truly laughable. Jiang Ling sighed. He still preferred to check job recruitment websites. Perhaps he could find some unexpected gains. Just as he was about to search for part-time jobs online, his gaze unintentionally caught a piece of information at the very bottom of the recruitment board. Hiring for housework, female with appearance requirements, 12 hours of work per week, hourly wage of 1,200 yen. Details can be discussed. Mr. Jiang 199. His brain flashed with a thunderbolt. Jiang Ling remembered. Within the plot, Yin Yu chose this housekeeping job to earn money. If nothing unexpected happened, Yin Yu would encounter him hiring for housework. It is well known that the element of housekeeping is considered an excellent partner for the Minotaurs in the inner world, a plot anecdote that causes pure love warriors to weep. In the original plot, his friendly request for Yin Yu was to help clean the washing machine. Then came the plot of Yin Yu getting stuck in the washing machine, ending with her black stockings painfully turning into gray. Moreover, Mr. Zhang was not a good person. He claimed an hourly wage of 1,200 yen, but what actually reached Yin Yu's hands was less than 200. A shady intermediary, a beast. I definitely won't hire housekeeping to help organize, but according to Nyonyo's temperament, it's highly likely that the world line will once again converge. Jiang Ling rubbed his chin, contemplating how to change the plot. Yellow-haired boy near Yin Yu. None, never mind. He'll keep the system panel active. Once a yellow-haired boy appears near Yin Yu, he'll call. After all, this yellow-haired boy has a detection range of 500 meters, so it wouldn't be the case that he succeeds the moment he appears. To be safe, Jiang Ling edited 3 messages to send to Yin Yu. Wang Jiahao, and those guys are likely to target you again. If you don't mind, could you send me a message every 2 hours telling me where you are, what you're doing? Of course, if you mind, please ignore these 3 messages. The tone was very plain without any hint of flattery, so it shouldn't increase her favorability. On the other side, in classroom 301 of Building B in District A, Yin Yu, who had just finished a call with Mr. Zhang to arrange an interview time, received this unexpected message. She was taken aback for a moment, repeatedly reading the short 3 lines. Originally feeling a bit irritated due to her job search and the unpleasant experiences before, her mood inexplicably calmed down, as if a ray of sunlight broke through the cloudy sky. Is he concerned about me? A faint blush flashed across Yin Yu's cold white face. Instinctively she typed a reply, okay. No. Yin Yu suddenly realized, biting her lower lip tightly, her eyes shimmering with light. Telling him my location and what I'm doing every 2 hours. Isn't this a checkpoint for boyfriend and girlfriend? Could it be that he likes me? The 3 major illusions of boys also apply to girls. However, Yin Yu did not feel the slightest hint of disgust in her heart. Instead, there was a faint joy, especially that line, if you mind, please ignore these 3 messages, which struck directly at the softest part of her heart. Unprecedentedly, she replied him on the 3rd floor of Building B in District A, looking for a part-time job. No, I've already found one, the housekeeping job. Yin Yu felt a bit nervous, her palms sweating slightly as she held her flip phone. Ding dong, okay, I got it. Reply. She replied. Yin Yu let out a sigh of relief, her whole body softening as she slumped over the table, burying her flushed cheeks in the crook of her arm. The afternoon sun was blazing and glaring, yet it felt warm against her skin. My life seems to be about to turn around. Outside Shirlu University, at an internet cafe, Jiang Ling browsed part-time job listings online for a while, finally fixing his gaze on an inconspicuous job advertisement: ramen shop, server 16 hours per week, hourly wage of 500 yen. The pay seems quite reasonable. However, Izumi Ramen. That name sounds a bit familiar. Jiang Ling searched online for a long time, only finding this job listing at the very bottom of the direct hiring section. He calculated that he could earn around 30,000 yen a month. While this will do, Jiang Ling decided to choose an in-person interview, scheduling it for after school tomorrow afternoon. He glanced at the time. It was almost time for the fight. As for calling the police, of course it was just to trick that silly girl Yin Yu. Jiang Ling found an empty restroom and put on a cardboard headpiece. Cardboard man transform. Behind the campus at the pavilion. This should have been a tranquil spot for art students to sketch, yet it was now crowded with over 70 delinquent youths wielding baseball bats and steel pipes. More than 20 of them were university students, while the rest were young adolescents, some of whom hadn't even developed facial hair, alongside a few eye-catching girls. In the center of the crowd, Wang Jiahao furrowed his brows, sitting on a stone bench with his legs crossed, anxiously tapping on his phone screen. Claiming to be the Shirlu dog-head strategist Xiao, by the second-in-command of the Jiahao gang, sneered boss there. Wang Jiahao stared at the screen, puzzled. How do you figure? Because my Han Xin has already merged with the gun. Xiaobai replied confidently. Then he quickly tapped on teleport, and the location was surprisingly one of their own minions entering the enemy's crystal range. In an instant, this move drew gasps from the onlooking gang members. Then he quickly tapped on teleport, and the location was surprisingly one of their own minions entering the enemy's crystal range. In an instant, this move. The second-in-command is truly a genius, a teleporting Han Xin saving the boss and his teammates from peril. Exactly. But don't ask how they got into peril. Sigh. It's a pity I only know how to play CF and can't understand this. Bang! With a crisp sound of a knife breaking, a sweeping strike shattered the crystal. Wang Jiahao's expression improved considerably, nodding. Not bad, hey, race 3 Lihuan. His underling immediately dug into his pants and pulled out 3 Lihuan, handing them to Xiaobai. Xiaobai grinned, taking one for himself, passing one to Wang Jiahao, and stuffing the last one into the underling's mouth. So-called Lihuan indeed. You rascal, Wang Jiahao laughed, tilting his head. Loli smartly leaned in to light it for him, then glanced at the Xiaobai grinned, taking one for himself, passing one to Wang Jiahao, and stuffing the last one into the underlings. He not coming. Wang Jiahao scoffed, licking his lips. If he doesn't show well, just make things difficult for Yan Yuyu. To be honest, if he hadn't happened to peek into the girls' restroom, he wouldn't have dreamed that amidst the mixed crowd of school, there existed such a stunning ice queen, Yan Yuyu fixing her hair in front of the mirror. Originally, he intended to be a bit forceful and pressure Yan Yuyu into being his girlfriend. But remembering the fate of someone who was tossed into a garbage bin, he decided to investigate her background first before making a move. Unexpectedly, her boyfriend jumped out on his own, which could be considered a piece of good news. Boss, can I ask a private question? What do you think of Brother Shi over there? That poison. Compared to Loli, Xiaobai's concern was evidently deeper. Brother Shi was a senior from the last cohort, who although graduated still held considerable influence in Shirlu. Shirlu was a mixed bag with many gangs present. The Jiahao gang was neither particularly strong nor weak, ranking second. If Brother Shi supported another gang, it wouldn't take much effort to crush the Jiahao gang. Thus, the Jiahao gang had two choices: either yield to Brother Shi and sell drugs for him, or watch other gangs gain support and be heavily suppressed and absorbed. Wang Jiahao squinted. You already know this, and still ask. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai understood, nodding with a smile. I thought you were planning to help Brother Shi sell it. Thus, the Jiahao gang had two choices: either yield to Brother Shi and sell drugs for him, or watch other gangs gain support and be heavily suppressed and absorbed. Wang Jiahao snorted coldly, closing his eyes. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaobai nodded and glanced at the newly ranked Diamond 3. Boss, how about we play another round? Our server is purifying Zhuangzhou. No one said you couldn't play 2 rounds of Honor of Kings to kill time while waiting for a fight. Lan Xinlan did not participate in the encirclement of the cardboard headman. Although she was a member of the Jiahao Gang 12 Roses, she also ranked first in the Science Stars list, served as the vice president of the literature department, was the marching conductor of the wind instrument section, and was a genius girl with an impressive deviation of 80. The 12 Roses were just one of her many aliases. Not long ago, she roughly estimated that the combat power of the cardboard headman was approximately equivalent to that of a Siberian tiger. At the very least, it wouldn't be lower than that of an adult black bear. After careful calculation, she concluded that the probability of the Jiahao gang, led by Wang Jiahao, defeating the cardboard headman was about 0. 12 to 5. 14. In other words, there wasn't even a 10 chance of winning. Nevertheless, she still stealthily followed to enjoy the downfall of the Jiahao gang and set up her camera to record everything. What identity should I play next? Hiding in the grass, Lan Xinlan adjusted the camera's focus while planning her next role-playing scenario. Hiding oneself and observing others was her motto. She was born with a penchant for secretly spying on others. This thrill made her feel exhilarated, and she even doubted whether she was a fake person. But unfortunately, fakes did not possess her versatility, nor did they have so many aliases. Suddenly, she noticed a white in the camera's viewfinder that shouldn't exist. Lan Xinlan frowned slightly, her delicate hand zooming in on the screen. In the next second, a look of undisguised surprise flashed across her face, because she discovered a person standing atop a signal tower not far from the pavilion, wearing a cardboard head and underpants worn outside. Performance artist. Pervert. Or perhaps a perverted performance artist. Lan Xinlan stared for a moment, her face slightly flushing as her heart raced. I didn't expect it to be quite large. Suddenly something unexpected happened. That guy actually jumped off the several dozen meter high signal tower. Maru, someone is jumping off the building, quick, call an ambulance. Lan Xinlan, epsilon. However, something bizarre happened. That guy in the underpants outside the cardboard head surprisingly glided slowly through the air. Hey, this is an MC. Oh, where did the glider come from? The sensation of being a flying man is quite delightful. No wonder so many people flock to wingsuit flying despite knowing the astonishing death rates. This feeling of breaking free from the Earth's constraints and embracing the vast sky is enough to make one forget about life and death. The wind howls past his ears, as if an invisible giant hand is firmly lifting him. Looking down, all beings appear as small as ants, and the heavens and earth stretch infinitely. Only by truly leaving the ground can one understand. This world is indeed vast beyond imagination. Freedom, this is freedom. Jiang Ling tilted his head back and spread his arms, gliding with the wind like a wild dove. A tune from Call Your Name unconsciously echoed in his mind. Before long, Jiang Ling glided directly above the Jiahao gang. Below, a large group of people donned black hooded sweatshirts with Alan Walker's exclusive logo printed on the back. Jiang Ling aimed at Wang Jiahao, who was lounging with his legs crossed, and dove down. In the pavilion, the sky gradually darkened. Damn it, I've been played. After waiting for a long time without seeing anyone, Wang Jiahao's face darkened as if he could drip water from it. It seems that Yan Yuyu's man is indeed a hollow shell. He can only hit a woman. Encountering the famous Jiahao gang, not even a fart could be let out. Many members of the Jiahao gang, filled with a middle schooler vibe, widened their eyes. My God, he can't be flying down. Wang Jiahao turned around in fright. Dust flew everywhere, as if something had crashed down. As the dust settled, a man wearing a paper box headpiece and a cape with underwear worn on the outside appeared before everyone in a very Western-style landing posture. Many members of the Jiahao gang, filled with a middle schooler vibe, widened their eyes. My God, he can't be flying down from the sky, can he? 666, Mom, I see him, Superman. After recognizing the newcomer, Loli was the first to react, screaming as she desperately tugged at Wang Jiahao's sleeve. Jiahao, go. It's him. This freak with the paper box. He is Yin Yuyu's lover. As for how the other party appeared behind everyone, the dog-headed strategist Xiao Bai had a preliminary deduction. First, he ruled out the possibility that he flew here. Looking around, directly above was a lush banyan tree canopy. The truth was revealed. He most likely had come early to ambush, jumping down from the branch at the last moment. What was his purpose? The dog-headed strategist's mind raced quickly, understanding. He intended to capture the king by ambushing Wang Jiahao from the tree. But unfortunately his aim was off. He made a mistake. Brothers, grab baseball bats and break his legs. Xiao Bai unhesitatingly issued the order. At the same time, he shielded everyone in front of him. Most of the Jiahao gang members, being hot-headed, charged towards Jiang Ling as soon as the second-in-command spoke. Loli's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on Jiang Ling. In her mind, she already began to fantasize about him being beaten up by a group of people dragged in front of her like a dead dog. I want him to lick my shoes and socks. Loli's self-satisfied fantasy continued. However, no one noticed that Wang Jiahao, standing still, was cold sweat poured out like it was free, and his calves felt like they were equipped with electric motors. No, this can't be real. Why is it him again? Wang Jiahao wanted to kneel down and ask, Paperbox Grandpa, weren't you Ouyang Kurson's boyfriend? Why have you turned into Yin Yuyu's man again? At this moment, Wang Jiahao wished he could turn and run. Had he known that the man who slapped Loli was him, he would never have accepted the challenge. No. He still wanted to compliment. Bro, you fought well. My wife is just too reckless. After all, a superhero who could kick down an iron gate could certainly kick his head off. However, he didn't stop the rushing underlings immediately, holding on to a glimmer of hope. What if he got overwhelmed by sheer numbers? Charge! The Jiahao members rushed forward with baseball bats. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, and his gaze behind the paper box suddenly sharpened. An invisible momentum erupted explosively from him. Conqueror's hockey release. Boom! It was as if an invisible shockwave spread out, stirring up dust from the ground. The frontmost members, who were already mentally weak, didn't even grunt before being knocked out, like cut wheat, rolling their eyes and collapsing to the ground. Even the adult core members felt a chill rise from their feet straight to their crowns. Their steps froze in place, trembling all over. Their fighting spirit instantly shattered. Thud! Thud! Those with slightly lower psychological resilience were already kneeling uncontrollably on the ground. In the face of absolute pressure, animals show their bellies in submission, while humans instinctively choose to kneel down to survive. 3 seconds. From Jiang Ling landing to the end of the battle, only 3 seconds had passed. The so-called human wave tactic became a complete joke in the face of absolute strength disparity. Jiang Ling stepped forward, appearing like a ghost before the pale Wang Jiahao, his voice calm and unperturbed. Still want to fight? Wang Jiahao gulped, struggling to stand, but his legs gave out, and he knelt directly before Jiang Ling, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Big brother, let me wish you a happy new year in advance. Jiang Ling turned his gaze to Loli, who was standing straight beside him, and asked blandly again, Are you convinced? Loli remained expressionless, as if she hadn't heard his question at all. Seeing this, Wang Jiahao was so furious he nearly spat blood, cursing himself for finding such a fool. At that moment, a faint smell of urine spread through the air, and a few remaining conscious underlings realized Loli had fainted in fright and had also lost control. Wang Jiahao, I give you 2 choices. Choice 1. Jiahao gang disbands, and everyone gets a good beating from me with 1 leg broken. Second. Before Jiang Ling could finish the second choice, Wang Jiahao immediately interjected, Big brother, I'll choose the second. For the second choice, the Jiahao gang can remain, but you must help me gather all information on the Viper gang. The Viper gang in the plot has committed countless heinous acts. Not only did they lead Yin Yuyu to total depravity, they also sold drugs in schools, ruining countless families, an unthinkable evil. Moreover, as a gang that occupies an important position in the plot, eliminating them could greatly change the storyline and weaken the power of Nyonya Tiandao. Additionally, morally and logically, as a true citizen of Daxia, he would never allow the place he lives in to become rampant with gambling, drugs, and illicit transactions. Wang Jiahao, big brother, can I change to the first option? Wang Jiahao felt like crying without. Boom. Jiang Ling stomped his foot, raising a cloud of dust, coldly saying, What do you think? The Viper gang members are not local thugs, they're desperate criminals from Kyoto. They have guns. They have cannons. Brother Snake has now become a squad leader in the Viper gang, having learned a bizarre snake fist capable of shattering a tree trunk as thick as a bowl with bare hands and crushing stones, as if it were child's play. Facing such a monster, you might as well just break my legs. He was genuinely terrified and didn't dare to wade into this muddy water. Continuing to press wouldn't be useful. Jiang Ling thought for a moment and asked, "Is that Brother Snake coming to ask for your help in selling drugs on campus?" In the plot, the Viper Gang relied on coercion and temptation to transport a large quantity of drugs into the school. So they would definitely contact the Jiahao Gang for assistance behind the scenes. Seeing Jiang Ling knew even this Wang Jiahao dared not conceal anything and nodded, I superficially agreed, but planned to swap it out with high-priced rock candy to fool them and trick some middle school students for their money. After all, my sister was harmed by that stuff. A flash of deep pain and hatred crossed his eyes. Who else did he recruit? The new prince's people have already started selling. The 8-member group is arguing without a decision yet, and there's no news from the Sword Path department. As for the brothers who turned down Brother Snake, they no longer have any brothers left. Wang Jiahao explained truthfully. The major forces of Shirluo, the strongest new prince, had completely turned to darkness, while Wang Jiahao pretended to comply. The 4th Brotherhood had been bloodily wiped out, leaving only the mysterious low-profile Sword Path department with unclear conditions. Jiang Ling nodded. "All right, I understand." Afterward, he handed Wang Jiahao a phone number. "If there's any news about the Viper Gang, send a text to this number. Don't do the bullying of men and women anymore, otherwise every time I see you I'll hit you once." Wang Jiahao. Wang Jiahao's heart wailed, "If I don't do this, how will my many underlings survive? You want me to cover the costs for them?" Of course, he only dared to grumble internally. "If you want to make money, use your brain." Jiang Ling's tone softened a bit. Recently, the Electric Gaming Club has closed down and many nearby black internet cafes have been shut down. But the demand for students to play games won't disappear. Where there is demand, there is money to be made. Stop treating the old sports warehouse as your battlefield hideout. After saying this, Jiang Ling stopped speaking, thought for a moment, and with a palm broke a banyan tree as thick as a bowl, turning to leave. The strategy of hitting with a stick and giving a sweet date was his improvised plan. As for whether Wang Jiahao could grasp this, it depended on his own fortune. Boom. Like thunder, it was a moment of enlightenment, as if a gentle breeze had swept through his mind's wrinkles. Damn. Why didn't I think of that? Almost instantly, a clear way to make money took shape in his mind. He looked down at the piece of paper in his palm with the phone number written on it, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. After a fierce internal struggle, he sighed deeply, as if making a certain resolution, and carefully saved the number in his phone. "Damn it, Brother Snake, huh?" Wang Jiahao gazed at the banyan tree that had been smashed to pieces, and then at Jiang Ling's retreating figure, a flash of ruthlessness gleaming in his eyes. "If I could see you guys get wiped out in front of my eyes, it would be worth my life." Not long after, the crowd that had been knocked out began to slowly regain consciousness. The dog-headed strategist Xiao Bai squinted his eyes, only sitting up lazily when he saw that everyone was waking. Wang Jiahao squatted beside him, flicking off the ash from his cigarette, squinting at Xiao Bai, and saying, "Xiao Bai, I remember. Your family is in the business of recycling computer parts, right? Go get me 10 machines that can smoothly play CF." Returning to the Transformation Sanctuary, a public restroom, Jiang Ling reverted to his original form and stepped out, rubbing his eyes and surveying his surroundings. No one. After confirming he was not discovered as one of the cardboard knights, Jiang Ling walked away with satisfaction. However, not far away in the grass, a girl in casual pants and a baseball cap was staring blankly at a photo I didn't expect. "The true face is quite handsome," she muttered to herself, her fingertips gently gliding over the face on the screen. But soon a curious smile replaced her initial admiration. However, Alan is not a superficial person, a supernatural things definitely need careful study and observation. Jiang Ling, right? Haha, it's decided you will be Alan's next long-term observation target. In the evening, the sunset dyed the horizon a warm orange. Ding dong. Jiang Ling had just steadied his bicycle downstairs when a voice message from Li Meiyu came through. "Stinky blonde Kexenshin is coming over to my place to play, so you should find a hotel to stay for the night and come back at 10. Puffed almost laughed out loud at the stinky brat's message. He wanted to see what else Meiyu could come up with. "What about the hotel fees? You pay her. If you don't have money, just stay under the bridge. Just wait, I'm going up now to tell Kexenshin that you're my underground maid, and that's why you have a place to stay." Stinky blonde. Die 1,000 times. When did Meiyu sell herself, you jerk? Li Meiyu indeed exploded with rage. After a moment, she sent another message, her tone softening. "As long as you agree with Meiyu. When you come back, Meiyu has prepared a big surprise for you. When you ask for help, you should be polite." The other side fell silent for a few seconds, then a voice message was sent back, the voice weak and sweet with an intentional sugary tone. Please help Meiyu." The soft, sweet tone made one feel a tickling sensation in their heart. However, anything coming from Li Meiyu's mouth surely had ulterior motives. Jiang Ling shook his head. In fact, after learning that Kursin was coming, he didn't plan to go up. Kexenshin is simple, but even more clever. Even if he intentionally lowered his voice while saving her, he couldn't be sure Kexenshin wouldn't discover his true identity. Forget it, let's find a place to eat first, Jiang Ling thought, and decided to go to the Hechuan ramen shop. While filling his stomach, he could also inspect the work environment. Without delay, he got back on his bike, opened the navigation, and rode toward the ramen shop. Heroine Ramen Shop, just after the evening rush. The shop was still bustling with people, and many office workers just off their shifts flooded in ordering a steaming bowl of classic tonkatsu ramen to dispel the fatigue of the day. The air was filled with the rich aroma of bone broth and the steam from the food. "Thank you so much, Xiao Eo. I really owe you for your help today." Aunt Yuan Maisie wiped the sweat from her forehead, straightened her aching back, and deftly poured the boiling broth into the bowl of noodles. "It's nothing. This is what I should do." Chun Yi nodded, respectfully delivering the bowl of noodles to the customer. Looking at the diligent Chun Yi, Yuan Maise's eyes revealed genuine appreciation and admiration. Xiao Yi truly was a reliable child. She unconsciously thought of her eldest daughter, and the more she looked, the more she felt they were a good match. Women of the era have very conservative thoughts. To live well, a hard-working boy and a virtuous girl make the best combination. While Chun Yi was busy serving noodles, his gaze occasionally darted toward the shop entrance. Time passed second by second, and the figure he was looking forward to never appeared. "It seems Kursin still has some reservations about me." He sighed, inwardly feeling a sudden sense of loss. For some reason, he felt Kursin was intentionally distancing herself from him. She didn't wait for him to go to school in the morning, and said she was going to Maya's house in the evening. This vague sense of distance made him quite frustrated. Clearly, he had already apologized. Why was Kursin still using silent treatment against him? Even if he was at fault, it was also out of necessity. Ding dong, ding dong. The automatic doorbell rang, signaling another customer arriving. "Welcome." Chun Yi habitually raised a professional smile, but froze when he saw the person's face. "Oh, Chun Yi." Jiang Ling was somewhat surprised. Oh, why was the suffering party here? Could it be that he also came to do a part-time job? A flash of inspiration crossed his mind, but he couldn't seize it in time. "Little brother, what would you like to eat?" Aunt Yuan Maisie smiled as she approached. Years of hard work had etched fine crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, but her smile remained warm and sweet. Even though she was already in her 40s, she still smiled, sweetly reminiscent of aged red wine that had been carried. "Would you like a large portion? I'm also at a plate of seaweed, thank you. Would you like something to drink? We have tea, juice, sparkling water, soda. Just plain ice water. Would you like a large portion? I'm also at a plate of seaweed, thank you. Would you like something to drink? We have tea, juice, sparkling water, soda. Just plain ice water will do." The old foodies are about to share new eating methods again. Any drink with sugar, alcohol, or that interferes with the palate will affect the original flavor of the tonkatsu ramen, and it's not recommended. It's best paired with pure water. The selection of pure water is also very particular, divided into room temperature hot water and ice water. Room temperature water goes without saying. Even the so-called national seller, iced black tea paired with room temperature, can only become a roadside urine that even dogs won't drink. As for hot water, it affects the cooling of the tongue, so it's not recommended since the noodle soup is already boiling hot. Therefore, the perfect beverage partner is ordinary ice water. When you're enjoying your noodles, and take a sip of soup, feeling the base of your tongue tingling, the cool stream of water will instantly lower the temperature of your mouth. Chun Yi hesitated for a moment, and quietly said to Aunt Yuan Maisie, "Auntie, I'm a bit tired. Oh, at this time Kalinchen should be finishing her club activities, right? Should I?" Chun Yi hesitated for a moment, and quietly said to Aunt Yuan Maisie, "Auntie, I'm a bit tired. Oh, at this time Kalinchen should be finishing her club activities, right? Should I go pick her up?" Ouyang Kailang is Kexinchen's younger sister, studying at Shenchuan Middle School. Soon there's the all-neon marching wind music competition, also known as the all-wind instrument competition, so many members of the wind instrument club have to voluntarily stay late for practice. Aunt Yuan Maisie shook her head while washing her hands. "Kailang has a school bus to take her. If you're tired, Xiao Yi, why don't you go rest in the back? They'll handle things here." Chun Yi just wanted to find an excuse to avoid Jiang Ling, and nodded immediately. "Okay, then I'll trouble you." After saying that, he almost fled into the back kitchen. Once the noodles were ready, Jiang Ling began to slurp them. 5 ants. 5 ants. Almost simultaneously, a satisfied light sigh came from not far away. Jiang Ling turned his head. He saw a girl with blue long hair and a baseball cap sitting at a table diagonally behind him, focused on slurping noodles, making it hard to see her face. The girl was not particularly tall, somewhere between a girl and a loli, dressed in loose casual pants, her style carrying a casual coolness that seemed mismatched with her age. Even from a few steps away, Jiang Ling's keen sense of smell seemed to capture a faint, pleasant fragrance. The beauty in the eyes of the immortal loves the beauty as if it were bone. And Jiang Ling, being an immortal, could guess her shoe size. Most likely between 32 and 34, a perfect size that could be held in the palm of one's hand. But how come this girl like me ordered a large bowl of classic tonkatsu ramen, a plate of seaweed, and even managed to get ice water? Jiang Ling mused. Intelligent beings tend to evolve in similar ways. However, Jiang Ling had no intention of striking up a conversation. Just passing by, and each going on their way was fine. Ding dong. Jiang Ling glanced at his phone. It was a message from Yan Yu Yu. "Sir Knight, have you eaten? I'm outside the Hechuan ramen shop planning to finish dinner before heading home." This shop's tonkatsu ramen is really delicious. Oh. He instantly froze and sharply raised his head to look at the entrance. Ding dong. The automatic door opened with a sound. A girl walked in, her bangs covering half of her face, revealing a pale and pointed chin. Their eyes met unexpectedly in the air. Yan Yuyu's eyes quickly flashed with a hint of clear disgust. She immediately averted her gaze and quickly Their eyes met unexpectedly in the air. Yan Yuyu's eyes quickly flashed with a hint of clear disgust. She immediately averted her gaze and quickly walked to the farthest corner from Jiang Ling. Tap tap tap. She lowered her head and typed. Immediately after, Jiang Ling's phone rang again. Ding dong, Sir Night Eye. I encountered a very annoying person in the ramen shop, and my mood suddenly worsened. Jiang Ling. That's really unfortunate. Yuan Yu sighed and ordered a classic tonkatsu ramen, a serving of seaweed salad, and a glass of iced water. Text messages can also send pictures, but there's a fee of 10 yen per message. Yuan Yu took a photo and sent it over. This combination is delicious. Oh, I've concluded this from many times I've eaten it. If Mr. Nye wants to try this combination too, he can give it a shot. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Ling felt quite frustrated. How does everyone know my secret eating habits? Am I not still a regular customer? As the last few office workers left the ramen shop with satisfaction, it gradually quieted down, leaving only Jiang Ling, Yuan Yu, and the soft sounds of the blue-haired girl in the corner slurping noodles. Aunt Yuan Maisie noticed there wouldn't be any new customers for a while, glanced at the dwindling soup and noodles, and hung up the temporarily closed sign. She rubbed her sore lower back, sat down to take a sip of water, and prepared to rest for a moment. Yuan Yu held the tip of her chopsticks, furrowing her brow as she pondered what topic to talk about to continue chatting with Mr. Knight. Jiang Ling massaged his temples as he responded to Yuan Yu's clumsy question. Could this girl be chatting with a boy online for the first time? Who asks about Fourier transforms while chatting with the opposite sex? Gaussian inequality. Black body equation. Jiang Ling felt like a peculiar person himself. When she asked, he actually responded. The key to this question lies in such and such. Of course, his reply remained deliberately cold and impatient, likely earning him the title of Jiahao in Yuan Yu's mind, thereby lowering her favorability. Unfortunately, Jiang Ling had calculated everything, but never anticipated that Yuan Yu was actually just looking at the clear and even extended response on his phone screen. Yuan Yu's heart raced quietly, adding another layer of filter to her impression of Mr. Knight. He must be an outstanding student from campus C, perhaps even from the honor class. Aunt Yuan Maisie, holding the remote control, cautiously asked the guests, "Is it okay if I turn on the TV?" "Please go ahead." Yuan Yu nodded lightly. "Whatever," Jiang Ling said without looking up. "I don't mind at all," Wan Xinlan replied with a smile, holding a toothpick. Recently, a conference was held in Shihua City announcing important personnel appointments. Comrade Koizumi Aoyama was appointed as the director of the Shihua City Public Security Bureau. During the inauguration meeting, Director Koizumi clearly stated that he would adopt a zero-tolerance attitude toward police corruption and would work to rectify social misconduct with a nail-driving spirit, striving to create a clean political ecology and a civilized, harmonious social environment, attracting widespread public attention. Yuan Maisie sighed. If only they could really rectify things, that would be great. Many announcements are made day and night with a strong attitude, but in the end it's all just loud thunder with little rain. Yuan Maisie had long since become accustomed to this. Jiang Ling stroked his chin, staring at the middle-aged man on the television with a heroic face. If I remember correctly, he should be the father of a certain female lead in the plot. And he is a very upright person. Right from the start, he fiercely cracked down on the Snake Gang, nearly bringing the infamous gang to the brink of demise. But unfortunately, his daughter inadvertently got captured by the Snake Gang and was used to threaten him into ruining his and he is a very upright person. Right from the start, he fiercely cracked down on the Snake Gang. Hiss. What was his daughter's name again? Jiang Ling couldn't recall the girl's appearance or name for the life of him. He only remembered her delicate and beautiful small hand with a tiny black mole on her wrist. If all the beautiful girls in Shihua revealed their hands to him, he might be able to find the right one. Just then the news broadcast suddenly changed. Someone hurriedly went on stage and whispered a few words in the host's ear, handing over a document. The beautiful host quickly glanced at the document's contents. Her professional smile instantly froze, her pupils dilating in shock, her voice trembling slightly as she began to report the urgent news. Dear viewers, we interrupt this program for an urgent notification. Tonight at 8:15 p.m., near the Xinchuan Bridge in the suburbs of our city, a school bus belonging to Xinchuan Middle School was hijacked by the driver. According to preliminary official verification, there are 28 7th-grade students on the bus from Xinchuan Middle School, along with one teacher. There are currently no official reports of casualties. After receiving the report, the city police department urgently dispatched criminal investigation and negotiation experts to the scene. The City Education Bureau, Emergency Management Bureau, and other relevant departments have also simultaneously activated emergency response, and staff have arrived on site to coordinate. We remind the public in the surrounding areas of the incident to avoid the area as much as possible to prevent affecting the on-site management. Parents of the involved students can call the official hotline for the latest updates, and relevant departments have set up temporary reception points. We remind the public in the surrounding areas of the incident to avoid the area as much as possible to prevent affecting the on-site management. Parents of the involved students can call the official hotline for the latest updates, and relevant departments have set up temporary reception. Meanwhile, a fleeting image of a trembling, beautiful girl appeared on the screen. Jiang Ling recognized her at a glance and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, it's her. The sound of dishes shattering broke the deathly silence. Aunt Yuan Maisie stared at the familiar school bus on the television, her face instantly turning pale as paper, her legs going weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Her cracked lips trembled violently, and tears burst forth. Indeed, the school bus reported on television that was hijacked was the one her little daughter, Ouyang Kailing, took to and from school. The ramen shop is half an hour's drive from Shunchuan and passes through some homeless gathering spots, which is very dangerous. Because of this, she paid an exorbitantly high fee for the school bus. Unexpectedly, just a few months into the school year, she encountered such a misfortune. The immense shock left Yuan Maisie speechless, and she fainted on the spot. The three of them rushed into the open kitchen almost simultaneously. Yuan Yuyu immediately helped Yuan Maisie up, but was at a loss for what to do. She instinctively reached out to pinch Yuan Maisie's philtrum. Smack! Jiang Ling slapped her hand away sternly, saying, "Don't move around, quickly call for an ambulance." Without first aid knowledge, random actions in such emergencies would only increase the risk. First let Annie lie flat, then go get something to raise her feet a bit, Lan Xinlan said calmly, removing Yuan Maisie's apron. Then she reached out to undo 2 buttons of her collar. Jiang Ling looked at her in surprise, not expecting that the beauty in front of him was quite professional. Yuan Yuyu, confused, obediently followed the 2's instructions, called 120, and used a cushion from the chair to elevate Yuan Maisie's feet. Yuan Maisie's rapid breathing eased a bit, and her complexion returned to a rosy hue. Huff! After confirming she was okay, Jiang Ling let out a long sigh of relief and immediately stood up to walk outside. "Where are you going?" Yuan Yuyu called out to Jiang Ling, who was about to leave with a furrowed brow. "Although I really dislike you, it should be very dangerous outside right now. After all, no one knows whether this was a personal act or a planned multi-person terrorist attack. For a normal person in such a situation, staying indoors is likely the safest choice. I'm going to the public restroom." Jiang Ling slammed the door shut without looking back. Huh. Yuan Yuyu was taken aback. This bewildering action left her quite puzzled. But then she thought that he likely intended to leave early to avoid any subsequent trouble. But I can't really blame him. It's human nature. He just helped with first aid, and that was already kind enough. Yuan Yuyu shook her head, not insisting that Jiang Ling stay to help. Meanwhile, Lan Xinlan's eyes lit up, and she quickly turned to say, "They'll also go to the public restroom. He'll leave." After saying that, Lan Xinlan dashed out of the ramen shop, leaving Yuan Yuyu dumbfounded. She turned with a complex expression and glanced at the sign indicating that there is a restroom in the shop, murmuring, "Could it be that public restrooms have some kind of magic?" At that moment, Chun Yi, who had been listening for a long time, without noticing anything amiss, slowly poked his head out from the break room in the kitchen, carefully scanning the surroundings. After finding that only a few bowls had been broken, he let out a long sigh of relief, thinking it was just Wang Jiahao coming in. Suddenly his gaze locked onto the girl in front of him. The thick bangs and oversized school uniform dulled her icy demeanor, but instead gave off a sense of approachability. Students with no presence wouldn't fall for the campus goddess up high. The Xinchuan Bridge. At this moment, the entrance and exit of the bridge are surrounded by orange-yellow warning tape, and several police cars with flashing lights are parked on the open ground at the intersection. Whoosh! Helicopters from the police and television stations swirl in the sky. The tremendous noise rattles the eardrums. Director Koizumi, it's confirmed the suspect indeed has a homemade bomb strapped to him. Although the craftsmanship is crude, its explosive power is equivalent to an 82 type steel ball grenade. Once detonated, all the hostages in the vehicle are doomed. The words of the security officer left many veteran officers present feeling ashamed as they looked at Koizumi Aoyama, who stood on top of the police car, revealing a hint of regret in their eyes. A fine director, and on his first assignment he encounters a malicious incident. If nobody is sabotaging, who would? Koizumi Aoyama wore a cold expression, remaining silent. There was no good solution at the moment. He could only stabilize the suspect and wait for the special task force to provide an action plan. Of course, it wasn't the group of incompetent fools from the Sherwake Security Bureau's Special Task Force. Instead, it was his trusted aides brought from Kagoshima, assisting him in rectifying Sherwake. The new official is determined to make an impression. Little did he expect that before he could even make his first move, someone would light a fire under him. Before long, the Special Task Force provided a preliminary plan. First, the plan with the highest success rate and the least danger, persuasion to surrender. Secondly, long-range sniping. Apart from that, there were no better alternatives. The organized files were sent over. The driver involved in the hijacking of the school bus is named Lu Yi, 35 years old, a local of Shuwake, divorced with a daughter suffering from leukemia, who tragically passed away recently due to unsuccessful rescue efforts. After years of work, his promised performance bonuses were never paid. The purpose of this hijacking is to kidnap the son of their company's president. He aims to extort the overdue wages and bonuses owed to him and his colleagues. As he read further down, Koizumi Aoyama's expression grew increasingly grim, gritting his teeth, as he said, Shanlin Express. Damn it, those people from Shinchuan Middle School actually outsourced the school bus service. Where is the person in charge of Shanlin Express? Have they arrived? On the way, he said he's stuck in traffic. Damn it, tell him to run over here within 15 minutes, even if he has to sprint. Understood. Among the crowd outside the warning line, many of Lu Ye's colleagues rushed over to watch the Some of the older employees who had been with the company for a long time were astonished and remarked, Lu Yi has always been an honest person. How could he suddenly resort to kidnapping? He wasn't like this before. He was quite friendly. Yes, he even has a daughter of the same age. How could he commit such an act? On the bridge, people whispered among themselves. Below the bridge, a cloaked man wearing a cardboard headpiece inserted his fingers into the concrete crevice and crawled step by step toward the school bus. In the grass by the distant shore, a girl in a duckbill cap crouched with a camera. The scene was chaotic, but it seemed everyone had their own tasks to attend to. Teacher, I'm scared. In the back seat of the school bus, a girl with twin ponytails clung tightly to the female teacher beside her. It's okay. Uncle Officer has arrived. Oh, we'll be rescued soon. The homeroom teacher Lu Yishan gently reassured the trembling girl. If Ouyang Kursin were ultra-soft cotton, then her sister Kailang would be a persimmon that's soft to the extreme. Don't even think about throwing a punch or kick. Just being yelled at loudly would make her burst into tears. Lu Yishan tenderly wiped away her tears, continuously praying for the officer to arrive quickly. In the driver's seat, Lu Yi appeared flustered, his thin t-shirt soaked with fine sweat. The homemade bomb strapped to his waist was quite rudimentary. The materials were merely some sulfur nitrate charcoal and a bit of sugar. The detonation device was so rudimentary that anyone with a bit of technical knowledge could disassemble it in no time. But he knew that such a simple device was what could help him regain the dignity, money, and personality he had lost. When he had exhausted all his efforts, but still found himself short of 100, Yen could only watch helplessly as his daughter died on the operating table. Lu Yi glanced at the students in the back seat, gritted his teeth, and spoke again. I will ask one more time. Who among you is Wang Guanghui's child? If you just say it, I will let the others go. Not long ago, there were rumors circulating in the company that Wang Guanghui's son intended to experience a commoner's life by taking the school bus to and from school. Moreover, he was riding the school bus that Lu Yi was driving. At that time, Lu Yi had never thought about hijacking the bus. He was only praying that the express company would pay him the overdue bonuses and performance payments. Not too much, not too little. Wang Guanghui owed him exactly 100 yen. However, despite submitting the materials over and over again to the company, he only received a cold message. Wait for notification. When he rushed into Wang Guanghui's office and knelt down to beg, he was beaten up by the security guards. Upon returning to the hospital, he discovered that his daughter had already passed away. Almost driven mad, he resorted to this extreme measure, hijacking the bus, to threaten Wang Guanghui to compensate all the employees for the owed amounts. As for himself, he wanted nothing only to do one last thing for the friends who had shared joys and sorrows with him for over a decade before he died. Speak up, who among you is Wang Guanghui's son? Lu Yi, seeing no one speaking, yelled anxiously as that cautious dog. Wang Guanghui hasn't even revealed his son's real name or appearance. Only through rumors did he learn that his son was on the school bus. Thus Lu Yi had no choice but to threaten the lives of everyone on the bus. Suddenly a loudspeaker's voice came from outside. Suspect Lu Yi, please calm down and take a deep breath. We have already notified President Wang Guanghui of Shanlin Express to come over. We will meet your demands. Please be patient and wait. Don't let it turn into a major mistake. The officer continued to repeat this, drawing Lu Yi's attention. Koizumi Aoyama squinted slightly and waved his hand. Deputy Wang Ji nodded, issuing commands through the intercom. Snipers ready. Report preparations complete. Negotiation was just one aspect. Everything must be prepared for contingencies. Lu Yi nervously looked outside the bus, searching for Wang Guanghui's figure, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Ling crept out from under the bridge and approached the school bus. His outer pants revealed a black-gray color. Hide mode activated. The stealth mode granted him ninja-like infiltration ability, making no noise as he slipped through the opened window and hid beneath the seats in the back. Lu Yishan instinctively lowered her head, nearly screaming out loud in fright. Thankfully, Jiang Ling promptly gestured for silence. The scream that had lodged in her throat was forcefully swallowed back. Is he from the security bureau? Jiang Ling raised his phone, illuminating the subtitles. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you, don't make a sound. Lu Yishan nodded, gently hugging Ouyang Kailang tightly. Ouyang Kailing also noticed the cardboard headpiece man under the seat and nervously tightened her grip on her teacher's hand. I beg you. Lu Yishan mouthed. Suddenly Lu Yi strode over, his eyes filled with intense anger. Hiss as he found me. Jiang Ling's heart tightened quickly, curling his body deeper into the shadows. However, part of the headpiece still inevitably protruded out. Although the angle was unfavorable, there was no other choice but to wait for him to enter the strike zone for a single blow. Just as Jiang Ling was gathering strength, a pair of well-proportioned legs clad in stockings obscured his face, the oppressive feeling causing him to instinctively gasp. Warm breath hit his calves, damp and itchy, causing the beautiful female teacher to let out a soft hum. Lu Yi glared fiercely at everyone, his panic and guilt growing more intense. Outside the school bus, a path automatically parted through the crowd. A weary middle-aged man in a suit with red and swollen eyes hurriedly approached Shaoquan Qingshan and asked, Sir, how is my son? How is my son? Are you Wang Guanghui? No, I am Li Xianghe, the chairman of Faker Express Group. My son is also on the school bus. Please, I beg you, save him. You must save him. My wife is dead and now I have only this one son. I truly beg you, I'll bow down to you. Please save my son. The middle-aged man broke down in tears, clutching Shaoquan Qingshan's leg. Shaoquan Qingshan furrowed his brows and turned to the officer asking, Where's Wang Guanghui? At that moment the crowd parted once again. My son. It was just a trivial debt, why resort to kidnapping my son? The stout middle-aged man cursed as he followed another officer. He was crying just as pitifully, his eyes red and swollen, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Shaoquan Qingshan remained silent, coldly staring at the weeping Wang Guanghui. Years ago he had learned some psychological detection techniques during an exchange program in the police force of the Daxia Kingdom. Wang Guanghui's tears slid down his cheekbones but left no trace along the sides of his nose. Those who truly cry have tears flowing down their nasal grooves, not just deliberately hanging on their cheeks. Furthermore, a closer look at the corners of his eyes revealed no sign of crow's feet contraction, only the muscles in his forehead twitched stiffly. This guy, his own son, is on the hijacked school bus. Why is he faking his tears? Shaoquan Qingshan sensed something was off. But the urgent matter at hand was to rescue the hostage, so he had to set aside some details for now. Stop crying for now, go prepare the funds to pay the overdue salaries of the employees and meet the demands of the suspects. Shaoquan Qingshan tossed the briefcase to him. This is the stabilization fund prepared by the police station, which must be repaid to Shanlin Express after this matter is resolved. Will we need to pay it back once distributed? Shaoquan Qingshan frowned, saying, What the hell are you talking about? Hearing that the money for overdue salaries would be deducted from the company, Wang Guanghui immediately suppressed his mournful expression and sighed. This isn't right. The company has been losing money. If it didn't have to be repaid, that would be fine, but if it has to be repaid, how can I afford to pay it back? Beside him, Li Xianghe was furious, standing up, ready, gripping Wang Guanghui's collar and shouting, What are you thinking about at a time like this? Damn it. If it weren't for your random deductions from employee salaries, how would this disaster have fallen on me? I'm telling you, if anything happens to my son, I won't let this go. After saying this, he picked up the briefcase, gave it a slight tug, and with a hint of greed in his eyes lamented, After saying this, he picked up the briefcase, gave it a slight tug, and with a hint of greed in his eyes lamented, It's a sin to give all this money to the poor. Shaoquan Qingshan's cold gaze swept over Wang Guanghui. Sigh. Let's go. Wang Guanghui forced a smile, carrying the briefcase as he walked toward the school bus with the officers. The employees owed salaries could only grit their teeth and follow under the persuasion of the officers. 5 meters from the school bus, a transparent bulletproof glass was erected. Lu Yi, the person you are looking for has arrived. Please put down the bomb immediately, and we will do our best to meet all your demands, Deputy Director Xiong Qi shouted through a loudspeaker. Seeing the stout Wang Guanghui, Lu Yi became agitated, glaring and shouting, Where's the money? Don't worry, it's all ready. The officer raised the ledger and the briefcase, quickly opening it, and starting to read from the ledger, Wang Xiaoli salary adjustment performance, 13411 yen. Li Shanlong salary adjustment performance, 61147 yen. Wang Taifu salary adjustment performance, 104417 yen. However, the employees whose names were called either looked at each other or hung their heads, with not a single one daring to step forward to claim the money that rightfully belonged to them. Go and get the money. Lu Yi shouted in disbelief. Why is everyone just standing there? This is the money I risked my life for. Why aren't you taking it? Hurry up and get it. If such a situation occurred in Daxia Kingdom, there would be no need to take such extreme measures to collect salaries. But unfortunately, this is Neon, where virtually all employees are under a lifetime employment system. What if they took the money and got fired? What would happen to their lives afterward? In a traditional capitalist society, without a safety net, ordinary people are no different from little bugs before a corporate group. Even a low-end company like Shanlin Express can still become a crushing force against individual resistance. Seeing Lu Yi's emotions fluctuate greatly, cold sweat dripped down Xiongqi's forehead, and he hurriedly said, Wang Guanghui, quickly make a promise to calm the suspect's emotions. Guarantee they will not be fired. Sure, I promise. Wang Guanghui nodded with a smile, glancing at the few who were obedient. Aren't you going to hurry up and go? Well, I think I'll pass. Wang Taifu awkwardly waved his hand. The others also made no move. They knew Wang Guanghui's promise was no different from flatulence. In an instant the scene became stagnant. Inside the bus, Jiang Ling held her breath, crawling slowly along the bottom of the seats. Fortunately, the students along the way were very cooperative. Without making a sound, she quietly reached Lu Ye's back. At the same time, some people at the scene noticed Jiang Ling's figure and gasped, "What's going on?" Without making a sound, she quietly reached Lu Ye's back. At the same time, some people at the scene noticed Jiang Ling's figure and gasped, "What's going on?" That's right, it could be a descendant of ancient martial arts. I remember that many officers in Daxia have backgrounds in ancient martial arts. The police department personnel also noticed the suddenly appearing Jiang Ling. They looked even more bewildered than the onlookers. "Director, is that the special force you called for?" Deputy Director Xiongqi's jaw almost dropped. He understood that it was impossible for an ordinary person to sneak into the bus unnoticed through layers of encirclement. The only possibility was that Xiao Quan Qingshan had found a special force. However, when he turned his head, he found Xiao Quan Qingshan's brow was even tighter. "Wasn't it you who called for it?" "Xiongqi. Damn it. It's an unregistered heroic act individual. Is there any contingency plan?" Xiao Quan Qingshan asked. By now he finally understood how hot a potato Shirlua was. But he could only brace himself and continue. Xiongqi smiled bitterly. "No, let fate decide." After hearing this, Xiao Quan Qingshan closed his eyes and thought for a moment. "No, we can't just leave it to fate. We still have snipers. Notify the sniper position. If that unknown individual messes things up, immediately take down Lu Yi. As for whether that individual might be mistakenly harmed, let fate decide." The television station's helicopter aimed its camera at the school bus below. The image of the man with a cardboard box on his head was rapidly spreading to every household watching television, with hundreds of thousands of pairs of expectant, worried, and curious eyes, staring intently at the mysterious cloaked figure wearing black underwear outside. "Half an hour ago. Mayukin, are you really not living with anyone?" "Ha ha ha, how could I live with anyone? Mayu prefers not to share a place with others. Except for Kexenshin, of course." Ouyang Kursin fell silent. Everything in the room was tidied up, quite unusual. As Maya's close friend Kursin had visited Maya's private room before, when there was no maid it was a mess. Clothes and socks were thrown everywhere. Now that Mayu had run away from home with no maid to take care of her, how could the room be kept in such a clean state? Moreover, there was an odd scent in the air as if a man had been there. However, looking at Maya's clear and naive eyes, and recalling her disdain for men, Ouyang Kursin began to believe it a little. Li Meiyu was worried that if they continued talking, Kursin would see through her. She hurriedly asked Kursin for help in putting the meat they had bought into the refrigerator. These ingredients were bought when she and Kursin were out shopping. Among them there was a significant amount of pork tenderloin, ham, and pork belly. Ever since she had tasted the grilled meat rice bowl made by Jiang Ling, she had secretly salivated more than once. Therefore, buying more ingredients to stuff the fridge meant she could have grilled meat rice bowl every day. As for the money for buying clothes, shoes, and vegetables, she borrowed some from Kexenshin. That's what good friends do. It's only right to lend some money. Then he'll start making dinner, Meiyu. Kursin tied her apron. "Let's have black pepper pork chops tonight, and prepare tomorrow's bento as well." Before long, the aromatic pork chop rice was served on the table. Ouyang Kursin took off her apron and noticed a splash of grease on it. She went to the bathroom. She opened the washing machine. Just as she was about to toss the apron in for a wash, she paused. Inside the washing machine was a half-dry pair of men's underwear. At that moment, the evening news was playing on the television. The host was eloquently recounting the remarkable achievements of the new director. Ouyang Kursin felt her hands and feet go cold, her expression becoming quite complex. "Meiyu, she has no money. How did she rent this place? If it were a boyfriend, Mayukin wouldn't keep it from Meiyu. She wouldn't be doing something bad, would she?" As a close friend, she couldn't just stand by and watch Meiyu fall into depravity. Kursin bit her lip, gently picking up the men's underwear and approaching the dining table, blushing as she quietly asked Meiyu, "What's this all about? If you're in trouble, you can tell me." "Moi." Li Meiyu looked puzzled, glancing at the men's boxers. She blinked as if realizing something and suddenly understood. "Kursin, it's not what you think. This is my underwear." Edge. Ouyang Kursin was stunned. "You didn't know? It's trendy to wear men's boxers to sleep now, because wearing briefs can be quite painful on the backside while sleeping. This is mine. I've worn it many times." "Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Meiyu. I thought." Ouyang Kursin's face turned bright red, and she quickly apologized. "It's fine." Li Meiyu smiled as she took the boxers from Kursin's hands. She casually stuffed them into her skirt pocket. Although Meiyu wore a smile, her heart was already stirred up in turmoil. Her small heart raced to 100 beats. She almost forgot that the washing machine was still not dealt with. Luckily, Meiyu was smart and clever, successfully averting a crisis. At that moment, the news anchor on TV suddenly paused in her speech. Emergency notification. After a while, the two who had been chatting fell into a silence as deep as death. Lingshan. Mom. Ouyang Kursen's face turned pale. Trembling, she took out her phone to call her mother. No one answered. Kursen. May you? If Mom finds out that Lingshan has been kidnapped, she will definitely faint from shock. Then, I need to be by Mom's side. Ouyang Kursen stumbled to her feet and ran out the door. Kexenshin. Wait for me. Li Meiyu grabbed her phone and hurriedly chased after her. Hurry up and get it. Liu Ye's face turned red. His hand holding the trigger trembled uncontrollably. Xiongqi took a deep breath and looked Liu Yi in the eye. I can assure you. Everything will be fine. Trust me. When someone is being stared at, they instinctively overlook the abnormalities around them. Jiang Ling crouched down and moved forward step by step. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Thud. In the back row, Liu Yishan swallowed hard, her long legs and pantyhose trembling uncontrollably under the fitted skirt. Ouyang Kailing also stared blankly at the big brother, nervously curling up. Can it succeed? Suddenly Liu Yi seemed to sense something and turned around sharply. Their eyes met, speechless, exchanging glances. It's over. Xiongqi's legs went soft, feeling the world spin. Half a meter. They were clearly only half a meter away from Liu Ye's hand holding the trigger. A school bus carrying 27 underage students exploded. No matter where it is an extremely terrifying event that can wipe out a large group of people. Before long, an order from above would come down, and he, the direct person in charge of the area, would have to return to the countryside to clean up the pigsty. Fire. A voice came from the intercom, unhesitatingly belonging to Koizumi Aoyama. Bang. At the moment the trigger was pulled, the muzzle of the 93 sniper rifle erupted in a scorching flame. The bullet roared out of the chamber. Following the predetermined route, it sped straight towards the suspect's temple. Liu Ye's hair stood on end, and he instinctively pressed his thumb. Smash Waludo, Steel Chicken, and Horse Thunder. A loud voice exploded. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a fiery glow shot up into the sky as if lighting a lamp in the darkness. No. Xiongqi cried out sadly as snowflakes fell and the north wind howled. Splashing, water dripped onto Xiongqi's face, resembling drops of tears. Moi. He sniffed, sensing something was off. Oh, why did this rain smell like gunpowder? The explosion occurred on the water surface under the bridge while the school bus above remained intact. Jiang Ling let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he acted quickly, using time pause at the moment before the explosion. I. Liu Yi, who survived, felt his mind go blank. His legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. The bullet hole next to his ear still emitted heat. Ding. Detected that among the people the host saved there is the heroine Ouyang Kursen's sister. Option triggered. Option 1, sister's description. Use your verbal skills to win over Ouyang Kailing. Reward weapon twin, swords named Ganjiang and Moi. Option triggered. Option 1, sister's description. Use your verbal skills to win over Ouyang Kailing. Reward talent mature charm. Your charm value surges in the eyes of older sisters. Option 3, hero. Description. Send a photo of saving Ouyang Kailing to Ouyang Kursen, asking her to return a photo. Reward eye of opening the box. By making eye contact with others, you can obtain 3 pieces of their secret information with a chance of obtaining identity information. Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling was overwhelmed and felt a headache coming on. After a brief glance, he silently chose option. Quickly returning to the back of his seat, Liu Yishan was already in tears, her long legs hitting the floor with a thud. No one could hold back their tears in such a terrifying situation. Jiang Ling ignored the pitiable beauty teacher and went straight to Ouyang Kailing's side. Kailing, who had already cried her eyes out, was the only student on the school bus who wasn't crying. Big brother. Thank you. The non-legal loli said softly. Truly a younger version of Ku Xian, a pure loli, she looked like the epitome of a soft girl. The Great Xia Penal Code. Hey, don't reach out or you'll be caught. Jiang Ling reached out and gently patted her head, saying, Little friend, could you please help big brother with something? What is it? I know your sister Ku Xian. Oh, just take a photo to let her know I'm safe. Big brother, you know my sister. Kailing was very surprised. Suddenly stars twinkled in Kailing's big eyes, almost blinding Jiang Ling. Yes, she calls me Sir Knight. Of course you can call me that too. Jiang Ling took out his phone and snapped a selfie, sending it to Ouyang Ku Xian. Then, he'll call you Knight brother. Ouyang Kailing blinked. Are you my sister's boyfriend? No. Jiang Ling firmly emphasized, though a bit hesitantly. I don't like your sister at all. She's not my type. By the way, can you help big brother with one more thing? When you go back, tell her this, okay? Just say, Sir Knight doesn't like her. No, I should say Sir Knight hopes to treat her as a friend. Ouyang Ku Xian was very sensitive, and being her sister, Kailing also possessed strong empathetic abilities. The tone changed so obviously it feels like Knight brother is a bit Sundara. Kailing blinked, thinking inwardly. Could it be that Knight brother was just saying he didn't like her? Do you understand? Jiang Ling seriously emphasized. It would be great if you could help Knight brother. Having understood the implied meaning, Kailing nodded, gently smiling as she said, I understand, Knight brother. Kailing will definitely help. Suddenly, boom. The explosive security officers rushed into the school bus, pinning the culprit Lu Yi harshly to the ground and putting handcuffs on him. Many students cried out loud, resembling a tragic symphony. The officers hurriedly rushed in, taking the children away, checking them for injuries, and delivering them to the professional psychologists waiting outside for counseling. Hearing the distant cries of the children, Lu Yi hung his head, lost in thought. Tears streamed down his face as he lay on the ground, painfully cursing himself. Bastard! Bastard! What have I done, threatening the lives of innocent children? At that moment, Wang Guanghui quietly slipped into his BMW. Peering through the car window at Jiang Ling inside the school bus, he showed a fierce glare, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, ruining my good deed. What a disaster." Looking at Lu Yi being taken away, Jiang Ling felt no joy from subduing a criminal. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, his gaze icy as he looked towards the crowd in the distance. Killing intent perception activated. Wang Guanghui shrank back, hurriedly pressing the gas pedal, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he cursed, "What the hell? How did that guy notice me?" Without any hesitation, Jiang Ling transformed from black to blue. The hide form changed into speed form. With a powerful push off the ground, he shot out of the school bus like an arrow. Boom! Speed transformed into power. A heavy foot stomped down on the car's hood, forcefully shutting off the engine of the vehicle that had just started. Wang Guanghui was taken aback. "You want to kill me?" Jiang Ling's expression turned cold as he dragged the terrified Wang Guanghui out of the car like a dead dog. "No." "Ola! Ola! Ola!" Wang Guanghui received several punches to his face, his plump cheeks swelling up like a pig's head. "Stop!" Xiongqi shouted, cold sweat pouring down. He had already jumped into the school bus, planning to ask the mysterious cloaked man about his identifier to see if he belonged to an official force or an underground dark faction, or if he was just a novice. Unexpectedly, with one leap, he crossed dozens of meters and landed heavily on Wang Guanghui's car. Clack clack. The accompanying officers raised their guns at Jiang Ling. Seeing this scene, many citizens watching began to boo, cursing, "What is this? This group of guys is actually pointing guns at a hero. Unbelievable, should a good person really be threatened with guns? Put down the guns. Put down the guns. We can't let the hero bleed and cry." Xiongqi ignored the cries of the crowd and focused intently on Jiang Ling's next move. The public was unaware of the dangers posed by abnormal individuals, did he not know? These abnormal individuals could easily shatter a wooden board with a slap, while the stronger ones could rival a fully armed armored vehicle. If they went berserk and started throwing cars, it would definitely injure a large number of innocent civilians. "Put down the guns," Koyama Koizumi coldly commanded. Swish, swish, swish. The special security officers put away their handguns and sniper rifles. "If you kill him in public now, you will be placed on the wanted list for abnormal individuals." Saying this, Koyama Koizumi remained expressionless as he stepped closer to Jiang Ling, whispering, "How about this? I'll give you my phone number and business card. If you want to know any information or join the official organization for abnormal individuals, you can contact me." Jiang Ling glanced at Wang Guanghui in his hand, thought for a moment, and suddenly smiled. "All right, I'll let you go now, get lost." As he said this, he casually swiped Wang Guanghui's wallet and phone. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Wang Guanghui was already so frightened, he was speechless, scrambling away from the crowd. Later, Jiang Ling accepted the business card from Koyama Koizumi. "I have no plans to join the official organization for now," Jiang Ling said calmly as he looked at the card in his hand. Later, Jiang Ling accepted the business card from Koyama Koizumi. "I have no plans to join the official organization. If the hero could give up the credit for this incident, Koyama would be very grateful." Koyama Koizumi silently handed over a red-bottomed Hanlong medal. Jiang Ling stared at the medal for a while, nodded, saying, "Okay." Not long after, a large group of reporters surrounded him, eagerly asking about his identity. Jiang Ling lightly pointed at the Hanlong emblem on his shoulder. Then he transformed into a chubby cat and jumped beneath the bridge, disappearing into the hazy river of the night, leaving the remaining matters to the police to handle. Reflecting on Koyama Koizumi's words, "You have new messages notifications." In the taxi, Ouyang Kursin lay quietly in Maya's arms, softly sobbing. The driver sighed, "If you throw up in the car, it's 2,000 yen. Today's young people, when they experience a heartbreak, act as if they are on the verge of death. Unlike the older generation, who can still face life cheerfully even when wearing a little green on their heads. A life." Ding dong. Kursin's phone vibrated lightly. She thought it was a message from her mother, but upon opening it, she was stunned. "Night. Really?" Without any hesitation, she immediately opened her phone to search for news. The school bus hijacking incident was successfully resolved, with the special operations team wearing cardboard boxes being the key factor in the victory. A special thanks to Chief Koizumi for commanding on the front lines. A majestic figure appeared in the image. Ouyang Kursin took another look at the group photo sent by the night. Her sister's face was stained with tears, yet she smiled and made a peace sign at the camera. "I rescued your sister, and she is currently safe. Please do not worry." Ouyang Kursin hurriedly dialed Kailang's watch phone, and it connected. "Sister. Kailang. Boo-hoo, you're alright. That's really great. Ouyang Kursen's tears moistened her eyes, and the heavy stone in her heart finally fell. Sister, thanks to Night Brother, he subdued the criminal and saved Kaylang. Moreover, Night Brother also asked me to Kaylang's tone was mysterious. Kursen was taken aback and asked what did the knight say. Night Brother said, he likes you. Meanwhile, at the Izumi ramen shop, Yuan Maisie had just woken up, but fainted again upon seeing the news that the incident was resolved with no casualties. Everyone thinks superheroes are official upright characters, but only I know he is a student of Sherlaw, and everyone thinks superheroes are official upright characters, but only I know he is a student of Sherlaw, and I even have his contact information. Our relationship is quite close. Yin Yu was startled by her sudden idea, but then she thought to herself it seems like she could give it a try after her part-time job. The bullied literary girl x the aloof superhero boy plot continuously flooded her mind. As she thought about it, Yin Yu's face flushed, and she slightly squeezed her thighs together. Ugh, this is really exhilarating. At the computer mall, Wang Jiahao was sitting cross-legged, his eyes sparkling with excitement, bouncing on his feet. Wow. No wonder he asked me about Snake Bro. Turns out he is with the authorities. Boss, the parts are selected, and these computers can handle anything from CF to the newly released GTA 6 with ease. Xiaobai and Luli came out each carrying a computer case. Xiaobai also pulled out some old phones, excitedly saying, my dad said he would send us some smartphones now. We can make money off those students who don't understand computers. Let's transport everything to the sports warehouse. From now on, our Jiahao Internet Cafe is open, Wang Jiahao said with ambition. Having a powerful background feels great. Moreover, the backing is from the authorities, which makes it even better. That night, the whole Sherluo city was stirred by Jiang Ling. So where did Jiang Ling run off to at this moment? Ding ding. Koizumi Aoyama, he lives at XXX District No. XXX with a 35-year-old teacher wife and a son just starting high school. Also, we checked the children on the school bus and did not find his son. Therefore, his son should have spread false information on the bus, intending to pressure Lu Yi using a knife to kill and eliminate the son of the rival company Faker's president. There's no need to tell me what happened next. By comparing the business cards in his wallet and the information on his phone, it was confirmed that Koizumi Aoyama was not lying. After checking all the information on his phone, he threw the phone into the trash bin below. The night breeze was gentle. If someone passed by, they would spot the cardboard-cloaked hero standing on the telephone pole. Itachi should be standing on the telephone pole like this, right? Jiang Ling tried to crouch down, but felt an urge to relieve himself. Itachi kills the entire family. He would also need to kill an entire family. So Itachi, after indulging in some delusions of Buick, steadily stopped at the villa's entrance. A portly man got out. Wang Guangwei hurriedly dashed home, panting with his wife, He Huili looking at her hurried husband, in confusion. Honey, why are you in such a rush? I almost got killed. Wang Guangwei gasped for breath, urging, hurry, we can't stay here. Call Xiao Yong, we're going abroad to hide in Dasha. Damn it. I shouldn't have agreed to Shigai. Over $1 million nearly cost me my life. Compared to the rising powers in the island nation and the rampant firearms in America, Daxia's safety is undoubtedly top-notch. No matter what level of abnormal individual, when they arrive, they must behave themselves. Upon hearing this, He Huili's face turned pale, and she hurried to her son's room. Wang Xiaoyong, who was chatting on an external chat software with the most affectionate Lo in the capital, was startled. He quickly pulled the blanket over himself, blushing and complaining, Mom, what are you doing? You can't just come in without knocking, it's so annoying. He Huili quickly threw him some clothes, saying, hurry up, your dad has provoked an abnormal individual. If we don't leave now, it's going to be bad. Oh. Wang Xiaoyong quickly put on his clothes and asked, where are we going? Daxia. Wang Ziyong's eyes brightened. Can we go to the capital? Sure, as long as our precious son wants to go, we will go. He Huili sighed. It's a pity that once we reach Daxia, we'll have to give up all this wealth and glory. To be honest, this is harder to bear than killing me. Suddenly, click. The lights of the entire villa suddenly went out, plunging it into darkness. When spring arrives on the 8th of September, I will kill all flowers after my flower blooms. Wait, I have many secrets to tell you: power money transactions, power drug transactions, and even the secrets of the recently active Viper gang. Bang, bang, bang. After a long time, the lights came back on. 3 headless corpses oozing blood lay in the room. The safe in the bedroom had been pried. Bang, bang, bang. After a long time, the lights came back on. 3 headless corpses oozing blood lay in the room. The safe in the bedroom had been pried open with gold bars and cash completely looted. No matter how you look at it, it was a case of burglary and murder. However, the surveillance in the so-called absolutely secure villa community captured no suspicious individuals. This massacre of a family had already become a cold case. Back at home, he casually hid the stolen cash and gold bars. There was no way to offload these spoils in the short term. He could only wait for a few months until the situation cooled down before gradually laundering it. Not seeing Li Meiyu, he figured she had probably gone to Kursen's house. Jiang Ling entered the bathroom to wash off the blood, letting out a long sigh of relief. Tick-tock. The clock unknowingly reached 11:30 at night. The system panel floated before him, and the task for option 3 was still uncompleted. Criminalized task remained in gray status with a countdown of half an hour. If it wasn't completed in half an hour, he would have to transform into a white-haired beast-eared loli and be sent out by the system. I really don't want Kexenshin to think of me as a pervert. Jiang Ling rubbed his brow, finding it hard to decide. After thinking for a while, he opened his phone and clicked on Kexenshin's profile. Hey Kexenshin, don't you think the night is really beautiful tonight? Read. After a long time, there was still no reply. Jiang Ling mustered his courage and typed, Kexenshin, I want to tell you something. Check your knees perhaps. P.S. Absolutely uphold the tomato creation code and never describe any non-green unhealthy body depictions, such as foot fetishism. Izumi Ramen Shop. In the second-floor room, you bent over the desk intently carving a seal with a small knife. This was one of her weapons of revenge against Jiang Ling. Hee, hear that you blonde jerk. Once you finishes it, you're in for a spectacular embarrassment. She pouted, her eyes gleaming with mischievous light. Ku-Xin, freshly bathed, curled up on soft bedding holding her phone aloft. The screen glowed faintly frozen on the chat interface with Sir Knight. Her younger sister had gone to bathe with their mother. Yet Ka-Ling's earlier words lingered like whispers in her ears. Sir Knight likes you. Yes. He told Ka-Ling himself, it was because of my elder sister that I rushed here, without hesitation, heedless of danger. Truly he confessed it with his own lips. Who then was Sir Knight? Ouyang Ku-Xian's cheeks flushed crimson. Had she been asked this question, she would surely have answered. Sir Knight is an exceptionally kind and gentle soul. Ding dong. A new message popped up in the chat window. Hey Kushin-chan, don't you think tonight's moonlight is especially beautiful? Kushin-chan, there's something I'd like. Those words struck her heart like a muffled blow. Her head buzzed, her heartbeat thundered, threatening to burst from her chest. She recalled her literature teacher's lesson. When you meet someone you love at dusk preparing to confess your feelings, do not simply say I love you. Instead, gaze into their eyes and whisper the night sky is truly beautiful tonight. A lifetime holds countless nights, but the most beautiful night is always the one spent beside you. Could it be? Was Sir Knight about to confess his love? Ouyang Ku-Xian shot upright. Her large, lovely eyes shimmered with astonishment and excitement, her clean snow-white feet nervously intertwined. Would Sir Knight declare his feelings boldly, or veil them in delicate subtlety? I think I've fallen. If they were together, she imagined walking hand in hand to watch a film. Yet, just then, a message appeared. Mind showing me your knees? Ouyang Ku-Xian, oh. Sir Knight, what are you planning to do? Ku-Xian blushed deeply. It wasn't that she refused to send a photo. It was the sudden, unexpected shift that left her flustered. In the bathroom, Jiang Ling let out a helpless wail. It's over. I've been officially diagnosed as extremely perverted by Kushin-chan. Please, Kushin-chan, could you help me with something? Ouyang Ku-Xian, face burning, lifted her phone with trembling fingertips. Beside her, Miyu noticed her flustered demeanor and leaned in curiously. Kushin-chan, what's wrong? You're acting so startled. Miyu. Ku-Xian hesitated. Should she confide? But Li Miyu was faster, snatching the phone and gasping. Wow, is this guy seriously a pervert? Sir Knight is not a pervert. Ku-Xian instinctively protested, hurriedly defending him. Sir Knight is incredibly gentle. And she briefly recounted what had happened. That good for nothing Chun E actually sold you out. Li Miyu exploded in fury, stamping her foot and spitting. The moment I saw him, I knew he was no good. If Sir Knight hadn't intervened, I'd have been ruined, Ku-Xian murmured, cheeks flushed. And this time, he risked his life to save Ka-Ling for my sake. So he absolutely cannot be a pervert. As for why he wants my photo, I honestly don't know. Miyu finds this strange too. Li Miyu rubbed her delicate porcelain-smooth chin, slipping into deep thought. If he rescued you because he likes you, then asking outright for your photo would be far too abrupt, impossibly rude for a girl. It's as if he wants to help you yet doesn't want you to fall for him. That behavior is deeply contradictory. Suddenly inspiration struck. New theory. Bingo. Our world harbors many extraordinary individuals, each gifted with peculiar, even bizarre abilities. Yet some powers require specific conditions to activate, what we might call hidden techniques. Perhaps his ability's activation condition demands he view Kushin-chan's photograph to relieve psychological pressure. The stronger the ability he unleashes, the more intimate the photo required to ease that tension. That explains everything perfectly. Of course, it could also simply be classic tsundere behavior, liking you deeply yet refusing to admit it, resorting instead to seemingly irritating acts. Ouyang Ku-Xian pressed her slender lips together, eyes shimmering with quiet emotion. Miyu-chan, I truly adore Sir Knight. Will you be my strategist? I want to pursue him. Li Miyu smirked confidently, patted her chest, and tilted her chin upward. Leave it all to strategist Miyu. No worries. So what should I do now? Ku-Xian whispered, her blush deepening. Li Miyu swayed her head, playfully channeling the aura of Zhuge Liang reincarnated as Miyu. If he asks for your photo, you mustn't just snap your feet. Then what should I photograph? Here, gently hold the hem of your sleep dress, tilt your knees slightly toward the lens. Aim for that shy Italian charm. Still receiving no reply, Jiang Ling anxiously lay sideways on his bedding. What now? Think of another line. Even deception will do. Just get one photo. How about, hey Kuexine, I remember seeing something gray on your toenails. Could it be fungal infection? Send it. I'll check for you. Damn, it sounds even more perverted. Ding dong G. Photo. JPG. Jiang Ling's pulse quickened as he tapped open the image. Elsewhere, Kuexine buried her face in her pillow, emitting soft kitten-like whimpers. Her pale, slender legs swayed gently, shyness laced with sweet, trembling anticipation. Long minutes passed, no reply from Sir Knight. Disappointment flickered across her lips. Could it be? He didn't like it. Before, whenever I sent photos, he always said so adorable. Li Miyu chuckled knowingly. Me, you suspects. He's already fainted from nosebleed. Huh. Ouyang Kuexine blinked, utterly bewildered. Why, oi? Because he was utterly smitten by Kuexine. Li Miyu whispered, voice dripping with devilish delight. Though deeply embarrassing, her heart didn't recoil. Instead, a tender warmth bloomed, perhaps even liking. Steam seemed ready to rise from Kuexine's crown. She clutched her burning cheeks, utterly flustered. Could this be what falling in love feels like? The next day morning, Jiang Ling woke from his dreams sighing. However, regret aside, the photo on his knee would not. Jiang Ling couldn't help but open his phone again, rationally analyzing the angle and posture. The actions and feelings are just right, like a wife who has been with her husband for many years, feeling a mix of reproach and obedience when he makes a request. It's simply wonderful. After washing up, the sunlight outside was just right. Today was the weekend with no classes. Jiang Ling planned to relax and lie down at home for the whole morning. In fact, he truly enjoyed a complete morning without any disturbances until it was close to noon. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Who? Who else could it be but Mei Yu? A girl's unique voice, slightly proud, came from outside the door. Upon opening the door, Mei Yu walked in as naturally as if it were her own home. Today she wore a pink dress paired with white short socks, her twin tails fluffy and playful, radiating youthful energy, almost like a special weapon for loli enthusiasts. Where have you been? Why are you back so late? Jiang Ling asked, feigning ignorance. Mind your own business. Mei Yu huffed playfully, sitting down next to the dining table with great ease, ordering, quick, go make lunch for Mei Yu. Jiang Ling. This attitude, and you want lunch? Go away. Just as Jiang Ling was about to take action, it seemed Mei Yu sensed her tone was too harsh. She blinked her big eyes, her voice suddenly soft and sweet, carrying a hint of coaxing. Please, stinky blonde. After lunch, Mei Yu will give you the surprise I promised you yesterday. I hurried back from Cousin's just to prepare a surprise for you. It must be said, although Mei Yu often had a sharp tongue, her coquetry could easily tug at one's heartstrings. Jiang Ling stared at her for a few seconds, a hint of information flashing through his mind. Secret information 1. Mei Yu is executing the revenge plan stamp, and if successful in stamping Jiang Ling with the pork stamp, he would be unable to lift his head for a month. 2. Mei Yes San In Jiao acupoint is very sensitive. A little touch will make her legs weak. 3. Mei Yu tends to be mischievous when bored, much like a cat that knocks over the water kettle while you play games. Call me master, and he'll make it for you, Jiang Ling said with a smile. The little devil was somewhat clever, but unfortunately, she encountered the warrior of the box opening. However, he didn't mind Mei Yu coming for revenge. The more she came, the more options the system might have. What a... You want me to call you master again? However, he didn't mind Mei Yu coming for revenge. The more she came, the more options the system might have. What a... You want me to call you master again? At her own master. Mei Yu gritted her teeth and called out. Han Xin endured humiliation, but still became the king of Qi. Mei Yu endured the master-servant humiliation, and she too could successfully retaliate against the stinky blonde. Not bad. Jiang Ling nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to ruffle her hair. The sudden slightly rough ruffling caused Mei Yu's heart to skip a beat. Damn, just wait. The enduring Mei Yu would definitely succeed. Soon fragrant grilled meat rice was served on the table. Mei Yu swallowed, naturally picking up a spoon to begin. Suddenly, with a slip of her hand, the spoon fell on. Oh no, how did the spoon fall? Mei Yu exclaimed, then revealed a shy expression, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. Stinky blonde. Could you help Mei Yu pick it up, please? When God wishes to destroy a person, he must first make them mad. The first step of the revenge plan to seduce the stinky blonde with beauty, causing him to lose his reason. The game has begun. Jiang Ling. Final play along. If you dare to challenge me, you should be prepared for failure. Jiang Ling obediently bent down, preparing to pick up the spoon. Plan successful. Mei Yu couldn't help but smile, quickly pulling out the pork stamp she had prepared. Without hesitation, she raised the stamp and forcefully pressed it onto Jiang Ling's neck. The precision of her movement was akin to a captain executing a monkey. However, just as the stamp was about to land, he struck. In an instant, she felt her whole body weaken, her pale little arm drooping limply. The pork stamp rolled on the ground, coming to a stop after a few spins. Jiang Ling picked up the pork stamp with composure, his expression blank as he looked at the softening Mei Yu. It felt quite reminiscent of a battle between a lily bell and a little evil god. Bastard. What? What did you do to Meiyu? Li Mei's cheeks flushed a strange tingling sensation, making her feel both embarrassed and angry. You like stamping, right? Jiang Ling twirled the pork stamp in his hand, his tone unreadable. Have I been discovered? Li Meiyu closed her eyes, lowering her head, her tone suddenly tinged with sadness. Stinky blonde, do you still remember the past? The past. Suddenly Li Meiyu crouched down, unexpectedly executing a sweeping leg attack towards Jiang Ling's lower body. Mei's sweeping leg. Bang! Jiang Ling stood still, instead laughing. How strange, why did the pulse gate just open itself? Ouch! So painful. Tears instantly welled up in Li Mei's eyes as she covered her reddened knee, gritting her teeth. Woo-woo. Why is it so hard? Jiang Ling squatted down, reaching to remove her socks. No, Li Meiyu cried out in terror. However, with a light sound, the pork stamp was firmly pressed onto her, leaving a clear light blue mark. Li Meiyu slumped softly onto the floor, her gaze vacant. Woo-woo. The revenge failed. And I got countered by the stinky blonde. I can't show my face to anyone. Jiang Ling looked up at the time. At 3 in the afternoon, it was almost time for him to go for the ramen shop interview. I'm going to the interview for a part-time job. Stay at home and don't move around. If you get bored, you can play the game disc I left under the console. After saying that, Jiang Ling changed into a slightly formal outfit and left the house. It took a while before Meiyu slowly got up. Her dazed eyes refocused as she comforted herself. Little patience can lead to big plans. To achieve great things, one must be able to endure and understand. She tried to use Jiang Ling's shirt to wipe the mark on her foot, but to no avail. Although the pork stamp's mark was harmless, it would take at least a month to naturally fade. Thinking of this, tears welled up in her eyes again, and she lay flat on the tatami, gazing at the ceiling, murmuring woo-woo. So boring. After a while, she slowly got up, picked up the game disc Jiang Ling had placed on top. The 1,000 Love 10,000 Flowers, with a puzzled expression video games. Are they really that fun? In the flowing night bar. Interesting, this Chun-Yi actually dares to openly display his official identity. It seems he has a force behind him that is not weaker than ours supporting him. Zichuan, how is the plan progressing so far? Cousin, don't worry, we've already sent undercover agents from the Poison Snake Gang to trouble him, and Ah Guang is very loyal. Even if exposed, he will bite himself to death as a member of the Poison Snake Gang. In the Huchuan ramen shop. An interview. This. Yuan Maisie was somewhat surprised. It suddenly occurred to her that she had indeed asked Ku Xian to help post the recruitment information. However, neither of them was very familiar with electronic products, and it took a long time for them to successfully post it. But for some reason, no one had come to apply, and coupled with the unique let-it-be attitude of middle-aged women, when faced with difficulties, the recruitment matter had been muddled along. Jiang Ling raised his phone. Hey, I came because I saw the recruitment information. You should still be hiring, right? He surveyed the shop again, feeling something was off. But he couldn't put his finger on it. This? Yuan Maisie hesitated, then suddenly looked closely at Jiang Ling and exclaimed, Oh, you're the customer who came to eat last night before leaving. Before you left, that girl said you helped a lot. Oh, Jiang Ling nodded, acknowledging calmly. That's me. Thank you so much. No problem with the part-time job. Yuan Maisie bowed deeply. If it weren't for the three of them helping in the emergency yesterday, she might have had to lay in the hospital for several days. Chun-Yi, who was wiping the tables nearby, suddenly had a very unpleasant expression. Ever since Jiang Ling walked in, he had been praying internally that Yuan Maisie would reject him with reasons like, funding is tight, we are not hiring for now. After all, this guy looked fierce with his dyed yellow hair. In front of that man, he felt like a weak and easily bullied dried bitter melon. Aunt Maisie, I just remembered something and need to leave now. Chun-Yi chose to flee after much. Aunt Maisie. Suddenly Jiang Ling's mind flashed, and he widened his eyes. Wait a minute. I was wondering why it fell off. The Huchuan ramen shop. Isn't this Cousin's home? I should have figured it out last night. Damn it, I was too busy showing off to save a person and flew off to the bathroom. Suddenly, at that moment, the inner door was pulled open and Ku Xian happened to walk down the stairs. Their eyes met, and the air instantly froze as if the pause button had been pressed. Once again encountering those eyes that seemed fierce but had once shown her endless tenderness, Cousin's heart skipped a beat, and almost instinctively filled with disbelief and a hint of joy, she exclaimed, Knight. Sir, no, you've mistaken me for someone else. Jiang Ling turned and ran, slamming the door behind him. Sorry, I don't want this part-time job anymore. Returning home, Chun-Yi felt somewhat gloomy. Despite putting in a great deal of effort, he still failed to mend his relationship with Ku Xian. That damn blonde had come to occupy his ecological niche, leaving him with no excuses to seek Ku Xian anymore. As for the more troubling matter, it involved Yin Yu. At the farewell yesterday. Hey, you were Yin Yu, right? Chun-Yi. We're in the same class. Oh. I'm really grateful for your help. I thank you on behalf of Aunt Maisie. Aunt Maisie is fine now. It's late and unsafe. How about I walk you home? No thanks. What the hell? Clearly she is just like him, an outcast in the class. A character unnoticed by others, yet she puts on a superior air. It's truly nauseating. Clack clack, the door lock opened. On the sofa, Chun-Yi's mother was sitting with her legs crossed munching on sunflower seeds. The popular Tokyo love story had the middle-aged women in tears murmuring, "I should have married a 185-meter tall handsome guy from Tokyo." Unlike the diligent and virtuous Mazie, Tahara Yuko was a typical housewife. Usually at home, she just spent her husband's money binge-watching dramas, ordering takeout, and hiring cleaners. The only thing she did herself was to place the bought ingredients on a plate, pretending it was a laborious effort. The neighbors admired her luck as she, being both fat and unattractive, managed to snag a perfect man in a woman's eyes. A silent ATM. "Mom." In back, Chun-Yi timidly called out. "Oh," Tahara responded, wiping her tears. "Go wash your hands, and bring the blueberries over after washing them." Chun-Yi nodded and turned to the kitchen, only to find a girl wearing a thick mask and a work uniform emblazoned with Shinma Housekeeping cleaning the kitchen's dead corners with a cloth. Yin Yu sighed inwardly. The rubber gloves were still too hot. However, just the thought of earning money to buy a phone after working gave her motivation, so she could add Mr. Night online. She was full of energy. After all, line was far more interesting and cheaper than texting, plus it allowed video calls and emojis. Yin Yu. Upon seeing the person she had fallen for, Chun-Yi's heart raced for a moment. The curses that had been hidden in his heart vanished. "Oh mother, could there be a more coincidental fate in the world?" "Let me help you," Chun-Yi said, disregarding the blueberries as he stepped forward and took a cloth, starting to help clean the Yin Yu had been thinking about Jiang Ling until Chun-Yi approached her, finally noticing the additional person. "How can a little girl like you do such heavy work?" Before Yin Yu could respond, Chun-Yi rolled up his sleeves, deliberately showcasing his meager muscles. "You look tired too. Why not take a break? There are blueberries on the table to eat." Yin Yu. "No thanks." Yin Yu quickly snatched the cloth, coldly stating, "This is my job. Please do not disturb me. Thank you. It is important to me." What if the boss found out about the absence? They'd deduct her pay. How could she pay for tuition or buy a phone without money? Well, okay, you'll go wash some fruit first. Remember to come out and eat once you're done. Hearing the words "thank you," Chun-Yi felt a sense of relief, believing that his image and favorability in Yin Yu's eyes had increased a bit. The house had a vacuum cleaner, dishwasher, washing machine, and dryer. Plus Mrs. Tahara hired a cleaner once. Thus Yin Yu's work was neither dirty nor tiring. She just needed to take care of the unnoticed corners. About 2 hours later, every corner had been thoroughly cleaned and tidied up. Mrs. Tahara nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming that Chun Daxiong is truly lucky to have a wife like me. If it were another woman, she would have long claimed all the family assets, reported him for domestic violence, and run off with a younger man. After 2 hours plus tips, a total of 8,000 yen. Yin Yu bowed gratefully to Mrs. Tahara. After all, the bulk of the tips did not need to be handed over. It was her own bonus. Mrs. Tahara yawned, having watched too many dramas. It was time for her to go back to her room for an afternoon nap. Once her mother returned to her room, Chun-Yi finally mustered the courage to look up. "Yin Yu, thank you for your hard work. Have a blueberry." "Oh no thanks," Yin Yu casually declined after counting. She had never eaten anything given by outsiders. Chun-Yi offered her a cut apple, saying, "This apple took me a lot of effort to cut." As he spoke, he deliberately displayed his finger, which had been cut by the small knife, as if to say, "Look, I've made a huge sacrifice for you." "I don't want to eat right now," Yin Yu replied, slightly annoyed. Did this guy not understand human language? However, thinking about the large tip given by her mother, she couldn't directly curse at someone's son. Noticing Yin Yu's serious tone, Chun-Yi decided not to press further. However, he thought of a better way to raise his favorability. "Yin Yu, it's quite sunny outside. If you go out like this, you might get heat stroke. Here, take this sunshade. Next time my mom will ask you to come help again." Yin Yu's attention was entirely on the words "next time mom asks you." Sure, Yin Yu thought for a moment and gently nodded. "Thank you. See you next time." "See you next time." Next time. See. Oh ho ho ho. Chun-Yi's mind went blank. The 3 words echoed in his mind. He inexplicably thought of a phrase. "If she sheds a tear, I will slaughter a city." "Let me walk you part of the way." Chun-Yi snapped back to reality, clearing his throat. "I need to go downstairs to the supermarket to buy dinner for tonight." Yin Yu was thinking, could she use the 8,000 yen to buy a second-hand smartphone? After all, the only software she... Not long after going downstairs, just as Chun-Yi was eagerly following Yin Yu around a corner. Snap! Chun-Yi, lost in thought, stepped on something soft. Hey, you little brat stepped on my foot." A loud and arrogant voice suddenly rang in his ears. Chun-Yi shivered and turned around, nearly being startled out of his wits. In the alley stood a group of burly thugs. Their muscular arms were tattooed with horrifying green snake. The bald, strong man in charge grinned wickedly, sizing him up before saying, "You are Chun-Yi." "I am not Chun-Yi." Chun-Yi, frightened, quickly waved his hands, his legs shaking like a sieve. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration, suppressing the fear in his heart, and swallowed hard, saying, I am Jiang Ling. Chun-Yi. Who is that? I don't know him." Snap. The bald man slapped him hard across the face, the force knocking him dazed. "Damn it, Chun-Yi, how dare you lie to me? Do you have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard?" The bald man gestured, and his lackeys surrounded Chun-Yi, inviting him into the alley. Yin Yu. Her slender fingers quickly typed on her phone. However, at the moment before sending the bald man's lackeys, snatched her phone away to prevent her from calling for help. Our boss said to punish you severely. The bald man scratched his head. To be honest, he did not understand what was so worth probing about this weak student. He had to follow the steps sent by the boss. Furthermore, the boss had left a message: this guy is terrifying, be very careful. First, did you see our tattoo? We are from the poisonous snake gang. The bald man started the first probing. Chun-Yi knelt down with a thumped brother's eye. I'll give you all my money, you please spare me. The bald man. Boss, is this guy really that terrifying? Take this punch. The bald man fiercely struck Chun-Yi's face with a fist. Smack. He did not evade or dodge taking the punch heated. Such a strong will left the bald man momentarily stunned. Why not dodge? Are you not afraid? No. No. No harm. I didn't react. Chun-Yi said with a mournful face covering his swollen cheek and kowtowed several times. Big brother, I really didn't provoke anyone. Please let me go. The bald man was somewhat baffled and quietly opened his phone to send a message to boss. Boss, we slapped him a few times and he knelt down. Is he really the strong person you mentioned? On the other side, Lu Zichuan frowned and turned to ask. Cousin, even after being slapped a few times by the bald man, that guy still hasn't shown any strength. He can endure this. Ma Shinjixin also frowned and murmured. Cousin, to be honest, I don't think Chun-Yi could possibly be the person we encountered last time. The guy in the photo wearing glasses looks so small and creepy, how could he be? Before he finished speaking, Ma Shinjixin interrupted him, shaking his head. Zichuan, there are many methods of body shrinking and disguise in this world. Don't just look at appearances, sometimes the most unlikely answers are the correct ones. It's always worth trying to probe first. After all, Ma Shinjixin stared at the information in his hand for a long time, narrowing his eyes. His seat is at the back by the window in the classroom. Lu Zichuan. Cousin, do you think it's possible that Chun-Yi is a fake name? Then what next? The hierarchy of power applies even in gangs. Let a Guang act freely. The goal is to thoroughly provoke the opponent. Thoroughly provoke. A Guang scratched his head. After much thought, he tried to kick Chun-Yi in the shin. Don't hit me, I'll take whatever you want. A Guang. Yin Yu. You have no backbone at all, being humiliated like this and not getting angry. Chun-Yi, are you even a man? A Guang decided to insult him verbally, but found that Chun-Yi still showed. Chun-Yi trembled. Looking at Yin Yu, who stood silently beside him, A Guang suddenly had a bright idea. Hee, you little brat, since you have no backbone, don't blame me for making a move on this little girl. That's right, A Guang decided to unleash the ultimate weapon to ignite a man's fighting spirit. NTR. If a man can watch his beloved girl lose her purity right in front of him, then his character must be despicable and lowly to the extreme. What? Chun-Yi's eyes widened as if his heart was suddenly seized tightly by someone. It hurt so much. A pain 100 times worse than finding out Wang Jiahao had his eyes on Curson. Yin Yu's face turned pale as she trembled, reaching into her pocket to grip the stun gun. You all, don't come any closer. She felt a bit regretful. Why did she let this irritating person who brings trouble tag along? But she had a stun gun. As long as she kept her cool, she could find a chance to escape from this dire situation. You guys go outside to keep watch, and you come with me into the alley. A Guang licked his lips and deliberately said loudly, as for you, Chen, just kneel at the alley entrance and listen. Yin Yu took a deep breath, her pale fingers gripping the stun gun tightly. No. Chun-Yi roared, standing up. He stood up. A Guang was startled and immediately assumed a defensive posture. I won't allow. Smack. The little brothers were indeed members of the Poison Snake Gang. Not knowing that their brother was testing him, they saw Chun-Yi being so arrogant and slapped him, cursing. Fool, who do you think you are, the Emperor of the Heavens? Chun-Yi immediately deflated, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry. What a wimp. So wimpy. He watched as Yin Yu entered the alley with the bald man. Chun-Yi felt his heart bleed, hating them to the core, but not daring to express even the slightest hint. He could only secretly think. Think positively, at least I tried hard, and Yin Yu should be touched by my bravery. Moreover, after that bald man is done, I can go comfort her. Maybe Yin Yu will end up loving me for it. Suddenly, a rush of wind sounded from outside the alley, immediately followed by several dull thuds as bodies fell to the ground. What? Chun-Yi instinctively turned his head only to be hit by a punch on his forehead. His vision darkened and he fainted. Inside the alley, A Guang did not rush to act, but instead informed Lu Laodao about the previous situation. He didn't act, even when faced with NTR. It seems the minister was indeed mistaken. You did well on this matter. Once you return undercover, the position of vice captain will be yours. A Guang hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, boss. Yin Yu's heart raced as she bit her silver teeth, pulling out the stun gun and pressing it forward. Whoosh. A Guang caught a glimpse of Yin Yu making a move and immediately sidestepped to dodge the stun gun. Damn it, I wasn't planning to make a move against you, but why do you keep looking for trouble with me? A Guang was furious and slapped Yin Yu's face. Up. Yin Yu was terrified, her face pale and her legs weak and powerless. Smash the wall. Boom. Yin Yu tightly closed her eyes, but did not feel that slap coming. After a long time, she cautiously opened her eyes and found the tall bald man lying on the ground sleeping peacefully. As for the man standing on him, Mr. Knight. Yin Yu was both surprised and delighted, hardly believing the scene before her. I just happened to be passing by as a masked knight. After solving the problem, Jiang Ling quickly turned to leave, feeling extremely gloomy inside. Damn it, what is going on? First I shook off Curson, and now I run into Yin Yu being bullied. Such a cold and ruthless style of conduct struck at the most sensitive part of Yin Yu's heart. Wait a minute. If possible, may I invite you for a cup of coffee? No. After saying that, Jiang Ling ran even faster. Afraid that if he stayed for one more second, Yin Yu would drag him to have coffee, shopping, KTV, a couple's hotel, confirming their relationship in one go, and then he would be on guard all day against the ever-rising Minotaur. Slap. Just as Jiang Ling was about to slip out of the alley, he heard Yin Yu fall behind him. Jiang Ling. Mr. Knight. Do you really hate me that much? Yin Yu's eyes were filled with tears, her thin lips pressed together in a pitiful manner. Her tender white ankle was swollen, making her look even more lovable. As the saying goes, the more a girl shows strength and independence, the more she yearns for someone to rely on. At this moment, the independent and aloof beauty revealed a tender side, like a melting iceberg. Jiang, what can I do now? Just leave an injured beauty alone in a dark, deserted alley. I don't hate you. Jiang Ling helped Yin Yu up while massaging her acupoints to reduce the swelling, his mind racing. It's just that I am not good looking, so I don't wish to form any bonds with anyone. Jiang Ling played the ugly card. However, in reality, apart from having a fierce gaze, he was undoubtedly one of the best in terms of appearance, figure, and temperament among males. Otherwise, the beauty, who was a face control, wouldn't only use his yellow hair feature to attack him personally, calling him stinky yellow hair. Looking at Yin Yu standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do, Jiang Ling let out a sigh of relief. It seemed this card had worked. After all, when a handsome guy saves a beauty, it's the little girl has no way to repay, only to offer herself. When encountering an ugly man, it's the little girl has no way to repay, only to become a cow or horse for the young master in the next life. Reality is cruel, but can reality not be cruel? Under Jiang Ling's manipulation, the swollen ankle gradually returned to normal. Yin Yu closed her eyes, her little heart beating even faster. So Mr. Knight is also like me, someone who is not well regarded in class. So happy, I never expected to be in the same category as Mr. Knight. More importantly, he said, he doesn't hate me. That means he likes me, right? If Yin Yu were a face control, she wouldn't have dressed so unattractively. Compared to the superiority of appearance, the kindness of the heart is far more important, isn't it? Mr. Knight, can you please take me home? She said softly. Seeing Yin Yu's downcast expression, Jiang Ling nodded. Okay, I'll take you home. It seems the effect of the ugly card is quite significant. With Yin Yu, his favorability has likely capped and won't increase anymore. At the Izumi ramen shop, Yuan Maisie with a hint of worry asked, Curson, tell me, why were you in such a hurry to run out just now? She remembered her daughter being quite happy before running out. How could she return with red-rimmed eyes like a little rabbit that had suffered a great injustice? Could it be that she was bullied by that male classmate who came for the interview? Mom, I'm fine, Curson replied, her hands propping up her chin, her frown making Maise's heart ache. I just have a few things I can't figure out. Mom, I'm going upstairs for a while. She feared that staying would pass on her gloomy mood to her mother, so she turned and ran upstairs. Back in her room, she locked the door, and the facade of strength crumbled instantly, tears rolling down like pearls on a broken string. Mr. Knight is such a big fool. Why? Why does he have to run away the moment he sees me? I just wanted to talk to him. Sniff. And he ran away so fast. This feeling is like encountering someone you like while shopping. With a passionate heart, she thought to greet him, but to her surprise, he merely shot her a cold glance and turned away. Now Curson felt even more heartbroken than Shang Xinzi. Unlike boys who swallow their grievances, girls prefer to confide in others when wronged. Ouyang Curson sniffed and dialed her best friendly Mayu for a video call. Beep beep, hello? Moses, what's up with Mayu? Sniff. Mayu. Mr. Knight dislikes me. Ouyang Curson cried as she recounted what had just happened. Silly Curson, why are you crying? This time you actually gained a lot. Li Mayu shook her head, sounding wise beyond. If he really disliked you, he could just ignore you and continue with the interview. Why would he run away like he saw a ghost? It's precisely because he likes you that he panicked upon seeing you, thinking, oh no, I didn't dress well today. I can't let someone I like see me like this. So he instinctively ran away. For instance, how would you feel if you saw Chun-Yi with messy hair? No feelings, I wouldn't want to talk to him. What if it was your Mr. Knight? I would run away, fix myself up, and then come back to see him. Curson blinked, her tear-filled big eyes suddenly enlightened. Oh, so that's how it is. Mr. Knight ran away because he likes me. Exactly. This shows that your Mr. Knight is likely a proud and awkward guy. Mayu, you're amazing. No wonder you're Mayu. Thank you, Mayu. With her heart unburdened, a radiant smile returned to Curson's face. She tried to close her eyes and recall Jiang Ling's appearance, but found that she had only focused on his deep-set eyes, unable to remember what he specifically looked like. I'm really such a fool, Kirsten lamented as she tapped her little head. However, knowing that Mr. Knight did not dislike her was enough. After hanging up, Kirsten ran downstairs to help her mother. Seeing her daughter, who had just been despondent, now radiant with a smile, Yuan Maisie was a bit baffled and shook her head. She increasingly found it hard to understand the young people's thoughts. Meanwhile, at Jiang Ling's home, Meiyu, who had received compliments, happily shifted to a sidling position. Scattered around her feet, clad in white short socks, were open bags of chips, half-drunk iced drinks, not Pepsi, and a white shirt belonging to a certain blonde boy that she had used as a napkin. Clack clack, the joystick clicked loudly. Since the obnoxious blonde boy left, she had pushed the game, 1,000 loves and 10,000 flowers, for 2 whole hours, seemingly without fatigue. I didn't expect video games to be quite fun. But, yawn, I'm a bit sleepy. As dusk fell, the area near the Qingshui River Bridge was bustling with traffic during rush hour. The streetlights lit up early, casting a warm orange glow that blended with the city's neon lights. On the bicycle lane, a tall boy in a hood pedaled while a girl behind him tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, her fair arms glistening softly in the glow of the setting sun. A gentle breeze blew, lifting a few strands of hair from the girl's temples. Yan Yu squinted slightly, quietly soaking in everything. The sound of the wind in her ears, the distant melodious honks of cars, and the red sun slowly sinking behind the rolling mountains. In my life, I have never experienced a moment as serene as this. If only I could possess it forever. Unfortunately, the theory of subjective time relativity tells us that all moments of happiness are fleeting, while moments of suffering stretch out like a long night. We have arrived, Jiang Ling said, shutting off his phone's navigation and parking his bike. Oh. Yan Yu snapped out of her reverie, her little head lifting to reveal the familiar detached house, stirring a slight sense of loss in her heart. She hadn't expected to reach home so quickly. Do you want to come in for a glass of water? Yan Yu's heart raced as she asked softly. No thanks. Jiang Ling shook his head, turning to leave. Ding. Option triggered. Option 1, leave. Description: leave without hesitation. 2 hours later, Yan Yu is brought back by her mother, drugged by the priest, and wakes up to find herself committing suicide by wrist cutting. Reward: food. High heavens, fine wine. Ling Jun, a very good wine, but bitter. Option 2, agree to the request. Description: agree to the request. Follow Yan Yu inside and find an opportunity to wrap your arms around her waist and hold her close. Reward: skill. Feign attack allows you to place the source of your voice anywhere within a radius of 10 meters. Option 3, I am the protagonist. Description: defeat the priest and become the protagonist yourself. Reward: magical item, hard enticing crystal ball. Jiang Ling. Well then, goodbye, Mr. Knight. Yan Yu lowered her head, her eyes dim. Just as she was feeling dejected, the footsteps in the distance suddenly stopped. However, Jiang Ling turned around, a hint of calm smile on his face. Since it's a generous invitation from Yan Yu, I might as well comply. The spacious yet simple living room. The two sat opposite each other on the tatami mat with a few cheap snacks and a steaming cup of green tea on the coffee table. But I'm really sorry, this is all I can offer you. Yan Yu's face turned a bit red with embarrassment. Regardless of the circumstances, after all, poverty can be a source of shame. Jiang Ling, while blowing on the steam rising from the tea, discreetly surveyed the room. The living room, kitchen, and entrance were all clean and tidy, and aside from the slightly worn furniture, there were hardly any flaws to point out. And this location was on the edge of the city center with convenient transportation. Just considering the value of this single-family home at over 9 million, Yan Yu's family couldn't actually be considered poor. The plot mentioned that her father had passed away many years ago, leaving behind a substantial inheritance. However, her mother, aimlessly spending her father's pension and inheritance, squandered it lavishly, accumulating a significant gambling debt with brother Butching. After Yan Yu's earnest persuasion, her mother superficially reformed, but secretly joined the Holy Church, becoming an unglamorous believer of a heterodox sect. With such a mother, no matter how hard she tried, her life would only continue to plummet into the abyss like a gunman. After finishing the tea and snacks, and pouring another cup of tea, the atmosphere in the living room gradually quieted down, and both of them struggled to find a suitable topic. Yan Yu couldn't help but look up just in time to meet Jiang Ling's frightening yet gentle 3 white eyes. People say that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and gazing into each other's eyes feels like a gentle kiss of the souls. The silence suddenly became a bit ambiguous. The golden light of dusk filtered through the window, casting a soft glow around the girl like a sacred veil. Thump, thump, thump. Yan Yu felt that her heartbeat was clearly audible, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes involuntarily misted over. This was the first time Jiang Ling encountered such an atmosphere, instinctively quickening his pace of drinking tea to hide his slight nervousness. Yu, your eyes are the most beautiful I've seen in the neon lights. Can I see your knee? He almost let it slip. Xiaochu Nan and Xiaochu Nu exchanged glances for a long time. At that moment, the teacup was empty again. Yan Yu hurriedly got up, wanting to refill his tea. Suddenly, her slightly flushed ankle gave way. Up. Her petite body lurched forward, but just as she was about to fall onto the tatami mat, a pair of strong arms caught her securely. In an instant they were so close that their noses nearly touched, and they could clearly feel each other's breath, warm and fragrant with tea. Those pink lips were tantalizingly near, seemingly emanating a faint sweet scent of cherry blossoms. Thud. How could any Xiaochu Nen withstand such an unexpected situation? Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Nevertheless, their lips still met, just a gentle touch to her cheek. The doorbell rang. Hello, it's the delivery from the mountain. Please sign here, a voice called from outside. Yin Yu, like a startled deer, hurriedly pushed Jiang Ling aside, her heart racing, as if it would leap out of her chest. Her cheeks, already flushed, were now so red they seemed as if they could bleed. Jiang Ling's expression was emotionless, yet his heart was filled with regret. If I had known earlier, I would have been more decisive. I will go get the delivery, it should be something my mom bought. Yin Yu's voice was barely a whisper, almost fleeing as she dashed toward the entrance. He watched the girl's cute, flustered back, and her fair, delicate knees bare beneath her denim long pants. Jiang Ling, closing his eyes, stop using the ghost brain, show me images of tragic love. Yun Changxiu finished signing for the delivery. Yin Yu, holding a cardboard box, awkwardly made her way back to the living room, her head bowed, her gaze flickering, afraid to meet Jiang Ling's eyes. Night, I'm going to make dinner. How about curry? Jiang Ling nodded, his eyes falling upon the delivery box she clutched. If he remembered correctly, it should contain the hypnotic artifact from the bishop. Of course, calling it an artifact was misleading, as it had no real magical power. Instead, it was a colorless and odorless hypnotic aphrodisiac volatile agent. Yin Yu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, gently placing the box down and turning to dash into the kitchen. She opened the fridge, took out half-finished curry paste, a small bag of rice, onions, and potato chunks, and began preparing dinner. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Ling quickly opened the delivery, rummaging through it for a moment. Sure enough, he pulled out a gorgeous glass bottle in a light pink hue adorned with strange religious symbols. He weighed it in his hand, it was quite heavy. Path of death. A glimmer of disgust flashed in Jiang Ling's eyes. The Holy Church. Once he dealt with the serpent gang, the next would be you. Click, click, the sound of a key turning in the lock. In the kitchen, Yin Yu's skilled chopping suddenly froze, her face paling in an instant. Oh no, shouldn't Mom be at the church? Why is she back so early? Yin Yu's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as she dropped the spoon and rushed to the living room. Night-eye. My mom is back, quickly hide. Yin Yu's voice trembled noticeably as she pulled Jiang Ling's hand and ran toward the upstairs bedroom. Bursting into the bedroom, she quickly opened the closet door frantically, trying to shove the nearly 6-foot-old Jiang Ling inside. Fortunately, the closet was big enough, she managed to squeeze him in. Bursting into the bedroom, she quickly opened the closet door frantically, trying to shove the nearly 6-foot-old Jiang Ling inside. Fortunately, the closet was. Jiang Ling replied softly, all right. With his affirmative response, Yin Yu finally relaxed a bit, not having time to calm her rapid breathing, as she turned and dashed downstairs, making it hard to imagine a girl with a recently sprained ankle could run at such speed. Though it was quite bizarre, a person still needed to breathe. It smells a bit nice in the closet, could this be the fragrance of virginity? Jiang Ling sniffed, detecting a faint pleasant aroma. It was a clean, soft scent that no cosmetic could replicate. Pleasant, too pleasant, he felt an urge to What is this thing? Jiang Ling felt something cottony resting on his head. He took it in his hand, squinting at the faint light filtering through the gap. It was white cotton, clean with signs of having been worn. Jiang Ling, oh, what the... Damn it. At the end, Mrs. Yin, this should be my second visit, right? The portly, big-eared Bishop Yamada squinted his small eyes, smiling as he surveyed the interior. Yes, last time was during the baptism visit. Mrs. Yin respectfully handed him slippers. Indeed, it had been a long time since his last visit for her son's school admission qualifications. However, that visit unexpectedly revealed that Mrs. Yin had an ice queen of a daughter. Unfortunately, he hadn't prepared adequately, which left Yamada feeling regretful for a long time. As for this time, he had already sent over the artifact in advance. He would find an excuse for prayer later to take some time to put both mother and daughter under. Mrs. Yin, a long-time drinker and gambler, had skin in terrible condition, dull and lifeless, and her figure had long since deteriorated from its former glory. But her daughter, tisk, just looking at her was enough to make one feel soft and tempting. Yamada smacked his lips, holding back his drool, but the lewd glint in his eyes remained unabated. The two entered the living room. Mrs. Yin ignored her daughter, busy in the kitchen, walking straight to the altar, placing the offerings bought at a high price from the church, and clasping her hands in prayer with a pious expression. Oh, Yu is such a good child, helping out at home every day. Yamada smiled as he looked toward the kitchen, his chubby face. Unlike that boy of mine who only knows how to run around with those rascals outside. Yin Yu suppressed her disgust, her head bowed in silence. She's such a good child, huh? Mrs. Yin clasped her hands, rolling her eyes. If she were truly a good child, her grades wouldn't only rank second in the class. I heard this time her monthly exam dropped another rank. She's really useless. I'm sorry, Mom. Yin Yu quietly apologized. I will work hard next time. Mrs. Yin didn't respond. Finishing her prayer, she opened Yin Yu's backpack and began rummaging through it. This was her daily routine, checking if she had secretly brought back light novels. After all, she had previously discovered Yin Yu reading light novels. This time, with her grades dropping, she must have hidden more novels again. Yin Yu kept her head down, allowing her mother to rummage through her backpack. Moi. Mrs. Yin pulled out an envelope, opened it, and found 2,000 yen inside. Mom, I found a part-time job. This is a tip from someone. Yin Yu hurriedly explained, reaching out to take it back. Smack. Mrs. Yan's eyes flashed with greed as she slapped her hand away. Confiscated. You must want to use this money to buy light novels. Our family has always relied on the inheritance from your deadbeat father to survive, and we are financially strained, so this money is for family expenses. But, no buts. I didn't plan to take your money. After all, you earned it yourself, and I would understand, but your grades have fallen, haven't they? Yin Yu was left speechless. Having been PU'd by her mother for so long, she still bowed her head and admitted her mistake as usual. Oh dear, we are family. We should be more harmonious. Yamada approached with a smile, reaching out his greasy fat hand toward Yu's shoulder. Yin Yu stepped back, suppressing her disgust, her gaze cold as ice. Oh ho 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 ho, this kind of look is amazing. Yamata's breath quickened a bit, thinking secretly, when the prayer is over, I must watch this beautiful pair of eyes slowly fill with filthy desire. Without further ado, Mrs. Yin, let's set up the scene of prayer first. The ordered holy incense should have arrived right. Upon hearing about the prayer, Mrs. Yan's face lit up with a fervent and fanatical expression. She turned to Yu. Where's the delivery? Yin Yu instinctively looked at the floor of the living room, only to find that the signed delivery had vanished. What happened? Yin Yu was somewhat dazed. Could it be that the knight took it? She couldn't understand why the knight would secretly take the delivery. But no matter what, he must have his reasons. The knight wouldn't harm her. Mrs. Yin glanced at the stamp on the table, her expression darkening. Yu, where's the delivery you signed for? Yin Yu bit her lip, lowering her head. I don't. Smack. Without hesitation, she slapped her daughter's tender white face, her eyes red as she roared. That was the holy water your mother spent a fortune to obtain. Did you drink it secretly? Mrs. Yan's deranged state resembled that of a frenzied lioness. 10,000 yen a bottle, limited holy water. This little beast actually drank such an important thing completely. Yin Yu collapsed to the floor, covering her red and swollen cheek. The stinging pain, accompanied by a slight ringing in her ears, made her stomach churn. I'm sorry, Mom. Yin Yu trembled as she apologized. The stinging pain, accompanied by a slight ringing in her ears, made her stomach churn. I'm sorry, Mom. Yin Yu trembled as she apologized, showing no maternal instinct whatsoever. All right, Mrs. Yin, I still have a small bottle of holy water. Make do with this for now, Yamada said calmly, grabbing her arm to comfort her. He pulled out a small glass bottle from his sleeve. It was said to be a limited edition holy water worth 1,000 yen. In reality, it was just mineral water mixed with some addictive substances and hypnotic drugs. This stuff was readily available, but Yamada still put on a compassionate and loving facade, as if he had suffered a great loss. Mrs. Yin, breathing heavily, kicked him angrily, cursing, giving birth to you was a mistake. Now get back to your room. Jiang Ling had been leaning against the door, holding his breath and listening intently to the commotion downstairs. With each word he heard, his fists clenched tighter, a weight settling heavily in his chest. Damn it, that woman is worthy of the sacred title of mother. In her heart, the daughter born after 10 months of pregnancy was worth less than a bottle of cheap, holy water. In her heart, she had never treated her daughter as a real person, wantonly humiliating her in front of outsiders. In her heart, since you were born of me, then everything about you belongs to me. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, then you die. And that fat pig of a bishop. Just hearing his sticky voice made Jiang Ling want to vomit. He actually dared to plot against you. He was truly the scum of the earth. Tap, tap, tap. The faint and hesitant sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Jiang Ling took a deep breath and moved behind the door. Click. The door was gently pushed open. With red eyes struggling to suppress her tears, Yin Yu walked in with her head down, only to bump into his sturdy chest. The girl, startled, lifted her head, and upon seeing him quickly lowered it again, her lips trembling as she struggled to form a smile more difficult than crying. I'm sorry for letting you see such an embarrassing scene, but if you want to laugh, go ahead. I've almost gotten used to this kind of life. Well, after all, she is my mother. Though she has a bad temper occasionally she can still be a bit gentle. Yu? Jiang Ling's voice was deep, yet carried a strange, comforting sense of stability. Yin Yu noticed the pink bottle in Jiang Ling's hand and forced herself to appear calm as she asked, Knight, if you don't need this, can I take it down to return it to Mom? It's my fault if my grades hadn't dropped. Mom wouldn't have gotten so angry. This contains an aphrodisiac. Jiang Ling suppressed the anger in his chest, sighed, and said, that fat pig bishop wants your body, and your mother is the bastard who invited the wolf into the house. Yin Yu was stunned, her mouth curving up awkwardly as if trying to smile, but her gaze was hollow. Is that so? Is it because I haven't done well enough? That mom. Would. It's all my fault. All of it. Years of PUA had conditioned Yin Yu to instinctively search for problems and faults within herself, no matter the situation. Yu, listen. Jiang Ling grasped her cold, trembling small hand, forcing her to look into his eyes. She is no longer the mother you knew. Now she is just a brainwashed monster wearing your mother's skin. Please leave her, all right. Tears welled in her eyes instantly, but Yin Yu desperately fought to hold them back. She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper, but, Night. It seems like my life only has mom left. I have no friends, and after dad passed away our relatives grew distant. If I lose mom, he'll really have nothing left. She recalled the days when her father was still alive, when she had been just as innocent and happy as other girls. Until 4th grade, when her father died in a car accident, her world collapsed in an instant. The girls in her class, upon hearing the news, chased after her chanting, Yin Yu is a child without a father, your deadbeat dad doesn't want you anymore, haha. I heard his intestines were crushed out. How tragic. She couldn't contain her anger and lashed out. The teacher called her mom, and upon hearing she would have to pay her mother, slapped her hard in front of everyone without a word, roaring, apologize. Quickly apologize. But they insulted me first. You dare to retort. When told to apologize, just do it. You must find all the problems within yourself. If they insult you, so be it. Who told you to hit back? Simultaneously, she fawned over the parents of those children. I'm sorry. They'll definitely teach her well. Can we not pay this money? In the end, her mother still paid the money, and that night, while drinking, she beat her, crying. We have no money left. You look at the mess you've made. Do you think you're worth it to your mother? From that moment on, Yin Yu became silent. Friends drifted away from her, and the bullying from others grew worse. After all, your mother is on our side. Gradually, she truly had not a single friend left. The only thing she clung to in life was that drunken, gambling woman who treated her inconsistently. Listening to Yin Yu's fragmented narrative, Jiang Ling's knuckles turned slightly white from the pressure. Yu, not you don't have to comfort me specifically, nor do you have to blame my mom. All of this was my choice. That's all. You've worked hard. For some reason, the tears she had been trying so hard to swallow back upon hearing those simple 4 words burst forth like a flood, uncontrollably streaming out. All the grievances that had accumulated over time erupted at this moment. She pressed her forehead against his broad chest, tears like pearls rolling down, soaking his clothing as she cried out, Night, why does everyone bully me? Woo, why is my life always a mess? Is it that I shouldn't have been born? Woo, my existence is a mistake. Woo. The scalding tears soaked his clothing, a warm sensation spreading across his chest. A warm hand gently rested on her head. The knight's voice was not loud, yet it seemed to have a convincing and stabilizing charm. It's all right. You're not in the wrong. No one is born to be in error. You have done well enough. But, my mom, you kick her out of your life. If you don't mind. From now on, let me interfere in your life instead of her. At that moment, Yin Yu felt as if light dispelled the gloom before her. If you don't mind. From now on, let me interfere in your life instead of her. At that moment, Yin Yu felt as if light dispelled the gloom before her. She had closed herself off tightly, refusing anyone to. But now a boy had forcefully torn down the heavy wall around her heart, extending his hand toward her, curled up in the dark corner. Please let me interfere in your life. Light illuminated the corners, shrouded in distorted maternal love. The boy's hand was warm and strong, pulling her out of the endless abyss. Okay. She nodded in a daze. Jiang Ling watched as the faint yet genuine sparkle returned to the girl's eyes, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. In that case, the remaining matters. Jiang Ling lowered his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the floor, to fixate on the 2 demons in the living room below. Leave it to me. Mrs. Yin closed her eyes, reciting a prayer. In front of her stood a statue of a deity with 6 pure white wings resembling a crane with a long beak, its eyes closed. This is the God of the holy teachings, known as the Child of God, and the Archangel, the brother of Jesus, and the King of the Flood, the God of eternal life. Those who worship this deity can attain eternal life. Mrs. Yin was able to quit gambling due to her yearning for immortality. Yamamoto Fatty had grown weary of the fanatical worshippers' grotesque behavior towards the God of eternal life. What good is worshipping gods and Buddhas? He reached the position of bishop through hard work, gifting the archbishop with presents and women. If praying really granted wishes, would ordinary people with no money or power have a chance? Yamamoto Fatty rested his chubby face on his hands, pondering what excuse to use to trick Yin Yu into drinking the holy water. Mrs. Yin had already consumed half of the holy water, her expression becoming somewhat frenzied. Apart from inducing arousal, the holy water could also invigorate a person for a brief period, but afterward they would fall into a coma, visions of dancing little figures flooding their minds. This is also what the bishops described as a miracle, which the believers firmly believed in. Oh God, if you can hear my call, please respond to your loyal believer. A sudden voice echoed in the ears of Mrs. Yin and Yamamoto Fatty. Mrs. Yin, Yamamoto Fatty. Lord, is it really you? Tears streamed down Mrs. Yan's face as she firmly believed that her day and night prayers had summoned the God of eternal life. How wonderful! How wonderful! It was worth all the money I spent. To seek eternal life, first one must take a life. Kill the man beside you, and offer his blood to me. The statue emitted an extremely chilling voice. Yamamoto Fatty broke into a cold sweat, cursing loudly. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be the God of eternal life in front of me? How audacious to imitate the God of eternal life. Truly, so bold. Yamamoto Fatty shouted angrily, trying to dispel the fear within him. Yet his legs trembled, shaking like leaves in the wind. If he was not mistaken, the source of the voice was indeed the statue. Kill, kill, kill. Without taking lives, how can there be eternal life? Without taking lives, how can there be eternal life? The cold voice was like a parasite, sending chills down his spine. Yamamoto Fatty instinctively rubbed his eyes. In a daze, he seemed to truly see the God of eternal life, opening its crimson eyes, staring directly at him, with a cruel smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Yamamoto Fatty swallowed hard, his eyelids twitching. Without hesitation, he turned to flee towards the door. Damn it, I'm really seeing a ghost. However, just as he reached the entrance, a gleaming blade pierced his back with great force. Splatter, skin split, open, blood gushed. Oh! Yamamoto Fatty cried out in agony. Mrs. Yan's eyes were bloodshot, her bony hands gripping the handle of the knife tightly. The prayer ritual had been ongoing for over half an hour. She had consumed another half of the holy water, her mind now in a state of heightened and unstable excitement, commonly known as getting high. On the second floor at the corner of the staircase, Yin Yu's beautiful eyes widened as she blankly watched all that was happening below. Mom is stabbing that fat bishop several times already. Could it be that this is what the knight meant by leave the rest to him? This is amazing, knight. You really can use magic. Yin Yu's worldview was shattered. She witnessed the knight controlling the statue to speak, commanding her mother to stab that fat bishop. Any ordinary person witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be terrified and have their legs turned to jelly. No one could remain calm in the face of supernatural phenomena. But Yin Yu was different, although her legs were indeed a bit soft. But not from fear, rather from being dazzled by his handsomeness. Hello? Is this the police? XX Street, XX number, there's a woman going crazy wielding a weapon and injuring people. A fat pig is about to be stabbed to death. Yin Yu looked up in surprise. The knight was dialing the police. After hanging up, Jiang Ling looked down, staring intently into her beautiful eyes. Yu, help me with a favor. Huh? Yin Yu was taken aback, blushing as she whispered, what favor? Hold my hand. Is that okay? Jiang Ling awkwardly turned his head away. Skill fainting description, you can manipulate your voice to appear at any location within a radius of 10 meters. Side effect, if you say a single word, you must hold the beautiful girl's hand for 1 second, otherwise you will be silenced for 24 hours. Yin Yu nodded shyly, unable to resist glancing down at his large hand. The knight's hand was trembling, so he could be shy too. How cute. Yin Yu tentatively extended her delicate pinky, gently hooking it around Jiang Ling's. Bit by bit, slowly, she gradually intertwined her fingers with his warm ones. So soft, such a small hand. Jiang Ling closed his eyes, savoring the moment. So big, so warm. Yin Yu bit her lip, closing her eyes. Oh, please don't stab me anymore. Yamamoto Fatty cried out in pain. The two ignored his pleas, lost in the strange sensation of holding hands, their fingers gently stroking, teasing their hearts. What a bizarre and twisted scene. Standing at the dim staircase were a boy and girl holding hands, sweetly watching the madwoman below stab the fat bishop. An ambulance rushed by carrying a genuine fat pig. The doctor, after reviewing the examination report, was dumbfounded. 16 stab wounds are considered minor injuries. He's practically a superhuman with a big stomach. At the Shirlu police station, in the interrogation room, recovering her senses, Mrs. Yin learned that she had stabbed Yamamoto Fatty over 100 times and was so frightened her legs turned to jelly. Fortunately, it was classified as minor injuries, though he remained in a coma. Yin Yu handed over the holy water given by Jiang Ling to the police, along with some embellished narratives. In the end, Mrs. Yin, who committed the stabbing, was sentenced to 6 months in detention without bail. The specific compensation would depend on Yamamoto Fatty's appeal. You must save Mom, go pay the bail first. Mrs. Yin screamed heart-wrenchingly through the iron bars. Yin Yu remained silent. Are you deaf? Yin Yu. Don't forget you were born from me, you owe me a life. Beast, little bitch. You won't even save your own mother. Once she would have bowed her head in apology to her mother's accusations. Because apart from her mother, she had nothing else to hold on to in the world. One must have something to care about to live in this world. But now her empty heart had been filled to the brim by a knight wearing a cardboard box on his head, unable to accommodate the garbage she once treasured. At the police station entrance. Well then, they'll take my leave first. Contact me on my phone if anything comes up, Jiang Ling said, looking at the night sky, then turned to smile gently at her. Night, before you leave, can I see what you look like? Under the bright moonlight the girl's eyes sparkled, and a faint smile graced her lips, looking as beautiful as Jiang Ling paused and teased. If you look, you have to take responsibility, you know. Yin Yu's heart raced. She stood on tiptoe, her delicate hand slowly lifting the cardboard headpiece. However, halfway through she stopped. Jiang Ling looked puzzled. When he focused, he realized the girl was breathing rapidly, her face flushed as if she could drip water. Forget it. He'll wait. Until next time to see. After all, there must be a reason for the knight to wear a headpiece he can't take off. In the end, Yin Yu hesitated. How strange it was. Teenagers who should be fearless always seem to grow timid at critical moments, retreating a step back. Perhaps many years later when they look back they will realize, had they taken that brave step back, then maybe the future would have been different. All right then, Jiang Ling smiled, helplessly waving his hand. We'll be going now, goodbye. Goodbye. Yin Yu waved her small hand with a smile. Suddenly she shivered as if she heard her future self whispering, you will regret this. But upon listening closely the knight remained lonely. Looking at the distant figure, Yin Yu suddenly felt a sense of loneliness, and a faint voice arose from deep within her heart. So, knight, what is our relationship now, eh? P.S. Dear player, due to the critical node not being saved, you will be unable to achieve the Yin Yu 1v1 Jiang Ling ending. By the way, what should our relationship be now? On the rooftop of the hospital at midnight, the paper box hero clad in black underwear couldn't help but ponder. However, it would be inappropriate to regard Yu as a female lead whose favor needs to be reduced. Not only were they holding each other, but they almost kissed. But to say they were lovers, Jiang Ling felt it was still too early. After all, they hadn't truly met, yet unworthy of the title of couple. To call them ordinary classmates was also too distant. What ordinary classmates hold hands and intertwine fingers? Speaking of holding hands, Jiang Ling couldn't help but reminisce about Yu's delicate little hand. I might understand Kira Yashikage a bit now. The clouds obscured the moon as Jiang Ling gauged the wind direction and speed, leaping off the rooftop railing. The napkin cape rustled as it carried him toward the hospital wing. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. As the anesthetic wore off, Yamada Fatty, who had been stitched up countless times, began to wail in agony, his plump body writhing uncontrollably, only to tear at his wounds and amplify the pain. The chubby boy napping by the bedside saw his father awake and immediately pressed the call button to summon the doctor for a painkiller injection. As the pain relief medication was administered, the wailing gradually turned into whimpering. Yamada Fatty caught his breath and weakly asked, have you filed a lawsuit? I want Yin Yu and her family to pay. Damn it, how dare they stab me. Yamada Fatty was determined to seize this opportunity to make Yin Yu repay him in kind. 5 years. No, at least 10 years as his plaything. Yamada Fatty was determined to seize this opportunity to make Yin Yu repay him in kind. 5 years. Yamada Fatty gritted his teeth. I didn't expect the purity of the medicine I bought this time to be so high that even I who took the antidote could hallucinate. Yamada Fatty realized what was going on. There was no true divine descent. It was most likely the hallucinations caused by the drug's vapor during their worship. Not long ago, a major earthquake struck the underground world of Kyoto, and the infamous smuggling drug gang, Dream Butterfly Group, was completely. Not long ago, a major earthquake struck the underground world of Kyoto, and the infamous smuggling drug gang, Dream Butterfly Group, was completely annihilated. As a result, the suppliers within the holy sect were replaced by the venomous snake gang, which not only sold ice powder and cards, but also had a supply channel for mescaline. The venomous snake gang was ruthless and cunning, but their delivery was impeccable. 99 purity, a rarity. Dad. Little Yamada hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. I collected some little delinquents at school. Can I have more holy water next time? His father was preaching in society while his son was spreading the word at school. They were indeed a family, and Yamada Fatty was supportive of this. After all, student girls were mostly useful, and selling them could yield higher profits. All right, but let me be clear, it doesn't matter if others drink it, but if you dare to touch this stuff, it'll kill you. Suddenly, a chill wind blew and causing both father and son to shiver. All right, but let me be clear, it doesn't matter if others drink it, but if you dare to touch this stuff, it'll kill you. Suddenly, a chill wind blew and causing both, perhaps it was the wind blowing from the corridor. Suddenly, warm liquid splashed onto his neck, and upon touching it, it felt sticky like sweat. However, the smell wafting up his nose was nauseating, drenched in blood. Yamada Fatty stiffened his neck, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Xiaotian, he called tentatively. Thud. What responded to him was the dull sound of a body hitting the floor. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and his groin grew warm. He didn't urinate, he just soiled himself. Yamada Fatty was unaware of what was standing behind him, but there was no doubt that if he dared to turn his head I understand now. Oh, I can't do things that harm others. From now on I will withdraw from the holy sect and dedicate myself to social welfare activities to atone for the mistakes I've made before. If you want to know the secrets of the holy sect, the secrets of the venomous snake gang, or any other secrets, feel free to ask. I will reveal everything I know. Really, I've thought it through. I will put down the butcher's knife and return to the shore. You haven't thought it through, a detached voice echoed from behind him. You just know that you're about to die. Late at night, as usual, the nurse checked the rooms. Passing by the unlit room 1402, she caught a strong smell of blood and curiously pushed open the ajar door. Instantly, she was horrified, her face losing color. Ah. Two headless corpses were strung together by an four-stand resembling roasted chickens ready to be placed on the grill, evenly coated with sauce. Below them, written in blood, were the words, "Guilty of many crimes, heaven's punishment, and earth's destruction. Confidential information, Yamada Fatty 1. The code for the transaction of drugs between the holy sect and the venomous snake gang is the jade liquid in the pot intoxicates people, and the golden core in the sleeve relieves your sorrow." 2. 7 days later, venomous snake gang steward Eagle Tsukasa will host an underground ball at the Snow Moon Wind Flower Hotel to gather the powers of various factions in Shirlu. 3. Yamada Fatty has been diagnosed with impotence. Returning home, it was already late at night. Looking at the potato chip bag strewn everywhere, the crumbs sticking to the tatami, half-drunk cola left uncovered, and his freshly washed white shirt stained with grease. Jiang Ling. Li Meiyu comfortably lying in bed, and Li Meiyu. Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you trying to not let anyone sleep? Smack. She received a hard slap on her soft knee. The fiery impact nearly brought her to tears. "Ah, stinky blondie, what are you doing?" Li Meiyu said with a flushed face, pouting her cute pink lips. "What am I doing? Look at the mess you've made." Well, sorry, but can't you clean up a bit yourself? Why does it have to be me all the time? I'm hard. My fist is hard. Aura, aura, aura. After obediently tidying up the room, Meiyu knelt respectfully to spread the bedding, tears glistening in her eyes, gritting her teeth, saying, "Stinky. Master, wish you sweet dreams. Your tone is too harsh. TSK. For rooms. Master, wish you sweet dreams, Naya Kalo Naya. By the way, wake me up early tomorrow." "Oh, got it, stinky blondie disdain." JPG. "Got it, master," smile. We all underestimated Chunyi. Lu Zichuan was shocked beyond measure. "Not long ago, a Guang sent a message. I just took the girl next to Chun-Yi into a small alley, and immediately everything went black." The fainted little brother also said he saw nothing clearly, and when he woke up, both Chun-Yi and that girl had clearly. At the moment he was about to be confronted by the Minotaurs, Chun-Yi unleashed his true power, knocking out everyone present with a single move. "Well hidden," Ma Sheng muttered, squinting as he wiped his dagger, and continued, "to be able to knock out everyone in an instant without showing any flaws. Such strength, even in the underground dark world, would make one a well-known figure on the bounty list. Even the top-ranking members would pale in comparison." Lu Zichuan understood his cousin's implied meaning and exclaimed, "Could it be? He is a master on the list, but has retreated to the city out of weariness from fighting." Vaguely recalling a shocking news that spread throughout the underground world not long ago, the deputy leader of Seven Deadly Sins, Sun Isakano, reportedly accepted a task that can last a lifetime and has gone into hiding. Perhaps Chun-Yi's true identity is also that of a retreatant. In 7 days, the Viper Gang will hold a ball to connect upper and lower circles, and at that time half of the forces in Shirluo will attend. Ma Sheng murmured, gradually sketching out a plan in his mind. "Cousin, do you mean this, and then this, leading Chun-Yi there, and then like this? Definitely will provoke the hatred of the Viper Gang faction towards Chun-Yi, and we will sit back and watch the tigers fight." The next day, hey, stinky yellow hair, get up quickly, Meiyu is hungry." In a daze, Jiang Ling felt a heaviness on his chest, struggling to breathe. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by a delicate and smooth knee. The soft and even lines had a faint pink hue, with the knee gently pressing against his chest. Jiang Ling. Oh la 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 la. Perhaps having become familiar with the little ghost girl, he felt no guilt when he acted. "Stinky yellow hair. You bastard, didn't you say Meiyu would wake you up? Why are you waking me up and hitting Meiyu? Perverted, despicable, disgusting." Li Meiyu ground her little silver teeth, huffing as she turned away. Tears sparkled in her eyes, making her seem so lovable, as if all the mistakes could not be blamed on her. Truly worthy of the nickname Little Cake, the lowly goddess Meiyu. Did I say something last night? It seems I did. However, stepping on others indiscriminately is ultimately impolite, and I was right to discipline her. Jiang Ling glanced at the wall clock. 7:30, he had only slept for 4 hours, but luckily his physique was good, full of energy, and lacking some sleep would not make him too drowsy. He had to take advantage of the early morning to deal with some goods. After freshening up, he busied himself in the kitchen for a while, serving fragrant toast filled with bacon and meat floss on the table. In addition, there was a plate of perfectly fried egg rolls sprinkled with sesame and seaweed. The golden half-cooked egg mixture was as elastic and delicious as jelly. Li Meiyu happily squinting, 5 ants. As usual, don't go out recklessly, I'm going out for a bit. Jiang Ling felt like a father reminding his daughter at home to be safe as he was heading out. Got it. Li Meiyu casually swung her little white legs. 2/3 of breakfast. No 3/4 had entered the stomach of the two-tailed, gluttonous little ghost, leaving her belly round and her mouth smeared with a bit of sticky milk. Delicious. Stinky yellow hair. You made Mei's belly so big. Jiang Ling carried the divided golden beans quickly left wearing a mask and hat. The Wang family massacre case was concluded very quickly. Logically speaking, the more powerful and wealthy the family, the more thorough the police investigation would be. It should take at least a week, if not 3 or 4 months to close the case. Yet now it concluded hastily just 2 days later, officially classified as a random home invasion murder case. As a result, he could slowly start selling the gold bars in his hand for cash. At a certain corner of the street, a very remote little shop, Tingya Gold Shop. The current gold price is 3,000 yen per gram. You don't have an invoice, so it's 8% off plus some identification fees, totaling 1,500 yen per gram. The gold recovery shop owner looked at it again and slowly spoke. Jiang Ling remained silent, picking up a golden bean and squeezing it hard. Pop. It flattened. The shop owner. May I ask where you come from? What is your name? I go by the name Chenyi. Jiang Ling spoke indifferently. 2,900 per gram, I accepted. After saying that, he placed the gold ingot on the scale, and the electronic scale showed 19 grams. Jiang Ling. The old man awkwardly smiled, secretly activating the mechanism under the scale. Ding. 24. 9 grams. Price quoted 72500 yen cash. The old man quickly took out a stack of cash and said with a smile, "Here are 75,000, consider it a friendship from me." After staring at the old man for a while, the passive skill open box ability activated. Hidden information. Tingya Ichimura 1. The seemingly ordinary old man is actually the biggest informant in Shirluo. 2. The former clan leader of the Kyoto Tingya family, slightly knowledgeable in the art of reading people. Personal information: age 79, a male, address XXX, marital status unmarried, 3 generation, ID number XXX. 3. Special information: he joined the TG group chat XXXX, entry verification code XXX, can log into the underground intelligence organization web, or participate in the anonymous meeting above the black mist. Jiang Ling was somewhat astonished. Goodness, the open box ability is really powerful, not only revealing personal information, but also uncovering his TG number. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ling asked, "If we consider the extreme, how much black gold can you consume?" Oh. Seeing Jiang Ling not in a hurry to take the money, Tingya Ichimura with great interest took off his reading glasses and casually placed them on the table. His murky eyes concealed sharpness as if he could see through everything before him. "How much you have I can eat?" With a clatter, a total of 1.5 kilograms of golden beans scattered on the table. Tingya Ichimura, these gold pieces are just the tip of the iceberg. There are still several 3-kilogram gold bars hidden under the tatami at home that have yet to be taken out. With so much gold, I alone can consume it all in Shirluo. After a moment of shock, Tingya Ichimura's lips curled into a smile, speaking calmly. 2,500 yen per gram. All right. Jiang Ling did not linger too much. A few minutes later, a briefcase full of cash was pushed in front of him. Tingya Ichimura handed Jiang Ling a business card. There was a string of phone numbers on it. For the next transaction, call first. I not only buy gold, but also collect rare items available in the market. By the way, I also do some intelligence collection and sales. If you need to buy information, feel free to come to me provided you have the money. Of course, if you have valuable information, you can also sell it to me, and I will pay a high price for it. Jiang Ling stared. Friend, don't look at me with suspicious eyes. Shirluo people don't deceive Shirluo people. Are you a Shirluo person? Jiang Ling thought to himself as he took the business card and briefcase and left. Sun Cafe. Yo-yo, tell me your bank card number. Ding dong, card number 1004631, password 103647. Without any hesitation, she sent the bank card password along with it. Jiang Ling. Next time when someone asks you for your card number, don't send the password as well. Sir Knight is not. For a moment, Jiang Ling's heart raced inexplicably as he pressed the voice message. So yo-yo, what do you think our relationship is now? Friends. The other side remained silent for a long time before replying with 2 words: thank you. Now that it had come to this, Jiang Ling no longer cared whether his actions would. Since that's the case, you mustn't refuse a friend's kindness, just take it for tuition, and then pay me back little by little. The other side remained silent for a long time before replying with 2 words: thank you. Now that it had come to this, Jiang Ling no longer cared whether his actions would raise Yo-Yo's favorability. He reserved a large spot in his heart for Yo-Yo. It belonged to the kind of friendship where one would always lend a hand in times of trouble. Friend. Surely she thought so too. The two tacitly stopped replying. It was not that they were cold, but both sides did not know how to open up to find a topic. Hess socializing. On the other side in the bedroom, Yin Yo-Yo buried her chin in her coat, like an ostrich, her face red enough to drip blood. It was not that they were cold, but both sides did not know how to open up to find a topic. Hess socializing. On the other side in the bedroom, Yin Yo-Yo buried her chin in her coat. Wakingsi. Deer play light as a deer during meditation, muscles tense, and then relax, waiting for a second or two before taking a deep breath to promote blood circulation and relieve anxiety and stress. I'm sorry, Sir Knight. I don't know why it happened like this. I unconsciously did such a thing. I'm really sorry. Yin Yo-Yo covered her face, tightly clutching the coat that could cover half of her delicate body. For some reason, ever since parting with Sir Knight, she felt an inexplicable anxiety tossing and turning all night yesterday until she accidentally picked up his coat, and before she knew it, she had cuddled into the quilt with the coat and inadvertently practiced one of the Wakinksi. Then she fell into a deep sleep until dawn, feeling exceptionally comfortable, as if her brain had received a full body massage, her entire body soaked in Sir Knight's scent. After a while, Yin Yo-Yo couldn't help but click on the voice message replaying the 2 words yo-yo from that sentence. Yo-yo, yo-yo, yo-yo. Tomorrow is Monday, the coat has to be returned. Forget it. He'll wash it tomorrow morning and dry it quickly with a hairdryer. The once silent little iceberg at this moment listened to the man gently calling her name, involuntarily letting out a soft sound from her nose. Oh ho. Opening TG, she joined the group. 2 links appeared before her web and above the black mist. Clicking on above the black mist, detected that the user is not wearing a customized VR headset. Identity code verification failed, unable to enter black mist. 666. What chat group requires a VR headset? Jiang Ling, helpless, could only click on the seemingly lower-end web. Robot AVA, welcome to web. Click to recharge cocoon to gain VIP levels. 1 cocoon can search for 1 piece of information. 100 yen can be exchanged for 1 cocoon coin. Once the recharge was complete, he input the 3 characters Viper Gang and sent it. Attention! It is strictly forbidden to use robots to search for any information related to Viper Young abuse, etc. Violators will be kicked out of the group chat after 3 violations. If you need to search for relevant intelligence, please contact LVL Manual. Interesting, it seems this web is quite different from some dark organizations. Jiang Ling thought for a moment, opened the group friend interface, and found LVL's name. The avatar was Levi Ackerman from Attack on Titan. Those dead fish eyes seemed to look at everyone as if they were just random fish. Entry fee 288 cocoon payment completed. I need information on the Viper Gang boss. No information currently available on the Viper Gang boss. Then please give me information on Viper Gang Steward Eagle's words. Ding, please pay the entry fee of 288 cocoon again. Jiang Ling 666. So asking 1 question charges a fee, huh? The fee here is more than what I can earn. However, he still foolishly paid the entry fee of 288 again. After waiting for a long time, he finally saw the other party's avatar light up and replied, the price for this character's information is 1800 cocoon. On the other side, in a certain hotel, the notebook screen emitted a ghostly blue glow. Lan Xinlan bit into a crisp and juicy apple, chewing away while her other hand casually reached under the table, fiddling with her tender little feet. Received 1800 cocoon coins. Information on Viper Gang Steward Eagle's words has been sent. Meanwhile, the girl opened another document. Hee, how interesting. The genius girl looked at the content of the document, subtly curling her thin lips, muttering, is this what they call fate? Just now, when Jiang Ling completed the payment, it triggered her preset crawling mechanism. She hacked into the bank system following the transfer account and obtained the real name of the remitter, Jiang Ling. Including his address, phone number, family information, and his current location were all laid bare. He's actually at the cafe where he retreated? Interesting. After thinking for a moment, Lan Xinlan casually hacked into the surveillance system of the Sun Cafe. A scene appeared on the screen. The tall and handsome yellow-haired man was sipping coffee, his deep gaze exuding a peculiar allure. Lan Xinlan couldn't help but play with her light blue hair, inquisitively murmuring, really? Why is it that among the people Aaron is watching, only you give Aaron such a wonderful feeling? Oh ho ho ho, you actually added 2.5 La Peroche to the Americano. This is Aaron's unique method for name Ing Ce Yen. Age 39. Spouse none. Relevant information, steward of the Poison Snake Gang, vice leader's brother-in-law, trained under Master Gui Wu Xiang of Ghost Ninja Village, adept in ninjutsu and teleportation, elusive and undetectable. World bounty list $75 million US. Currently ranked 761st has previously assassinated several political figures from small European nations, including, but not limited to, Director of Defense of Bilishi, committee member of the Netherlands Security Department, captain of the Andorran Special Police. The United Nations Extraordinary Individual Assessment Association rates him as class and danger level. Industry insiders claim that his combat capability is equivalent to 25 fully armed Navy SEALs, and in specific environments can be likened to a special operations team. Jiang Ling continued to scroll down, clicking on the ballroom personnel list and hotel blueprint. The personnel list contains many significant figures from both the underworld and legitimate circles. Naturally, those willing to collude with a parasite like the Poison Snake Gang are nothing but corrupt officials, big bosses from the entertainment industry, and gang members. The hotel blueprint detailed the structure of the entire building, including windows, underground passages, fire escape. After reading the intelligence, Jiang Ling stretched lazily. Suddenly he heard, "Hey, are you confessing to me?" All of a sudden, a soft voice came from a nearby seat. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a boy and a girl sitting in the corner of the cafe, both wearing the male and female uniforms of Shunchuan Academy, the university style. Had the stench of love. Jiang Ling's tone was slightly sour. Reflecting on his past life, it seemed that the only shadow he had was that whenever he heard others discussing their first love enthusiastically, he would interrupt with what love. Studying is the most important thing, or women are troublesome. Jiang Ling thought that perhaps parents' opposition to early romance was not so much about affecting studies as it was likely due to their own lives lacking the experience of love, just like his own sourness. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to find someone. He had received many love letters over the years. Unfortunately, he had yet to encounter a loli mommy who made his heart race, so he simply devoted himself to the two-dimensional world, becoming a professional night ocean society connoisseur. I really like you. Please don't reject me. Sorry, I don't like you. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow intrigued, and cast a look over to enjoy the drama. He rejected, huh? Well then there's nothing to be done. By the way, Lingchan, I forgot to tell you my brother is Wang Jiahao from Shizhou University with over 100 subordinates under him. I heard your sister also studies at Shizhou University. You wouldn't want your sister to be bullied at school because of you, right? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Keling's tears welled up, and she trembled as she scolded him. Wang Zibing. You're a big bad guy, I hate you. Oh dear, what can I do? It's your fault for rejecting me. I even kept acting for you, Humph. Let me tell you, there is no woman in this world that I, Wang Zibing, cannot have. Because my older brother is the campus bully of Shizhou University, much more formidable than your older brother. With his hair styled in a pompadour, he stood proudly, his large feet in Nike Jordan SIXS resting on the chair. Waiter. He glanced at the satisfied shop owner washing cups. Forget it, the owner isn't bothering me, I won't bother him. Woo-woo. Ouyang Keling covered her face with her small hands, unable to hold back her soft sobs. She hadn't expected that Wang Zibing calling her over was actually to confess. Moreover, he even threatened her with her sister to make her agree. Wang Zibing looked at the crying girl with a sense of triumphant satisfaction. Look, I've made this girl cry. I'm truly impressive. By the way, Lingshan is indeed easy to deceive. Using the excuse of Wind Instrument Club project research to easily invite her to the cafe. It wasn't in vain for me to have lurked in the boring Wind Instrument Club for so long. Hey, so will you be my girlfriend? Surrounding people whispered, throwing disdainful glances, but they couldn't shake Wang Zibing's inner resolve. He must get this fragrant and soft class flower. No. Oh, then you better think carefully, your sister. Hi. Keling's eyes were a bit red and swollen from crying, and she stood there in a daze. Hey, be obedient. Wang Zibing smirked. Suddenly a chill shot through his mind, and before he could think, he heard a sharp sound of air slicing through the air. Boom. A fist the size of a sandbag slammed into his cheek, while a pointed shoe forcefully kissed his backside. Oh. Wang Zibing let out a scream and fell flat on the ground. Keling, frightened, turned pale and instinctively took a step back, her hand accidentally brushing against a cup of steaming coffee on the table. The hot coffee liquid was about to spill onto the girl's delicate and fair arm. The female staff was horrified, her heart tightening. Oh no, she will get burned, she needs to go to the hospital. However, in a moment of daze, it felt like an eternity. The coffee that should have spilled onto her arm miraculously returned to the table. The white mug trembled slightly, as if it had not been touched by anyone. The staff were shocked, exclaiming, Male giant. This scene even made the usually expressionless shop owner, the son, momentarily stunned. The staff were shocked, exclaiming, Male giant. This scene even made the usually expressionless shop owner, the son, Thank you. Keling felt a sense of familiarity from the yellow-haired boy in front of her. It seemed she had seen him somewhere before. Who? Ouyang Keling shrank behind Jiang Ling, pouting as she scolded. Although it didn't seem to have much impact. Ouyang Keling shrank behind Jiang Ling, pouting as she scolded. Although it didn't seem to have much impact. Wang Zibing bared his teeth, feeling that his molars were a bit loose. Enduring the pain, he glared at the yellow-haired boy standing in front of the class flower, loudly cursing, Do you know who I am? Slap. A loud slap landed on the other side of his face, the sound crisp and clear. Then do you know who I am? Jiang Ling asked coldly. Wang Zibing was stunned. His eyes burst with humiliation and hatred as he immediately took out his phone, swearing and threatening, When my brother Wang Jiahao arrives, let's see if you can still stand and talk. If you kneel down and lick my shoes right now, I might let you off. Jiang Ling. The yellow-haired boy crossed his arms, showing an attitude of call me whatever you like. This made Wang Zibing furious, jumping up and dialing his brother's number. Meanwhile, at some KTV private room, Jahea subordinates were singing and drinking in rounds with their arms around each other. Hello, bro. I was bullied, hurry and bring people over. He hit my face. He even kicked my ass. Wang Zibing's cries came from the other end. Hello, bro. I was bullied, hurry and bring people over. He hit my face. He even kicked my ass. Wang Zibing's cries came from the other end. Damn it, Abin, you wait, bro will come to support you. Now keep an eye on him and don't let him get away. Wang Jiahao jumped up quickly, getting dressed with an aggressive aura. What's wrong, Hauga? Asked Xiaobai, who was singing Jumping Building Bass. My little brother has been beaten. Wang Jiahao gritted his teeth, waving his hand. Brothers, grab your weapons and deal with him. Yes. Several subordinates responded in unison, grabbing steel pipes and knives as they hopped into a van with Wang Jiahao. However, one subordinate sitting near the door looked anxious, and when no one was paying attention, he quickly turned into the restroom and began dialing a phone number. 7th Prince Hao. Wang Jiahao has moved with a group of armed subordinates. Where to? It seems there's a problem on his brother's side, but I'm not too clear. The 7th Prince pondered for a moment and said slowly, all right, I understand. You don't need to worry about this matter, continue with the plan. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. The subordinate glanced at the van outside with a complicated expression and let out a long sigh. Suddenly his expression distorted, cold sweat breaking out all over his body as he hurriedly took out a bag of white powder from his pants pocket and took a deep sniff. Huh. He looked dazed, a bit forlorn, murmuring, Hauga. Those who know how to be flexible are the true heroes. Don't blame me. On the other side, at the second floor of the ramen shop. Dobao, please tell me how to pursue it, Sundra boy. The technology-challenged Ouyang Kursin, under the recommendation of her best friend, began to try the latest developed app from the Great Xia Kingdom love assistant Dobao. It is said that using it can lead to a sweet romance. You asked me how to pursue it, Sundra boy. Dobao certainly has a lot to say. Dobao babbled a lot, but the adorable Kursin couldn't understand a single word. With tears in her eyes, she had to delete Dobao, lamenting that she really couldn't understand the app on her smart device. Perhaps she would only use Line to chat for the rest of her life. Mayu, I want to ask Night Sir out, but he rejected me last time with the excuse of a bento. After much thought, Kursin still reached out for help from her best friend. On the other side, Mayu, who was playing Qianlian Wanhua and mocking the stinky yellow-haired Si, Zhai received a video call. Oh, I told you last time, why did you bring 3 bentos? It turns out you. Mayukin. Ouyang Kursin's little face turned slightly red as she whispered, Kursin, you are clearly suppressing your feelings. Li Mayu hit the nail on the head. Kursin stuttered, her face so red it could bleed. I didn't. Mayu, please help me. Oli Mayu propped her chin, her mischievous thoughts turning into a plan slowly, saying, how about this? I know a burly guy with yellow hair. Although he looks fierce, he is quite kind. Mayu can ask him to help you. How will he help? Of course, it's the hero saving the beauty. Let him pretend to be a bad guy to tease you, and then you can text Night Sir. This way, when your Night Sir appears, you can directly invite him to dinner to foster your relationship. While saying this, Maya's playful thoughts gradually transformed into a mischievous plan. A crazy blueprint of a plan floated in her mind as she grinned mischievously. This move was Maya's driving the tiger away to swallow the wolf technique from the 36 strategies. That cardboard knight could take on bomb-wielding thugs and retreat unscathed, and he was officially an extraordinary person, undoubtedly powerful. Meanwhile, that stinky yellow-haired guy could take on a dozen thugs, sending them fleeing in panic, proving he wasn't weak either. However, regardless of the circumstances, just looking at their battle records, Night Sir had at least a 70% chance of winning against the stinky yellow-haired guy. If that's the case, will your yellow-haired friend get hurt? Kursin's mother was such a kind little angel. Dull tape, he's tough-skinned and sturdy. Li Mayu waved her hand, dismissively pondering how to trick Jiang Ling. By the way, Mayu, when did you get a yellow-haired friend? It can't be your boyfriend, right? Kursin teased with a smile. We met online. He's definitely not. My boyfriend Mayu has high standards. Li Mayu hurriedly denied it, a hint of blush barely visible on her cheeks, her soft twin ponytails almost shaking like flower petals. I see. Kursin revealed a vibrant smile, clasping her hands together. Then I'll count on you, Mayu. On the other side, in a cafe, Ouyang Kaling nervously widened her eyes, shrinking behind Jiang Ling. Wang Zhibin must have ADHD, glaring fiercely at Jiang Ling's face, while pacing back and forth, occasionally raising his fists in a fighting stance, throwing a punch at the air, looking like a typical delusional teenager. Or rather, he truly lived up to being Jahae's brother. Don't even think about sneaking away. Wang Zhibin waved his fists, blocking the cafe's entrance. Jiang Ling was indifferent. No matter how arrogant you were, once your brother arrives, you'd be kneeling and singing conquer. However, at this moment, the serious-looking manager, who had been wiping mugs at the counter, gently put down his cloth, his elegant demeanor reminiscent of an old money figure from a hidden family in Paris, France. His appearance was similar as well, slightly wavy brown hair, a high nose with freckles, and his light brown eyes revealing an unruffled calm. He rolled up the cuffs of his fitted shirt and walked over briskly. Please do not disturb my customers' entry and exit. With a crowd comes more onlookers, and the customers were happy to see such a scene, so he didn't choose to intervene. However, Wang Zhibin's blocking the entrance affected the customers' access. Thus he had to step in. Jiang Ling stared at the manager, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation. He was a bit impressive, composed, and imposing, completely unlike an ordinary cafe manager. Jiang Ling couldn't help but wonder if he was an class school manager from Tokyo Ghoul. Who do you think you are? Wang Zhibin arrogantly retorted, his face swollen, yet still looking fearless, then cursed, old geezer wearing glasses. I could punch your nose crooked, he said, deliberately extending his fist, shaking it violently. My name is Iscanuo. I've been running this shop for 5 years. Many of my regulars come daily, and at least twice a week for the less frequent ones. The business is doing well, not extraordinarily rich, but occasionally some clueless thugs come to collect protection fees. Fortunately, I've practiced some trivial martial arts. I thought I could live peacefully after driving off those gangs, but it seems they'll have to use it again today. The old manager sighed as he spoke, casually removing his gold-rimmed glasses and starting to unbutton his shirt. As the pure white shirt came off, it revealed a chest full of scars. Despite appearing very elegant in a shirt, once the shirt was removed, he showcased a stark contrast of a muscular figure. Wang Zhibin, come out if you dare. When my brother arrives, I'll beat you until you can't even poop. Wang Zhibin angrily retreated outside the cafe, finding a corner and jumping up and down towards Jiang Ling. His comical appearance resembled that of a monkey from a May mountain. Iscanuo glanced at the cup of coffee on Jiang Ling's table, 7 parts coffee and 3 parts milk, and suddenly smiled, faintly nodding kindly towards him before returning to the counter. Jiang Ling became interested, thinking, wow, he actually noticed my coffee preference. He must be a regular customer. Meanwhile, beside him, Ouyang Kailing, who was on the verge of tears, chuckled softly. The little aunt of the lowly mother. No, should be called the little auntie. Her laughter was like the delicate sound of bells mixed with a hint of sweet tremor, incredibly pleasant to the ears. Kalingshan, you can leave first, I will handle the rest. I assure you he will avoid you when he sees you at school in the future. Jiang Ling sighed, thinking to himself, thankfully Kailing didn't know his true identity, otherwise she would be in trouble. Thank you, big brother. Ouyang Kailing gently nodded, thought for a moment, then raised her puzzled big eyes, staring at him for a while. But, clearly Wang Zhibin didn't mention my name. How does big brother know my name is Kailing? Could it be that big brother is an acquaintance? If big brother is an acquaintance and I don't remember his appearance. A flash of inspiration crossed her mind, and Kailing looked up in astonishment, feeling as if she had found the source of familiarity. But it was all just speculation. She pulled back her small shoes, reaching out to gently tug at big brother's sleeve. Big brother, can you bend down? The yellow-haired head leaned curiously towards Kailing, her sparkling big eyes slowly squinting into beautiful crescent shapes, and in a soft voice said, wow, night brother, is it really you? Wow, is it really you? Is it you? No, right. Jiang Ling was dumbfounded, suddenly recalling her slip of the tongue when she called her Kailing. Who would care about such trivial matters, and without a shred of reasonable evidence declare him to be the knight's true identity? Body type, voice, that's even more impossible. The paper box headpiece has the same cognitive isolation effect as a magical girl. Did I turn it on or off? Seeing the sudden change in the expression of the blonde big brother in front of her, Kailing thought to herself, wow, it seems Kailing guessed correctly. As the saying goes, even a blind squirrel finds a nut. Her intuition told her it might be the night brother, so she tried calling out, not expecting the night brother to be so handsome. I am not. I didn't. You've got the wrong person, little sister. I only knew your name was Kailing because I saw it on your backpack. Jiang Ling quickly thought of a reason and couldn't help but admire her own keen insight at such a critical moment. Ouyang Kailing tilted her head suspiciously, looking adorable. Really? Really, little sister? Then big brother. Kailing hesitated to continue. She wanted to say that if big brother wasn't the knight, his first reaction should be confusion. Why was he so eager to deny their connection? So that's how it is. Kailing mistook the person. I'm sorry. Kailing thought for a moment. The night brother's identity was almost certain, so she decided not to expose him. She almost got found out. Jiang Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief, reaching out to rub her little head reassuringly, saying, it's all right, after all, Lingshan is very cute. Even if a stranger sees Lingshan being bullied, they would surely lend a helping hand. Ouyang Kailing's delicate face revealed a faint dimple as she played with the hem of her shirt, quietly asking, big brother, my name is Ouyang Kailing from Shenchuan Academy University. Please take care of me. How should I address you? Just call me Ling Go. Jiang Ling whimsically came up with such a strange title. Damn, I just wanted to hear her call me brother. How is that weird? Ling. Brother. Nicken. Oh, that soft and sticky tone. Ah Wei is dead. Having a little sister is the best. Ling Chan is the greatest. On the surface, Jiang Ling wore a warm and gentle smile, but behind the scenes his mind was working overtime. He fiercely fantasized about Ling Chan being his little sister and in having a sister life. Outside, Wang Zibin was peering through the glass window of the coffee shop, his eyes red. What a joke. What a joke. I've been lurking in the wind instrument department for over a month, clearly with a terrible sense of tone, yet I somehow practiced my blowing technique to be in the top 10 of the department just to get closer to Ling Chan. As a result, that bastard just showed up and easily stood next to Ling Chan, laughing and chatting with her. Damn, how infuriating. What does my month of effort count for? Ah, that bastard, how dare he touch her head. Don't get so close to my Ling Chan. 8 elegant dear. Jiang Ling turned his head, startled. Wang Zibin, with a crying face, radiated a strong aura of grievance, tears and snot streaming down his face. Just looking at his expression made even the king of bitter gourds wonder if he was too sweet. However, Jiang Ling chuckled and ruffled Kailing's little head. He mouthed to Wang Zibin, who was outside looking miserable, "You're crying so hard." Wang Zibin burst. Boom! At the end of the street, the engine of the Wuling Hongguang with its 99 horsepower let out a whimper like a cornered beast, while the second-hand van worth 9 yen exuded the aura of a Maybach in the rainy night. The roar from the exhaust pipe sounded like some iron beast driven to desperation. If Chu Tianjiao had driven it back, then even Odin would have to plant 2 flags on his head. Wang Zibin cried out, "Brother!" Squeak. Pressing down the brakes, 3 somewhat worn-out vans steadily stopped by the roadside. Wang Jiahao angrily opened the car door, jumped out holding a rusted steel pipe that had a tetanus buff, and shouted, "Ah Bin, brother!" Wang Zibin ran over crying and hugging his brother's thigh. Wang Jiahao cherished this brother dearly. With their father passing away early, their mother remarrying, and having lost his sister to suicide, Wang Zibin was his only remaining family. Whoever dares to bully his brother is opposing the entire Jiahao gang. "Ah Bin, don't cry too fast. Who the hell bullied you? Tell your brother. They'll break his legs." Wang Zibin pointed at the blonde guy across the window crying, "It's this guy. He robbed my Ling Chan, slapped me, and kicked my butt." Wang Jiahao glared at the blonde guy inside the window, raising the steel pipe, ready to smash it against the glass. Ouyang Keling shrank behind Ling Gu, holding tightly to his clothes. Jiang Ling calmly lifted his phone to take a picture and clicked send. Wang Jiahao's phone rang with a special notification sound. The steel pipe he had just raised immediately drooped, and he hurriedly took out his phone to open a message marked as boss. In an instant his pupils shook and he looked up in disbelief. Manda. In a certain KTV private room, Wang Zibin, "I'm going to break your legs." "Brother." There was a flurry of punches and kicks, fists hitting faces, feet kicking butts. Before long, the once fine Wang Zibin lay on the ground, bruised and moaning in pain. Jiang Ling waved his hand. "Stop it, just teach him a lesson. What kind of person bullies others in school, every day?" Yes. Wang Jiahao hurriedly nodded, signaling to Xiao Bai, who understood, and dragged the limp Wang Zibin out. In the next room, Keling sat obediently sipping orange juice in small sips. Wait for the night, brother, to finish dealing with the errands, and then go home together. The atmosphere in the private room became a bit heavy. Wang Jiahao hesitated, thought for a moment, and leaned over to whisper, "Ling Gu, there's something I'm not sure if I should mention." "Go ahead." "Ling Gu, do you still remember the new Prince Gang?" "Prince Gang?" Jiang Ling rested his chin in contemplation and recalled. They were a group of thugs who called themselves XX Prince. Previously their leader was caught by the cops, and their gang was wiped out, but they reorganized. The core members numbered around 80 to 90, and they could pull together 300 to 400 gang members, making them the largest and strongest gang in Shizhou, and also the most diligent in helping the Snake Gang sell things. What about the Prince Gang? Recently there's been some wind. The Prince Gang is going to take action against us. Wang Jiahao took a deep breath and spoke cautiously. Right now the Prince Gang is on the rise, having absorbed quite a few members from the Brotherhood, and many small gangs have been coerced into uniting with them. They've even sent infiltrators into our gang. Jiang Ling crossed his legs, puzzled. "How do you know this?" "We also have someone infiltrating the Prince Gang." Wang Jiahao awkwardly scratched his nose. "Jiang Ling, where did all this spy stuff come from? Has the infiltrator been eliminated?" "This." Wang Jiahao sighed. "For now, we still don't know his identity, but I assure you the people around me are absolutely loyal." Saying this, he looked at Xiao Bai, A He, A Chong, A Bing, Bai Jia, and others, boldly declaring, "We have been brothers since childhood. These 10 or so people could never be traitors. Ling Gu, if you have any plans, feel free to speak up." Jiang Ling squinted his eyes and smiled. "You plan to fool me into eliminating the Prince Gang, right?" Wang Jiahao was startled and shook his head repeatedly. No. Well, maybe a little. Keep an eye on the Prince Gang. If you have any information, tell me. The Prince Gang is a group of parasites I intend to eradicate. It's just too troublesome to deal with them one by one. After all, he could easily crush the Prince Gang alone, but the difficulty lay in not being able to eliminate them all at once, like humans facing a horde of cockroaches with insecticide. He could beat them, but just letting one escape would be quite unpleasant. It's better to wait for an opportunity to catch them all at once. From Jiang Ling's perspective, the Snake Brother would certainly not allow the Jiahao Gang to openly oppose him. He would find a chance to eliminate or completely swallow the Jiahao Gang. The reason for giving Wang Jiahao and the others a feeling of support is not because he needs to cooperate with them. It is merely to use the Jiahao Gang as bait. Luring the Prince Gang to fight the Jiahao Gang saves a bit of trouble in finding cockroaches. In the majority of timelines in the story, the Snake Gang controlled Shizhou, becoming a powerful gang that engaged in smuggling drugs, arms, and gold, controlled underground casinos, red light districts, and openly sold marijuana, and engaged in human trafficking. In timelines without the Snake Gang, various gangs fought frequently to unify the underground world, leading to a harsh life for the people, rampant drugs, and guns reminiscent of Mexico. Tisk, I might as well support a gang to unify Shizhou. Ding. Detected that the host has made up his mind to unify the underground world of Shizhou. A major turning point has been triggered, initiating a long-term mission. Note the choice made in this mission will have far-reaching consequences. The system in his mind emitted a mechanical sound. Jiang Ling. Wow, just casually mentioning it, and you give me a mission. Mission savior of the villain's long-term summary detected that the host has decided to become the extreme path, yellow hair, hence the special release of a long-term mission. Phase 1 root out all the pests without leaving any behind from the university and become the absolute authority in the dark forces of Shizhu. Phase 2 unlock after completing Phase 1 time limit 7 days mission reward Heavenly Tao Fragment 1 summary can grant a female lead immunity from all bullheaded attacks and ensure a lifelong connection with the host. Given the high difficulty of the entire phase mission, the host can receive a random passive skill with no side effects for each phase awarded upon completion of that phase. Phase 1 passive skill Aura of the Führer Extreme Path version. Summary: you are the Extreme Path Führer by birth. Your words are highly persuasive and can instantly evoke memories. Villains weaker than you will support you, while those stronger will admire you. They believe that you will surely reign supreme and become the savior of the villains. Note: if the host ultimately fails to become the savior of the villains, the system will inflict pain on the host. Jiang Ling. Lingo, why is your hand shaking? Wang Jiahao asked in confusion. It's just a bit cold. Jiang Ling downed the juice in his cup, set his legs down, and leaned forward slightly, staring into Wang Jiahao's gray-black eyes. Wang Jiahao. Lingo, what's wrong? Do you want revenge? The sudden question made Wang Jia. The moment he met those eyes, memories surged back. Brother, if you get hurt again from fighting, I won't take care of you. She said she wouldn't care for her brother, yet still tenderly bandaged his wounds. Really? Silly brother getting covered in blood again, it's disgusting. She complained about the disgust, but carefully helped him with his clothes. Promise me no more violence. Why do you have to follow others and bullying the weak? He wanted to say that without following them, he wouldn't earn money to support his sister and Ah Bin. Silly brother, if you die one day, Ziqing won't cry for you. Don't worry, after this big deal with Brother Long, we won't lack money anymore. Although I don't know what kind of big business he's talking about. But I swear, regardless of whether this deal succeeds or fails, I will not do this anymore. Brother Long, do you know what you're doing? This is drug trafficking. If you don't want to do it, you can leave, but I can't guarantee whether something will happen to you. Farewell, from now on I quit the Prince Gang. That winter night, snowflakes fell gently. Brother, is that you? Ziqing is so cold. My head is so dizzy. My stomach hurts so much. Sob. Can you hug me, please? Don't cry. Brother. I want to tell you. The medical kit is in the drawer under the TV. There are only 2 rolls of gauze left, and the iodine swabs are almost gone. Remember to buy some. Ugh. I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. Brother. Thank you for being Ziqing's brother. I like you the most. Arigato. Her little hand gradually fell limp, and he held her cold little hand, crying loudly. The man who lost his sister did not fulfill his promise of quitting. Instead, he leveraged external forces to wipe out the original Prince Gang and formed the Jiahao Gang. Like a walking corpse, he continued doing those things he originally intended not to do. I heard that the current leader of the Prince Gang, Huang Taiji, was also a former member of the original Prince Gang, right? Jiang Ling continued to coax him, whispering like a devil. I heard your sister was killed by someone from the original Prince Gang. Perhaps the person who harmed your sister is among them. Wang Jiahao no longer wore the facade of laughter, his face darkening as he clenched his fists. I know. But I can't do it. Last time we won against the strong only by sheer luck. But this time luck is not on my side. Even if I hate those guys, so what? I still can't do anything. How can that be? Jiang Ling slowly stood up. You still have me. If you can gather everyone from the Prince Gang, I alone can take them down. Don't forget, our partnership isn't over yet. For your sister, give it your all. Boom. For some reason, this statement sounded like thunder in Wang Jiahao's ears. The most powerful succubus is not a woman with a shrank figure and beautiful face, but a man who extends a helping hand toward you. The most powerful succubus is not a woman with a shrank figure and beautiful face, but a man who extends a helping hand toward you, exuding a dominant aura. Brother, for me, give it your all. For some reason, the voice he longed for suddenly echoed in his ears. He looked up abruptly, shock filling his eyes, tears streaming down his face unconsciously. Ziqing, is that you? Jiang Ling, who had just used a diversion. Did you hear your sister's call, eh? Are you going to continue being cowardly? Wake up. Wang Jiahao. Ling Gub. Wang Jiahao chugged a cup of Rio, his eyes reddening. He'll do whatever you say. As long as I can kill those beasts, I'm willing to be a horse for Ling Gu. No hesitation, even if it means jumping into fire. Good. Jiang Ling smiled, lightly patting his shoulder. In that case, go issue a challenge. Gather all the people from the Prince Gang for a fight, and better yet, give Snake Brother a good scolding too. Yes. I promise to complete the task. Wang Jiahao's eyes were resolute. This left Xiao Bai beside him, dumbfounded. Huh, what just happened? In no way, Bai, I heard you had a crush on Ziqing before, right? Jiang Ling glanced at the hidden information he revealed, saying lightly, now that you know the truth about her death, won't you feel angry? In no way, Bai Delta. In no way, Bai willing to serve Ling Gu. The group of younger brothers behind him knelt. In no way, Bai Delta. In no way, Bai willing to serve Ling Gu. The group of younger brothers behind him knelt on one knee, shouting loudly, willing to serve Ling Gu. Hearing the voices coming from the next room, Ko Ling quickened the pace at which she swung her legs on the sofa. Wow, cool night, brother. So amazing. The members of the Jiahao gang were discussing how to insult the Prince gang and Snake Brother while setting a time for the fight. The two of them left the KTV one after the other. It was getting late, the sun was setting, and Jiang Ling was on his way to send Ka Ling home. I really am not the Night Brother, Jiang Ling said helplessly while pedaling his bike. Ouyang Ka Ling sat in the back seat hugging her brother's waist and said in a whiny tone, Ling Gu, you are the Night Brother, I can tell. As she spoke, she proceeded to list evidence one by one. Helpless Jiang Ling nodded. Say whatever you want, but please don't show my photos to your sister. Sunder a brother, he. Ouyang Ka Ling chuckled, shaking his arm. Ling Gu, if I don't tell sister, can you add Ling Chan's line? Sure. Ling Chan doesn't have a brother. Can Ling Gu be Ling Chan's brother? Sure. He Nikon mm. Nikon Onayakan. Ouyang Ka Ling's eyes curved like a crescent moon as her tender white hands tightly hugged her brother's waist. Who can withstand this? Even the great love immortal couldn't handle it. Upon arriving at the ramen shop, Jiang Ling sighed as he bid farewell to Ling Chan, looking at the little deer icon that popped up on his phone, reflecting, I didn't expect that a trip to withdraw money would turn me into a brother with a little sister. After putting away his phone, Jiang Ling mounted his bike, pedaling twice. The setting sun cast its glow on his face and the fiery clouds rolled in the sky as he muttered softly, how about swapping for a cooler motorcycle? Riding a bike with a girl is too low-key. Suddenly ding. He stopped, took out his phone. Onayakan Ling Chan is safely home. Yay, what a sumptuous dinner. Fried pork cutlet and croquettes, it smells so good. A picture of Kexenshin wearing a pink pajamas leaning forward to grab food, revealing a close-up of her snowy white skin. JPG. Wait a minute, Ling Chan. Where are you taking a picture of your sister? Onayakan, be careful on the road. Onayakan, after returning, make sure to eat well. Jiang Ling silently popped a lollipop into his mouth, looking up at the setting sun. At tomorrow night, I'm going to buy a cool motorcycle. P.S. The previous chapter 41 has a scene with a mouth-kissing plot. Guess who kissed Jiang Ling? Hint, the gender is female. In the evening, returning home, the living room was unlit, with only the faint glow of the main computer screen casting a gentle light over the peacefully sleeping Meiyu. Li Meiyu drooling while hugging a pillow. Zzz. Jiang Ling glanced over the screen, displayed a matchup between the earthly monarch and Songyu. Two options: Song yes, face outside, Songyu Jiang Ling. 666. The consequence of playing casually with automatic options is like this. Slap. A smack on the buttocks woke Li Meiyu, who furrowed her delicate eyebrows and murmured, stinky yellow hair. Why are you hitting Meiyu again? Look at what you're playing. How can you play something like this at someone else's house without shame? Jiang Ling was speechless. Does anyone really play gal games at someone else's home? Perhaps the moment her pants were off, her friend walked in, quite literally entering the room. Li Meiyu glanced at the screen, her face suddenly flushed red, incredulously exclaiming, Why is there such an indecent game scene? Ugh, stinky yellow hair, perverted, disgusting, actually looking at this kind of thing. At first Meiyu thought it was. After playing for 2 hours, she gradually found it boring and accidentally clicked on the automatic option. She simply treated it as a bedtime story and slowly drifted off to sleep. Unexpectedly, upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by such nauseating scenes. Jiang Ling turned off the game, yawning. Waking up too early in the morning, he felt inexplicably drowsy. He looked down and noticed that Li Meiyu was dressed particularly lightly today. The upper half was a spaghetti-strap sleep dress, semi-transparent and very thin, while the lower half consisted of nothing but a pair of enticing cotton socks. Why are you wearing so little today? Aren't you afraid I might do something perverted to you? Jiang Ling chuckled mischievously. If she didn't act a bit lewd, she would think she was at home. What if one day he couldn't help but take advantage of Meiyu? If Meiyu can wear however she wants, why should I care? Li Meiyu crossed her arms over her unremarkable chest, letting out a delicate hum. As she spoke, she intentionally bent down, exposing a patch of snow-white skin at her neckline, a standard smirk of a mischievous girl plastered on her face. Well, stinky yellow hair, if you really want to do something to Meiyu, it's okay, Jiang Ling. 666. If you really did something, you wouldn't be happy. Clearly the only reason Meiyu suddenly acted up was that she had probably thought of a new way to take revenge. Jiang Ling was delighted to take up the challenge, eager to see how creatively this foolish girl would think. Really? Then I might just have to do some indecent things to Meiyu. Li Mei's little face flushed, her heart racing, and she instinctively wanted to retreat. But once she remembered that she held the decisive card, today her inner worries dissipated like clouds. Meiyu will win. Dressing like this in front of the stinky yellow hair was all for that glimmer of victory. She blushed slightly, yet her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. The game has begun. Stinky yellow hair, do you want to experience Mei's knee pillow for free? You can lie down. Li Meiyu sat obediently on the cushion. Her gentle demeanor was truly unimaginable. This was actually a mischievous girl. Jiang Ling simply laid down on Mei's slightly plump thigh. Though Meiyu Kuxian and Yu all shared a lowly figure, each had their own unique personality and body details. Meiyu was the most voluptuous, Kuxian followed, while Yu was rather frail and needed plenty of milk to nourish her. The natural curls of yellow hair lightly brushed against his skin, creating a pleasantly ticklish sensation. Li Meiyu reassured herself that this sacrifice was all for the sake of victory. Just the stinky yellow hair, she must take a good look at your embarrassing state later. Jiang Ling closed his eyes, breathed. He wanted to simply lean against the knee pillow to sleep, but Meiyu wouldn't allow it. Her tender white hand lightly brushed against his body, scratching him like a cat's paw. Tease. Meiyu used the skill tease, a high-level skill that significantly increases male desire with exceptional effectiveness. Jiang Ling inexplicably recalled Yu Yu's soft and delicate little hands. He simply reached out to grab her delicate hand, which was probably only half the size of his palm, yet surprising. Li Meiyu never expected that the stinky yellow hair would be so bold. How dare he clasp her hand tightly, and her heart instantly went blank, steam rising in her head. Stinky fish. Meiyu's hand. Feels nice, right? A virgin like you has probably never touched a girl's hand in your life. What a stinky fish you are. Even as ripples stirred in her heart, Li Meiyu still forced her flushed face to not show any fear. Instead, she tightened her grip, lowering her little head closer to his handsome face. Jiang Ling didn't know what she was plotting, but it would be foolish not to take advantage of the opportunity that presented itself. Plus, with the experience gained from Yin Yu, he boldly began to stroke her nape. Ever since learning that fragments of the heavenly Tao could grant him a pure love halo, his original disinterest in romance was rekindled along with his desire to establish a harem. Dare you really make a move on Meiyu? Li Meiyu swallowed, her face flushed as she turned her head away, trembling as she spoke. Could it be that Meiyu was actually an AI Mu? Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, rolling over and pinning Meiyu down in a push-up position. You said it yourself. Suddenly, Jiang Ling was taken aback. As he spoke, a soft object pressed against his chest, and looking down he saw Jiang Ling was taken aback. As he spoke, a soft object pressed against his chest, and looking down he saw a pack of sanitary pads, the packaging already torn, one piece having been used. Gotcha, let me tell you, Meiyu got her period today, so all those filthy thoughts in your mind have no place to be relieved. Li Meiyu laughed, raising her eyebrows mockingly. You must be feeling very uncomfortable, right? Clearly tempted by Meiyu, yet you can only drool over Meiyu's delicate body. As she spoke, she looked at Jiang Ling's face, trying to find a hint of reluctance or disappointment. Even if it was difficult, he could only endure silently, and the thought of his pained expression made Meiyu unable to suppress a light hum. Jiang Ling. Unfortunately, Jiang Ling's face remained impassive, showing no signs of disappointment. So you got your period, and so you can only look but not touch, huh? Stinky yellow hair, you really are foolish. It must be hard for you to endure right now, huh? Ha ha. Li Meiyu smirked, her face reddening, even more resembling a heated iron. Phew. Jiang Ling struggled to hold back his laughter like faker. Meiyu, you're so clever. Really, you don't think that because you're on your period men can't touch women, right? What else? Li Meiyu looked adorably naive, pouting as she thought of something, and widened her beautiful eyes. You want to fight desperately. Just take a look for yourself. A few minutes later, after viewing everything, Meiyu's mind went blank, as if a new world had been completely opened, muttering, What? How can it be? Just take a look for yourself. A few minutes later, after viewing everything, Meiyu's mind went blank, as if a new world had been completely opened, muttering, What? How can it be like this? It must be a lie. Can this really happen? The physiology teacher never taught this. If that's the case, Meiyu is like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Such a fool. Meiyu is the real big fool. Ugh, so many things, all of which Meiyu didn't know. So perverted. At this moment, drowsiness set in. Jiang Ling felt his eyelids grow heavy, yawning as he turned over, releasing Li Meiyu's delicate body. All right, let's go to sleep. I'm tired. Li Meiyu's mind was still processing the recent Kuwait mom little. Perhaps influenced by Jiang Ling's sleepiness, she couldn't help but yawn, too lazy to get up and return to the closet, quietly lying beside Jiang Ling. Her eyelids gradually closed, curling up like a kitten. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The time pointed to midnight, marking the end of the intense weekend break. Today's defeat, Li Meiyu. Monday morning. As Jiang Ling woke up, he heard a mechanical sound. Damn, it's so noisy. Unlocked female leads Yin Yu Ouyang Kursin Li Meiyu. Skills equipment acquired 1. Time pause. 2. Killing intent perception Chen's Tai Chi. 3. Conqueror's Hockey Beginner 4. Perfectly empty-handed against blades 5. Open box Sinai. Paper box Knight Helmet 7. Fainting attack 8. The aura of a leader. Task become an extraordinary person. Reward steel heart. Failure penalty being shrunk by a light. Paper box Knight Helmet 7. Fainting attack 8. The aura of a leader. Task become an extraordinary person. Reward steel heart. Failure penalty. Her drool had soaked his sleeve, and her rosy cheeks were soft and bouncy. Jiang Ling couldn't help but poke her. If you take away her bratty personality, Meiyu would be the cutest girl in the game, tender and fragrant. Even if Kursin's mother came, she would pale in comparison. But unfortunately, she couldn't shake off her bratty nature, a born evil spirit. Li Meiyu, with her eyes closed, stretched her legs and yawned. I slept so well. You pervert. Seeing the stinky yellow hair next to her still holding her leg, Li Meiyu hurriedly got up, touched her body, and glared at Jiang Ling with teary eyes biting her small silver teeth. You did that to Meiyu. Pervert. Disgusting. Boo-hoo, Maya's purity was actually given to you, how detestable. Jiang Ling. Clearly you were the one hugging me to sleep, okay? Besides, I didn't do anything to you. Don't frame a good person. Really? What else? Jiang Ling rolled his eyes at her, pulling apart the white bedsheet. Besides, I don't like spoiled girls. How could I ever take a Meiyu doesn't care whether you like her or not. Li Meiyu crossed her arms and stuck out her tongue at him, scolding. There are so many people who like Meiyu they could line up from your door to France, you know. Stinky yellow hair. For some reason, when she heard him say he didn't like spoiled girls, her little heart inexplicably tightened. She quickly shook her head and said with a huff, Meiyu is hungry, go make breakfast for Meiyu. Still eating? Jiang Ling folded the quilt, glanced at the time, and said indifferently, why don't you check the time yourself? Just buy some breakfast on the way. Then, Meiyu wants to eat lobster. We only have buns. Lobster buns. If you keep whining, I'll hit you with a fist the size of my bun. As Chun-Yi passed through the intersection, he happened to encounter a former classmate. Yo, Ego, long time no see. Haha, you guys too, how's studying in Kawasaki? Chun-Yi forced a smile. I still miss the life in Sichuan. Hey, Ego, where's Kursin? Weren't you two in the same school before? Chun-Yi was at a loss for words, lowering his head and laughing awkwardly. She had something come up last minute. What a shame, I thought I could see the little class flower from before. A classmate on the left exclaimed, Ego, why is there a bump on the back of your head? It's pointy. Another person looked over and casually touched his pointed head, laughing loudly. Yeah, did someone hit you? Huh, Chun-Yi recalled the scene from yesterday in the alley and clenched his fists. He vaguely remembered being knocked out from behind by some punk, hearing Yu scream just before he fainted. Presumably, she had already met a tragic fate. The girl I like has already been tainted. Saigu, you weren't so dejected back in Sichuan. What's wrong? Are you not adapting since leaving Sichuan? To be honest, you just didn't work hard enough. If you were in Kawasaki like us, or paid some money to get into the private C district, you wouldn't have encountered so many bullies. The playful banter from the two classmates felt like a needle stabbing at his heart. He couldn't help but imagine if he had gotten into a better school back then, perhaps everything would be different. At this moment, he started to hate his own incompetence again, cursing his past self in his heart. Cursing him for being so incapable, failing to get into a good school. Cursing him for being so cowardly, unable to protect the girl he loved. Of course, he could only curse himself. We're at the intersection. Ego, let's go left to Kawasaki. Gone na. Chun-Yi looked at the backs of the two and had a complex expression. Gone na. Passing by the intersection, there was a stall selling breakfast. The sign read, special price for beef water-fried buns, hot milk, and soy milk, only these three on the cart. The morning breeze carried a chill and the aroma of water-fried buns. In front of the stall stood a tall girl and a small boy. Chun-Yi immediately spotted the beautiful blonde hair and was startled, hurriedly hiding behind a stone. Meiyu wants to eat 5 water-fried buns. The pretty girl with twin ponytails shook her 5 tender white fingers. Are you a pig? The blonde hair twitched his lips, putting down 1,000 yen for water-fried buns, 2 bottles of hot milk packaged separately. Huh. The blonde hair twitched his lips, putting down 1,000 yen for water-fried buns, 2 bottles of hot milk packaged separately. Huh. Who told you to not roll back to the wardrobe and insist on sleeping with me? Besides, when I was half asleep, how would I know I was holding your leg? Pervert. Just say whether you touched or not. Alright, 5 it is, but you're still pedaling the bike today. Can't you buy an electric bike? Well, go check at the store tonight. Enough with the nagging, or we'll be late for school. The two of them playfully bickered as they got on the bicycle, Meiyu munching on a bun at the front, while the blonde hair leisurely drank milk at the back. Chun-Yi stared blankly at the backs of the two as they left. The girl next to Jiang Ling seemed to be Kursin's best friend, Li Meiyu. Damn, with such a cute girlfriend, how could he make her pedal the bike while he sits in the back? What a jerk. Chun-Yi gritted his teeth, feeling even more frustrated. He recalled the first time he saw Meiyu. It was in the 3rd year of middle school, when Meiyu transferred to Sichuan. When switching seats, this proud young lady ruthlessly pushed him aside, who sat next to Kursin, and didn't hide her ridicule. Where did this trash come from? However, Chun-Yi did not dislike her because of this. On the contrary, from the first glance at the beautiful young lady, he deeply fell in love. But thinking of their status difference, he could only bury that affection in his heart and observe from afar. He never expected the girl he once liked was now dating the guy he hated the most. Something in his chest seemed to ache faintly. If Meiyu were my girlfriend, I would never let her suffer, even a little. Damn, that guy truly is oblivious to his fortune. Chun-Yi sighed in despair. He planned to take a detour to school and turned into a small alley. He hadn't walked long when he felt like someone was following him. He turned around abruptly, but found nothing. Strange. He scratched his head, instinctively quickening his pace, but suddenly collided with a soft body as he passed a corner, crashing directly into Chun-Yi's arms. Cough, cough, cough. The woman was clad in leather, her face pale, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She raised her weak eyes, looking at Chun-Yi with hope, saying, "Good Samaritan, please save me, someone is chasing me." Cough, cough, cough. With that, the woman's softness collapsed onto his chest, her head tilting as she fainted. Chun-Yi was dumbfounded. His first reaction was to leave her and run away. However, footsteps came from the alley not far away, so he gritted his teeth and picked up the woman hiding behind a pile of garbage. Thud, thud, thud. A group of thugs dressed like bikers ran over. The leader with purple hair cursed, "Damn. She actually escaped. No way, I refuse to believe she can sprout wings." Chase. The bikers quickly ran deeper into the alley. Chun-Yi, hiding behind the garbage, let out a long sigh of relief, lowering his head to carefully examine the woman in his arms. Her appearance was about 70 to 80% to his liking, with somewhat heavy makeup, and the sexy leather outfit accentuated her graceful figure, a strong scent of perfume wafting into his nostrils. Chun-Yi's eyes went wide, nearly drooling. "Oh my god, am I about to have a stroke of good luck? Hey mom, can you help me take a day off? I have something to do. Well, I won't go to school in the morning." After hanging up the phone, Chun-Yi took a deep breath and raised his head to see the hotel across the street, then trudged. Not long after they left, Lu Zichuan emerged from the corner, squinting at the direction they had gone. Boss Qian went into the hotel with him. "I'm not blind." Lu Zichuan sneered. "Looks like Chun-Yi is also blind. He can't even see a woman of the night." "But that's different, boss." The little brother thought for a moment and said, "Some strong ones really have a thing for this. I saw on the forum." "Enough with that kind of damn stuff. Don't tell me about it." Lu Zichuan waved his hand. "Go cooperate well with Qian. She's the best actress among us. If you drag her down, I will punish you severely." Following the plot, it should now be Act 2. He vaguely remembered the main line of Act 1 being Yin Yu's line with key nodes being tuition. Following the plot, it should now be Act 2. He vaguely remembered the main line of Act 1 being Yin Yu's line with key nodes being tuition increase and family tragedy. Now the main teacher had been punched through the chest, and the gambling dog old Ma had been sent to prison, plus he had lent her a large sum for tuition. Both of the two critical downfall nodes had been resolved. You could say that Act 1 concluded perfectly. So who are the characters related to Act 2? Person, Mayu, or is it some other new female-led? Passing by a bulletin board, he casually glanced at a notice, his gaze falling on one of the campus announcements. Notice on the launch of the quality class quota subscription and promotion selection to optimize the allocation of educational resources on campus, meet the development needs of different students and families, and stimulate students' competitive awareness. The school has decided to initiate the quality class promotion plan. The core is to use quota subscription as the main channel, supplemented by academic selection. Specific matters are quota subscription channel priority opening, open for all students to publicly subscribe to private quotas in C district. After paying the required amount, students can purchase C district's student status. 2. Academic qualification channel, supplementary channel for students without subscription intentions, but with outstanding academic performance. 5. Selection quotas are reserved. Students who pass the promotion exam can directly advance from Area A to C. Promotion exam date 30 days later. This notice's final interpretation rights belong to the Shizhou Administrative Office. Consultation phone XXXXXXXXXX. This is hereby notified. Damn, I almost forgot that the school officials are a bunch of beasts. Jiang Ling suddenly realized, holding his forehead. He recalled parts of the plot from Chapter 2. If I remember correctly, the school officials launched this promotion activity to line their own pockets. As long as you have money, you can buy the position of a student in C district, directly advancing from the mixed district with old facilities to the luxurious C district. And Kirsten's position just happened to be sold as she had above average grades, but had deducted quite a bit of tuition, which severely harmed the school's interests. They had to let students who paid more take her place. Then Kirsten faced two choices: either obediently go to a district and be bullied with her personality, she would surely be bullied to death, or pay money or pass the promotion exam. If she wanted to pay, she would have to pay at least double the tuition to keep her position. But at that time, her family's ramen shop was being harassed by a group of thugs trying to buy the land at a low price, leaving her without extra funds, so she had to choose the first option. Plus, at the time, A district was under the expansion period of the Snake Gang, and she accidentally drank poison, tricked by me, completely descending into depravity. Of course, this is all from the original plot's timeline. He definitely wouldn't trick Kirsten into becoming a poisonous insect now. But the twisted world line converges. There will definitely be others trying to deceive Kirsten, leading the cute lowly mother into total depravity. Ding. Key event detected. Options opened. Option 1, malicious words. Description: use malicious words to attack Kirsten. Reward: devil fruit, poison, poison fruit. It was the drowsy second period in the morning French class for a minor language. Today we will study the translation of poetry, rendering the Chinese verses we have learned into French. Haha, you all look unenthusiastic. Shall I start and see if any diligent student has prepared in advance? The young then cast away the spring. In those days the youth wasted their spring. The teacher, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and speaking fluent Chinese and French, asked, "What is the next line? Who can recite it in French?" This is an example from the textbook. From the seats came a crude remark: "Damn, the wheelchair kid is playing dead again. Don't bail when it's your turn." No one was paying attention. Who in their right mind listens to French class? It would be better spent playing Naruto. The teacher sighed and continued, Les chevaux boivent du vin, which one might poetically render as the horses drink wine, hooves stamping and fragrant wine splashing. Yan Yu raised her hand and answered fluently. The French teacher's disappointed expression brightened when it fell on her, and he nodded with relief. Good, what is the next line? L'amour la haine viennent avec les vagues à la chanson de l'été, is not the night, which might be understood as love and hate arrive with the waves. The summer cicada's song awakens while the night lingers on. The fact that this answer came from an unexpected student made the Chinese teacher push up his slipping glasses. Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling nodded. It's me. Everyone was stunned. Especially the slackers who usually sat with Jiang Ling in the back gaming together. Their eyes nearly fell from their phone screens in disbelief. What the heck? Brother Ling actually answered the teacher in class. And in French, to everyone's utter astonishment, they only whispered among themselves, not daring to disturb that peculiar muscular blonde. The Chinese teacher could not help asking Jiang Ling, do you need something from the teacher? The teacher with a playful nature wanted to joke, oh, your French is not bad, but when he saw that fierce face, especially those eyes, he lost the inclination to jest. Jiang Ling fell silent. Hey, can a muscular blonde answer a question, he thought. No, teacher. I just wanted to ask a question in passing. Oh, the French teacher smiled and asked curiously, what question? If you ask, the teacher will answer. Often life pairs black with white. The good man marries a bad woman, the good woman marries a bad man, a good student meets a bad teacher, a good teacher teaches bad students. Though this class was full of unstudious pupils, the French teacher did not slack off like others. He prepared and taught earnestly, refusing to let hidden gold remain buried. See, here was a nugget of hidden gold. I want to ask. Jiang Ling hesitated and then spoke. Is there some secret method that once used would let someone at an elementary level effortlessly pass the DLF exam at the C2 level? He did not need such a thing himself, but Kirsten did. Oh, she had chosen French as her minor language. The French teacher raised an eyebrow. Are you making a wish? There is not room here for so many wishes. Jiang Ling, your request. The French teacher fell silent for a moment, and then said, C'est aussi absurde que Romeo aime Kublai. It is as absurd as Romeo loving Kublai Khan. Jiang Ling rubbed his brow. Teacher, could you translate that? The phrasing is too long for me to follow. Jiang Ling, that was a French joke we covered last class. The book includes a translation. Silence passed between them. The French teacher took a deep breath, glanced at his watch, and true to his habit of not overrunning class, began to pack up. He offered encouragement as he left. Class is nearly over, Jiang Ling. Although there are no shortcuts in learning, if you study diligently, you may still pass the C2 exam. Do not be discouraged. I have faith in you. If you truly wanted a fast route to the exam, you could try stealing the answers, ha. The French teacher smiled, wryly joked, and departed. Jiang Ling's eyes lit up. Damn, what a teacher for unearthing hidden gold. Ask him for answers, and he actually suggests it. Why toil over study when one could steal the answers and have Kirsten memorize them? To be honest, at the thought of transforming into Mr. Knight that evening to tutor Kirsten across all subjects, he felt a headache coming on. Mathematics was his strong suit, but math was his only strength. Now, oh dear, he was in trouble. If he could find the right method, learning could become effort. Perhaps this was what the sage meant. Those who know are not equal to those who love. Those who love are not equal to those who take delight. Knowing the answers, how could one not be joyful? The next period was physical education, which he could skip. Jiang Ling did 3 things in succession. First, he looked at the outfit photos. Kirsten had sent a neatly ironed sailor uniform, paired with over-thinny socks. He pressed his nose to the phone screen and murmured, it's as if I can smell my mother's scent. Second, he went on Zhuang and asked LVL whether they had the answers to Shifu University's entrance exam in 2 weeks. There was no reply yet, so he moved on to the third thing, chatting with Yan Yu. To his delight, she had upgraded to a smartphone, an older Pineapple 13. They switched to LINE, and the little iceberg loved sending cute cat stickers. Mr. Knight feels like too long a name. I want to know. What's your name? You can just call me a Ling. Hey, Ling, look at this cat sticker. Isn't it cute? A Yu, this cat has a name. It's called Mao Dai. Mao Dai. Hakimi, it's Mao Dai. A Ling, I don't understand. Honey water, and such am I not at all. Yu, could you send a voice message? Say Mambo Bobo. In the corner of the classroom, Yu bent over her desk, playing with her new phone, blushing as she murmured night. A Ling, so you too suppressed the urge to interact with others. She then sent the voice, man. Mambo Bobo. Yan Yu face flushed, uttered it in a thin, pleasant tremor, soft as thawing spring snow. Jiang Ling thought how cute. Yan Yu could not help propping her cheek with her hand, her mind full of the knight's aloof, handsome image. Her wandering gaze fell to the front row and inexplicably fixed on that muscular blonde's face. Seeing him staring at his phone with a leering grin, she could not help but comment, what a sleazy smile. If it were my Ling, he would never smile like that. Yan Yu took a tote from her drawer containing the freshly washed school uniform jacket. After hesitating, she sent a message. A Ling, come to the rooftop now. I'll return your uniform jacket. She quickly received the reply, okay. Having finished, she hurried out of the classroom with the uniform jacket. Watching her depart, and waiting a moment, Jiang Ling rose and went to the restroom. Having finished, she hurried out of the classroom with the uniform jacket. Watching her depart, and waiting a moment, Jiang Ling rose and went to the restroom, put on his head covering, and glanced at his phone screen once more before leaving. At that moment, his chat with LVL read, "The exam answers are not yet available. Zhuang personnel are preparing to obtain the intelligence through high-tech modernized traditional methods. There is no price list yet. Alright, you may pay 18 cocoons to reserve. Do you wish to pre-order this intelligence?" Jiang Ling chose to pay 18 cocoons to reserve it. If money could solve it, why fuss over the cost? Unless it was truly expensive. Yan Yu did not head straight to the rooftop. She felt it would be too perfunctory to simply deliver clothes. She ought to bring something thoughtful to ease the awkwardness. So she first stopped by the campus convenience store to pick out a small gift. At the counter, the clerk stifled a yawn, drowsy and disgruntled, cursing his boss inwardly. No pay for lunch break, overtime, go choke on your own greed. With no break in sight, he slouched back, crossed his legs, and idled away time. Opening the PV for the upcoming theatrical film Too Many Loser Heroines, The Allure of Homecoming. Well, even if it was just a preview, it had drawn quite a crowd. Love in this world falls into only two categories: childhood sweethearts and opportunistic interlopers. So, you're saying Hanori stole your childhood sweetheart? But Kasagi once said the person he loves most is Wadashur. Oh, Hanori crossed her arms, gazing at Shinanikin with playful amusement. Whoa, I arrived first. She's nothing but an opportunistic interloper, a wicked woman. At noon, on the staircase of the old school building, Shinanikin knelt beside Onsen Kazuto and wept bitterly. "It'll be alright. Just apologize sincerely, and everything will mend." Onsen Kazuto handed her a box of mung bean cakes. Cut to Kasagi residence. Dramatic transition. Hanori, why are you wearing Shinanikin's clothes? Kasagi recoiled in shock as he pushed her down. "If we're chasing thrills, let's see it through to the end." Hanori struck a pose showcasing her statuesque figure. "You're awfully bold, aren't you?" Kasagi smirked and kissed her. The door burst open. Shinanikin, clutching a box of mung bean cakes, the very kind Kasagi loved, stood frozen, mouth agape, the cake she had been holding slipping from her lips. Natto membrane. Natto membrane. A kettle whistled shrilly, harmonizing with Shinanikin's hysterical sobs. Click. The PV, and its director, Old Foam, cut abruptly right there. After black screen, a commercial ad faded in Huanglong brand mung bean cakes. Love that chokes back. The clerk stared blankly. Damn it. Why did you cut it off just there? He slammed his fist onto the counter, wailing in utter despair. What happens next? Tell me, damn it. I need to know. Damn it. I'd like to check out a pirated version. Yes. I remember someone leaked the second PV's internal screener link. Mail University. Resource expired. No, don't do this to me. Yin Yu stood silent. Hello, I'd like to check out. Had it been her former self, she'd never have spoken up so boldly. But ever since that nameless night had filled her hollow heart, her voice had grown firmer, her silence broken. The clerk looked up apologetically and bowed deeply. Red bean. Suma Mason. Yin Yu wordlessly placed the mung bean cakes on the counter. While waiting for checkout, her gaze drifted to the screen before the clerk. This was Too Many Loser Heroines, the theatrical adaptation. As a connoisseur of light novels, she'd read Ushino Sensei's most beloved work, the acclaimed Kamingafage romance that captured youthful yearning, laughter, and quiet tears. Volume 10, The Allure of Homecoming, had drawn polarized reviews. But one thing was certain: it was without question the most emotionally devastating installment in the series' history. The scene of the heroine clutching mung bean cakes while watching her love embrace the rival heroine was hailed, second only to White Picture Frame, as the most stomach-churning moment ever rendered. Its cultural impact was seismic. Huanglong brand mung bean cakes, once a fading brand, saw its stock surge overnight. Upon release of Volume 9, shelves emptied within hours. Yin Yu glanced down at the box in her hands, Huanglong brand mung bean cakes, and smiled faintly. Love that chokes back. I won't cry over mung bean cakes like the heroine, not a chance. The rooftop of the teaching building. Azure sky, drifting clouds, wind brushing her cheeks, carrying the unmistakable scent of youth. Yin Yu eased the door open, peeked inside, and beheld a heart-stopping sight. A solitary, muscular young man in a hood leaned against the railing, a lollipop dangling from his lips as he gazed pensively toward the far end of the sports field. In Jiang Ling's deep-shadowed eyes surely flickered a loneliness and melancholy few could comprehend. A soft flush rose along Yin Yu's porcelain earlobes, her wide, entranced eyes shimmered with sudden infatuation. The girls on the women's basketball team have lovely figures, long, elegant legs graceful in motion. Pity, I prefer long hair. Jiang Ling's gaze followed the tall, slender silhouette across the court, completely unaware the rooftop door had quietly creaked open or that a petite figure now hesitated at its threshold. Yin Yu whispered, barely audible. Ling. I'm here. You're here, Yu. Jiang Ling turned instantly, glancing aside with faint embarrassment. She approached slowly, offering both the mung bean cakes and a freshly laundered jacket. Thank you, truly, Ling. This brand is delicious. I noticed you always chose it. No, what I mean is, you seem to enjoy it most. Last time she'd invited him home, he devoured the entire box of mung bean cakes, while leaving all other snacks untouched. So this time she deliberately selected the prestigious Huanglong brand as her token of gratitude. Thank you, Jiang Ling murmured, reaching out, his fingertips grazing hers. Zzzt. A jolt surged between them. Instantly, fragments of last night's feverish, blush-inducing memories flooded her mind. Yin Yuyu's cheeks burned crimson as she snatched her hand back like a startled fawn. Jiang Ling cleared his throat. Yuyu, we are friends now. You can relax a little. Her constant startle reflex was unbearable, and her bashful charm utterly unfair. She nodded silently, scolding herself. What's wrong with a simple touch between friends? Her flustered manner made them seem like lovers. Sit here. Jiang Ling gestured to the bench beside him. Okay. They sat side by side, one left, one right, exchanging easy, unhurried conversation. Ling, what do you love most? He almost said pretty girls or little sisters, then amended, light novels, and visual novels mostly. Truth be told, I'm a bit of a homebody. Light novels. Yin Yuyu's eyes lit up as though Columbus had just sighted land. You love light novels too, Ling. What genres do you favor? I read them often too. Romance and detective fiction. Like too many loser heroines, The Suspect, Wise, Fresh, Ginseng, Omison, June's Popularity Index. Oh, I've read them all. What do you think? Yin Yuyu opened her heart, speaking animatedly, fingers sketching shapes in the air. Jiang Ling watched astonished. This effervescent, expressive girl couldn't possibly be the same icy, reticent girl he'd known. Yet he didn't interrupt. How many words had been locked inside her heart? He didn't know. Only that before he knew it, noon had arrived, and it was time for lunch. I'll go buy yakisoba bread. I wait. Yin Yuyu called out, rummaging quickly in her bag and pulling out 2 bento boxes. I accidentally made an extra. If you don't mind. Ding. Ordinary event detected. Yellow-haired option activated. Option 1, silver platform. Push Yuyu reward food. Goblin pork knuckle, charcoal grilled pig trotter bone. Grants increased strength and attack speed. Option 2, suspense rooftop. While Yuyu eats, silently tip her over the edge with the bento box. Perfect crime achieved. Reward weapon. Detective's anesthetic watch, disguised wristwatch injector, fires tranquilizer needles, but ineffective against anyone named Mori. Option 3, youthful rooftop. Seat Yuyu on your lap and feed each other. Reward skill upgrade card. Enhances an existing skill. Jiang Ling. Would you like to eat? Yin Yuyu's eyes gleamed with hopeful anticipation. Yuyu, we are good friends, right? Yes. Jiang Ling exhaled. Friends sharing bento on a lap. Surely that's normal. Like Boya and Ziqi, kindred spirits meeting atop high mountains. I studied a bit of traditional medicine, Jiang Ling blurted. Words as random as monkeys typing Shakespeare. Phew. Jiang Ling sighed in relief. He'd finished half the bento before completing the task. If it dragged any longer, Yuyu might literally rise like a seesaw. Now, time to gently ask her to step down. Ling, how's the bento taste? The ice maiden blinked, eyes sparkling. Delicious. Jiang Ling swallowed hard. About to say, please get down now. When then? Shall we meet here again tomorrow? What would you like? Fried sausages, tempura, sweet shrimp, or croquettes? Whatever you love, I'll make it for you, Ling. Hearing his affirmation, Yin Yuyu's eyes lit up like stars. She leaned forward eagerly, her face blooming with a radiant, genuine smile she hadn't worn in ages. A breeze stirred, lifting strands of her raven-black hair. Sunlight bathed her translucent skin in a soft golden halo. Silence lingered for several seconds. Jiang Ling guiltily averted his gaze. Sorry. He stared blankly at the sky, wondering, would shouting mama twice earn her forgiveness? After all, Yuyu had said they were friends. Ling. Yet Yin Yuyu pressed her lips together, showing no sign of moving. Her cheeks flushed softly as she whispered, last time. That thing. Let's finish it. Last time. The kiss. Between friends. Isn't kissing perfectly normal? Isn't holding hands normal between friends? Isn't hugging normal between friends? Isn't feeding each other normal between friends? Isn't kissing normal between friends? Eventually, would it become, isn't everything normal between friends? Still, if Yuyu had offered herself, so willingly refusing would be unthinkable. He wasn't some timid coward who'd wait until the final chapter to act. Then, Jiang Ling swallowed hard and cupped her delicate, exquisite face in his palms. Yuyu? Ling. This is my first kiss. Mine too, my first kiss, Ling. Please, continue. Beep. New message and call incoming. The sudden sound startled Yin Yuyu. Her head instinctively tilted back, heart sinking. Why again? But Jiang Ling ignored the phone in his pocket. His gaze sharpened. And he closed the distance, capturing her warm, rosy lips with fierce tenderness, parting her teeth with practiced ease. Ah, and then, though only 60 seconds passed, it felt like 60 years. Ding. Host has secured the heroine's willing first kiss. Hidden reward unlocked. All attributes won. Meanwhile, in the gym storage room, Wang Jiahao stared at his fallen underlings outside the warehouse, and at his disconnected phone, then groaned, "Brother Ling, what are you doing?" On Monday in the sports warehouse, Jiahao Internet Cafe made 1.0 yen just in the first morning. Wang Jiahao couldn't stop smiling. More than a dozen computers buzzed, charging 500 yen per hour, more than double the outside price. Yet a large number of good students from Zone C and middle school students rushed to play. There was no choice. Playing computer games on campus was prohibited, and being caught would lead to punishment. The delinquents from Zone A didn't care and skipped classes to play outside, but Zone C, being private, had stricter rules and monitoring. Daring to escape from school would result in severe punishment upon return. Therefore, most good students seemed, in reality, they were itching to play games, nearly going mad. Boss over there in the middle school. Just for mobile phones and rented accounts alone, we've already made over 8,000. We're going to make it big. In no way, I said excitedly. Those middle school students weren't allowed to bring phones to school, and being in a stage of weak self-control made it even harder. They would do anything to trade their style for a phone to play Naruto or Yuanshin. All right. Wang Jiahao laughed heartily, hands on his hips, feeling quite proud. From today onward, we're in rebellion. What a joke. Snake brother can't compare to my brother Ling. The younger brothers below shared the spoils and raised their hands, shouting, "Brother Ling is impressive. Even a hair of Brother Ling is impressive." Suddenly a loud noise echoed from the warehouse door. Everyone turned to see a group of punks with dyed hair and piercings standing at the entrance. The leader had a head of spiky blonde hair, looking arrogant. A metal bat slammed down with a loud bang onto the ground. The huge noise startled the gaming students, who quickly discarded their headphones and keyboards, scrambling to escape through the back door. "Prince, what are you doing here with your people? The agreed time is this weekend, isn't it a bit early?" Wang Jiahao's face darkened as he glanced at the new Prince gang gathering outside the door. The war letter they sent stated the agreed time for this weekend. Why were they here on Monday? "Boss, there are at least over 100 people on their side, and our numbers are lacking. If a fight breaks out, we will definitely suffer losses. I know the situation, am not blind." "Wang Jiahao, do you know why we came to find you now?" The prince smiled. "Big brother, why waste words on him? Damn, he's got such a foul mouth, even daring to insult Snake brother. Just beat them to death." The red-haired second prince glared disdainfully at Wang Jiahao and his group. Besides him, the green-haired third prince, the purple-haired fourth prince, the blue-haired fifth prince, the brown-haired sixth prince, the 107th prince, who had black and gray mixed hair, and the 108th prince with red highlights on green and purple hair, all displayed rebellious expressions. "Dare to come this weekend. What's this group fight supposed to prove? TSK, have you read about World War II? Do you know who Guderian is? Do you understand Blitzkrieg?" The yellow-haired prince mocked. "Sigh, you should be studying instead of raising pigs. You don't think it's still the spring and autumn era, do you? Old antique, eat shit. It's the warring states period now." Indeed, what they were playing was a swift blitzkrieg, taking out the Jiahao gang by surprise. Saying they'll come to fight this weekend is fine, we agree, then strike with a surprise attack 6 days early. Some say this lacks righteousness. A fine, go talk to the dead about righteousness. Not afraid, everyone replied. Wang Jiahao took a deep breath. All right, since that's the case, you all charge first. Everyone, they'll go get reinforcements. Not afraid, everyone replied. Wang Jiahao took a deep breath. All right, since that's the case, you all charge first. Everyone, they'll go get reinforcements. With that, he stepped back, shielding the others in front of him, took out his phone, and dialed a number. A ling, a ling, a ling, a ling, a ling, a ling, a ling. A ling, love you the most. Ahem. Come tomorrow. I have something to do. We'll continue maintaining our pure friendship tomorrow at noon. Jiang Ling coughed lightly, waving her phone. See you on the rooftop tomorrow. A ling. Then. It's a promise. Yin Yu said shyly, her face blushing. Don't stand me up. She watched A Ling leave in a hurry. Yin Yu sat slumped on the bench, closing her eyes to savor the feeling from just now, letting out a soft mss. She glanced at the bento box where A Ling's used chopsticks lay, and couldn't help but think. These chopsticks. I guess I won't wash them. Yu, are you a weirdo? No, this is just a little hobby of collecting between friends. Right? Exactly. Pure friendship. No, this is just a little hobby of collecting between friends. Right? Exactly. Pure friendship. Killing intent perception 3. Chen's Tai Chi 4. Conqueror's Hockey beginner 5. Perfect empty-handed reception 6. Box opening I7. Feint attack attention. The paper box knight headgear is an equipment item and cannot be upgraded. Jiang Ling didn't hesitate at all and chose time stop. Space is revered, time is king. Any ability that touches the time attribute is strong. For instance, there's a vampire in Egypt who dares to claim he will rule the world with just 5 seconds of time stop. Moreover, the one who eventually defeated him was also from the time attribute, which proves Only those of the time attribute can counter others of the same type. Beep. Congratulations, host. Time pause has been upgraded. Time pause pro description able to pause time for 2 seconds, and during the pause time can phase through any non-living object. Side effect must shout Jia Walu Duo thinking it is also acceptable before using Jiang Ling, he, in the Emperor of Time. Meanwhile at the sports warehouse. Puffed. The metal bat struck fiercely against Wang Jiao's calf, making him let out a heartbreaking scream. The prince grinned cruelly. Jiao, do you like this? That feeling of being trampled underfoot by everyone, the humiliation of being stared at by my subordinates with strange eyes, I can never forget those days for a moment. No. Compared to the name Jiahao I should call you, Prince Wang. Wang Jiao's eyes revealed a terrifying killing intent as he struggled desperately against this title. However, his face was firmly pressed down by the prince, unable to move. The prince leisurely crouched down smiling as he patted his head. Do you know? Until the very last moment, she was calling your name. However, I didn't expect you to be so unprincipled as to bring the cops over. TSK tisk, what a pity. While the clam and the heron fight, a whole bunch of princes died, and in the end it was me Huang Taiji who reaped the benefits. Huh. However, I didn't expect you to be so unprincipled as to bring the cops over. TSK tisk, what a pity. While the clam and the heron fight, a whole bunch of princes died, and in the end, Xiao Chong, come and get him a drink of iced red tea. The prince whistled towards the back. Yes, Prince. A pockmarked face emerged from the crowd, nodding and bowing while loosening his belt, a pained expression on his face as he turned his head away. Boss, don't blame me. What? How could the traitor be you? It can't possibly be you. Seeing the newcomer, Wang Jiao's eyes widened as he hoarsely shouted, A Chong. I treated you well. Why? Suddenly, he noticed the dense needle marks on A Chong's thigh. His angry words abruptly stopped as he stared blankly at A Chong. You touched it. Didn't I tell you? Everyone is not allowed to touch it. If you touch it, you won't even be brothers anymore. I'm sorry. A Chong turned his head away, biting his lip as he said, I had no choice really. I was just curious. I just touched it a little to play with. How go? I'm sorry. You didn't let me down. You only let down yourself and your mom. She's got only you as a son. Wang Jiao's eyes turned red, and he suddenly lifted his neck, his teeth nearly shattering. A Chong also cried, tears and mucus flowing down. How go? I'm so itchy at night when I lie in bed. It feels like ants are crawling all over me. I really couldn't help it. I deserve to die. Humph. The prince sneered coldly, and seeing A Chong dawdle, took out a bag of powder, leisurely shaking it pee on his face. Seeing the powder, A Chong froze. He raised his leg like a beast, tears streaming down, biting his lip, and unable to speak, his eyes filled with fervor, regret, unwillingness, and struggle. Wang Jiahao closed his eyes, feeling embarrassed and sad, but even sadder for losing a brother. Huh. Today is my day, Huang Taiji. Huh. The prince grinned, raising his phone to capture the upcoming disgrace, mocking, Hey Wang Jiahao, I heard A Chong say you found a very strong helper. Where is he? Why isn't he here to save you? Could it be that upon hearing about our prince gang, he got scared and ran away with his tail between his legs? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly someone heard a sound. Smash, Walu Duo. The next second, just as A Chong was about to relieve himself, he was kicked in the waist and flew out. In the air, warm iced red tea splattered all over the members of the prince gang. Ugh, how foul. Someone just pissed on me. My Chelsea. It's soaked in urine. A Chong fell to the ground, his eyes rolling back. I'm so hungry. The crown prince, upon seeing him, broke out in a cold sweat. Who are you? When did you arrive? It was no more than 20 meters from the entrance, yet it felt like a vast distance. The man before him, wearing a cardboard headpiece, had effortlessly crossed through the layers of encirclement set by the princes. Who exactly was he? Ling Gu. Wang Jiao's eyes brimmed with tears. Finally, he understood why the female lead in the novel fell for the male lead, who saved her at the critical moment. The imposing figure stood firm against all dangers. He thought to himself, if he were a woman, he would definitely wiggle his hips and knock on that door at night. The crown prince smirked, his gaze turning fierce. Just one person, am I supposed to be afraid of you? Jiang Ling said nothing, suddenly glaring with fierce eyes, prompting the princes behind him to take half a step back. Many of them trembled, wetting their pants. Crown Prince. 666 A Chong, are you serious? Did he really scare off 100 people with just one glance? In the information A Chong had provided earlier, it was said that the mysterious leader of Jiao's gang could scare off 100 people with just one look. He had scoffed at the time, 666 scaring off 100 people with just a glance. Is he the reincarnation of Zhang Ida from Yin? This piece of information must be false. At this point, there was no turning back. No matter if he was an extraordinary person or not. Snake Brother. I still have Snake Brother backing me. The Crown Prince took a deep breath. Brothers, draw your knives. Let's kill him. Snap. In the blink of an eye, a ruthless hand seized the Crown Prince's throat. In those terrifying bloodshot eyes, there was no mercy. The grip of the arm tightened, as if it wanted to strangle him to death. To catch the thief, one must first capture the king. The Time Emperor had no time to play boring gang games with mortals. Cough, cough, cough. How could it be so fast? I can't see anything. The Crown Prince's face turned red as he struggled to comprehend the man's movements. It was simply as if he had teleported. Wang Jiahao raised his hands in excitement, shouting, Ling Go, let's kill him. The other members of the Ling Tian gang also broke free from their restraints and surrounded the disoriented prince gang. In that moment of reversal, a series of loud bangs echoed from behind. Bang! He heard that sound. Wang Jiahao felt a chill spreading from his neck down to his heels. The hairs on his arms stood on end like a cat exhaling. Gun. That sound was the sound of a gunshot. Someone fired a gun. Where did the gun come from? Who dares to shoot? Ling Go, Wang Jiahao exclaimed, his heart in his throat. However, the one who fell from the gunshot was not Jiang Ling. Only to see the previously flushed crown prince turn pale. Multiple black holes appeared on his forehead, neck, chest, and waist, with arteries in his neck pierced by bullets. Warm blood sprayed up to the ceiling, splattering everywhere around the crown prince. He dodging bullets. Everyone turned to look, only to see a burly man with a white tank top and a green snake tattooed on his arm sitting in the dark corner. Snake? Snake brother. What are you doing here? Didn't you say? The second prince swallowed hard and glanced at the dead leader, who could not be more dead, kneeling. The pressure was intense. Jiang Ling recalled that wandering swordsman named Ma Sheng-Yisin, unsure who was stronger between Snake Brother and him. If Snake Brother was significantly stronger than Ma Sheng-Yisin, then it would be tough to handle. Bro, you're pretty good. How about joining the Poison Snake gang? Snake Brother chuckled, twirling his Glock in his hand, his snake-like eyes coldly fixed on him. Jiang Ling for a moment did not move, also staring at Snake Brother coldly, saying, I hate poisonous insects. Then there's nothing to discuss. You better think it over. Snake Brother flicked his tongue with a piercing tooth and grinned. In the future, the world will belong to the Poison Snake gang. Offending the Poison Snake gang, no one can protect you. However, our Poison Snake gang's leader is very fond of talent. Having someone like you die would indeed be a pity. Snake Brother coldly laughed as he stood up. Casually tucking the handgun back into his pants, he walked out without looking back, saying as he went, think it over, it'll give you 3 days. Wait a moment. Jiang Ling frowned. Did I let you go? Even though he wasn't sure about Snake Brother's true power, doing nothing and letting him escape would leave the Crown Prince's corpse unattended. Where would his face go? Besides, even if Snake Brother was several times stronger than that Ma Sheng-Yisin, he had the full attribute 1 enhancement and 2 seconds of time stop. Wasn't it possible to have a 3-7 split? Snake Brother paused, took a deep breath, and coldly said, don't seek death. Jiang Ling sneered. Then let's have a fight. I'm from the Poison Snake gang. Come on, let's fight. Really not giving me face? I said. Snake Brother. He sighed, hands in his pockets. Just as everyone thought he was going to make a move, he suddenly knelt down with a thud, awkwardly saying, Can you let me go? Big brother, I was wrong. If I had known you could dodge bullets, I wouldn't have dared to supervise them, even if I had 10 times the courage. Jiang Ling. Aren't you quite impressive? No. Actually, seeing you dodge bullets nearly scared the piss out of me. I was going to act all mysterious, but didn't expect you to see through it. Bro, please let me off the hook. Thud, thud, thud. 3 knocks to the head. Snake Brother admitted defeat, realizing the opponent had the strength of an administrative officer and was also extraordinary. Would he hit his head? Or use the snake-style trick that could only show off in front of ordinary people? Jiang Ling. 666. I thought you were impressive, but you're just a little loser. Suddenly Snake Brother's gaze turned cold, his hand in his pocket, suddenly pulling the hidden trigger. Smash, Valito, bang. In the next second, Snake Brother's face was filled with shock as he looked down. His robust body was covered in dents as if it had been ground down by a speeding vehicle. Most astonishingly, there was a large gash on his chest, dark red blood flowing profusely. In an instant, everything happened in a flash. He was pierced through the chest by the opponent's punch. So fast, such powerful punches. The body of an ordinary person was no different from tofu in front of him. Pain surged through his brain, only to trigger the brain's protective mechanism, in an instant dissipating the pain. In that moment, Snake Brother saw a flash of white light. How wanting to be an administrative officer without hidden techniques, dream on. No matter how strong the snake-style trick is, it's merely the limit of an ordinary person. The gap between mortals and extraordinary beings is wider than that between dogs. Give up. No. No. Why? Just because I don't have hidden techniques, I'm not extraordinary. Even if I have done so much for the gang. Can I still rise up? I refuse to accept. I really refuse to die. Truly worthy of being extraordinary. Such high skills. In a daze, he thought he saw the figure of the gang leader, that man who was forever shrouded in darkness like a dark emperor. Even mortals can become administrative officers, as long as you have enough awareness. Suddenly, as if a light of hope had returned, his dilating pupils refocused, murmuring, awareness. Such fast and heavy punches, head, chest, abdomen, waist, legs. All crushed as if time had stopped. No. No. He suddenly jolted. It wasn't speed, nor was it teleportation. The key was time. In an instant, everything he did happened in a flash. His hidden technique was related to time. Time stop. Could it be time suspension? But how is that in this world? How could there be someone who can pause time? Yet the truth was right here. This news must be communicated. The gang leader must tell the gang leader. Even if I am just an ordinary gang member, so what? Gang leader. My awareness will not be any less than that of any officer. Snake Brother struggled to hold himself up, opening his mouth, wanting to shout out, "It's time suspension." Suddenly a strong wind surged, and the corner of his eye caught no shadow. His abdomen felt cold. He looked down. A fist the size of a sandbag had pierced through his abdomen. Ugh! He violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body stiffly collapsing towards the ground. The fleeting belief ultimately could not withstand the collapse of his body. Gradually he was unable to move. He was dead. Jiang Ling 666 being this weak, is he just posing as a speed bump? The scene fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, Wang Jiahao cautiously approached. "Lingo, what should we do now?" Jiang Ling rolled his eyes. "He's dead, why not call the police?" We might get expelled." "Don't worry." Jiang Ling thought of someone and took out his phone. "I have this almost forgot, big brother, you are an official person." Wang Jiahao slapped his head, his expression changing to relief as he hurriedly called on everyone to clean up the mess. "What about the members of the Prince gang? Those who haven't been touched or sold, recruit them. As for those who have sold or touched," Jiang Ling's gaze turned cold word by word, "send all of them to the station, leave none behind." In the commissioner's office of the city police headquarters, Koizumi Aoyama rubbed his temples, set aside his fountain pen, and rose to brew a pot of tea. A video call chimed, ding 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 ding, and with a faint indifferent glance he straightened instantly and tapped to answer. On screen appeared a young woman clad in a lab coat reminiscent of a senior researcher. Her long violet hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders while her pale lavender eyes remained still and serene, like a placid lake untouched by wind. Her face, exquisitely doll-like, betrayed no emotion. Even her voice when she spoke was calm, mechanical, unwavering. "Father, Uezi, Shinyu nodded faintly, her tone utterly devoid of inflection. Itinerary revised. Pudong Airport. Connecting flight. Higher efficiency. Arrival advanced by 1 hour and 35 minutes. A year later he married into the Shin family. Leveraging his vice-ministerial father-in-law's influence, he ascended steadily through government ranks. And years ago his political career had stalled, repeated setbacks eroding his resolve, until he met Shin Bing. At first sight, they fell irrevocably in love. A year later he married into the Shin family. Leveraging his vice-ministerial father-in-law's influence, he ascended steadily through government ranks, and at 23 was appointed deputy director. Fortune smiled twice that day. News arrived from the hospital. His wife had given birth to their daughter. Overwhelmed with joy, yet ever the perfectionist, he resolved to complete the final tasks on his desk before rushing to the maternity ward. Yet that brief delay became eternal separation. A sudden catastrophic hemorrhage froze Shun Bing's life forever on that very day. Clutching her cold hand, Koizumi Aoyama wept, unrestrained guttural sobs. The woman who had pulled him from the abyss departed without a whisper. For a time he contemplated joining her in death, until his gaze fell upon his newborn daughter, and his Tao heart crystallized anew. As if guided by fate, he seemed to hear Shin Bing's spirit whisper softly beside his ear, "Honey, don't cry. I'll always love you. Live well, for our daughter." From that moment his daughter replaced his wife as the sole pillar sustaining his existence. Still she troubled him, in matters of emotion. From childhood her gaze upon others resembled that of a superior being observing insects. A hospital IQ test revealed an astonishing score of 250, but her emotional intelligence remained alarmingly low. Her world was frigid, clinical, consumed entirely by biological science. That summer, shortly after graduating high school, she published 27 papers in Cell, Nature, and Science, introducing a revolutionary base pair encoding system that sent shockwaves through the World Health Organization and leading research institutes worldwide. Stanford and other Ivy League institutions extended repeated offers. Yet truth be told, Koizumi Aoyama longed less for his daughter's immersion in sterile labs and glassware, and more for her to forge friendships, to live with warmth, laughter, and light. After all, physicians had warned Shinyu suffered from severe psychological distress. Left untreated at risk triggering acquired autism. You are actually, won't you reconsider Kyoto University? The environment there is superior, security far more robust. Even when decisions are made, parents persistently urge their children toward paths shaped by hope and fear, a universal tender flaw. Currently Xia and America stood locked in silent, fierce rivalry. Shiru City, its frontline battle. He could not bear sending Shinyu there. Yet her resolve proved unyielding. Calculations indicate my survival probability in Shiru City stands at 37. 14. In any alternative location it falls below 16. How? She delivered a towering cascade of equations, stacked higher than Koizumi Aoyama himself. There, Koizumi Aoyama blinked and surrendered. So much for Ivy League prestige, or China's elite C9 universities. So much for rejecting invitations from national academies. She would pursue research at Shiri University ranked near the bottom globally. Kyoto University survival probability 6. 14. Decline. Shun Yu's voice carried zero inflection, as though uttering an extra syllable would squander precious entropy. I am disconnecting. Before Koizumi Aoyama could reply, the call ended abruptly. He exhaled helplessly, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, tenderness vanished, replaced by ironclad resolve. Father had become warrior. A soft chime ding heralded a message from a contact labeled Mysterious Cultivator. Brother, help me settle one more matter. Koizumi Aoyama stroked his stubble. The previous massacre, the one he'd personally forced closed, had been repayment of a debt and perhaps the first step toward alliance. Now it seemed success had been secured. What is it? I killed someone. Koizumi Aoyama frowned, instinctively questioning the man's integrity. To commit murder, and then seek cover. Did he truly mistake Koizumi Aoyama for a shield for underworld syndicates? Members of the Viper Gang seized over 100 kilograms of narcotics. Confirmed traffickers, 70 to 80 individuals, all dealing in excess of 100 grams each. Koizumi Aoyama, who dares doubt the righteousness of Brother Paperbox? Step forward, I'll settle it face to face. Do I not know his character better than anyone? Hold steady, stay calm. I'm dispatching officers immediately, and they arrived. Rest assured, we'll handle this thoroughly, Koizumi Aoyama said, smiling. Thank you, truly. Jiang Ling waved dismissively. Fighting drug crime is everyone's duty. I've despised the Viper Gang for years. Oh, and ensure every user receives strict sentencing. Publicize the verdicts. No addict is innocent. Huh. Rest easy. The anti-drug campaign never slackens. Though I bear a Japanese surname, my loyalty lies with Xia. To show mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. That much I understand. Koizumi Aoyama chuckled. By the way, dinner tonight. My treat. No, I have plans. Consider this a personal favor owed to me. No. How could one favor suffice? His grin broke free unrestrained as he gripped Jiang Ling's hand. 3 favors. 3 debts I owe you. 3 minor flexes of authority. Insignificant, really. After all, he'd been dispatched precisely to dismantle the Viper Gang and the shadowed power behind it. Though the earlier school bus hijacking caused no casualties, superiors were clearly displeased. To be humiliated so soon after appointment. What kind of precedent would that set? But now, he had shattered the narcotics ring entrenched within the university, seized over 100 kilograms of drugs, and restored social stability and public order. This achievement alone proved the current anti-corruption and anti-drug campaign has yielded tangible phase-by-phase results. After all, 100 kilograms of evidence lay undeniable before them. Leaving the sports warehouse, Wang Jiahao and his companions bore fresh bruises, but grinned with exhilaration, inviting Jiang Ling to karaoke. He declined. Brother Ling really is aloof and righteous. Wang Jiahao watched his retreating figure, then glanced down at his right arm, splinted, fractured, wrapped in gauze, and offered a wry, pained smile. He knew Ling wasn't aloof. He simply refused to walk among men like them. Ultimately, our only use was eliminating those he despised. But that's fine. Wang Jiahao murmured, clenching his plaster-encased fist. Snap. In no way. Shiro whirled around, terror contorting his features. Hauga, your arm. Wang Jiahao deliberately snapped his own arm again. Blood gushed forth, sweat beaded coldly on his brow, and through gritted teeth he rasped. I showed disrespect to Brother Ling. Unforgivable. Now severing this arm severs me from the man I once was. Once facing his sister's murderer, he'd stayed silent, then drowned himself in self-loathing, a hollow shell bullying the weak, just to feel his heart still beat. But meeting that man changed everything. Recalling Snake Boss's shattered body, euphoria flooded his chest. He knew he couldn't fully erase the sins of his past, yet henceforth. At dusk, beneath the amber glow of bicycle shed lamps, a petite figure crouched by the wall, her chiffon skirt framing slender, evenly proportioned legs sheathed in thick. At dusk, beneath the amber glow of bicycle shed lamps, a petite figure crouched by the wall, her chiffon skirt framing slender, evenly proportioned legs sheathed in thick white stockings. She propped her chin on her palm, scrolling listlessly on her phone, then lifted her head, twin braids swaying as footsteps approached. Her gaze met Jiang Ling's, now unmasked, and she pouted her cherry-soft lips. Stinky blondie. Li Meiyu, why aren't you escorting Kirsten home? What are you doing here? Waiting for you, 666. What trick are you plotting now? Dummy, didn't we agree to get a new motorcycle? Meiyu kindly came to help you choose, and you're ungrateful. TCH. Boring. Light from the lamp bathed their profiles, illuminating 2 pairs of bright shimmering eyes. Why stare at Meiyu? She turned her blushing face aside with a soft, indignant hum. What else? A motorcycle showroom in the city center. Kawasaki Ninja H2. Performance core, a 998 cubic centimeters, mechanically supercharged inline-4 engine, 231 horsepower, a top speed of 340 km/h, 0-100 km/h acceleration in just 2.8 seconds. Ducati Panigale V5 Superleggera. Performance core a 1,285 cubic centimeters V5 engine producing 240 horsepower at top speed of 330 km/h active aerodynamic flaps that deliver 40 kilograms of downforce in high-speed corners 0-100 km/h in only 2.8 seconds. Honda CBR 1000 RRR Fireblade SP. Performance core a 999 cubic centimeters redhead inline-4 engine with 214 horsepower at top speed of 312 km/h variable valve timing that favors abundant low-end torque and explosive high-rev power. Olean's SEC3. Zero suspension and aerodynamic winglets. Jiang Ling's eyes were riveted to those motorcycles. Baby, you are the most beautiful Japanese girl I have ever seen. Baby, you are the most beautiful German girl I have ever seen. Baby, you are the most beautiful American girl I have ever seen. Baby, you are the most beautiful Chinese girl I have ever seen. Their noble, elegant streamlines, modest and unadorned structures, or the raw, violent roar of an engine. From them one could find the purest mechanical achievement of the industrial age. No wonder people say a car is a man's wife. This motorcycle novice practically drooled at those beautiful girls. Li Meiyu tugged his sleeve and pointed at a Honda CBR 1000 RR. The fired body symbolized flame. Under the warm lights the paint gleamed with a silver sheen like a stripped flame temptress coaxing him to touch. Have you ridden one? Is it easy to handle? Jiang Ling swallowed. Although he loved it at first sight, one should always compare before buying. I haven't ridden it, but Meiyu has a cousin who has. They keep mini bikes at home and say it rides like taming a wild stallion. Li Meiyu put her hands on her hips, proudly at ease when talking about expensive things. You can't lose by buying this. All right, this one then. Jiang Ling nodded and called to the salesperson. The young salesman froze for a moment, then rose and muttered, wearing a school uniform. Can you afford this? The card slid through the POS machine. The terminal chimed as the payment went through. 3,816,000 yen charged. The salesman bowed deeply. Thank you very much for your purchase. Please come again. You stinky blonde. Can you actually ride? Get on, you aren't scared now, are you? Meiyu isn't scared at all. If Meiyu cries out, call me master. A few minutes later on the overpass they reached 200 km/h. Up ahead was a group of flashing, roaring biker gang members. Jiang Ling curled his lips and twisted the throttle. With a hiss he squeezed through a sliver of space and leaned over to overtake. Li Meiyu, half crying, pressed herself to his back, fingers clawing his shirt as she wailed. Too fast, slow down. Meiyu can't take it. Oh, slow down. Please. Say master once. Please, master. Boo. Jiang Ling eased the throttle and the speed dropped. You stinky blonde. He'll bite you to death. Riding so fast. Oh, how could it be so fast again? I can't stand it. Meiyu is about to fly off. No. After more than 10 minutes of circling they arrived at the summit of Choming Mountain. This place was a habitual gathering spot for the biker crowd, so motorcycles filled every corner. Jiang Ling parked his bike, removed his helmet, and breathed out slowly. Awesome. So exhilarating. Speed and passion are a man's romance. Wah. Her cheeks flushed, sweat beading, slender white calves trembling. Li Meiyu leaned on his shoulder, panting, pinching his waist fat, with a weak scolding. You jerk. Stinky blonde. I said I didn't want it. Ha ha ha, you said you weren't afraid. Jiang Ling stifled a laugh. Finding her pitiable, he couldn't help but reach to wipe her tears. Slap. Her delicate hand gently knocked his away. But Meiyu was sly. She only slapped after he had finished wiping her tears. Don't touch Meiyu recklessly. I hate you. Stinky blonde. Ice cream. Jiang Ling spotted a convenience store near the parking lot. Meiyu only eats Häagen-Dazs. Ha ha, you're picky. You bullied Meiyu, so you have to buy her Häagen-Dazs. They walked into the store and just happened to brush past a line of biker gang members. They passed each other. Macadamia and classic vanilla. Meiyu snatched the last macadamia box, so Jiang Ling had to settle for the classic flavor. Li Meiyu swung her white legs and shoveled ice cream into her mouth, chewing loudly. So good. Jiang Ling's phone buzzed. A message from Xiaoquan Qingshan appeared. Xiaoquan Qingshan, you helped a great deal this time. The school, to reduce the heat of the matter, awarded me 2 placements in the elite class at a private campus. Xiaoquan Qingshan, I have no use for them, so I'm giving them to you. Fill in your or someone else's information on the linked form within 7 days. Next week, they can be directly transferred into the elite class. Jiang Ling immediately thought of Ouyang Kursen. Use one himself and give the other to Kursen's mother. But then he remembered the system required passing the entrance examination to obtain the reward of the One-Ling technique. Otherwise the reward could not be claimed. Jiang Ling looked down and pondered. In his mind flashed the shy cheeks of his good friend Yen Yuyu. I remember the entrance examination includes an item called Aptitude Cultivation Score. In plain terms, the Aptitude Cultivation Score is a backdoor advantage for the wealthy horsemanship, skiing, climbing, the arts. All sorts of so-called quality education that in reality is money education that adds many points. Otherwise Yuyu would undoubtedly sign up for the entrance examination since her core academic results were truly exceptional. Unfortunately, children from wealthy families with their aptitude education could boost their scores substantially. He sent a message, "Yu, are you there?" Yin Yu replied instantly. Jiang Ling invented a story. He had 2 fee-exempt placements in a private elite class, and he offered one so they could both escape that quagmire. Yin Yu. Perhaps I was born to meet you. Aling, a living in this world is so wonderful with you around. Her nose went sour, and she suddenly wanted to cry. Aling, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Even though Jiang Ling coaxed and persuaded her for a long time, Yu insisted. Such a thing cost millions, she could not bear it. Actually, once on the rooftop, while kissing, Jiang Ling had opened one of Yu's messages. One line read, Yin Yu prefers her beloved's firm command rather than a plea. No wonder he had kissed her so insistently. Yu. He switched tones. I don't care what your reasons are, fill in that form immediately. Then come with me obediently. Oh, I won't allow you any more excuses. On the other end, Yin Yu's heart skipped, her breath quickened. Aling. So fierce. I like it. She imagined inexplicably being subdued by Aling, scolded, while being held, utterly unable to resist. She could not fight back against that image. Okay. Sorry my tone was off earlier. No problem. Aling. I actually quite like that tone you used just now. Can you keep using that tone when we chat? Jiang Ling. He was stunned. Was you serious? Then. I command you to make me pork cutlets tomorrow. Also, go wash up now, to your homework, and sleep early, no staying up. Yes. He turned off the screen and sighed, then finished off Li Mayu's ice cream in one bite. Li Mayu. The little vixen immediately unleashed a whirlwind Mayu fist and hammered his chest. It inflicted 0 damage but great indignation. TCH, a feeble little thing. Then, hey, are you some sort of dog? Jiang Ling stared wide-eyed. He hadn't expected her reaction. Could it be, as the sages said, the more you scold a woman, the clingier she gets? No, this girl must have thought up some new revenge method. Chirp. Jiang Ling, he groaned. Yu, are you serious too? Swallowing, Li Mayu came to her senses and sensed something was amiss. Pervert. Ha, don't blame me for this. Watch out, or he'll become a muscular brother and beat you up. Jiang Ling lightly flicked her forehead. Then you surely wouldn't hit Mayu. Li Mayu turned her head and spoke in a quaint, coquettish voice. Jiang Ling. So you were like that too? The two bickered as they reached the parking lot, then their steps halted. The biker gang they had met earlier were circled around Jiang Ling's bike. The gang leader, clad in leather with chains and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, crouched by the bike and murmured, "It was this one. Damn, he just overtook me like that. How could he squeeze through such a narrow gap?" Jiang Ling realized these were the same men he had overtaken on the overpass a short while ago. "Brother, is this your bike?" The leather-clad man turned, noticed Jiang Ling rose, and cigarette in mouth grinned. "Not bad, Lai Dong Dong. How about a race? Although I didn't use my full power, then you were the first to make me explode." "No interest." Jiang Ling shrugged, searched for an excuse, draped an arm over Maya's shoulders, and shot her a meaningful look. "I have to take my girlfriend home, maybe another time." "Huh." The little villain complained inside, but her body involuntarily cuddled closer. Li Mayu nuzzled his chest and coquette. "Husband, please take me home." Surprisingly, she played along at the crucial moment. Yet the soft cheek pressed against him was dangerously tempting. Jiang Ling swallowed and rested his chin on her head, speaking slowly. "My girlfriend is tired, so a race is out of the question." "Heh." The big leather man's expression darkened, a cold smile twitching. "Then let's race. Otherwise, he'll use other means." Jiang Ling. "You mother. There's 4 million yen on this card. If you win, it's yours, essentially a free Honda, or, if you lose, you hand me this bike. How about that? May your elders enjoy longevity and fortune." Jiang Ling cupped his hands in mock courtesy and laughed. "Brother, you should have said so earlier, come on." Beep. A normal event point detected. Options opened. Option 1, sneak away with a girl. Summary: whether to stay or leave. Life and death are all in my heart. Sneak away quietly with Li Mayu. Reward: equipment, swift step boots, a special pair of boots that increase movement speed after leaving combat. Option 2, speed crush. Summary: crush Lu Xiaojia with extreme speed and earn the title of fastest king of Shiluo. Reward card: infinite energy card. With this card, your vehicle won't run out of energy. Option 3, how about a fist fight? Summary: eliminate all the rampaging gangsters present and show them how tough your fists are. Reward: martial art killing fist. Jiang Ling's choice. 2. The two exchanged names. "My name is Lu Xiaojia, and you?" "My surname is Xiao, my name is Yen." Whoosh. The bank card was tossed into Jiang Ling's arms. Lu Xiaojia, smirk. "Good Xiao, Yen, that's a nice name. Keep this card for now." Jiang Ling witnessed what it meant to be arrogant, and curiously asked, "Brother, aren't you afraid I might just run away?" "I didn't tell you the bank card password." Jiang Ling. Speaking of which, a bank card password of this level shouldn't be too difficult to crack with LVL. The two set the starting line. From the top of Aokimi Mountain, follow the ring road to the Gaogang Heavy Industry Zone, a total distance of 120 kilometers. There are no less than 8 major turns along the way. Lu Xiaojia picked a purple-haired little girl to sit in the back seat and raised an eyebrow at Jiang Ling. "Hey, isn't your girlfriend sitting in the back?" She's a bit scared, never mind. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. We can just race. Okay. The purple-haired girl in the back seat smirked, glancing at Mei Yu, and said, indeed, this little sister is probably scared to death by the sound of the engine. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, yet it did not sway Jiang Ling's decision. He bent down to comfort Mei Yu, saying, don't mind them, just wait for me at the convenience store half an hour later. Mei Yu wants to get in the car. Mei Yu clenched her little pink fist and pouted, saying softly, let Mei Yu sit behind you. Don't be stubborn, it's just a provocation. I plan to drive at 300 you. Mei Yu isn't afraid. Alright then. Jiang Ling understood Yes, stubborn nature. He didn't say any nonsense about for your own good, and sighed, then come on up. Mei Yu jumped into the back seat, wrapping her arms around Jiang Ling's waist, her small chest pressed against his back, spitting at the purple-haired girl. With your skills, and this junk Kawasaki H2, you can only follow behind my husband and suck up exhaust fumes, step on the gas, and you won't even see the tail lights. Although it was all acting, being hugged by Mei Yu and called husband felt quite nice. What the hell, you? The little girl got mad, wanting to curse, but was stopped by Lu Xiaojia, who smiled and said, less talk, more action, let's see who is stronger. They'll let you know in all of Sherlock the king of speed and passion is none other than me. Lu Xiaojia. With that he floored the gas pedal, and the dark golden Kawasaki H2 roared like the king of the earth and mountains. The tires screeched against the pavement, propelling it forward like an arrow released from a bow. I'm going, you guys are cheating. Just as Mei Yu opened her mouth, the roar of the king of bronze and fire beneath her shook her, making her grip Jiang Ling's shirt tightly. The fiery vehicle swept through the night like a streak of flowing fire. On the other side, at the Izumi ramen shop on the second floor, the evening weather reminds you there is localized rain on the ring road's second ring. Please drive safely at night. The evening news reports that recently our city's police chief, Xiao Quan Qingshan, successfully solved a drug trafficking case at a certain university, collaborating with undercover agents to seize as much as 106 kilograms of ice, using thunderous methods to intimidate criminals. The TV was playing the evening news while Yuan Meizi was munching on sunflower seeds and muttering, could it be that Xiao Quan really can get things done? However, the news media is also really something, not revealing which university it is. In the room, Ouyang Kuxian was staring blankly at her homework, her mind brewing a storm of ideas. A princess who lost her father as a child is trapped in a castle by an evil dragon. Whoever saves the princess can obtain the throne of France. As the news spread, many princes and knights crossed thousands of miles to challenge the dragon, yet none succeeded until a strange, handsome knight wearing a cardboard helmet barged in. Sister, I just finished taking a shower. Ouyang Ling ran in barefoot, only to find her sister staring blankly at the edge of the bed, her footsteps immediately quieting down. Ling. So mysterious. She first stepped out of the room, and when she came back she was wearing a paper bag on her. Then she quietly crept up behind her sister, unexpectedly stretched out her little hand, and with a slap covered her sister's eyes, giggling, oh neck, and guess who I am. Startled, Kuxian relaxed when she heard her sister's voice, and simply played along with Ling Chan in the old-fashioned game, asking, who is it? I don't know. I guess. It's Ling Chan. Wrong. It's the one sister likes the most. Lost in thought, and completely captivated by the night, she pulled her hand away. Ling. Kuzin's face turned red, asserting her authority as an older sister, mumbling softly, not at all. It's all about the night, Mr. Knight. I only thought about it a little. Humph. When sister is lying, her eyes glance to the left. Sister's thoughts are too easy. Ling Chan. Sister, if you like someone you have to say it out loud. Otherwise you'll just have to watch him with other girls, holding hands, hugging, kissing. The little sister's devilish whispers were very tempting. Just thinking about Mr. Knight possibly hugging, holding hands, and kissing other girls made her heart race, as if a block of iron was stuck inside. Kuxian lowered her head, mumbling softly, Mr. Knight. That's not going to happen, and I promised Mei Yu that we would act together sometime. To promote feelings. When will that be? Mei Yu hasn't said. If Mei Yu doesn't say, will you not pursue Mr. Knight? Sister. Are you really going to just watch as another woman seizes the chance and takes away your Mr. Ouyang Ling gently wrapped her arms around her sister's waist, leaning in to whisper devilishly in her ear, just think, maybe right now there's a woman hugging Mr. Knight from behind. No. Ouyang Kuxian instinctively shouted out, her eyes filled with terror. She clutched her chest tightly, biting her lip. Mr. Knight wouldn't let any unsavory women get close. So, sister, you still want to wait for Mei Yu to help you? Mei Yu and I are best friends. Since she is willing to help me, then I definitely need to discuss it with her first to confirm the time. Hearing this, Ouyang Ling withdrew, her little devilish smile returning to a cute demeanor. Alright then. By the way, sister, if Ling also has someone she likes, what should I do? Ouyang Kuzin's expression changed to one of curiosity as she inquired, really? Who is it? Tell sister quickly. He, not telling Ouyang Ling, dare to tease sister. Ouyang Kuxian pouted and tickled her armpit. Ha, sister, Ling Chan really can't say. Alright. Ouyang Kuxian rubbed her sister's little head, smiling. She thought of it as her sister being shy and not daring to say it. But Ling paused, rubbing her small hand. If one day I say it. Sister, will you support me? Of course, because Ling is my most beloved sister. No matter who you like, sister will unconditionally support Ling Chan. Really? The little sister's eyes dimmed slightly. Really? The sister smiled radiantly. Late at night the traffic was sparse. Rumble, the bright red vehicle on the ring road, closely followed the dark golden one. Several times it almost overtook it. Yet it was forcefully pushed back by the king of earth and mountains. Hey, didn't you say you would blow us away? The purple-haired girl hugged Lu Xiaojia's waist, laughing back. Why are you always eating my Lu guess exhaust? Is it tasty? Hey Z, speak up. Li Mei Yu gritted her teeth, lightly punching Jiang Ling's waist. Stinky yellow hair, step on it faster. No rush, Jiang Ling replied calmly. Let the bullets fly for a while. Whoosh whoosh. The truck driver on the ring road was dozing off at night. Suddenly hearing the roar and sonic boom, he jolted awake, looking at the two shadows speeding towards him, cursing, driving so fast at night you'd better have insurance ready. From Li Mei Yu's perspective, he going to have a stroke soon. Fortunately, the two streaks of light suddenly turned onto another road. The fiery youth pursued style, while the night pursued pure speed and passion. The two chose the route with the least traffic, but there was still traffic requiring constant brain activity to dodge the large trucks coming heat-in. Ahead was a super sharp turn. Just when Lu Xiaojia was smugly continuing to pressure Jiang Ling from behind, he completely failed to notice that the king of earth and mountains and the king of bronze and fire were precisely at the point of maximum curvature of the turn. Jiang Ling's gaze sharpened. He whispered, the moment has come, Mei Yu, hold on tight. Li Mei Yu shivered, instinctively tightening her grip, asking, hey. Wait a minute, you. What do you want to do? Before she could get an answer, a loud crash was heard. Time, stop, move car. JPG, when she came back to her, the king of bronze and fire was almost at a 90-degree angle to the ground in the blink of an eye. The tires were not rolling on the road, but were firmly stuck against the cement guardrail. Centrifugal force. It was centrifugal force. He abandoned the usual friction and instead utilized the powerful centrifugal force during the turn. This caused the tires to bizarrely stick at a 90-degree angle to the guardrail. This move is called cement. Originally, Lu Xiaojia sneered coldly, secretly thinking that his driving skills were nothing much. A mere defensive line could trap him behind like a useless husband watching his tail lights and breathing exhaust fumes. Aju, when I win that Honda, I'll give it to you. Ah, Lu Gu, I love you so much tonight. Whatever position you want, just go ahead. Lu Gu, the excited Aju in the backseat, embraced her boyfriend's waist, whispering sweetly in his ear. Alright, I'll play as the dragon, and you play as the red wolf, forming a strike duo, got it. Suddenly the smile on Lu Xiaojia's face froze. He stared intensely at the rearview mirror, his pupils shaking. Male big. The next second a teasing voice chimed in, yo brother, do you understand what ground-hugging flight means? Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, looking much like teacher Zheng Xiaoxian from my apartment. Yo little sister, do you understand what ground-hugging flight means? Li Mei Yu also revealed a mischievous smile, sticking her tongue out at Aju. Lu Xiaojia watched helplessly as the two slid past the guardrail, their speed unchanged as they smoothly returned to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. The exhaust of the king of bronze and fire enveloped the two in a cloud. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Xiaojia couldn't help but cough, horrified. Damn this poet, I can't handle it. However, he still increased the power, trying to regain the advantageous position. The two chased each other, their speed reaching its peak. Not long after, thunder rumbled, and it began to rain. Raindrops like pearls pelted the speeding motorcycle and the road. The surface became slippery, yet the king of bronze and fire showed no signs of slowing down. Lu Xiaojia couldn't help but curse, damn, how desperate are you? How many lives do you have? However, he gritted his teeth and kept the gas pedal down. Aju, Lu Gu, can you let me down first? Li Mei Yu's heart raced, tightly hugging the yellow-haired guy who was leaning forward. Letting the wind howl past her ears, her dress soaked the corners of her mouth, couldn't help but curve upwards. This is the feeling of life's roar. Staying in that home only leads to slow decay, stinking, and ultimately becoming that bastard's nourishment. She couldn't help but raise her head slightly, her heart stopping then racing again. When focused on doing something, Jiang Ling's eyes would take on a serious shine, and the corners of his lips would unconsciously curl up. He had never paid attention to this, but now this serious appearance was completely captured by the little devil behind him. Clearly his stinky yellow hair. Why can he smile so handsomely, so beautifully? Li Mei Yu stared at her. Closed heart was cracked open slightly by the gently curled lips. In the few days of interacting with Jiang Ling, she hadn't even noticed that the stinky yellow hair she often called had already occupied enough space in her heart, reaching the point of really liking him, even loving him. Just a moment's negligence, and she could no longer catch up to the speeding king of bronze and fire. Lu Xiaojia fell silent, and simply parked by the roadside, taking the opportunity to light a cigarette. Aju widened her eyes, looking at the distant glow, murmuring, Lu Gu, you should be able to do what they just did. Aju, Yu Xiaojiang said he trained a god. And today I witnessed a god. The night god at the pinnacle of speed and skill. I shall call him The storm god who splits the long night, the crimson riding monarch who commands the maelstrom. My proud title of king is insignificant in front of him, or rather, it doesn't even qualify to act as a speed bump. Let's go. We'll wait for them at the finish line. After experiencing the vertical turn just now, May's mental shackles were unlocked. No longer afraid of extreme speed, she gradually began to love the feeling of excitement. Ah, so exhilarating. Li Meiyu opened her mouth to eat the northwestern wind, her long eyelashes dancing in the breeze. Not seeing Lu Xiaojia chasing up, Jiang Ling slowed down and turned to ask, do you want to sit in front? After all, they had just passed the rain area, and her body was wet. Plus the pressure on her back was a bit much. If you think Meiyu would be afraid. Half a century ago, this place was where a steel giant named Chuanjing Heavy Industry crawled. Its giant cranes once roared towards the world's major ports under the name of craftsmanship, echoing through an era. You could see its figure in ports like Zhoushan, Busan, Rotterdam, and Yokohama. But now as the tide recedes, the glory has been eroded by time, leaving behind these deserted factories that resemble the weathered bones of a giant beast. Li Meiyu jumped out of the car, thought for a moment, and asked in confusion, by the way, why did you suddenly want Meiyu to sit in front? Jiang Ling. Because you bring ping-pong balls to hit people. He really wanted to say that. Rumble, thunder roared. Unexpectedly, the rain had come this way. Let's go inside for a bit. Maybe the rain will stop soon. Jiang Ling pointed to a relatively intact abandoned factory. Alright. Li Meiyu lightly jumped into the car, asking him to push it. Before the rain, they had been riding their motorcycles, racing through the rainy night. So what little story will unfold after the rain? P.S. The next chapter pays tribute to classic enlightenment. Little story. Also, to inform the early readers who have been following this closely, chapter 37 Ling Tian Gang has a bit of a different arc. Thus the author made some minor edits. The protagonist and Wang Jiahao are still in a cooperative relationship, and the Ling Tian Gang has disbanded, does not exist. Please give small gifts for rewards. Small rewards will receive a unified thank you reply. Large gifts will be acknowledged through gift messages, sending sincere blessings or additional updates to great benefactors. The rain grew heavier until it became a torrential downpour. The two of them were trapped in the dim abandoned factory and had no choice but to wait for it to pass. Jiang Ling hoisted the Qingtong Yuhuaji Wang with one hand, carefully set it on the factory's overhead rack, then took out his phone and turned on its flashlight. It's your fault. If you hadn't stopped, would have left. Achille. Li Meiyu pouted, dissatisfied, and sat down. A gust of wind swept through the warehouse. The cold made her sneeze. Trembling, she pressed close to Jiang Ling. Brr, it's so cold, she murmured. Jiang Ling sighed, took off his jacket, and tossed it to her. Here, take it. You aren't so heartless after all. Li Mei유's heart inexplicably quickened as she hummed and prepared to put it on. Hey, what are you doing giving your wet jacket to Meiyu? I didn't tell you to wear it, only to hold it. Li Meiyu fell silent for a moment. Idiot. Can't you be a little gallant? I'm a girl. No. She muttered to herself, then let out a small reluctant giggle. Meiyu was angry. Take Meiyu scrambled egg fist. In her head, Li Meiyu fantasized about thrashing the stinky yellow-haired boy until he knelt crying, Mother Meiyu, I know I was wrong. The warehouse was overgrown with shrubs and weeds, many of them dead and withered. In less than 10 minutes, he returned with a large armful. You were gathering these to make a fire. Did you bring a lighter? Meiyu asked, curious. No, Jiang Ling said. He placed a larger log on the floor, crouched, picked up a small stick, and slowly began to rotate it, drilling a tiny hole. Seeing this, Li Meiyu couldn't help but ridicule him. Idiot. Do you think starting a fire by drilling wood is that simple? You need to place very fine shavings underneath. He drove the stick hard, a spark leapt up, and a flame sprang to life. He quickly fed it with dry grass, twigs, and chunks of rotten wood. Meiyu watched, surprised. Alright, you have strength. You're impressive. The fire settled into a steady blaze. Jiang Ling took off his shirt to warm it by the fire, and then asked, aren't you going to warm your clothes? Be careful, or you'll catch a cold. Hi. Li Meiyu hesitated, whispering, You're not allowed to look at Meiyu. Don't worry, I'm not into lolis. Jiang Ling replied, sounding a little guilty. Hi, you're right. Li Meiyu snorted. Her delicate hands slowly unbuttoned the shirt, and she draped her wet chiffon skirt by the fire to dry. She also pulled off her damp ice silk white socks and handed them to Jiang Ling. He fell silent. What are you doing? He asked. You were staring at Maya's feet earlier. Probably thinking naughty things again, weren't you? So I'm lending you the socks. But once you use the socks, you can't use Meiyu anymore. Li Meiyu grinned wickedly, deliberately teasing him. Hey, she's half undressed, and yet so brazen. Besides, when a beauty slips off her shoes nearby, who could resist stealing a glance? The corrugated metal roof rattled as the wind gusted through. The cold swept in again, and Meiyu shivered instinctively, moving a little closer to him. Beep. A mundane event point was detected. Options unlocked. Option 1, the Heartless Man. Description: drive Meiyu out to endure the downpour alone, leaving her soaked, so that she falls gravely ill and dies the next day. Reward: Tishan Saihong, Husho Tishan Rainbow Catcher. Option 2, the Passionate Man. Description: treat Meiyu as fuel and push her into the fire. Reward Mayu Zao Mayu soap, scented with Mayus aroma molecules. Option 3 The Warm Man. Description Hold Mayu in your arms to warm her exchanging body heat. Reward skill Tashintong a small chance to hear a woman's inner thoughts. The more silent the woman, the higher the chance. Note: Chuanai Suipian and Wuxian Yuan Ka have been delivered to the system space. Oi, please check. Jiang Ling. He sighed. This wasn't the first time. He still chose 3. Mayu is so cold. Dola, a Huang think of something. The cold wind raised tiny goose flesh on her face. She curled inward uncomfortable. To avoid showing anything, she folded her arms and huddled behind the Jiang Ling stood, went behind Mayu, scooped her up like a bouncing ball, and carried her step by step to sit in a place sheltered from the wind. You stinky yellow-haired. What are you doing? Li Mayu elbowed him in annoyance and mumbled, Don't touch me, or I'll bite you to death. You're just as dumb, Jiang Ling muttered. Can't you see the smoke drifting toward you? Sitting on the windward side to warm up? Of course you'd be cold. Alright, don't move, just like this. Jiang Ling whispered. His warm breath stirred a faint blush at the shell of her ear. You say you don't like Mayu, but being able to hold Mayu is your lifelong honor. Yes, I adore. Jiang Ling thought for a moment, trying to find words that would make his little advances seem less abrupt. He rehearsed banal lines in his head. Mayu, you seem to have a fungal nail. Let me rub your foot. Mayu, there's mud on your instep. Mayu, is that a mole on your sole? Then the thought came, do I most like Mayu? Bastard idiot. Stinky yellow-haired. Why is he saying that all of a sudden? Ugh, hate this. My heart beats so fast. Li Mayu felt her head nearly short-circuit and swallowed, asking herself, do I like him? He's clearly a bad man. He threatens Mayu. He even has a violent streak. So why can't I hate him? Suddenly, for some reason, Li Mayu asked out of the blue, do you know what an adrenaline flush is? Adrenaline flush. Jiang Ling replied, puzzled. Why are you asking that? Never mind, I just said it. Li Mayu lowered her head. This kind of thing. What could she say to the stinky yellow-haired boy? No matter how strong he was alone. Telling him would only cause him harm. Stinky yellow-haired. That thing you said before about hypnotizing Curson, was that fake? Li Mayu asked, hugging her knees. In truth, after spending these days together, she had realized that with his character, he wouldn't force a girl into something like that. But then why did you have that kind of photo of Curson? He broke into a cold sweat at the question. His mind raced. Last time I took your phone, I found a photo of you and Curson together, and I photoshopped it a bit. I only wanted to punish you a little back then. Who knew? I knew it. Li Mayu puckered her lips, the knot in her chest loosening, as she snorted, you idiot, stinky yellow-haired. I just thought that photo looked familiar. Curson is such a cute, shy girl. How could she possibly have sent you that kind of photo? Jiang Ling forced a laugh. Yes, I'm sorry for being discovered by clever, adorable Mayu. How much do you like Mayu? She asked, face flushed. Jiang Ling. Wait, did that sound like a confession? I didn't confess. Let me touch once, and he'll tell you. Jiang Ling resorted to a petty ploy. He had expected Mayu to curse him out as usual. That way he could jokingly get a little taste, touch her hand, or graze her cheek. Instead, Li Mayu nodded softly, her face flushing. She tilted her slender neck up and whispered, then. You may touch. After you've touched. Tell Mayu. I want to hear the truth. Jiang Ling. Wait, this isn't how a gal game works. But she's letting me touch her neck. Refusing now would be hopelessly clueless. Hiss, Your hand is so hot. How much do you like Mayu? Wait a moment. What do you mean? Let me touch once more. Li Mayu fell silent, though she could not help noticing his unwavering stare and the occasional roll of his Adam's apple. Li Mayu felt an inexplicable lightness and began to hum softly. Humph, you yellow-haired fool, you bully me all the time. So why do you now look like you adore Mayu so much? Suddenly Li Mayu's face flushed bright red, and she bowed her head. You stinking small fry. Silly pig. Sometimes even Lu Bu might not be able to beat Guan Yunchang, she thought jokingly. What triumphs is this? A thumbs up? A chime announced that the host had acquired Ta Xian Tong Shi Heart Community. You villain, hurry and say it. Although Mayu kept her pretty eyes and lips tightly closed, that familiar coquettish voice still reached her ears. Jiang Ling drew a deep breath and leaned to her ear. Mayu, you are like family to me. Mayu, who had turned her head away, showed a flicker of astonishment and delight in her eyes. Then what kind of family do you consider Mayu? Li Mayu asked, cautiously pressing her lips together. Tell the truth. Jiang Ling cleared his throat. Are you sure you want to hear it? Yes. Mayu could be a little sister, she could be a mother, she could be a girlfriend, she could be a wife. Mayu is my little sister, my mother, my lover, my wife. He admitted softly. Though it is perverse, that is truly how I feel. Jiang Ling lowered his head, clasped her small hand with their fingers entwined, and said gently, if there are things from your past you do not wish to speak of, then let them remain in the past. But concerning your future, please allow me to be part of it. Mayu, you have already become the family I wish to protect for a lifetime, to cherish as a treasure. His voice trailed off. The small body in his arms trembled as soft sobs escaped. Idiot. Who would be your family? Tears slipped down her chubby cheeks. Li Meiyu turned her face away, hiccuping, and asked in broken bursts, "You yellow-haired fool. Is what you said true? Am I really your family?" It's true. If her memory served her household had suffered a tremendous upheaval. As for the details, Jiang Ling could not recall at the moment. She only remembered it had something to do with Maya's conglomerate father. That was why the word family struck her so painfully and so deeply. Jiang Ling quietly sang a song to comfort her. Woman crying is not a sin. Taste the long-missed flavor of tears. Even if it rains, there is a certain beauty. Why not seize this moment? Li Meiyu suppressed her sobs. Hearing his rough bovine timbre almost made her laugh as she sobbed and snuffled while stifling a chuckle. A sticky little drip of snot splattered onto the floor. Unusually, Li Meiyu did not pull away. She tucked her small head and spoke in a soft, tender voice. Her usual haughtiness had vanished, replaced by delicate vulnerability. She exhaled in relief. Jiang Ling gently lifted her chin and said, "Open your mouth. You stinking small fry." Li Mei유's cheeks flushed as she bared her tiny white teeth. I want listen to you." Indeed, once things naturally fell into place and their relationship was affirmed, it was undeniably satisfying. A little flirtation did not repel either of them, it only drew them closer. A brilliant rosy light shimmered in his palm, and he gently pried open Maya's lips to feed her. The Tiandao fragment. Pure love began to bind to the heroine Li Meiyu. Night deepened. Jiang Ling felt no urge to return to see Lu Xiaojia. He could have the bank card password cracked later. So he simply drove the sated Li Meiyu home. Elsewhere in the rain, Eiju murmured, "Brother Lu. There is no need to stand in the rain, waiting is there." Lu Xiaojia shook his head and replied coldly, "You do not understand. This is the respect owed to a god. What if he secretly left?" Eiju fretted. "Impossible, Lu, I have not even told him my bank card password." Lu Xiaojia nodded slightly, as rain dotted the corner of his upturned mouth. "Besides, my instinct tells me, a god would not stand me up." Back home, Li Meiyu dashed straight to the bathroom to freshen up. A chime announced Tiandao fragment binding complete. Alert detected that Li Mei유's fated bond line is permanently bound to the host. The Tiandao fragment, pure love's derived abilities are as follows. 1. It blocks all bullheaded influences and ensures that affection will never fall below 8. 2. The marked heroine can copy one of the host's existing superpowers and gain 3 to 10% of the host's total attribute bonus, limited to the first copy. 3. The heroine's use of superpowers consumes energy points. Our replenishment methods are required. 1 full charge sustains 7 days of continuous use. Jiang Ling reacted with stunned exclamation. Jiang Ling called, "Hey Li Meiyu, come out here for a moment." Li Meiyu, who had been brushing her teeth in the bathroom, puzzled, dashed out. "What is it? You yellow-haired fool." "Of course, calling you out is definitely for that." Li Meiyu was baffled. "Ugh, pervert. Despicable. Tugging my ponytail again, why I hate you. You yellow-haired fool. I like you, my yukin." A notice sounded. The heroine's heart and mind have reached a state of supreme love. Copying activated. Li Meiyu gradually yielded, becoming obedient like a little kitten. Li Meiyu's little face flushed as she bit down on the back of his hand. "It's all your fault." Killing intent perception. Chins, Tai Chi 3. Conqueror's Hockey Beginner 4. Perfect empty-handed defense against blades 5. Boxed Eye of Sin 6. Feigning attack from the east, while striking in the west 8. The Aura of the Supreme Leader 9. Iron Will 10. Chi-Heart Connection. The female lead Li Meiyu has acquired the ability Time Pause Pro, gaining a 10 boost in all attributes. Jiang Ling, aren't we sisters? Why did you copy my ultimate move right away? Copying ninjutsu isn't supposed to work like this. However, since it had come to this, he decided to tell Meiyu about it. After all, he had only copied one ability and a bit of physical fitness. Moreover, this way it could be considered as giving the foolish Meiyu a means of protection. Never mind. Li Meiyu lay obediently on the bedding, propped up like a cat, her entire body glistening with a watery sheen. Jiang Ling swallowed hard. Jiang Ling felt a bit guilty, so he simply picked up Meiyu, wiping her while whispering in her ear, "So this, and that means now you are also a special person with what we call a hidden skill." Of course, he fabricated the reason, not telling her about the heavenly path, or how many abilities he actually had. Li Meiyu, duh, is that true? You wouldn't be trying to deceive Meiyu with some wicked lie, would you? You can find out if it's true by trying it out. Li Meiyu looked at him suspiciously, thought for a moment, and tentatively called out, "Smash Waludo." What a soft command to smash Waludo. A high-frequency ringing flashed through. The sounds around instantly vanished, as if entering a soundless world. Li Meiyu stood on tiptoe, looking out the window, astonished to discover the flow of traffic on the road seemed frozen in time, and the warm orange glow of the streetlights no longer flickered. "Oh my goodness." Li Meiyu murmured in astonishment, "It's really time stopped. How amazing. Come punch me in the palm." Jiang Ling pointed to his palm, holding a steel lighter. "Huh?" Li Meiyu tilted her head and asked, "Isn't time stopped?" "How could time stop? Holy Maya's command, let time around you stop." Jiang Ling. A fist the size of a sandbag gently thudded on top of her head. "You think the abilities you copied from me would still work on me? What a pity I can't use time stop to secretly draw a cat face on you, Li Meiyu said with some regret. Come punch my palm, Jiang Ling continued. Ha! Li Meiyu lightly punched under his waist and shouted, Maya's scrambled egg fist. However, the Maya's scrambled egg fist went straight through his pants. It hit. How did that go through? Jiang Ling didn't really hit her. He merely followed the master's teachings and gave her a light lesson. However, Meiyu didn't use much strength, I only wanted to scare you. The freshly washed Meiyu came out of the bathroom. Jiang Ling didn't really hit her. He merely followed the master's teachings and gave her a light lesson. However, this was just temporary. Although their relationship had progressed, her personality wouldn't easily change. She remained the same mischievous little trickster. Using time stop for too long will consume stamina and energy reserves, understand. Phasing can only last 2 seconds. You can't let any body parts remain within solid matter for more than 2 seconds, okay? Cough recharge once every 7 days, understand. No need to say that. Seeing Meiyu bow her head, silently shedding tears, Jiang Ling felt a pang of pity and couldn't help but gently rub her small head. Sigh. Stop crying now, I'll agree to one request that isn't too excessive, okay? Originally looking down about to cry, Meiyu raised her little head, a smile gracing her lips akin to that of a beloved figure. Plan accomplished. Then promise you won't regret it. Jiang Ling. Sigh, I really keep making the same mistakes. You go ahead. Well, then, in the future, don't let Meiyu sleep in the closet, okay? Meiyu wants to sleep with you. Wants to hold you. Li Meiyu shyly lowered her head, nervously tugging at her nightgown. The sudden softness struck Jiang Ling's heart, her shy expression resembling that of a first love, and her small eyes secretly glancing at his face. Wei is dead again. Li Meiyu, you are so cute. All right. Jiang Ling lightly coughed, glanced at the wall clock, and said in a gentler tone, Then you go make the bed and sleep first. I'll step out for a bit and be back soon. Don't cause any trouble, got it? Meiyu can't make the bed. Jiang Ling. After making the bed, Jiang Ling left. Li Meiyu curled up in the warm quilt, peeking out her big eyes toward the tightly closed entrance door. Through the buzzing sound of motorcycles downstairs gradually faded away. Li Meiyu sat up feeling a bit like drinking cola, so she got up to the fridge to grab a Coke, not noticing she shook it a bit. Back on the bed, she suddenly twisted off the cap. Puffed. The white bedsheet was stained with sweet brown foam spreading out in a large circle. Li Meiyu. Not in the mood, not drinking any more, time to sleep. She silently put the cola back, washed her hands, and obediently lay on the part of the bed that hadn't been stained by cola. Clearly I have time stop. And I completely forgot to use it. Damn cola, I must drink you all tomorrow. Having come this far, let's just sleep. 10 o'clock in the evening at the ramen shop. Slipping a cardboard box over his head, Jiang Ling vaulted onto the neighboring balcony. He looked toward a nearby lit windowsill and saw Kexenshin bent over her math homework. The faintly furrowed brow gave the impression of a classmate silently sulking because she could not solve a problem. My Curson mama. Suddenly. Guard check-in, 130. Could supervising Curson's homework count as completing a guard check-in? Jiang Ling rubbed his chin. If so, that would be perfect. He was about to leave when his gaze fell through the adjacent window. His sister Ouyang Kailing lay over her desk, her high ponytail bobbing slightly, as if already asleep. In a daze, Jiang Ling recalled the chant, Naikan Naikan O Naikan Kailing So Naikan. How can I let my little aunt sleep at her desk like this? She'll catch a cold for sure. His sense of justice told him, go take good care of your little sister. He flipped closer to the windowsill and whispered, Zawarudo. In an instant he blurred and appeared inside the room, taking in the sight of his aunt's charming chamber. Pink and white striped wallpaper, the air suffused with the singular fragrance of little sister. A large white rabbit plush sat by the foot of the bed, its black eyes fixed on the intruder. Jiang Ling murmured, Kalingshan, it's your brother. Ouyang Kailing, zzz. Good, she's asleep. He tiptoed and lifted his sister. He could not help but think that Kailing fulfilled every perverse Siscon fantasy, a light soft voice, plush, and yielding occasionally a touch mischievous. The important thing is, she was simply too adorable. She even called him Naikan. How endearing. Yet this sort of cuteness was not the desirous kind that Meiyu possessed. It was a pure kind of loveliness. At least toward Kailing, he held no other thoughts. He regarded her as a genuine little sister. After tucking the blanket around her, Jiang Ling whispered, Good night, Kalingshan, then blurred and vanished, leaving the ramen shop. A few minutes later, the supposedly soundly sleeping Kailing slowly opened her beautiful eyes, sat up, and looked silently toward the windowsill. The night breeze rustled the curtains, the pale moonlight seeped in. Naikan. Ouyang Kailing closed her eyes again, untying her hairband and letting her hair fall. She burrowed her head into the covers, revealing half a smooth forehead. From her small nose came a soft murmur. Humph. Naikan. After all, you still like Kailing, huh? 11 o'clock, he returned home. Ho. Hee, you stinky yellow-haired. You called Meiyu mom. And did such embarrassing things. Listening to her sleep-talking while washing up, Jiang Ling wore an expression of exasperation. Was she dreaming of faraway horizons? Love may roam to the ends of the earth, but it cannot. After finishing, he took a deep breath. His mood was a little unsettled. Hey, stinky yellow-haired. Cough. You. Cough. Give Mayu half the bacon. Li Mei's voice was hoarse. Remember to drink hot water to soothe your throat, Jiang Ling said guiltily as he handed her the bacon and poured a cup of hot water. Humph. Got it. Li Meiyu hummed, stealing a glance at his face. Jiang Ling looked away. Meiyu. I'm taking a day off today. All right. Humph. Got it. Li Meiyu hummed, stealing a glance at his face. Jiang Ling looked away. Meiyu. And Minecraft seems to have a physical disc now. Meiyu wants to play. You need a PS5 for that. Nothing. Li Meiyu laughed sheepishly, swung her pale little legs, and snatched the fried egg from his bowl. Nothing. Li Meiyu laughed sheepishly, swung her pale little legs, and snatched the fried egg from his bowl. Breakfast finished. I'm off. Contact me online if anything. With that, the front door slammed. Hearing footsteps fade, Li Meiyu jumped up, hands on her hips, and laughed aloud. Her hoarse voice softened and became sweet again. Ha ha ha, stupid yellow-haired. Conquered by Meiyu right. Today Lady Meiyu reigns. Click. The door opened. He stepped inside and picked up the motorcycle keys left by the entrance. Before closing the door, Jiang Ling cast a deliberately meaningful glance at her frozen figure. Li Meiyu. Haha. Sai master. Can we reconcile? Bang. The iron door slammed. Li Meiyu. Damn. My 10 cents. Back at school. What a dull morning. 2 messages arrived in succession. Kirsten's mother's outfit off today, and a tentative chat from Yan Yu. Are you there? Ouyang Kirsten image. JPG. Ouyang Kirsten. Mr. Knight. Today I wore silk white. The one you said was so cute last time. Wonderful. Jiang Ling, as if guided by mischief, tapped open Kirsten's chat. Just looking at the picture felt like pure sunlight, a cleanliness one could almost smell. He longed to throw himself into Kirsten's embrace, to let her stroke his head and murmur softly, good child. Silk white. Glory. Texenshin looks so cute today too. On the other side, Ouyang Kirsten saw Mr. Knight's compliment and blushed. Oh, thank you. Then, would you wear silk white in tomorrow's photo as well? Recalling Kailang's words from last night, she hesitated a moment and asked Mr. Knight, do you have time? Well, my friend didn't come to class today, so I made an extra bento. If you don't mind. The message was a voice note. When played, one could hear her mother's trembling voice. She had probably mustered a great deal of courage. If he refused again, it would hurt her mother's feelings. But he had promised to eat with Yu. Jiang Ling hesitated and replied, I have something to do. Ouyang Kirsten. But I really want Mr. Knight to taste Kexenshin's cooking, so I'll go pick up the bento myself. Ooh, I just can't eat with you. No, it's fine, that's okay. The sudden change delighted Kirsten. She had planned to proceed slowly. Having Mr. Knight taste a homemade bento first was perfect. Meanwhile, Yan Yu rested her cheek in her hand and kept glancing down at her phone. Ailing, why haven't you replied? Sniff, he used to reply instantly so often. Has Ailing decided to cut me off? Don't. Please, not that. Yan Yu's heart churned. She could not concentrate in class, staring at the screen as thoughts spiraled. She sensed, sorry, I had something. I'm late replying. I haven't forgotten the rooftop lunch at noon. Looking forward to Yu's cooking. Yan Yu then raised her hand and said, teacher restroom. Jiang Ling also raised his hand and without waiting for permission dashed out. Go to the rooftop early and prepare. Yan Yu, unwilling to stay in class, either promptly raised her hand, teacher restroom. The French teacher sighed and said, I'm not a restroom. Ouyang Kirsten rushed into the restroom in a flurry, clutching her small shoulder bag. She took out her phone to message her best friend. Meiyu, help me. Li Meiyu, curled up in her blanket playing video games, received the message and replied, what's wrong? It's just. Kirsten briefly explained. Not bad, Kirsten, you've taken the first step for love. Ugh, Meiyu, don't make fun of me, teach me how to put on makeup. The age-old truth remains, a man dies for his confidant, while a woman beautifies herself for the one she loves. Kirsten, you need to slap yourself twice right now. Okay. Ouyang Kirsten had no idea why she had, but her best friend would never bully her. After all, she had diligently taught her how to pursue her knight. Once she captured her knight, she must introduce him to love strategist Li Meiyu, saying, Knight, thanks to her, we have our love's fruit. With a soft smack, Ouyang Kirsten lightly slapped her left and right cheeks. The sting was sharp and tears almost fell. Ouyang Kirsten, what now? Meiyu. Li Meiyu, look in the mirror. The current Kirsten is in her most perfect state. Ouyang Kirsten looked up at the mirror in the restroom. The girl in the mirror had completely changed her appearance. Her originally fair and flawless cheeks now sported a faint blush like 2 peach blossoms blooming in the snow. Her eyes and the tip of her nose were tinged with a red reminiscent of a startled animal, a layer of moist light glimmering in her pupils. Those doe-like eyes appeared larger and clearer, as if a gentle touch would cause the pent-up grievances to roll down like pearls. She instinctively frowned slightly. In that subtle frown lay a touch of soft melancholy that tugged at the heartstrings, mingled with a hint of maternal radiance, as if saying, no matter what happens, come to Kirsten, oh, Kirsten will comfort you. Then Li Meiyu began a series of instructions. As expected of Meiyu, in just a few seconds, she accomplished a makeup look that Kursin could never have achieved in her lifetime. Ouyang Kursin photo. JPG. Ouyang Kursin, so amazing I've become even cuter and sexier. Li Meiyu proudly aren't I am. Ouyang Kursin so amazing. If I catch the night, I'll treat you to. Wedding candy. Wedding candy. Huh. Meanwhile, Li Meiyu's mind conjured an image. A fantasy of marrying the obnoxious yellow-haired guy, and also sending wedding candy to Kursin. Good friends should exchange wedding candy. Ugh. What wedding candy? What marriage? What status does he have? What status do I have? Who would want to marry him? It's said that in love whoever proposes marriage first will be at a disadvantage afterward. Unknowingly a battle plan named Love Brain Warfare formed in Li Meiyu's mind. Make the obnoxious yellow-haired guy say, "May you please be with me forever, let's get married." He. When that moment comes, Meiyu will mock him fiercely, saying, "Oh my, you're the one proposing to Meiyu, what a loser. But since you've already knelt down and sincerely begged Meiyu, then Meiyu will reluctantly agree, but all matters after marriage must be according to Meiyu." As he reached the small grove, the cardboard knight's hands were empty. Upon leaving the small grove, the cardboard knight carried a transparent bag containing lunch. Watching the knight's departing figure, Ouyang Kursin revealed a smile filled with maternal brilliance, thinking, I drew a heart to KX with ketchup in the lunchbox night. When you open it, you will surely be surprised. Kursin's so cute. Jiang Ling couldn't help but cover his face, secretly condemning himself as a weirdo. He initially intended to just grab the lunchbox and leave. However, seeing the pitiful Kursin and her knees, Jiang Ling admitted she was definitely the most perfect he had ever seen. Thus, he couldn't help but secretly admire her while chatting. Now only half an hour remained until the end of the second class. He initially planned to find a deserted corner to eat Kursin's lunch, then go to the rooftop to eat lunch with Yu. After all, 2 portions of lunch were easier to digest than turning Meiyu into the king of dull. But now there was no time. I can only go to the rooftop to eat the lunch first, then hide the lunchbox until Yu comes up. Jiang Ling calculated the time and deemed it feasible. So he hurriedly made his way to the rooftop of the teaching building. Bang! He pushed open the door. Without hesitation, he walked in holding the lunchbox, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ling, you're here. I came a little earlier. Actually, it wasn't a little earlier, but more than half an hour. Yu instinctively straightened her back. Her black silk legs were neatly together under the chiffon skirt, and the tips of her small black shoes fidgeted nervously. Jiang Ling, what the hell is Yu doing here? See, he instinctively wanted to hide the lunchbox, but heard Yu's unique voice, sweet yet cold, asking him, Ling, what are you holding? What is it? What is it? Huh? Hey, Ling, what's that you're holding in? Looks like a bento box. Pink with a little rabbit design. Yu leaned in curiously. Her swinging ponytail carried a fresh, delicate fragrance. Quick, Ghost Brain, tell me what to do right now. Ghost Brain, throw away Mom Kachin's bento. Jiang Ling dared disrespect mother. Take my ghost rod. Ghost Brain, then cancel Yu's shared lunch. Jiang Ling, she's my dearest friend. Our bond is sacred, lips-to-lips friendship. Ghost Brain, I'm out of ideas. Ugh. After raising you all this time, have I just been spectating star-crossed lovers? Take another strike from my ghost rod. Ghost Brain. With no other recourse, he discarded rational thought and slipped into flow state. 3,000 gal game paths had long been etched into his mind, now instinctively activated to survive the romantic battlefield. Yu, we are best friends, right? Jiang Ling held up the pink rabbit bento box with effortless charm and smiled. So, I made one for us too. Yu's heart leapt like a roller coaster cresting its peak. She swallowed hard. Really? Is it for me? No. Yu plummeted instantly, her mood crashing into an abyss so deep she nearly fainted on the spot. Not for me. Then, is it for another girl? Ling making bento for someone else? No, absolutely not. It's for us, to share. I've observed you closely. Your appetite is modest while mine is hearty. I worried your bento might fall short today. So we'll split this one evenly, and I'll eat 2 portions of yours. Yuxi, gluttony persona has seized control. And yet within that fleeting moment, Jiang Ling could devise no more elegant solution. Ling, you're so warm-hearted. Yu's heart swelled with profound, near-overwhelming gratitude. They gazed silently at each other for a quiet, suspended moment. Then, let's eat our bento. Yu broke the silence first, slowly settling back onto the bench and opening both boxes. Her legs nearly buckled beneath her. If someone else truly brought Ling a love bento, she'd rather vanish from existence. Jiang Ling exhaled relief, washing over him. He got away with it. Oh ho. Yu, your hands are so dexterous. Those sausages look just like little octopuses. I practiced diligently, because it was for Ling. Ling, what else do you love? Whatever you cherish. I want to understand it too. And Jiang Ling closed his eyes, cheeks full as he chewed a fragrant sausage, murmuring inwardly, You truly embody the grace of a gal game heroine. A breeze swept across the rooftop, lifting strands of Yu Yu's hair. Sweet warmth bloomed in her chest as she propped her chin on her palms, watching him devour his meal with unrestrained delight. Jiang Ling chu-chu-chu. And Yu suddenly remembered something, her cheeks flushing faintly. That Hakimi you mentioned last time, I looked it up, and it seems to have many human-powered vocaloids, perhaps a virtual idol. She blushed deeper and hummed softly in, Mamba Bobo Hakimi no Nambe Ludo Ashigaha Yakine Long, Ahiha Hiha Ding Dong Dong. And Jiang Ling's eyes widened. Then, unable to contain himself at the hiaha, he burst into laughter, spraying crumbs. Cough cough. Yu, how did you replicate that ending so perfectly? Blushing, Yu pulled out a handkerchief and gently dabbed rice grains from the corner of his mouth, whispering, I told you. I'll strive to understand everything you love. If you like it, may I sing Hakimi for you every day, Sure, whatever. And suddenly Yu's index finger brushed his lips. The petite ice maiden froze, trembling, caught between withdrawal and continuation. At that moment Jiang Ling acted. And in yen, Yu's pulse quickened. And Aling, I want to eat your love a bit. Sure thing. Jiang Ling smiled serenely and opened the bento Kachin had prepared. To KX in Jiang Ling. Nas, if struck by Medusa's gaze, he turned to stone. OMG. Mom Kachin, you've doomed me. Yu's joy collapsed into icy despair. A chill raced down her spine, her frame visibly trembling. And since it was my first bento, I accidentally mistyped to YY. For Yu, as to K, C. Just erase the extra stroke at the bottom right of K and the extra stroke at the bottom right of X, and there it is to YY. Jiang Ling explained with calm, tender assurance, restoring Yu's trust and composure instantly. And he wiped away a tiny smudge of tomato sauce. Hey, it did become to YY. And phew, it's fine. After all, it's your first try. Aling, you did wonderfully. Yu's heart brimmed with affection, even as she scolded herself inwardly, idiot Yu. Sigh. I owe Mom Kachin an apology. Sorry. And delicious. I never imagined your cooking would be this superb. Yu exclaimed, earnestly finished. Sigh. I owe Mom Kachin an apology. Sorry. And delicious. I never imagined your cooking would be this superb. Yu exclaimed, earnestly finishing most of her portion. She ate too quickly. A single grain of rice clung to her lip. Jiang Ling swallowed hard. All afternoon classes were electives. That evening at home, they feasted on braised crayfish, cuddled with Miyu while mining diamonds in Minecraft, then visited the ramen shop to supervise Kachin's attendance check, and carried the napping Ko-Ling back to bed. That evening at home, they feasted on braised crayfish, cuddled with Miyu while mining diamonds in Minecraft, then visited the ramen shop to supervise Kachin's attendance check, and carried the napping Ko-Ling back to bed. Late night, Miyu floating serenely asleep. Next day, morning line chat. Noon, lips-to-lips friendship. Evening, supervised Kachin, carry Ko-Ling to bed. Late night, Miyu radiant as the eternal sun. Day 3. Such tranquil days continued until day 7, the Serpent Gang's gala. That night, just as Miyu finished bathing fresh and fragrant, and climbed into bed awaiting Jiang Ling. Miyu, I have something tonight. I'll step out for a while. I'll return very late. Stay home quietly. No mischief. How unusual. These past nights have been non-stop. Miyu. Jiang Ling couldn't refute it, so he simply turned his head away. Is there anything you'd like me to bring back? Miyu wants coconut chicken. Alright. Jiang Ling nodded, and left without taking his motorcycle. After all, arriving at the Serpent Gang's ball on such a conspicuous bike would be no different than spotlighting oneself in a restroom. Miyu narrowed her eyes, gazing at the motorcycle keys hanging by the entryway. Flip! Now brilliant light bulb flickered above her brow. She immediately texted Kachin. Miyu's devised a perfect plan. Like this, and then like that. Now on the other end, Kachin first thrilled. Then upon hearing the full plan hesitated. But, if you're only friends, won't he dislike you for doing this? After all, it's technically theft. Miyu sighed inwardly. Kakinchin, for your happiness Watashi will surely endure another stretch of hardship. No, he won't. Our rapport is seamless, light-hearted teasing is perfectly natural. Miyu smiled warmly, though she omitted one detail: the price of such teasing was her own Wang Shui. Then alright. Kachin nodded, half convinced. Miyu changed clothes, grabbed the motorcycle keys, and descended the stairs. Without time stop, she'd never dare attempt this. How does this work again? Never mind. Clutch first, throttle next. Birom. The bronze and flame king roared to life, bearing its flustered petite rider into the velvet night. Soon after, Miyu can ride. She's a genius beauty. A whole week. It has been a whole week of enjoyment. Chun-Yi couldn't help but sigh, carefully knocking on the door with the washed fruit in hand. Sister Chin, may I come in? With the response from the woman's voice inside, he happily pushed the door open and walked in. The peeled apple was placed on the bedside table, and Chun Yi sat beside her concerned as he handed her a piece of apple asking, "How are you? Is your injury feeling any better?" Lying on the bed was a voluptuous woman with wavy hair, comfortably munching on the apple. He offered, nodding vaguely. "Thanks to Ai's care, I'm much better now." "Ai," she called me, Ai. Chun Yi felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline. His face flushed as he humbly waved his hands. "Oh no. What a truly innocent reaction from a little chef." Sigh, Qian propped her chin in her hand staring at Chun Yi and slowly said, "Those guys have already been dealt with by my father." "Oh, that's great." Chun Yi's face was filled with a smile as he flattered, "As expected of a supreme figure, you managed to wipe out those pests in an instant. Now, Sister Qian, you're safe." However, Qian sighed, feigning a look of distress. "I still have one worry." "What worry, Sister Qian? Just tell me. Whatever I can do, I will certainly help you." Ever since he found this gangster princess Chun, he had been on edge, fearing that one day her enemies would come knocking. If it weren't for the fact that he fell for Sister Qian at first sight, his heart wouldn't be racing so fast. He would never accept the daughter of a gangster being hunted by enemies. Fortunately, those enemies have already been dealt with by the prince's father. My worry is that my father wants me to attend an underground ball. But what if I don't have a boyfriend? How about, Ai, would you pretend to be my boyfriend? These days your attentive care has made me quite fond of you." Qian's face flushed lightly with a hint. At the same time, she reached out her delicate hand, which smelled faintly of blush, to hold his. This. Chun Yi's mind went blank as he gulped nervously. After taking care of Sister Qian for a whole 7 days, he never expected to actually hold her hand. Come on, it's a woman's hand. He really touched it. Is this real? Haha, Sister Qian. Chun Yi was so excited. He picked up a gangster princess who was being hunted on his way to school and became her pretend boyfriend to attend a high-class ball. I have cracked the case. Ooh, I am the male protagonist of a light novel. How about it, Ai? Qian blinked, her big eyes adorned with colored contacts, pouting her fiery red lips in a cute manner. OMG. Chun Yi took a deep breath, steadying himself, and said firmly, "Don't worry, Ooh, I will definitely not let you down." Outside, the brothers of Lu Yi one exchanged glances. Their plan was successful. Boss Qian has successfully gained Chun Yi's trust and has arranged to meet him at the venomous snake gang. They waited for a few minutes. Boss. The younger brothers were puzzled. Usually Zichuan boss was never far away. Why was he taking so long to respond this time? On the other side, at the Lu Yuan bar, Xiaojia. How did it catch fire like this? Damn it. I curse your mothers. Seeing his younger brother flushed and delirious from a high fever, Lu Zichuan anxiously slapped one of the younger brothers in the face. The slapped younger brother felt wronged, but dared not explain. Aju hurriedly apologized. Zij. Lu Gu was waiting for a talent and got soaked in the rain for 8 hours. Male or female? Male. Aju was about to explain in detail, but was interrupted by Lu Zichuan. What? Waiting in the rain for a male? Don't say any more. I understand. Lu Zichuan painfully closed his eyes, reminiscing about the past filled with sorrow. No wonder you don't approach women. I really thought you were just a middle school boy obsessed with motorcycles and games. I never expected you to follow your sister down the wrong path, becoming the same as her. Half-conscious Lu Xiaojia mumbled, "Faster. Faster. I want to surpass him. Faster, I need to go faster, I must surpass him. No, he's gone past me, he's already surpassed me." Lu Zichuan, hurry up. Surpass. Little brother, you. Lu Zichuan cried out in agony. No. He recalled his sister, who should have inherited the family's prestigious title Ma Sheng, but was disowned for being the same. My sister and brother are both the same. Please don't let that happen. Knock, knock, knock. A younger brother knocked on the room door, cautiously peeking in to say, "Zichuan Gu, the minister of One Heart, wants you to go to the meeting." Upon arriving outside the meeting room, Lu Zichuan gloomily pushed open the large door. Inside the room was a large round table, and in the center sat a disheveled vagabond, small in stature, with dirty hands obsessively stroking a figurine of Alina Riche. "Oh ho ho ho, grandma, superb." Lu Zichuan. "Minister. Who is this?" Sitting at the side, Ma Sheng Exine propped his forehead with one hand, giving him a helpless and speechless look. Lu Zichuan understood immediately, looking incredulously at the man. Tentatively he called out, "Commander." The vagabond, who had been playing with the figurine, froze, slowly looked up, and his murky eyes revealed a deep calm. In the next moment, the vagabond sitting at the table actually dissolved into a puddle of blood. Immediately after, a young man of the same height as the vagabond, but with a completely different appearance, appeared behind him, patting him on the shoulder and laughing heartily. "Zichuan, why didn't you just kick me to the ground and stomp on me a few times?" Cursing, "Where did this smelly beggar come from to disturb Lu Yi?" Lu Zichuan. Lu Xianling grinned, looking somewhat regretful. He loved to see people with lower strength and status, after humiliating him, suddenly realized that the person they insulted was actually the boss. Ma Sheng Yizin's eyelids twitched, and he spoke up, "Commander, please don't tease him. We have something more urgent to discuss now." "TSK tisk TSK, Exin, what do you mean by teasing?" You don't know in Daxia I've seen those boss-level figures on the assassin list, bounty-level experts, or certain mercenary leaders who have retired to become security guards, bodyguards, or sansanla. Last time I went to Daxia I caught up with the Dragon Soul mercenary leader Yi Chun for old time's sake. He is even more ruthless than me. Clearly in a class abnormal with a bounty exceeding 100 million, yet he willingly became a son-in-law to the Su family of a declining noble house in Lin City, enduring humiliation, not retaliating, or cursing back, almost wore out the toilet brush at home. It's already quite normal for me to disguise as a vagabond, a poor student, a downtrodden worker to be trampled on, and then immediately reveal my identity to slap back. Ma Sheng, what do you mean by that look? Am I not a normal person? Ma Sheng exin. No, you are very normal. We are the ones who seem like we've lost our minds. As a result, the stench of excrement replaced their ability to think. Lu Xianlin laughed heartily, casually crossing his legs. I heard you guys recently came up with a plan against the venomous snake. As a result, the stench of excrement replaced their ability to think. Lu Xianlin laughed heartily, casually crossing his legs. I heard you guys recently came up with a plan against the venomous snake gang. You wouldn't have called me back just to let me listen, would you? Lu Zichuan hurriedly spoke to make up for his earlier mistake. Commander, we suspect that there is a person who is a retired individual, and thus, we plan to lure him to the venomous snake gang's ball, and during that time we can reap the benefits. Hee, the commander sneered. That doesn't sound too impressive. When he heard that the retired individual was a student, the commander's expression stiffened, and he asked, where was he sitting in the classroom? Lu Zichuan didn't understand why the commander asked the same question as his cousin, but he truthfully replied, in the back row by the window. Lu Xianlin gasped, looking at Ma Sheng exin, sincerely praising. Exin, I knew it was right to entrust Lu Yuan to you. Your talent and wisdom truly delight me. You truly deserve the title of Ma Sheng. Ma Sheng Zin's lips twitched slightly as he rubbed his brow, taking a deep breath. Commander, please don't joke. Today, I invited you back mainly to discuss the collaboration between the Black Dragon Group and the Venomous Snake Gang. According to the latest reliable information, for some reason, the Venomous Snake Gang has connected with the Black Dragon Group, and the specific collaboration details are to be negotiated tonight. This information came too late, catching us off guard. Now we can't just tease the Venomous Snake Gang, we must take the initiative to crush the alliance of the two gangs. Lu Yuan was originally a stray dog chased to Shihua by the Black Dragon Group. The enmity between the two sides had long been at its peak. Now that the Venomous Snake Gang released the news of their willingness to cooperate with the Black Dragon Group, this means that for Lu Yuan, the Venomous Snake Gang is no longer a fierce dragon crossing the river, but a real absolute enemy. Ma Sheng exin presented a photo which showed a slender-faced man with a long scar on his cheek and pink hair. His face was gaunt and his eyes were deeply sunken like a junkie. The remnants of the Illusion Butterfly Group, Koitian Kojuro, a cadre-leveled class abnormal with a bounty of $79.2 million. Commander, you are the same height as him, both 175 centimeters. I hope you can take on his appearance and assassinate Eagle Commander Ian. That way the Venomous Snake Gang and the Black Dragon Group will surely develop a rift. As long as the two gangs do not unite, Lu Yuan will be safe. Main plan: assist the commander in assassinating Eagle Commander Ian. Subplan: lure the mysterious retiree Chun Yi versus Eagle Commander Ian. Lu Xianlin narrowed his eyes, stroking his stubble, and after some thought he said, not secure enough. Eagle Commander Ian's hidden skill shifting position has yet to reveal its true principle. If I assassinate him, the success rate won't exceed 50%. The reason why hidden skills are called hidden skills rather than superpowers or skills is that abnormal individuals must keep their techniques concealed. Otherwise, once the principle of their technique is exposed, others will find ways to crack or counter it, which is called restraint. 100% combat power could plummet to a mere 10. There are many ways to hide techniques, confusing perceptions, reversing cause and effect, etc. Eagle Commander Ian's hidden skill has yet to be revealed. No one dared to bet whether he was demonstrating the shifting position that he seemed to have. For example, if an abnormal individual exhibited the ability to become invisible. But the principle behind achieving invisibility could have multiple possibilities. It could be light manipulation or spatial folding. In other words, principle P is a sufficient but unnecessary condition for result Q. Therefore, one must not simply infer the principle of an abnormal individual's hidden technique based on its manifestation. Much of the information online about Eagle Commander Ian is mostly information he himself released to mislead. Ma Sheng exin did not look up and calmly said, so I will go along to assist the commander in slaying Eagle Commander Ian. Lu Zichuan was alarmed upon hearing this, Minister, but it's nothing serious. Ma Sheng exin closed his eyes and said softly, since I have inherited the name Ma Sheng, I must be willing to face any danger for my family. Last time I couldn't make it in time, causing uncle, aunt, father, and mother, all my family to die, some injured, and the remaining clan members were forced to roll into the countryside to survive. I ought to commit seppuku. However, the family is at a critical moment of life and death. How can I just leave it? Suddenly Ma Sheng Exin smiled. Moreover, Zichuan. In merely the last line of insurance, whether I will be used, is still uncertain. Lu Zichuan looked at his cousin feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. He knew, once the fuse was ignited it would only lead to a broken conclusion. Ma Sheng Exin's swordsmanship was too recognizable. Once he unleashed a large-scale sword attack, the people from the Venomous Snake Gang and the Black Dragon Group would undoubtedly notice. So it turned out the Dual Sword Demon was a member of the Ma Sheng Lu family, and the White Dragon Society also had a formidable existence. At that time the Black Dragon Group would surely abandon their affairs in Tokyo and focus all efforts on eliminating this unstable factor. To protect the family, and Lu Yiwan, a severance must be made with his cousin, meaning that Ma Sheng Exin would be expelled from the family under the name of traitor, and a kill order would be issued. Cousin, how many times have I told you in public places refer to your title? Cousin. Lu Zichuan pursed his lips and knelt solemnly. We will wait for your return. Night. Jiang Ling quietly squatted outside a grand hotel. In front of the resplendent hotel hundreds of luxury cars were parked. Xiaoping, Mazda, Geely, Dihao, BYD, and other well-known luxury brands from Dacia. This shows just how many wealthy families are participating in this ball. The targets of this operation are twofold. 1. Investigate the identity of the mysterious boss of the Venomous Snake Gang. 2. Kill anyone present associated with the Venomous Snake Gang. 3. Bring coconut chicken home to feed Mayu. According to the information, those entering need to wear masks with identity cards and names pinned to their chests, while different collaborating forces have different secret signals for entry. Jiang Ling looked towards the nearby street where a famous second-dimensional commercial street was located, and a JoJo co-branded clothing store was having an event. He walked in. Not long after, a muscular yellow-haired man in a suit decorated with a stone ghost face mask walked out. A custom name tag was pinned to his chest, Dio Brandu. Shortly after, the yellow-haired man with the stone ghost face entered a taxi, smoothly stopped at the hotel entrance. Top floor of the Grand Hotel. The expansive penthouse had been requisitioned by the Dusha gang to host the evening. Before entering, identities were checked against the guest list. Next, please, the doorman murmured respectfully, ushering in a woman wearing a snow-white half-mask. A golden nameplate on her chest read, Elina Pengdirden. A princess of the Pengdirden family. Merely the sight of her chin set the imagination aflame. What peerless beauty might hide upon that delicate diminutive face? Jiang Ling stood silently at the corridor's corner. The hotel's floor plan he had studied earlier surfacing in his mind. He moved to a patch of wall, confirmed there were no cameras, and that no one was nearby. Zawa Lido. He phased through the wall and slipped into a stall inside the venue's restroom. No wonder this is a rich man's loo. It smells divine. Jiang Ling sniffed. There was not a trace of the familiar ammonia tang. Not in the slightest. It smelled of old money, refined, elegant, almost regal. As he needed to relieve himself, he tried the high-end toilet and washed his hands. Even the tap water bubbled like sparkling water. No wonder Li Meiyu was forever finding fault with everything. Suddenly Jiang Ling heard footsteps outside and quickly hid in the neighboring stall. Mr. Belando, this is the greatest concession we can offer, a voice said. I understand. Let me use the restroom. I'll think it over, came a strangely duck-like reply from afar. I'll wait outside for you. Two voices reached the restroom, and someone opened the door and stepped in. The footsteps drew slowly nearer to the stall where Jiang Ling crouched. He paused, then chose the inner stall on the left. Belando. He shares the Belando name too. Jiang Ling rubbed his chin, vaguely remembering a guest by that name. Amused, he whispered Zawalido. He phased and peered out, catching sight of a masked man with a stone ghost visage flushing a toilet. Good grief, could they be that alike? Jiang Ling could not hide his astonishment. Before him stood a man, muscular, blonde, slightly less imposing than Jiang Ling, wearing a stone ghost mask about 190 centimeters tall, a name tag on his chest reading D.A.O. Belandu, and looking even more ornate. One might think a casual observer would mistake them for twins stepping out of a mirror. Jiang Ling reached over, removed the other's mask, and exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the man was the archetypal fair-haired, blue-eyed, Old English type, visibly different from his Dacia features, chiefly in that he was not as handsome as Jiang Ling. An idea formed. He had planned to slip away when the banquet reached its midpoint, but the arrival of this Old Anglo type offered another option. Aura. He struck without mercy at Diao's neck, rendering the Old Anglo unconscious. He gagged him with a mop, tied his hands and feet with shoelaces, and shoved him into the innermost locked utility room. Jiang Ling also swiped a red bow tie from his clothing. He glanced left and right, ensuring that the device he had used earlier had indeed altered the vocal fingerprint of the sound. After all, this was the Dusha gang's ball. Prudence steers the ship of longevity. D.A.O. Belandu was no easy mark, yet unfortunate fate had him run into his imposter. Jiang Ling donned the red bow tie. The scheming frog keeps rubbing your belly. He murmured, testing the voice imitation. It was perfect. Mr. Belandu, are you all right? The section chief from Danyang Pharmaceutical asked, puzzled. Surely a kidney stone would not keep someone in the stall this long. Rumor had long held that the Chiao family carried a hereditary kidney ailment. Could an adopted son living among them for years also suffer from such a lingering urinary problem? Jiang Ling stepped out and fixed the man with a stare. Jiang Ling grinned inwardly. No wonder these Western Japanese types adhered to their ruthless customs. Social climbing through the overturning of superiors seemed engraved in their marrow. Mr. Balandu, a friendly reminder, this is the best concession I can secure for you, please sign, Fu Dafu said, handing over the proposal with a respectful air, while a flicker of derision crossed his eyes. Politeness without principle made manifest. Jiang Ling flipped through 2 pages and felt his vision swim. Dense legalese everywhere, who could decipher it? Sigh. An unrefined West Japan enterprise still reeks of rot. Yet the initial investment and the final revenue split were plainly stated in both Chinese and English. Investment: Balandu, 75 Danyang Pharmaceutical, 24 Mary Join Insurance, 1. Revenue split: Balandu, 13. 4 Danyang Pharmaceutical, 80 Mary Join Insurance, 6. 6. Heh. This risk-reward ratio is so lopsided that even an ancient might would refuse to sign. Jiang Ling fell silent. He was playing the role of Dao, the adoptive son desperate to save his family. If he simply turned and left now, Danyang Pharmaceutical and the organizers would grow suspicious. Besides, the ball had only just begun. With time to spare, he could use this disguise to conceal his identity and perhaps extract a few favors from Danyang Pharmaceutical. For example, request a modest payoff. After all, the last hoard of gold had nearly been spent. A market sage once said, "The art of negotiation lies in maximum pressure and striking where the opponent least expects." Jiang Ling smiled faintly. "Seeing this split, I have 4 words for you." Fu Dafu asked, "Which words?" Jiang Ling replied with a cutting tone, consigning the man's fortune to oblivion. "Was your forehead pinched when you were born?" He taunted. "A 91 split. I'd send you off to the 91 market. Anything you'd fetch there would be worth more than this." As the proverb goes, drive a man toward madness by first stoking his anger. When emotion surges, vigilance falters. Fu Dafu hesitated, his face darkening. "Mr. Balandu, you." Jiang Ling leaned close and whispered 3 words, "Fu Jiji." In an instant, Fu Dafu chilled from head to toe. Fu Dafu stammered, You. Sir. This proposal has some problems. I need to revise it, please follow me." He wiped his brow and led Jiang Ling to a meeting room tucked in a corner of the ballroom. "How about a 7,030 split? Danyang 30, you 70. Jiang Ling crossed his legs unfazed and yawned. "Your company lacks sincerity. Are shares really that important?" "Sincerity?" Fu Dafu breathed a sigh of relief and discreetly produced a hard drive. "Is this sincere enough?" 30 of them. The black disk was wrapped tight, 2 data cables dangling like slack tendrils. Jiang Ling. "Not cash. No chest of money or gold. Just a hard drive." 30 of what? 30 of what? Adult videos. Crypto tokens. 30 currently valued at 1.36 million. Fu Dafu said, wincing as his clandestine funds were exposed. If he did not reveal his secret stash now, it would be him exposed when the leak came. Jiang Ling pocketed the drive in silence, nodded, "I will keep this confidential." He shoved his hands in his pockets and left cold and unyielding. Fu Dafu watched the man's retreating silhouette and, still shaken, wiped his brow. "Mr. Balandu, feign weakness then strike hard, truly a master of playing the pig to devour the tiger. Who would call him soft and easy to bully?" Lord Balandu was tall and formidable. With matters as they stood, Fu Dafu dared not linger at the gala and slunk away, registering his departure in embarrassment. Jiang Ling returned to the ballroom. At that moment the festivities began. The stage curtain slowly drew aside. A man in a suit wearing an eagle horn mask strode out with erect posture, composed, and stepped to the microphone to test the sound. In a gentle tone, he said, "I am Ing Si Yen. I am grateful you have honored the Heish Group's commercial gala with your presence. Now I declare this gala officially open," he announced. "To enliven the evening, the first event is a special charity auction hosted by the Heish Group. All proceeds from this auction will be directed into the Heish Children's Lunch Fund to help children in remote and underdeveloped areas obtain meals." On stage, a single word from Ing Si earned a thunderous applause. Jiang Ling felt somewhat surprised, but soon he understood. After all, the Poison Snake Gang is considered a high-end big gang operating in both the black and white markets. Surely, they have legitimate ways to launder money. They wouldn't blatantly write, "Hey, look at me, I am from the Poison Snake Gang, I sell ice," on their faces. The Black Snake Group and the so-called fund are likely tools for the Poison Snake Gang to launder money, evade taxes, and respond to official inspections. Ing Si knew this, and so did the attendees. Everyone knows and has been involved in tax evasion and creating facades. They love to engage in such affairs. Thus everyone pretends to be confused, applauding and shouting civilization and progress. Jiang Ling had no interest in the auction and found a corner to sit down and eat. The plot of scoring a deal at such an auction only happens in cliché novels. The truly good items had long been consumed internally by the Tengu Dragon Eagle people. Where would a mere commoner like you find any bargains? What you might find is not a bargain in the fishing world, there's a specific term for it, bait. The first auction item. The original diary of Emperor Kangxi recording the affairs between his mother the Empress Dowager and Hong Qingtao. Starting price, $30 million. Jiang Ling. 666. If I weren't broke, I would really want to buy one to take a look. Staring at CE for a long time triggered the open box event. It seems that the stronger the person the longer they take to open the box, Jiang Ling speculated. Hidden information 1. On the surface he is the second young master of the Yang family, but in reality he is an illegitimate child born from his mother's affair with her brother-in-law, and he despises hearing the word mixed. 2. Willing to sacrifice his life for the BOSS, knowing only trivial information about the boss. Hidden technique principle carbon exchangeability description can slightly manipulate the exhaled carbon dioxide to form a carbon dioxide sphere. When the volume of exhaled carbon dioxide equals his own body volume, he can swap positions with the carbon dioxide sphere. Recalling the contradictory information he received from LVL, he wanted to retort, hey. However, the drawback of this technique is quite obvious. It can only be used in still or slightly windy conditions, and it is greatly affected by environmental temperature and pressure. Once turbulence or low temperature occurs, it will explode. What a trashy ability, he said confidently, having the power to stop time and belittle the weak. At that moment several voices reached his ears. Miss Alina, may I buy you a drink? Yes, Miss Alina, we have admired you for a long time. Miss Alina, my father once donated a building to the Beef Tendon University. 3 young men with slicked back hair and animal masks smiled politely, standing half a meter away from the girl chattering on. What a bunch of boring guys, Humph wanted to hit on Alan's good friend. If the real Alina were here, she would have already pierced your butts with her rapier. Lan Xinlan smiled faintly, no. The young man in the fox mask was taken aback and sighed then. What kind of man does Miss Alina like? What kind of powerful man can catch her eye? Lan Xinlan glanced to the side and coincidentally made eye contact with the man wearing the stone ghost mask. Staring at me. Could it be that Jiang Ling has discovered Alan's identity? Jiang Ling. We're not sisters, I just wanted to hear a thought, and you opened up on me. Dare you report my ID number? I didn't expect a masked face to look quite handsome, more charming than wearing a cardboard box on the head. Jiang Ling. Something even scarier than reporting my ID number has happened. How the hell does she know my alias is Cardboard Knight? Oh dear, staring so intently at Alan, one would feel quite embarrassed. Hidden information. 1. Name Lan Xinlan, gender female, age 18, interests lurking in dark corners, to spy identity, spiderweb, administrator, LVL math genius, one of the founders of the new style convolutional neural network, S-class hacker, of the great Xia dynasty, gold medal makeup artist, second young lady of the Lan family. Hey, wait a minute. There isn't enough space for so many people. The dense list of identities appearing before his eyes almost made Jiang Ling dizzy. 2. This secret mission acquired the Kangxi diary to provide historical support for the compilation. 3. The most curious man, Jiang Ling. Since he began monitoring the Jiahao gang in the back mountain, he has been secretly observing, recording, and deriving pleasure from it. Jiang Ling. If it weren't for having the open box tool, I wouldn't have realized she had already opened me. Alright, a hacker girl who loves to spy, is it? Come, let's open boxes for each other. Jiang Ling smiled calmly, walking to Lan Xinlan and raising his wine glass. Miss Alina, would you be interested in having a drink with me? Ding. Detected a normal event point. Triggered option task. Option 1, explosive revelation description, directly expose Alina's true identity and call security to kick her out. Reward blue pill after taking can slap online users through the network. Option 2, kneel and lick description, kneel and lick Lan Xinlan and beg her to stop spying on yourself. Reward the rope that Chengzhen hanged himself with contains a trace of dragon chi, can cut the luck of petty people. Option 3, guess how many secrets I know about you. Description, lean close and whisper her real name, expose her various identities while maintaining mystery, and invite her to share a cup of wine. Lan Xinlan did not expect Jiang Ling to actively invite her for a drink, unable to suppress a chuckle, secretly thinking Jiang Ling, you actually came to ask Alan for a drink, not knowing that every move of yours is within Alan's sight. This dazed and innocent look. So kawaii, Jiang Ling, damn it, pretending to be cool will make you fly later. Really? Lan Xinlan smiled calmly and walked over politely, saying, do you think you're worthy? The onlooking young masters whispered among themselves the usual routine of ridicule. How she is truly Alina, where did this clown come from? And how could someone wearing such an ugly mask think they could eat? Anyone who doesn't know would think they had stepped into some cliché urban fantasy. Am I worthy? Jiang Ling took a step closer, bowed his head, and said with a smirk, Miss Lan Xinlan, I believe I am worthy. Lan Xinlan, eh? Where did this box opening dog come from? Did he actually open Alan? You? What did you just say? Lan Xinlan swallowed hard, her fingers trembling slightly as they gripped the wine glass. Miss Lan Xinlan, you've been spying on me for quite some time. Surely an invitation to share a glass of wine as recompense isn't unreasonable. I'll tell you this. I know all your secrets, the red hacker identity, your status as the second daughter of the Lon family, your role as administrator of the web. From the very first day you watched me from the mountain's rear, I noticed you. At those words, Lon Xinlan's pupils contracted violently, her mind roiled like a storm-tossed sea. He truly knew everything. What do you want from me? She whispered, her voice laced with supplication and tremor. Oh no, please don't. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have breached your accounts. Please spare me. Hell, are you jesting? Weren't you utterly smug just moments ago? What's happened? Why now do you wear the pitiful abject expression of one awaiting slaughter? Or worse, begging for mercy? Having dared to stalk me, you must be prepared to be hunted in turn. The roles of hunter and prey have reversed. Jiang Ling tilted his lips upward faintly and said, calm and unyielding, come then, let us share a ceremonial cup. Rest assured, I bear you no ill will. Though he possessed only rudimentary knowledge of her, merely projecting the aura of a formidable master was enough to compel others to fill in the gaps with awe. If word spread that Alina had shared a ceremonial cup with another, her reputation as the devoted best friend would shatter irreparably. Yet, what unthinkable atrocity might Jiang Ling— If word spread that Alina had shared a ceremonial cup with another, her reputation as the devoted best friend would shatter irreparably. Yet, what unthinkable atrocity might Jiang Ling commit if she refused? Might we go somewhere private? No. Jiang Ling shook his head lightly. Miss Lon, this is punishment for your reckless surveillance of my life. Here, this glass has been sipped only once. Lon Xinlan felt tears welling up, thinking, is this really about how many sips it's had? Meanwhile, the young aristocrats nearby, who'd overheard none of the exchange, grew restless. The fox-masked nobleman stepped forward, intending to ask Princess Alina whether she'd been harassed by that bizarre man, when suddenly before his eyes a sight unfolded that would stagger even his mother 100 years. Princess Alina, radiant as sun and moon, exalted beyond compare, leaned intimately against that unremarkable tousle-haired youth. She raised her glass to his lips and slowly tipped it. They drank from the same cup. What in the world? That was Princess Alina, the most dazzling jewel of the Pendleton family, a girl whose brilliance rivaled the legendary African star diamond. And yet, she was sharing a ceremonial cup with an obscure, nameless man. Or rather, not nameless. Dio Brando, the man beside her, bore that name. Dio Brando, the adopted son of the Chow family in Sheffield Territory. Or some other Dio Brando entirely. Regardless, this man, utterly unknown within noble circles, was absolutely unworthy of sharing such a ritual with Princess Alina. Thud. Two of her would-be suitors collapsed unconscious. They dropped to their knees with a sickening crack. Oh no, please not this. Princess Alina, drinking a ceremonial cup with a man of no standing. Don't. Why must my eyes witness such a sight? Such a strange sensation. Lon Xinlan's gaze grew hazy. She'd always believed she only enjoyed observing others covertly, yet now pressed close to him, arm linked with his as they shared wine, it felt unexpectedly pleasant. Especially those deep, fathomless eyes. Eyes that seemed capable of drawing her very soul forth in an instant. Who exactly are you? And why do you know so much about me, Lon? So much of it. Even prying open her skull wouldn't yield those truths. How fascinating. Lon, I must observe you closely. Jiang Ling. 666. Even now you dare think that way. Truly a genius hacker girl with a uniquely twisted mind. I need to go to the restroom. Please, promise you won't speak of this incident. Lon Xinlan gazed at him with pleading dewy eyes. Bibwibui. What dazzling eyes. This hacker girl, usually cloistered in dim rooms, could emit such an unexpectedly radiant sparkle. From now on you're forbidden from surveilling me behind the scenes, and you must never leak any information about Paperbox Knight or myself. Agree and you're free to go. Jiang Ling spoke calmly. A Sigma man remains unmoved by feminine charm or wide sparkling eyes. He remembers precisely what he seeks. All right, I agree. And if you break your word, then, I swear upon Mazu herself, that I'll keep silent, never leak your secrets, and cease all covert surveillance. I swear it. Lon Xinlan raised 3 fingers solemnly. Her ancestral roots lay in the old Fujian region. Her faith ran deep. Jiang Ling felt no concern she'd betray her oath. Very well, I accept your vow. Lon Xinlan exhaled in relief and hurried toward the restroom to dispatch the original Kangxi diary through pre-established channels. Scarcely had Lon Xinlan departed when thud. 3 noblemen wearing animal masks dropped to their knees before Jiang Ling. The fox-masked nobleman pleaded earnestly, Lord Brando, teach us how to woo women of refined taste. The spotted dog noble added, Lord Brando, we saw it all. With just 2 sentences you conquered Princess Alina and made her drink the ceremonial cup. Truly unparalleled. The pug-masked noble declared, truly worthy of Lord Brando. You achieved what we could never dream of. Jiang Ling. Wait, where did these 3 even come from? And as suitors of Princess Alina, aristocratic heirs, They ought to have stormed forward mocking me face-to-face. Why kneel instead? Ah, you wish to learn, eh? Jiang Ling swept his gaze across them. Open the box. Yet the revelations disappointed him. Utterly ordinary families, makers of sanitary pads, instant noodles, and even a Delta companion service enterprise. Sanitary pads and noodles were understandable, but a family company running a companion service. The Yaman clan. Yes, we beg you, Lord Brando, impart your true mastery upon us. Jiang Ling took a slow breath and said coolly, pursuing a woman hinges on three things: modeling, and damn it, modeling. The three exchanged baffled glances. The pug-masked noble ventured, is there perhaps a strategy that bypasses modeling entirely and relies solely on economics? Very well, Jiang Ling shook his head and raised 3 fingers deliberately. First, you must complete 3,000 visual novels. Only then will you distill the 3,000 Tao paths and realize at last that pursuing a woman is profoundly simple. Merely select one option from the 3 presented. That is precisely how I operate. With that, he turned away without hesitation, heading to another bar counter to order the most expensive bottle to be billed to the Serpent Syndicate. The 3 glanced at one another, first bewildered, then spotting unwavering resolve reflected in each other's eyes. Agreed. Visual novels. I'll play them all. At that moment the charity auction concluded, and guests began departing in steady stream. Most young nobles had attended primarily to extend courtesy to the Serpent Syndicate and seize opportunities for business negotiations with corporate peers. The next phase, deep entanglement with the Serpent Syndicate, held no appeal for them. Jiang Ling quietly nibbled the cherry atop his glass, Rio, observing as the expected departures dwindled. Those remaining were either wholly loyal or deeply allied with the Serpent Syndicate. Eagle C. Yan smiled faintly and announced loudly, Phase 2 begins now, the hunt game. Instantly, armored glass cubes descended from the ceiling with a resonant clang. From a corner chamber emerged 2 black-clad bodyguards. Each held a chain, one in each hand, dragging dozens of battered, limping youths into the center. Gentlemen, if you've chosen to stay, you clearly know the hunt game. An aristocratic pastime imported from Italy's upper echelons administer beast-awakening elixirs to commoners, then force dozens into lethal combat. You wager upon these wretches. The more kills your chosen contestant achieves, the larger the prize pool grows. Should you judge your wagered contestant unfit to continue, Eagle C. Yan snapped his fingers. Several black-clad men advanced bearing weapon cases. Clatter. The cases sprang open, revealing an arsenal of firearms. Eagle C. Yan lifted a shotgun and grinned. $1,000 per bullet, to kill your wagered contestant before they're slain by another. Thus claim the corresponding prize sum. As for these wretches, fear not. They've already been injected with methyl fluoroacetate prodrug. None shall survive past tonight. Numerous masked tycoons stirred, eagerly exchanging knowing glances and murmuring laughter. Clearly many had played the hunt game before. Jiang Ling. Unbelievable. In this modern age, such blatant casual slaughter of human life still exists. His gaze hardened, icy and remote. Then unexpectedly he let out a sharp, mirthless laugh. The thought of what I'm about to do makes your haughty, self-satisfied expressions, and those smirks of inherited wealth, utterly absurd. An ancient verse declares, suddenly a madman grinds his blade beneath midnight skies, imperial stars tremble, Mars burns fierce. To which he replies, shark, 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 shark. Ing C. Yan returned to the room leisurely and picked up the landline phone. He dialed a certain number. A deep voice came from the other end, asking, how is it? Everything is going smoothly. As long as we win over this batch of wealthy individuals and officials, we can confront Koizumi Aoyama and the powerful forces behind him hidden. Good job. The members of the Black Dragon Group will arrive a little later, so send someone to pick them up. Upon receiving the praise from the BOSS, Ing C. Yan stood at attention, his joy evident on his face. Yes, I will forever be loyal to the venomous snake gang, loyal to the boss. The call was disconnected. Ing C. Yan felt a burst of glory in his heart. At that moment, a subordinate knocked on the door, saying there was something important to report. Come in. The door opened, but it was not a subordinate who entered, but a guest wearing a masquerade mask. Here to discuss cooperation. Ing C. Yan frowned, stood up, and stared at the name tag on his chest. Bryant. I don't remember inviting you. Bryant remained silent. Suddenly he lunged forward, delivering a fierce elbow strike to Ing C. Yan's abdomen, while his other hand plunged a sharp knife into his side. You. Ing C. Yan's eyes widened. The opponent threw off his mask, revealing a face that made Ing C. Yan's heart race. How could it be you? Ing C. Yan. I, Kojiro Kamida, have returned from hell to kill you. Lu Xuanlin, disguised as Kojiro Kamida, delivered a dramatic declaration. Ing C. Yan's eyes bulged, overcome by intense pain and shock. Fortunately, his spleen was situated behind his kidneys. Otherwise, this blow would have caused him to bleed excessively and affect his combat ability. The knife was pulled out and thrust again. A faint sound like bursting bubbles echoed. Hidden technique carbon breath exchange. Activate. Lu Xianlin felt his target vanish, causing him to stagger forward 2 steps due to inertia. Ing Si Yan's figure had already appeared several meters behind him, clutching his side, panting heavily, his gaze locked onto him. You are not Kojiro. That guy fought to the end to figure out the details of this move. If it were him, I would have had no chance to activate my hidden technique just now. Who exactly are you? Ing Si Yan asked as he subtly approached the desk, planning to retrieve a gun from the drawer. As long as he got the gun combined with his hidden technique, he could definitely strike down his enemy in one move. Behind the ceiling vent, Ma Shinjixin, wearing a gas mask, coldly watched the life and death struggle below while cradling 2 knives. As long as he got the gun combined with his hidden technique, he could definitely strike down his enemy in one move. Behind the ceiling vent, Ma Shinjixin, wearing a gas mask, coldly watched the life and death. Lu Xianlin couldn't grasp the opponent's hidden technique. But now he could only abandon this body and charge in. After all, he could have as many physical bodies as he wanted. Huff, huff. Ing Si Yan appeared to be drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. In truth, he was continuously manipulating carbon dioxide to gather behind Lu Xianlin. As long as I get the gun and swap to shoot him from behind. Lu Xianlin launched another attack, the blade aimed directly at the throat. Ing Si Yan attempted to shout loudly. But thinking about the soundproofing of the room, he immediately shut his mouth, glaring at the corner of the room, his figure appearing next to the knife rack. Lu Xianlin pondered quietly. Perhaps his hidden technique allowed him to swap positions to anywhere in sight. The samurai sword unsheathed with a clang, barely blocking the incoming short blade. You take a hit from me. You take a hit from me too. The clash of metal and sparks flew, blades flashing. Perhaps only a high-speed camera could capture their movements. But no matter how fast the blades were, they couldn't outpace the intuitive predictions of an experienced assassin. Ma Shinjixin's grip on the handle of his knife turned slightly pale. The overall length was suppressed. Men's restroom. Chun-Yi was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back. Ma Shinjixin's grip on the handle of his knife turned slightly pale. The overall length was suppressed. Men's restroom. Chun-Yi was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. Sister Qian had gone to the restroom and hadn't returned for a long time. A woman quietly slipped a note into his hand as she passed by. It read, help me, I've been kidnapped by the Black Snake Group. Chun-Yi, what the hell is going on? He grabbed his hair, helplessly squatting down. What can I use to save you? A massive sense of fear and powerlessness seized him, making him feel like crying. If I had known, I wouldn't have come with Sister Qian. Asking him to confront the Black Snake Group was utterly impossible. Yet thinking of the girl he liked being taken away by someone else. His heart felt as if it were stuffed with a damp ball of cotton, heavy and suffocating. No, I can't stay in the restroom. Chun-Yi took a deep breath, determination shining in his eyes. I have to run, I need to run quickly. He took several deep breaths in succession, trying to calm his racing heart and weak legs. Alright, that's it, I'm leaving. He fled without looking back, leaving the venue. He completely failed to notice that while he was taking deep breaths, a faint, nearly invisible, sweet-smelling smoke was quietly drifting down from the vent above his head. To make the game more stylish and distinctive, let's add a new rule: before killing someone, recite a haiku, and you'll earn a 10 bonus for poetic flair. After Ing Si Yan returned to the room, the host had changed to his trusted subordinate, Ahu, who humbly explained the new rule to the various big shots. Upon hearing this, the wealthy individuals smiled with interest and nodded in agreement. No one opposed such an interesting idea. Alright, the competition officially begins now. Place your bets on the numbers of the contestants you choose. Ahu said. Below in the massive glass cage, the actors wearing iron shackles were instantly overtaken by boundless fear, their previous confusion replaced. They frantically banged against the impenetrable bulletproof glass, cries please and curses blending into a chorus. This is different. We only agreed to act in a play. What do you mean by a killing game? Are you going to kill us? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please, I don't want the money. Mom. Sob. Someone save me. Many were highly paid recruits, while some were younger individuals bought from human traffickers. A few university students came over in exchange for academic credits. University student. Gradually, the drugs injected into them earlier began to take effect, snapping their rationality strings. Driven by the instinct to survive and the agitation from the drugs, they began to lash out and fight those around. The wealthy individuals in the stands became excited, shouting hoarsely to cheer on the plebeians they had placed bets on, as if watching a bloody horse race. At this moment, Lan Xinlan also returned from the restroom, looking anxious. Her originally rosy lips had turned somewhat pale as she staggered towards Jiang Ling. She originally intended to urge him to leave quickly, saying someone seemed to have released poison. But seeing him participating in the killing game, her mood plummeted. Still thinking he was unlikely to be involved in such things, she asked Jiang Ling, "What are you doing here? Hurry and leave. It seems someone has released poison." Poison? Jiang Ling frowned, taking in her appearance, which indeed looked like someone who had been poisoned. Lan Xinlan's legs gave way, no longer listening to her commands. With a thud, she said, "Will you take me away? Consider it a favor I owe you." "Leave?" Jiang Ling shook his head. "I can't leave until this game is over." Lan Xinlan leaned on his shoulder, feeling her face flush upon hearing this. She didn't expect. He was such— She closed her eyes, feeling cold all over, yet couldn't help but scold him. You beast. A killing game like this. You would also do it. Jiang Ling said nothing, lifting Lan Xinlan with one arm, walking up to Ahu, and said, I want to shoot. Ahu was taken aback, laughing so soon. They haven't even shown any casualties yet. At the same time, he glanced curiously at the woman on Jiang Ling's shoulder, muttering the preferences of the wealthy are always so strange. $30 million give me an M249, fully loaded. Huh. Ahu's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, 30 million. Here there aren't even enough plebeians for you to kill, are you sure? What do you mean with so much nonsense? I don't know if it's enough to kill. What your game doesn't allow guests to spend money to buy an experience. Jiang Ling shot him a sideways glance. Fine. Ahu did not argue further, nor was he worried that Jiang Ling would refuse to pay afterward. As for whether he would use the M249 to shoot someone else, the bodyguards present were not to be trifled with and would monitor the use of firearms at all times. A mere rich young man, could he possibly use a gun to take them down? Ahu stood behind him step by step, teaching him how to load, aim, and control the gun. The wealthy individual scoffed at him. What kind of nouveau riche thought that spending a little money to kill plebeians could impress them, the upper class? Hilarious, just a big fool. Is this how you fire in full automatic? Jiang Ling asked earnestly. Exactly, with this you can wipe out a large group. Hilarious, just a big fool. Is this how you fire in full automatic? Jiang Ling asked earnestly. Exactly, with this you can— World. Huh. Ahu didn't catch that. In the next moment, time seemed to be paused, then suddenly fast— World. Huh. Ahu didn't catch that. In the next moment, time seemed to be paused, then suddenly fast— Bang. 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 3 muffled explosions nearly overlapping. The smiles on Ahu and the 2 bodyguards' faces hadn't even fully frozen before suddenly contorting. Their chests felt as though struck by an invisible giant hammer, suddenly caving in and exploding. Shattered hearts, ribs, and flesh splattered out from their backs. The 3 robust bodies were thrown back as if struck by a stampeding truck, crashing against the decorative wall behind them. Their mangled bodies slowly slid down, leaving behind 3 glaring streaks of blood. Simultaneously, the muzzle of the M249 turned towards the wealthy individuals seated in the back, the gun barrel chillingly pointed at them. The wealthy individuals, a B-boss. Wait, we have money. Jiang Ling's face showed no expression, his finger steady on the trigger, gently moving it back. The bullets from Ms. M249 erupted from the drum. A metallic storm of bullets tore through the air, emitting a grim and sharp wail of death raining down upon the golden and jeweled stands. Lan Xinlan's body was numb, paralyzed by the neurotoxin, unable to move even a finger, her wide eyes fixed on the hellscape before her. The once lofty nobles, now caught in a chaotic metallic storm, were like rag dolls torn apart by invisible hands, dissolving into a mournful mist of blood. The cries of the wounded began to rise, only to be drowned out and silenced by the denser gunfire. Lan Xinlan, what the heck? So what Jiang Ling said about wiping them all out meant actually killing them. Wait, that's not the point. How did those 3 bodyguards get thrown out? What just happened? Is Alan's eyesight malfunctioning? The barrel of the M249 was emitting wisps of smoke, the massive magazine already empty. Jiang Ling casually loaded a bullet, spat, and walked toward his seat, chuckling, let's see if there are any fish that played dead. As soon as he said this, 2 figures suddenly sprang up from the piles of shredded flesh. Their speed was so fast that they left afterimages behind, scrambling towards the tightly closed door. However, just as they reached for the doorknob, a chilling cold voice echoed, smash it open. Clearly, I touched the doorknob. Just a little more. How could this happen? Puff, puff, 2 muffled sounds. The momentum of the 2 forward lunging figures came to a sudden halt as they looked down at the icy, blood-stained barrel protruding from their chests. Their faces were filled with unwillingness and confusion, and they collapsed to their knees. I failed. I was killed. Jiang Ling expressionlessly withdrew the gun barrel, wiping the bloodstains on the 2 still relatively clean shirts. Lan Xinlan. Teleportation. No, it seems. Time stopped for a moment. Or was he just too fast? I can't understand this. My head is spinning. Lan Xinlan's eyelids grew heavier as she said, Jiang Ling, help me. Take me to the hospital. Open your mouth. Jiang Ling said from above. Huh. Lan Xinlan's mind was a mess, but she instinctively obeyed, slightly parting her pale lips, her gaze dazed. What? What are you going to do? Let me tell you a secret. My saliva has healing abilities. Lan Xinlan. Wait. He can't be thinking of kissing Alan, right? No way. Alan has treasured her first kiss for 18 years. How can she just give it to him? Yet her body seemed entirely unresponsive. She could only watch helplessly as that face, which was not unpleasant and even quite handsome, drew closer, the warm breath almost brushing against her face. Sigh. It seems there's no escaping this. Well, he doesn't look bad. If it's just a kiss, then so be it. Embracing a sense of almost heroic sacrifice, Lan Xinlan tried to open her mouth wider, silently muttering, this is gratitude, this is gratitude. Jiang Ling coughed, spit no phlegm, just saliva. A small droplet of crystal clear liquid accurately fell into her slightly parted mouth. Lan Xinlan, gulp. She instinctively swallowed it down. Ugh, ah. The sudden scream nearly burst Jiang Ling's eardrum. Jiang Ling, why are you screaming so loudly? I'm just spitting saliva, not phlegm. Besides, even a kiss would have saliva in it. Is it any different if I spit saliva for you to swallow? Just as he was thinking, another droplet of saliva dripped down from the corner of his mouth onto her smooth chin. Jiang Ling keenly sensed the active substance in that droplet. It was swiftly absorbed through the skin. Huh, skin can absorb it too. So it doesn't need to be ingested, he said thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Lan Xinlan. So, did Alan just swallow your saliva? You jerk. Pervert. Insane. Alan is so mad, woo woo woo. Gulp. But why does his saliva taste so sweet? Jiang Ling looked at the people inside the glass enclosure who had lost their sanity and were engaged in a free-for-all. He took a deep breath, pouted his lips like a puffed-up sparrow, and sprayed a mouthful of saliva. Puff. In an instant, the crystalline healing liquid fell among the crowd. The frenzied crowd gradually calmed down, slipping into extreme fatigue and deep slumber. Almost simultaneously, Lan Xinlan felt the numbness receding like a tide, her hands and feet regaining. She hurriedly pushed Jiang Ling away, softly cursing pervert, making Alan swallow saliva. Jiang Ling didn't mind. After all, she was the one who had been spying on him, so spitting some saliva on her was a form of retribution. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a shadow flew toward him. Ha ha, this is the escape route of Eagle Sea, and oh, get your damn M249 out for me. Bang. The cackling Eagle Sea Ian's back of the head slammed into the cold muzzle of the M249. He looked up in dissatisfaction, about to reprimand Ahu for being careless. How could he put the gun barrel against the back of his head? However, a strange voice drifted into his ears, and his words caught in his throat. Brother, do you really like the M249 that much? How about I let it treat you to some delicious peanuts that will make your head burst with joy? Jiang Ling grinned. Eagle, a few minutes earlier. Game. Still the game. Lu Zuanlin's reckless approach leveled the opponent's advantage in instant movement. Even though there wasn't a single good spot on his body, his relentless determination to kill the opponent without regard for his life troubled Eagle Sea Yin greatly. However, he still did not use his full strength. Why would someone much weaker than him dare to attack him recklessly? Or rather, every one of his attacks seemed to be testing, probing his hidden abilities. Clearly there was no chance of defeating him, nor any opportunity to escape. Why would he probe his hidden abilities? Eagle Sea Yin's instincts told him, someone in this room. There was another accomplice waiting for him to make a mistake and deliver a fatal blow. The reason for the reckless probing was to reveal his hidden abilities to that guy. At that moment, a faint, sweet, and greasy fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Eagle Sea Yin had a sharp nose. Something was wrong, there was an issue. It's poison. Eagle Sea Yin reacted swiftly, instantly manipulating the carbon dioxide. He exhaled to form a filter membrane in front of his mouth and nose, gritting his teeth and muttering, using poison. Such loli tactics. Clearly there's more than one person. The amount of carbon dioxide he could control was limited. Forming a filter membrane meant that the speed at which the carbon dioxide clones were generated would decrease. On the ceiling, Ma Shinjixin frowned, a question arising in his mind. He has been panting heavily, yet hasn't shown any effects from the neurotoxin. Furthermore, the room was filled with signs of slashing and hacking, furniture in tatters, walls mottled. Yet that one window along with the windowsill remained intact. Every time he moved, he deliberately avoided the windowsill. Ma Shinjixin didn't know the specific reason, but he had caught on to that deliberately avoided point. Airflow. Was he afraid of the airflow outside? Breathing. Moving. Afraid of airflow. A bold conjecture rapidly formed in his mind. He hesitated no longer, putting all his strength into shouting downwards, "Director! Smash the glass!" Bang! Almost as soon as he spoke, Lu Xianlin understood, throwing a short knife toward the window. Whoosh! The wind outside rushed in violently, stirring the relatively stable indoor air. Now's the time. Ma Shinjixin fell from the ceiling like a ghost, the cold light of his twin blades tearing through the air. Without any unnecessary words, he unleashed a strike that condensed all his energy, two sword-style Irashiman. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Facing this lethal strike, Eagle Sea Yin's face showed not panic but a hint of a cunning smile. Finally, unable to resist crawling out of the gutter, are you mice? Your reckless exposure of your fangs without fully grasping the opponent's hidden abilities is precisely the reason for your demise tonight. I deliberately only swapped within the room, feigning a flaw to make you believe my abilities couldn't escape the sealed. I intentionally avoided the windowsill, leaving clues to lure you and making you think you've seen through my tricks thus. He looked at Ma Shinjixin, whose pupils had dilated, a wider smile spreading, exposing yourselves. The glinting blade was already closing in on his neck. Eagle Sea Yin could even feel the sharpness of the blade. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's over. I have removed another stumbling block for the organization. Ma Shinji-Ixin's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, his jaws almost grinding together, pouring all his strength, speed, and even life into this strike, his veins bulging. This is truly the escape route of Eagle Yen. Carbon breath, swap external mark. Buzz. From the very beginning of the battle, he had quietly set up a high concentration of carbon dioxide in the corridor outside the door. At this moment, it quivered violently, as if establishing a quantum entanglement with his body. Whoosh! Just before the blade struck his body, his figure suddenly blurred, became ethereal, and vanished. Boom! Ma Shinji-Ixin's dual sword II, which had gathered all his strength, struck empty air. The raging blade aura was like an uncontrollable dragon, tearing apart and shattering half the room along with the walls. Bricks and tiles cascaded down like a waterfall. Amidst the swirling dust, where was Eagle Yen's shadow? Ma Shinji-Ixin's chest heaved violently. The twin blades fell to the ground with a clang, his overly strained arms drooping, weakly trembling slightly. I failed. He still got away. Yet just as this extreme fatigue and sense of defeat surged within him, outside the room in the hall came Eagle Yen's signature, triumphant laughter, along with, "Ha ha ha, huh, hey, what The laughter at its peak abruptly twisted into a horrified scream. Ma Shinji-Ixin suddenly looked up, a flicker of astonishment crossing his bloodshot eyes. Huh, what is he yelling about? P.S. The next chapter concludes this arc, featuring a storyline about an incompetent wife. Tell me everything you know about the Snake Gang's boss. Jiang Ling did not fire immediately. Instead, the barrel of his gun pressed steadily against Eagle Commander Ichijin's temple. Ichijin's pupils contracted sharply, his heart hammered violently. He had not anticipated that the enemy was not merely two, but that a third remained concealed outside. He had believed himself perched atop the stratosphere, yet now realized he lagged far behind the enemy in vigilance. Information on the boss. He'll tell you. Ichijin gasped heavily, feigning abject terror with practice. Yet beneath that mask, he frantically activated his ability, attempting to condense carbon dioxide for an escape. He jerked his head toward the shattered floor-to-ceiling window beside him. The fabricated fear on his face instantly dissolved into genuine, bone-deep horror. No, not this. Why was the window shattered? Your carbon dioxide spatial swap ability. Honestly, it's pedestrian street-level stuff. Jiang Ling crouched down, still wearing that placid, smiling expression, though his eyes held no warmth whatsoever. Shall I ask again? Refuse and I'll treat you to some exceptionally explosive peanuts. Ichijin fell silent. Cold sweat trickled down his temple. He swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing, his voice emerged dry, trembling. Only if I reveal the boss information to you, will you truly spare my life? Of course. My word is absolute. Now speak quickly. Ichijin opened his mouth as if to comply. Then his gaze suddenly hardened like tempered steel. But I refuse, he roared. With a thunderous shout, his body coiled and sprang upward like a spring compressed to its breaking point. A flash of cold light gleamed from his shoe tip. A hidden dagger snapped forth like a striking serpent, whistling through the air with lethal intent, straight for Jiang Ling's heart. Moi. One of my favorite pastimes, Ichijin declared, is telling those who dare threaten the boss. And oh. Stop time. For one suspended heartbeat, time itself froze around him. Then, thunk, a sickening muffled crunch of splintering bone. Ichijin's rictus grin froze mid-expression. He looked down. His kicking leg twisted grotesquely, defying all anatomical logic, rotated a full 180 degrees. His heel pointed forward while his toes grotesquely faced his own buttocks. Ah, man. Manda. Jiang Ling raised Miss M249 and pressed its barrel against Ichijin's temple. Ichijin's pupils trembled violently. He threw up both hands like a melodramatic scholar and cried out, "Wait." I bang. The gunshot rang crisp and final. Miss M249 treated him to a peanut so explosively delicious it launched him skyward. Sigh. Another speed bump. Alert. Host achieved critical breakthrough. Single shot decisive victory. Reward granted, personal pocket dimension. Jiang Ling. See. Inspect immediately. His pulse quickened, but outwardly he remained perfectly composed, though inwardly his thoughts rippled. The system's pocket dimension could only store items issued by the system itself. In other words, despite having transmigrated into this world, he hadn't even possessed a basic storage space. Sigh. Truly the most underwhelming yellow-haired protagonist imaginable. Personal pocket dimension. Description: a portable subspace container engineered using Class IV civilization spatial folding technology, stabilized by an anti-gravitational field. Capacity 35 kilograms, mass limit calibrated to standard gravitational constant G9. 8 ms superscript 2. So capacity is measured in mass, not volume. Jiang Ling blinked, surprised, yet upon reflection it seemed faintly plausible. Plausible? He couldn't say why. He wasn't a physicist, and certainly couldn't drag Einstein from his grave to ask. Store. Jiang Ling gently stroked Miss M249's sleek frame. A soft luminescence enveloped her, gradually drawing her into an invisible, unfathomable void. Only 100 rounds remained. Next time Head asked Lan Xinlan where to procure 5,645 millimeters ammunition. He glanced once more at the weapon case. Nothing exceptional remained, just ordinary handguns and lever-action rifles. Pity there's no PSG-1. Otherwise I'd have mounted 2 rifles and blockaded the bridge. Jiang Ling sighed wistfully, humming an unnamed tune, the Song of Yuru. Lan Xinlan watched wide-eyed as he flicked his wrist, and the massive machine gun vanished in an instant. Good heavens! What are you? Are you alien? Lan Xinlan's beautiful eyes shimmered with equal parts terror and exhilaration. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know everything about you. The outer door offered no sound insulation. The earlier clamor of Jiang Ling playing with Miss M249 had already echoed outward. Someone had called the authorities. The outer door offered no sound insulation. The earlier clamor of Jiang Ling playing with Miss M249 had already echoed outward. Someone had called the authorities. Follow me. Lan Xinlan took a deep breath, seized Jiang Ling's wrist without hesitation, and dragged him toward the bathroom. She expertly opened an unassuming utility closet and pulled out a professional-grade rapid descent rope kit. Tie this on. We need to move fast, she urged, thrusting the knot toward him. Jiang Ling didn't take it. Instead, he guided her toward the shattered, wind-ravaged, floor-to-ceiling window. What are you doing? Lan Xinlan stumbled, her delicate brows knitting in confusion as she tilted her head. Close your eyes for 1 second. Though puzzled, Lan Xinlan obediently shut her eyes. When she opened them a second later, she blinked in astonishment. Her stone-faced mask had been replaced by a simple cardboard headpiece. Rappelling is too cumbersome. It'll glide like a flying squirrel. Jiang Ling stepped to the window's edge. The high-rise wind whipped his coat violently. He turned, extending his hand toward Lan Xinlan. Coming. Since you've witnessed my transformation, you know I can glide through the air. Gulp. Lan Xinlan stared down at the abyssal cityscape below and the distant flashing police lights, then swallowed hard. Thrill and primal survival instinct overrode all else. Gritting her teeth, she lunged forward and clutched Jiang Ling's outstretched hand. Whoosh! They leapt outward, plummeting headlong. Just fly steady. Wah! Not one-handed. Not hugging with one arm. Both hands. Please, hold Lan tight with both arms. Her waist locked in a firm grip. Beneath her nothing but the yawning void. Exhilarating. Lan Xinlan had once tried wingsuit flying, dubbed ropeless bungee jumping, and found it thrilling. Yet that thrill paled utterly beside this, true absolute ropeless bungee. One loosening of that strong hand, and her forehead would kiss cold concrete. Yet that thrill paled utterly beside this, true absolute ropeless bungee. One loosening of that strong hand, and her forehead would kiss cold. The night sky stretched above, deep, rich, and distant as molten dark chocolate. The wind screamed fiercely in her ears. Her heart pounded within her chest, fast, heavy, relentless. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Wah. So scared. Lan Xinlan's cheeks flushed, whined. Instinctively, her long, slender legs tightened around his waist. Huh. Jiang Ling. Lan feels like she's slipping. Could you hold her back with one hand and tighten the other around her? Please. Her plea, choked with tears, came out soft and tender, as if she were a startled, trembling fawn. Oddly endearing. Ah no. A Dongama man must never let a woman sway his composure. At that moment, Lan Xinlan's disguise had long since been stripped away by the gale, revealing her naturally lustrous blue hair and a youthful, vivid face animated by equal parts terror and exhilaration. Her large eyes shimmered with moisture. Even her lashes glistened with involuntary tears. Had a short drama director stood witness, he would have instantly cast her as the mischievous, charming, yet tragically doomed little junior sister from Xinxia novels. Finally, their posture settled. They soared silently, like nocturnal flying squirrels, gliding smoothly to a deserted construction site, far away, landing safely. Well then, just like the protagonist and sidekick in a road trip novel, we've reached our story's conclusion. It's time to part ways, never to meet again. Jiang Ling stepped aside, out of Lan Xinlan's line of sight, removed the cardboard headpiece, and casually waved goodbye with one hand tucked in his pocket. Lan Xinlan instinctively called out, twisting her fingers in her sleeve, her voice dropping to a whisper. So many high-ranking officials and tycoons died. The police will surely investigate. That bag contained the hotel's keycard. They'll trace Lan's fake identity. Getting a new one takes time. So, could Lan stay, just for a little while, at your place? No. Jiang Ling turned to leave, immediately met by soft, stifled sobs tinged with childish timbre. Wah. Then Lan will sleep under bridges. Live on streets. Hide from Jingge. From vagrants. Catch a chill. Maybe get pneumonia. Wah. Jiang Ling. Lan has a hidden account overflowing with sweet, fragrant money. The sobs grew fragmented, but the word money landed with crystalline clarity. Jiang Ling, then come with me. Legendary child star Yuma Kanami could cry on cue in 10 seconds, but But legendary prodigy Lan Xinlan could shift between tears and laughter in one seamless second. Her expression flowed naturally, utterly seamless, utterly disarming. Truly a terrifying woman. Isn't this the coconut chicken restaurant? Lan remembers you never walk this way. Lan Xinlan blinked, puzzled as she recognized the familiar Nanhu signboard behind her. Jiang Ling ignored her, walking straight inside. Boss, order a coconut chicken stew. Do you have an extra large portion? Extra large. Young man, are you sure you can finish it? Not for me. I keep a pig at home. Am feeding it. Click. The key turned. The door swung open. Stinky yellow-haired boy. Why so late coming home? A drowsy, muffled complaint drifted from the bedroom. Soft, petulant, deeply sleepy. Then came rustling sounds. A petite figure rubbed her eyes, emerging groggily from beneath the covers, blinking sleepily toward the doorway. The light clicked on. Bathed in warm illumination, Li Meiyu wore slightly oversized pajamas. Her hair tousled, yet her doll-like features and innate aristocratic grace remained unmistakable. She squinted against the light, her gaze first settling on Jiang Ling, then naturally drifting to the blue-haired woman standing behind him. Sharpied and refined, she instantly recognized the dress as a bespoke Christian Dior creation, meaning this blue-haired woman carried considerable wealth. Li Meiyu's drowsiness vanished entirely. Her beautiful eyes widened gradually, her pupils reflecting Lan Xinlan's image clearly, along with that exquisitely expensive gown no ordinary girl could afford. A bubbling, acrid wave of jealousy surged upward from the deepest recesses of her heart, mingling with wounded pride and an unsettling, nameless sense of crisis. Stinky yellow-haired boy. What is he doing bringing another woman home? P.S. Royal consort's instinct activated. The door closed behind them as the two entered the narrow hallway. Oh, you have someone else at home. Lan Xinlan was surprised to see the girl in loose pajamas staring at her like a frizzy little cat. Jiang Ling replied vaguely, carrying a steaming takeout bag and placing it on the small table in the center of the room. May you come and eat? Li Meiyu slowly crawled out of bed, her large eyes locking onto Lan Xinlan like sir. Her voice was slightly hoarse from just waking up, with a hint of tension. Stinky yellow hair. Who is this outsider? A friend I met on the road, staying over for a few days. Jiang Ling filled a stainless steel bowl with coconut chicken. A rich aroma immediately wafted through the air. Come eat while it's hot. Oh. Li Meiyu stared at Lan Xinlan, her feet feeling like they were tied with lead as she slowly moved to the small table. She suddenly forced a smile, her voice intentionally softening. Oh my, there's so much. How could Meiyu possibly eat it all by herself? How about letting this friend join us? Otherwise it would be such a waste, don't you think? Stinky yellow hair. Lan Xinlan keenly sensed a faint whiff of tension in the air, but the rumbling of her stomach and the fragrant food before her left her no time to ponder. She quickly nodded in gratitude. Thank you. Jiang Ling. The three of them sat around the low table. The dim yellow light barely illuminated the small room that served as both living and sleeping space, casting slightly ambiguous and crowded shadows on the walls. Chomp chomp. The three of them shared a large serving of coconut chicken. The sounds of chewing and sipping soup became the main melody of the moment, with an oddly silent atmosphere. Li Meiyu gently poked at the chicken in her bowl with her chopsticks, her long eyelashes fluttering as she broke the silence with a tone of innocent curiosity. Should we properly introduce ourselves? This is a strange way to eat. Oh, I'm Lan Xinlan. For some reason, in front of this girl who looked younger than herself and was wearing pajamas, Lan Xinlan felt her confidence wane, her voice involuntarily softening. Li Meiyu then looked at Jiang Ling and asked in a flat tone, why don't you introduce yourself? How did this silly girl suddenly adopt such a superior attitude? It's just... Jiang Ling thought for a moment and fabricated a story about being elementary school classmates. Li Meiyu's heart skipped a beat. So, does that mean they are childhood friends? A childhood sweetheart. Stinky yellow hair. You clearly did that thing with Meiyu, and you still dare to stray. Scumbag. Bastard. Jiang Ling, your imagination is as wild as that of a melodramatic romance. It's just a very ordinary classmate relationship. Lan Xinlan tried to explain, her tone uncertain. Just an ordinary kind. Li Meiyu looked toward Jiang Ling. Just an ordinary kind. Jiang Ling confirmed with a nod, his tone completely calm. At that moment, Lan Xinlan began to sense something unusual. The two before her seemed not to have an ordinary relationship. Were they a couple? The moment this thought clearly surfaced, it felt as if something had lightly pricked her heart. A faint sour pain arose, and her chest felt slightly constricted. Whom could it be? That his saliva has... The three of them tacitly fell silent, finishing the not-so-delicious coconut chicken. Well, the house is small, and we don't have extra rooms. Jiang Ling tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, walked to the wall cupboard, opened the cabinet door, and began to lay out bedding. This cupboard is the only place left to sleep. Oh, but the space inside is actually decent. With your height, your legs should be able to stretch out so it won't be too cramped. After taking a shower and changing into Li Meiyu's spare pajamas, Lan Xinlan looked at the deep cupboard space and showed a hint of hesitation. But under the eaves, she had no better choice. Thanking them, she hugged a pillow and crawled inside. Just for a day, she lay down and discovered it was surprisingly comfortable. This enclosed and narrow space unexpectedly brought her a long-lost sense of curled-up safety. However, the old Japanese sliding door had seen better days. The track was not very smooth, and it couldn't be completely closed without leaving a small light-filtering gap. Lan Xinlan stared at the gap, hesitating for a few seconds. Ultimately, she couldn't resist her curiosity. Like a cautious yet curious little cat, she quietly leaned closer and pressed an eye against it. The spirit of observation was delighted. With a click, the light outside was turned off by Jiang Ling, and her field of vision was instantly plunged into darkness. Lan Xinlan held her breath, not daring to move. Gradually, her pupils dilated as her eyes adapted to the dark environment. Not far from the front of the cupboard, there was a bedspread on the floor, clearly indicating that someone was already lying there. They are sleeping together. They really are a couple. Her breathing quickened slightly, and reason told her to immediately pull back her head and close her eyes to sleep. Yet a certain indescribable emotion mixed with curiosity's sourness and a hint of secret thrill compelled her not only to keep her gaze fixed, but also to press her ear closer to that gap. Your elementary school classmate is quite good looking. Mayuk, why have you been acting strange since just now? Could it be that you're jealous? Not at all. Mayu would never be jealous over a fish like you. Want a hug? Half an hour later. She should be asleep now. In a soft voice, I want to sleep too. Don't. All right then. Mayu, I can't sleep. Can you? Hold me. Not supposed to kiss, right? Besides, what if your voice is too loud and wakes her up? How awkward would that be? Then what? What should we do? I can't sleep. Mayu. The tone became even softer, tinged with a hint of playfulness. Then you can do it like that. Mayu doesn't like that. Then better just sleep good night. Don't. Mayu. I like you. Idiot. Don't say that. Li Mayu. Lan Xinlan felt a bit dazed, her heart seemingly gripped by an invisible hand. Mayu, I really like you. Idiot. Eek, confessing so close. That's too unfair. You can't. Idiot, but when I say I like you, you look happy. Not at all. Your mouth is lying. After a while, soft footsteps returned. Stinky yellow hair. What's wrong? In the darkness, Li Meiyu's voice was soft, yet held a hint of possessiveness. If one day I find out you've come out, Meiyu will definitely not let you off. That won't happen. Jiang Ling responded without a hint of shame. After all, loving someone cannot be hidden. But to love two people must be concealed, never to be discovered. If it isn't discovered, it never happened. At 6 in the morning, the sky was still dim with dawn. A system chime sounded. Jiang Ling rubbed his brow, startled awake. 7 days have passed. The system detected the host completed the first stage of Savior of Evildoers, and now the second stage task is unlocked. Savior of Evildoers. Stage 2, brief, decapitate the Venom Gang's leader and utterly dismantle their ice goods trafficking network that spans from Shiri to Nari, root out this malignancy. Difficulty high, warning, the target possesses exceedingly unusual and dangerous abilities. Time limit 60 days. Reward 3 fragments of pure love heavenly Tao. Stage bonus 1 advancement card. Advancement card can upgrade one already acquired system item or permanent buff, once unlocking a far stronger or rarer effect. Current upgrade options. Paperbox Night Helm grants a supreme mode. Infinite energy card turns stone into petroleum. Iron kidney can produce gold. Jiang Ling did not hesitate. He chose the Paperbox Night Helm. Paperbox Night Helm Radiant Supreme Ver. An incarnation of justice and conviction. In normal, use it perfectly fuses the original Tri-Hued Knight powers, and can further liberate the Emperor's 5 spirit force. When Supreme Form is engaged, it grants brief control over one of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Supreme Form lasts 30 seconds, 12-hour cooldown. Special Binding may bind one broadly recognized vehicle to form a heart-o-heart link, granting uncanny synchronization and amplification. Side effect: if you lose your conviction, the knight's power will abandon you. A brand new helm materialized in Jiang Ling. The once rustic brown craft paper hue had been replaced by a dazzling gilded sheen. It felt exquisite, like a true work of art, instantly elevating his aura. So lavish. Jiang Ling clicked his tongue, feeling his taste had improved by leaps. He went to the bathroom. Transform. In an instant, the mirror reflected a gilded paperbox helm, a red flowing cape, and a knight's armor that glittered like starlight. Is the ordinary form still available? He tried the switch and found he could revert the humble earthy paperbox helm. Bound vehicle none. Selectable vehicles: biological or mechanical conveyances. In plain terms, things people commonly accept as vehicles like cars, horses, oxen, and so forth, not personal possessions such as jiahao jessen houses or cement floors. In Jiang Ling's mind, there was only one knightly mount, his cherished Honda R. A hurried knock interrupted his thoughts. Outside, Li Meiyu's sleepy, urgent voice pleaded, "You stinky yellow-haired one, I need to pee, hurry up and come out." She had lost a lot of fluid during sleep, so she'd drunk a large 2.5-liter bottle of mineral water. Morning's bodily response was fierce. Jiang Ling removed the helm, opened the door, and let her dash inside. Li Meiyu, in loose pajamas and half asleep, barreled into the room like a little cannonball. The three of them ate a quiet breakfast, each lost in their own thoughts. Jiang Ling and Li Meiyu then headed downstairs as usual, preparing to ride to school. At the bike shed, the spot where the sleek lines of the Honda R had once been was now empty save for a U-shaped chain severed by brute force. The broken lock lay on the ground like a mockery of its owner. Jiang Ling's face went cold. He ground his teeth. Which bastard stole my bike? Li Meiyu whined, faintly imagining the thief as someone careless who missed the camera. Thankfully the complex has surveillance. We'll find you, you'll pay for this. Li Meiyu fussed and scolded. The first step of their scheme was ruined because they hadn't noticed the cameras. Meanwhile at the hospital. Oh, Mom, my head hurts. It hurts so much. My leg. I can't feel my leg. Chun-Yi writhed on the hospital bed, his face contorted, crying out in agony. Mrs. Tu Yuan, exhausted by the noise, slapped the bedside cabinet and snapped, "Stop screaming. You're driving everyone mad. What were you thinking running off to that nonsense dance last night? Who knows what filth you inhaled?" She thrust a diagnosis across and barked, "Read it yourself. Central nervous system damage, irreversible. The rest of your life will be in a wheelchair." Mom, I don't want to be disabled. I don't want this. Chun-Yi's cries rose louder, mingled with despair and pain. He had seemed fine when he came home last night, then in the middle of the night began moaning that his head hurt, calling for his mother. Mrs. Tu Yuan had called an ambulance. They rushed him to the hospital, and it was determined he'd inhaled a neurotoxin. Fortunately, the timely antidote saved his life. But the central nervous system had suffered irreversible harm. His future would be confined to a wheelchair. Crying won't change a thing. I don't have time for this. Irritated Mrs. Tu Yuan grabbed her phone and ordered her husband to come home immediately to care for their... On the other end, Chen Daxiong was silent for a long time, unusually reluctant, his voice weary. "I'm swamped running around, trying to move the surplus grain and oil from the warehouse. How can I find time to come back?" Mrs. Tu Yuan scolded him bitterly. "If you won't care for your son, who will?" Chen Daxiong muttered softly, "Isn't he also your son? Dare you talk back?" She screeched, threatening divorce and to seize most of the assets. Chen Daxiong fell into another long silence before yielding. "Hire a caregiver then." "No." Mrs. Tu Yuan refused categorically. "I read too many stories online. What if a scheming caregiver seduces him, marries in, and grabs the inheritance?" "Absolutely not." She imagined scandalous headlines: "Paralyzed heir seduced by conniving caregiver, family ruined." She would not risk. Chen Daxiong finally suggested a different plan. "Ouyang's family owed us a loan that was never repaid. Go ask Yuan Meizi to let her daughter come care for Xiao Yi, offsetting part of the principal and interest at market value." The two families were old neighbors, and the Yuan women were simple and honest, he argued. Mrs. Tu Yuan thought of Ouyang, Kersen's mother. Kersen seemed an innocent girl. She believed it unlikely that Kersen would seduce her admirable eldest son and then divorce him to seize family. After all, Mrs. Tu Yuan considered herself a five-star strategist, well-versed in the arts of safeguarding a husband's assets with 100 subtle legal measures. A prudent woman must anticipate and guard against every tiny leak of her family's wealth. Fine, call her and send her daughter to care for Xiao Yi. If she refuses, the interest will double each year. Meanwhile, in the security room, the surveillance footage played back at 12 times speed. Time trickled on. Jiang Ling watched with a cool expression, arms folded. You stinky yellow-haired maybe. Should we stop watching?" Li Meiyu sat on pins and needles, trying to soothe him. "Even if we see who it is, we won't know where they rode off to. Shall we go look nearby? Maybe they abandoned it in an alley." Along the way, Li Meiyu kept urging him to stop watching. Jiang Ling replied, "Let me finish watching the footage." "How about this?" Meiyu says she saw someone in black at the downstairs lock last night heading northwest. Let's pursue them now. Jiang Ling, let me finish watching the footage. "You drank so much water this morning you must need to pee. Go ahead, Meiyu will watch here and tell you immediately if there's news." Jiang Ling, let me finish watching the footage. "Please, don't watch anymore. I beg you, stop moving the timeline." Meiyu begs you not to watch. Nearer on. Just as she nearly lunged to block the screen, a familiar small figure appeared clearly on the surveillance. She furtively approached the shed, expertly snipped the lock, mounted the handsome Honda R, and sped away into the night. Who else could it be but Li Meiyu? Jiang Ling was silent. He slowly turned to look at her, his face unreadable. "Sorry, Meiyu only." Caught Li Meiyu immediately put on a pitiable face and tugged his sleeve, coaxing, "Please listen to me explain." She babbled nonsensically about left punches and right punches in a childish comic way, but of course she hadn't really struck him. She'd held back nearly all her strength. "Speak," Jiang Ling said from above, commanding. Li Meiyu, clutching her head and kneeling obediently with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, pleaded, "You at least deserve 3 words." She sniffled. Crying counts as time wasted. She stopped crying and quickly disclosed Kersen's mother to try to win leniency. She liked someone called the Paperbox. Meiyu promised to help her pursue that Paperbox night. The plan needed you to play the villain once. Meiyu feared you'd refuse, so she hid the bike first and brought you along to set it up, making you think Kersen took the bike so you could teach her a lesson. Her voice grew tiny as she watched his face. Jiang Ling cut to the chase. "Where is the bike now?" "In the adjacent complex's bike shed, locked up, not stolen." Li Meiyu hurried to assure him. Only then did Jiang Ling relax. All right, get up. As long as his beloved bike was safe, the rest could be negotiated. Are you over being mad? Li Meiyu probed. Don't do it again, or I'll teach you a lesson tonight. Ugh, you stinky yellow-haired. She exclaimed, delighted to be off the hook. Relieved that no more punishment awaited, Li Meiyu bounced up and peppered his arm and neck with play bites. Of course, leaving not even a mark. Jiang Ling let her fuss, while inwardly calculating Kursen's mother has fallen for the paperbox knight. Should I just confess that I am the paperbox knight? That might have worked before Meiyu ate anything, but now what if Kursen's mother and Meiyu start fighting? Who would I help? Jiang Ling worried. Li Meiyu seemed to consider the persuasion plan and paused her ineffective nibbling. She switched tactics, gazing at him with watery, imploring eyes as she gently pinched her skirt's hem. She slowly lifted the skirt a little, revealing the smooth jade-like calf that had been slung over a shoulder the day before, and in a soft, syrupy voice, she murmured, "Hey, you stinky yellow-haired. Can you do me a tiny favor? Play the villain once, please. I really don't want to break my promise to Kursen." She lifted a foot in delicate white socks and black shoes as if offering a bargain. Jiang Ling stopped her little theatric side and murmured, "I do have a way to bring the paperbox knight and Kursen. For example, have him ride to pick Kursen up after school and take her to an amusement park." Huh. Li Meiyu dropped her hand and her skirt settled. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she grabbed Jiang Ling's hand and shook it excitedly. Really? She gushed, you really can get the paperbox knight to show affection to Kursen. The plan's aim was simply to foster a romance between the knight and Kursen. Deviations in method were acceptable. Jiang Ling watched her eager face and spoke slowly, "But be warned, if something unexpected happens between them because of this meeting, you can't blame me." Li Meiyu waved it off. "If they're truly a match made in heaven, any romantic development would please me, not anger me." She planted a playful kiss on his cheek and declared, "It's settled. You must keep your promise to Meiyu. Make the paperbox knight and Kursen end up together." She trusted Jiang Ling absolutely. Oh, when he promised, she believed it would happen. Li Meiyu was utterly convinced. Jiang Ling closed his eyes and muttered to himself, half-amazed, "Is this voluntary NTR? I don't think so." He turned his face away, unwilling to ponder it further. Today he could not merely monitor his mother's homework. Some action was required. "You truly are Kursen's best friend." Jiang Ling said, his tone oddly edged. "Of course. I'm her dearest friend. We share everything." Li Meiyu struck a proud pose with hands on her hips and her chin lifted. Suddenly she remembered something and hurriedly took out her phone to message Kursen. Plan A failed. "No hero rescue script today." Kursen replied with alarm, asking what happened. Li Meiyu sent back that her yellow-haired friend claimed to know the paperbox knight and could persuade him to pick Kursen up after school and take her to the amusement park. Kursen replied, delighted, "Really? That's wonderful, thank you, Meiyu." Jiang Ling watched Meiyu's dancing joy and sighed at his fate. He never imagined he'd become a man furtively sent out by a wife. Li Meiyu lowered her phone and, eyes shining, looked at Jiang Ling with a mischievous grin. At dismissal, what if we secretly follow them and snap photos of any intimate moments, then tease Kursen? Her blushing would be priceless. Jiang Ling, fine. Not so secret, and the victim was even volunteering to document the affair. At noon on the rooftop, his usual spot, he shared a love lunch with Yu and exchanged a long wet kiss as a perfunctory ritual. His fingers lingered along the curve of her thigh wrapped in thick black stockings. They pretended their shared bento-heated kisses and mutual exploration were pure literary and transcendent friendships. The rooftops, flowers, and dreams, a literary girl, and her paperbox knight. "Kana, Ailing, I'll make my specialty tonkatsu ramen for you tomorrow," she said, her voice as sweet as melting glacier water. Kana, he answered in his nightly terse manner. As dismissal approached, the sunset painted the sky warm orange. Ouyang Kursen tidied her bag and glanced at the clock. Her previously calm heart rippled with expectation. She unlocked the special chat and stared at her phone. The knight messaged, "I'll wait for you in the classroom after school." Ouyang Kursen replied, "Okay." Small cat nodding. The classroom had emptied. She sat alone in the quiet. The sunset cast her slight silhouette long across the floor. She hugged her bag, closed her eyes, and whispered, "So, when will the knight appear?" A gentle tapping sounded behind her. Fingers on the desk, and her phone chimed softly. Knight Kursen looked. Her heart skipped. She whirled around. A high ponytail drew a youthful arc through the air. Knight. In the glow of the setting sun, his refined features were revealed. She had not expected the one who inhabited her thoughts to appear so suddenly. "If you have time, Kursen, would you accompany me to an amusement park?" Jiang Ling held up 2 tickets with a smile. "Thank you for the bento last time. Please accept this return gift." That annoying yellow-haired guy. Truly a lazy person. A petite figure wearing exaggerated sunglasses and a mask was stamping her foot in frustration at the corner of the corridor in the teaching building. Li Meiyu was extremely displeased at this moment. They had agreed to spy on Kursen's sweet date together. But that annoying yellow-haired guy said, "I can't hold it anymore, I need to go to the restroom." And now, that cardboard knight has come to find Kursen. He hasn't even finished. Li Meiyu puffed up her cheeks, poking at her phone screen. "Li Meiyu, so what do you think we should do?" "Jiang Ling, you figure it out, guidance you." Li Meiyu. Oomph. Useless, annoying, yellow-haired guy. So unreliable at critical moments. Li Meiyu angrily put away her phone. Then I'll secretly follow them myself. Just as close brothers pay extra attention to their brother's love lives, a good best friend will also help keep watch when her best friend is in love. Occasionally sending messages for guidance on the phone. She is now guidance you. The big guy wearing a hood entered the classroom, and when he came out he was transformed into two people, one tall and one short. Looking at the adorable height difference between the two, she quickly raised her phone, adjusted the focus, and revealed a motherly smile. Goose, goose, goose. Sweet, sweet, sweet. This scene must be captured. Last night, in the underworld for the underground forces of Shiri and surrounding areas, it was like being struck by multiple thunderbolts, leaving various tyrants sleepless all night. 1. The return of the dual sword demon, the legendary dual sword flow demon, Ma Xing-Yisin, who was said to have fallen long ago. Not only is he alive, but he also struck with thunderous force, brutally assassinating the 7th cadre, replacement master, Yingzi Yan, in the lair of the Poison Snake Gang, and escaped under heavy siege. 2. The Liu family's high-priced bounty. The Liu family immediately issued a global bounty announcing a complete severance, with Ma Xing-Yisin offering a reward of $72 million for his life. 3. The feast, hosted by Yingzi Yan, turned into a deadly trap as the heads of various visiting gangs, including the Black Knife Gang and the Darkwater Gang, along with a large number of elites, were mowed down by the dual sword demon. In chaos, the internal conflicts among major gangs escalated into a bloody mess, toppling the order that had prevailed for years overnight. In a cheap motel somewhere, the dim light and swirling smoke surrounded a man with an exaggerated mohawk hairstyle and a menacing green snake tattoo coiling up to his neck. He was respectfully holding the latest model satellite phone, bending over at a 90-degree angle. Chakai. Yingzi Yan is dead. The voice from the other end of the phone was processed through special means. It was impossible to determine the age or emotion, only a cold metallic friction-like quality. It was indeed the mysterious boss of the Poison Snake Gang. Yes, please instruct. All his territories. Thank you, boss. The forces and subordinates will forever serve the organization. All will belong to you. Life is for the organization, death is as a ghost of the organization. BUSS. As soon as boss's words fell, Chakai was so excited that he knocked his head 3 times against the phone receiver. His voice choked. Boss's great kindness Chakai will never forget. As the 6th cadre of the Poison Snake Gang, Chakai understood very well. From now on, among all the cadre's forces, he would rank in the top 3, and his black income would at least quadruple. No triple, or even quadruple. More importantly, he had gained the trust of the boss. But Chatsai, who had been in the underground world for many years, also understood that the master would not throw a big bone with meat to a guard without reason. The heavier the reward, the more dangerous and tricky the task that would soon be assigned. Sure enough, Chakai. Eliminate Koizumi Aoyama. Chatsai. The ecstasy on Shakai's face instantly froze, cold sweat pouring down. Boss, this. He has people from the Dachau National Security behind him protecting him. I'm afraid to let him eliminate Koizumi Aoyama. Isn't that the same as asking Ben Borba to eliminate Tang Sung and his disciples? Chakai. The boss's voice suddenly turned cold as if it carried ice shards, each word pronounced slowly. Can you listen to me finish before interrupting? An invisible pressure seemed to come through the signal, causing Chakai to shiver. The Mohawk youth stood at attention. Sorry, boss. Please speak, boss. Koizumi Aoyama's daughter Shinyue is coming to Shirluo. The boss's voice returned to its cold steadiness. I understand. BOSS, you want me to eliminate? Chakai shivered suddenly, slapping his palm over his mouth. Flattering, boss. You say, I will definitely listen. There is already a plan on how to bring down Koizumi Aoyama. What you need to do is test how much strength Sunai Sakano still has left. These materials have been sent to you. If he is really as serious as the intelligence says, to the point where he can't even use Yuan Xianghe. Dududu. Not long after, the fax machine in the room emitted a clattering sound. Information about 7 deadly Shinzai Sakano flew out like snowflakes. Details of hidden skills, itinerary, family relations. Chakai pulled out a pair of black-framed glasses, putting them on, and reined in all his frivolity, studying word by word like the most meticulous scholar. Several hours later, he took off his glasses, rubbed his swollen temples, and closed his eyes. In his mind, a sinister, efficient, and maximally risk-averse plan gradually took shape. Dududu. He picked up another encrypted phone and dialed a number in his contacts called Holy Teaching Kawashima. Hello. Is this Kawashima, the leader of the Holy Teaching? Am Chatsai, an old friend looking to borrow 2 talents. As the evening sun dyed the sky with warm orange and deep purple gradients. On the last train heading towards the amusement park, there were few passengers. Jiang Ling and Ouyang Kursin were sitting side by side by the window. Kursin hugged her backpack, sitting up straight, her little face slightly flushed, occasionally stealing glances at the tall and silent Knight beside her. Knight. May I ask what your name is? She finally gathered her courage, her voice as soft as a mosquito breaking the somewhat sweet silence. I want to call you something more affectionate. After speaking, her ears turned completely red, and she lowered her head, staring at her closely pressed knees. You can call me Jiang. Jiang Ling lowered his head. His gaze unconsciously fell on the exposed, delicate, smooth knee beneath her skirt, and on her slender little legs that were slightly pressed together due to nervousness. Kursen's mother, you are truly so alluring. I see. Then Jiang. Kursen. Yes. Suddenly the train turned a corner, and the car body swayed slightly. Inertia caused Kursen, who wasn't sitting steadily, to lean, her little head gently bumping against Jiang Ling's shoulder. Their hands inadvertently brushed against each other, fingertips touching. Sorry. It's fine, Kursen. Jiang Ling took a deep breath. He decisively extended his hand, firmly grasping that soft, slightly cool little hand that wanted to flee. Jiang. Ouyang. Kursen's heart instantly raced to 180, her brain feeling a bit oxygen-deprived. Like a little rabbit, she lowered her head. Soon she felt the other party's fingers gently separate her fingers. Then, with determination and tenderness, their fingers intertwined. Having had a day of classes, your head must be tired too, right? You can lean on my shoulder to rest. Ouyang. Kursen's pretty face flushed, her watery large eyes filled with shyness and a hint of anticipation. Will it be a bother to you? It's my honor. Please do. With this, the pure love harem heart was thoroughly awakened. He had made up his mind to open a harem. However, before obtaining the pure love fragments, he must manage it well. Otherwise, it would be easy to follow the old path of Chengguo. Still the same saying, loving one person cannot be hidden, but loving two or more must be well concealed. Ouyang. Kursen, Li Meiyu Yen Yuyu. Must not let them discover that the one in love is actually the same person. Jiang, your arms are so solid. I practice martial arts too. I usually work out. Why go through such hard training? Jiang Ling paused, turned his head, and said in a voice that only the two could hear seriously, to have enough strength to protect those who need protection like Kursen. Jiang, you are amazing. Ouyang. Kursen's heart felt as if it was gently squeezed, both sour and soft. In the heart of the girl who lacked paternal love, a certain corner was completely illuminated by this sentence. Unable to help but inch closer, her petite nose lightly sniffed at his body, mixed with sunlight, and a faint masculine scent. A sense of indescribable security and attachment quietly spread. There's a feeling as reliable as a father. Her soft little face gently pressed against his skin, warm like a little sun, also carrying a unique hint of milky sweetness. Kursen, someone who can become my mother. Who? Jiang. Someone who can be a father. From now on, we each call each other as we please. You can call me Dad, and I will call you Mom. In the back row, Li Meiyu aimed her phone camera at the couple in front, pressing the shutter. She chuckled. Sweet. So sweet. I must capture this and send it to that annoying yellow-haired guy to see. A certain Dragon King once said that the 3 sacred places for dating are amusement parks, aquariums, and cinemas. The ultimate is the largest and most luxurious amusement park in Sherluo City. With the longest roller coaster in South Day, the Dawnbreaker, and the highest Ferris wheel, the Eye of the Starry Sky, it undoubtedly stands as the throne among sacred places. At night, the lights are bright, and the crowd is bustling. Ticket checks at the entrance bring an overwhelming rush of noise and light. Jiang Ling naturally reached out his hand, palm up, his voice coming through the mask, sounding gentle and trustworthy. There are many people, please hold my hand, I'm a bit worried. You might get lost. Ouyang. Kursen never thought there would be such a day, trembling as she reached out her small hand to grasp his large hand. Then, I'll leave it to you, Jiang. Holding hands, Jiang Ling asked, Kursen, what do you want to play first? The Ferris wheel or the roller coaster? Or something else? Ouyang. Kursen had never gone out to play alone with a boy. Her visits to amusement parks were usually with her mother's sister. I don't know. But as long as it's something Jiang likes, I will definitely try to understand and like it. Ouyang. Kursen smiled sweetly, her cheeks faintly dimpled. For a moment, Jiang Ling felt a bit dry in his mouth and said, let's go first. Ouyang. Kursen looked at him expectantly, her big eyes sparkling. Go. Let's go eat something first. After all, food is the essence of life. If we don't know which ride to play first, let's set it aside. In life, one often encounters difficult choices, and in moments of indecision, one might say, since it has come to this, let's eat first. Li Meiyu sneakily followed behind, holding up her phone to capture a photo of the two walking into KFC hand in hand. Sweet. Meiyu is also hungry. I really want to eat something, that damn yellow-haired idiot. Still not replying to Maya's messages, what a fool. Little fish. Big fool. The two chose a corner seat facing each other, while Li Meiyu quietly hid behind a celebrity standee. Are we eating Crazy Thursday? There are many, actually. Kursen hesitated, blushing, and said softly, if I say it, Jiang, don't laugh at me. Jiang Ling, I won't laugh. People usually order children's meals, just enough to fill up. Jiang Ling, don't say any more, Mom. If this continues, I'll have to wear the silver bracelet. While eating, neither of them spoke, both looking at their phones while eating. It seemed like they were just scrolling, but in reality, they were chatting with someone. Ouyang. Kursen, you can look. I'm eating KFC with the night. Li Meiyu, wow, that looks delicious. Jiang Ling, Meiyu, I'm busy right now. Li Meiyu, pff, we agreed to take pictures with Kirsten together. What does it mean to sneak away? Jiang Ling, I really can't get away right now. How about I treat you to KFC? Li Meiyu, I want to eat a super family bucket, the one with 16 pieces of chicken and a strawberry milkshake, egg tart, grilled corn. Jiang Ling glanced at the long menu that Li Meiyu sent, then looked at Kirsten's mother, who had already lightly burped after half-eating a children's meal. Clearly they are both around the same height and weight, both in their youthful years. How come one is a gluttonous sea otter and the other has a tiny bird stomach? Ding, transferred 100 yen. Humph, you're being sensible. I'll grudgingly forgive you half of it. Li Meiyu raised an eyebrow, put down her phone, and went to the counter to order. Logically speaking, for a young lady, a mere 1000 yen shouldn't even catch her eye. Yet it was transferred. She felt inexplicably cheerful. Seeing Kirsten and the knight together eating from time to time that night would pull out a napkin to help her wipe her mouth. Li Meiyu couldn't help but fantasize about how nice it would be if that damn yellow-haired idiot were here. Hey, eating so slowly your finger-licking chicken belongs to Meiyu, now no relative hand. Then he would definitely hit Meiyu, and she would cry, shedding tears, making him soft-hearted, and then he would treat Meiyu to another family bucket. Hee hee. If Meiyu were also eating with her mouth full, would that damn yellow-haired idiot carefully wipe her mouth? If he were here. As she thought about it, a sudden sharp sense of loneliness and bitterness surged in her heart. It quickly dissipated the little joy she had just felt. Li Meiyu felt a bit sad, slowly lowering her little head. The finger-licking chicken in her hand lost its flavor. At this moment, excuse me, hello? Is the seat next to you taken? The speaker was a beautiful woman dressed in a purple body-hugging dress. Her sharp bob haircut clearly gave off a mature sister vibe. Beside her stood a man in a suit with brown hair and gray eyes, sporting stubble, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of old money. The two were holding hands, clearly a couple. Li Meiyu looked around and realized it was peak dining time and the seats in the restaurant were already full. Only the seat beside her remained empty. Li Meiyu nodded. No one is sitting here, you can take a seat. Thank you. The woman replied with a bright smile as she and the man sat down. What are we eating? Whatever you want. Akano, you always do this, throwing the question to the girl to answer. What I mean is, today is our wedding anniversary, and as long as it's something Marina likes, I like it too, so I'm saying whatever you want. Oh, crispy golden wings. It's a new product, how about 5 servings? Would that be too much? Marina, you're too funny. Akano seemed a bit speechless. The gluttonous Sin was actually acting like a spoiled little girl, only ordering 5 servings. Hee, then I'll place the order, darling. Let's start with 18 servings of Beijing chicken rolls and 30 servings of chicken wings to whet our appetites. It turns out that this foreign couple was already married. Li Meiyu sighed, feeling even more depressed inside, unable to help but bite down hard on the crispy skin of the finger-licking chicken, making a crackling sound. Before she could finish a chicken leg, 2 more young couples dressed in pure white couple outfits came in. Their outfits looked somewhat strange, but were still within an acceptable range. The woman asked her, "Little sister, is the empty seat to your left taken?" Li Meiyu sized up the two, noticing their linked arms and the couple outfits printed with inverted crucifixes. Li Meiyu, no one is sitting there. So a young couple and a couple in their 30s or 40s sandwiched her in the middle, crazily showing off their affection. Not far away, the two she had secretly photographed were also playing a feeding game. Li Meiyu had never felt that the lights in the KFC were so glaring. Damn it. It's all the sour smell of love. They should bury those guys in the southern pole and the women in the northern pole. She ate a few bites, threw away the chicken leg, and planned to dump the leftovers as she didn't want to eat anymore. Opening her phone, she clicked on the pinned chat box. Li Meiyu, damn yellow-haired idiot. Fool. Stupid pig. Little fish. Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, what happened now? Li Meiyu, nothing, just wanted to scold you. Jiang Ling 666, I'll mess up your hair when you get home. She waited a few seconds. Li Meiyu, humph, damn yellow-haired idiot. I miss you. Jiang Ling, who was carefully dipping Ouyang Kirsten's fries in ketchup, paused slightly upon seeing this message. He raised his head, his gaze passing through the bustling crowd, landing on that corner. The petite Li Meiyu had her little head lowered, her twin tails obediently hanging down, holding her phone, and her fair little face showing obvious unhappiness. Li Meiyu's small pointed chin rested on the table, her eyes cast down. She blankly stared at the ketchup on the plate. He had never seen her looking so wilted, as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. Jiang Ling couldn't help but sigh. Even sulking looks cute. At that moment their hearts connected, and her soft voice suddenly reached his ears. Damn yellow-haired idiot. Do you really think Meiyu wants to secretly photograph Kirsten? I just wanted to come to the amusement park to play with you. To eat together, ride the Ferris wheel and the roller coaster. Idiot. You can't even understand a girl's feelings. Big fool. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Jiang Ling fell silent for a moment, feeling a twinge of guilt in his heart. Jiang Ling, actually I didn't go with you, because I wanted to prepare a surprise for you. Li Meiyu, Jiang Ling, Meiyu, just wait, in anticipation you will like it. Li Meiyu, humph, I'm not interested. Damn yellow-haired idiot, why do you have to say this when Meiyu is Really? You've teased Meiyu a bit. Then I'll reluctantly look forward to it. She casually picked up several chicken wings and devoured them, finishing off the chicken legs and pieces she had originally planned to discard. The Ferris wheel. Sure. Jiang Ling took out a tissue and gently wiped the mashed potato from Kuzin's mouth. Thank you. Jiang, let me wipe your mouth too. Yang Kuexin blushed, taking out a tissue to carefully wipe his mouth. On the other side, Isakano was tidying up a table full of chicken bones, saying, Marina, I have already reserved a seat on the Ferris wheel. Among the couple in matching outfits next to them, the girl was also linking arms with the boy, shouting, I heard there will be fireworks tonight. We should go see them from the Ferris wheel. Lonely Li Meiyu was momentarily speechless, thinking to herself, he'll go on the Ferris wheel too. When we reach the highest point, he'll kick the door open and shout, stupid cement ground, dare to provoke me. Come face Miss Meiyu. With a leap, she aimed her head at the ground. Near the Ferris wheel, beneath a signal tower, Chakai was holding a night vision telescope, his gaze fixed on the Ferris wheel in the distance. The slowly rotating Ferris wheel was beautiful. However, this beauty would ultimately fade like falling flowers and rushing waters. Thinking about what would happen soon, Chakai let out a slight snort of sadness. Life is like fireworks, burn without regret. How lamentable. Most of it is just a futile lament and pettiness. At that moment, a patrolling security guard happened to pass by the small road below. Seeing the reflection of light from the telescope, he quickly waved his baton and shouted at him, Hey! The tourists over there, please return to the safe area immediately. Seeing that the person did not move, the guard took out his walkie-talkie as he walked toward Chatsai, sternly rebuking, If you don't come down, I'll call the police. You? Mid-sentence, he suddenly felt a tightness in his throat and instinctively touched his neck. He was horrified to realize that a fine line was tightly strangling his neck, as if it had a life of its own, tightening and tightening. Crack! With a crisp sound, the security guard's head tilted, and he collapsed limply. In his last moments, his fingers were still reaching for the walkie-talkie, but they ultimately fell helplessly, his eyes wide open, staring at the intruder he thought was just a tourist, not fulfilling the duty of a security guard. The guard's golden spirit ultimately could not withstand the means of an otherworldly being. Chakai slowly raised his hand, retracting the fine line with a cold smile, saying, An ordinary lowly person dares to disturb the pleasure of an otherworldly being, you shall be granted death. Arriving below the Ferris wheel. Because it was said that there would be grand fireworks in the evening, many people were lining up for the Ferris wheel, most of them couples. Jiang Ling bought 5 tickets, which meant they could have an entire cabin to themselves. Yang Koexian widened her eyes, gently tugging at his sleeve, and asked softly, This won't it be too expensive? After all, they would have to split the cost after the fun, and inheriting her mother's frugal nature, she naturally felt that buying 5 tickets for 2 people would be wasteful. Jiang Ling patted her little head, saying, Not expensive, because I want to have a chance to be alone with Koexian. Upon hearing this, Kuzin's mind was left with a single thought, buy it. He'll pay for the cabin. No splitting expenses. Following behind was the couple in matching white outfits who linked arms and got into another cabin. To better capture photos of Koexian and the night, Li Meiyu followed closely behind. Just in time, Isakano and Marina also trailed behind. Thus the front cabin had 2 people while the back cabin was filled with 5. It's a pity I can only see what Koexian and the others are doing, but can't hear what they are saying. Li Meiyu sighed, glancing at the 2 in the transparent cabin above with a hint of envy in her eyes. I didn't expect that paper box knight would understand a girl's heart so well and choose to reserve a cabin. Humph. If it were that stupid blonde, rigid and lecherous, he definitely wouldn't think of such a romantic way to flirt. Next time, when I come with him, I must make him reserve a cabin. With that thought, she raised her phone to take a picture of the 2 in the upper cabin. Oh, their hands are intertwined again, so shy. A good best friend must know how to assist. Li Meiyu Koexian, do you need guidance in matters of the heart? Yang Koexian, already nervous, sat up straight upon seeing her best friend's message. Meiyu, what should I pay attention to when sitting alone with a boy on the Ferris wheel? Wah, I'm so nervous. What if I do something bad and the knight dislikes me? Her incoherence clearly showed just how flustered Li Meiyu Koexian. Create a contrast. Yang Koexian. Li Meiyu, when you're outside, maintain a soft and innocent appearance, but when you are in the same room, you must understand the contrast and can't be too simple. Yang Koexian was getting confused and simply asked Meiyu, how about you just teach me what I should do? Li Meiyu thought for a moment, doesn't the knight like your knees? Li Meiyu, just directly. Yang Koexian, then. He'll try my best. On the other side, the Ferris wheel slowly ascended. A lonely boy and girl were in the same room, their fingers quietly intertwining. Yang Koexian lowered her head, her gaze fixated on the tips of her little shoes that lightly wiggled. Ding. Congratulations to the host for dating Koexian on the Ferris wheel, detecting a normal event point. Options 1. Love or not 2. Call her name 3. Act as a lounge chair. Description: embrace Koexian when the Ferris wheel reaches the highest point. Reward: skill wit of a scholar, your appearance becomes elegant and scholarly. Option 2. Call her name. Description: lean close to Kuzin's ear and softly call her name. Reward National Treasure Laser Eye side effects. Include conjunctivitis eye diseases. And Option 3 Lounge chair description. Act as a lounge chair, and when the Ferris wheel reaches the top, kiss her and shout. Reward Random skill upgrade card. Jiang Ling. Not bro. Why are these options all so bizarre? Tian Winton. You've become increasingly perverted. Please make a choice quickly or otherwise it will hurt the host. Jiang Ling. Among the three options, it seemed the only acceptable one was option 3. After all, Kuzin's mother's tofu could only be eaten by him alone. At this point, Jiang Ling took the initiative to speak. Kuxian, I want to hold you. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Kuzin's tender white face turned red again, feeling somewhat at a loss. Jiang, this is so sudden. If it's too forward, then forget it. Sorry I was abrupt. Jiang Ling showed an apologetic expression, lowering his head and silently creating some distance. The soft and innocent loli mother had never encountered the brilliant tactic of retreating to advance. With a soft sound, her initial restraint crumbled like a persimmon falling from a tree. No, Jiang. It wasn't forward, it was my problem. Ouyang Kuxian, fearing she would be disliked, quickly pressed her flushed face against his chest, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, resembling a couple deeply in love. Returning to her senses, Ouyang Kuzin's petite body froze for a moment, her face blushing like blood. Feeling the warmth of Jiang's chest against her back. The little shoes under her chiffon dress gently swayed about 5 centimeters off the ground. Jiang. Was it too sudden? He again retreated to advance. No, not at all. Ouyang Kuxian, blushing, recalled Maya's teachings and said in a soft voice, I haven't taken off my shoes yet. As she spoke, her small hand reached down to unfasten her little shoes and slowly sat back on his lap, allowing him to hug her from behind, looking obedient and cute like a little bunny. Jiang Ling inexplicably recalled the saying. Watching Jiang's silent swallowing hard as he looked at her, Ouyang Kuzin's heart leaped with joy, becoming bolder, blushing as she said, Jiang, do you wanna touch my tummy again? As she uttered this sentence, Ouyang Kuxian felt both hopeful and regretful. She wished for the person she liked to be happy, yet feared being misunderstood by the knight as a girl lacking modesty. But since Meiyu said to create contrast, she decided to go for it. Jiang Ling, Li Meiyu, what on earth have you taught the pure and innocent Kuxian? However, Kuzin's words stirred memories in him. He still had several photos of his mother in crop tops saved on his phone. If Jiang rejects me, I will definitely die of embarrassment. Initially intending to refuse, Jiang Ling paused, slightly sighed, and said, everything is fate. Jiang Ling swallowed hard, gently placing his hand on her stomach. Ouyang Kuxian trembled, swaying her high ponytail, bringing a faint fragrance. Below in the cabin, Li Meiyu was momentarily stunned, almost jumping up and shouting, a boy. A boy. From here, only their backs could be seen, but undoubtedly, the two were currently embracing, with Kuxian actually sitting on his lap. This isn't the kind of contrast. Li Meiyu stomped her foot in anger. She felt it was very inappropriate. After all, as the saying goes, things that are too easily obtained are never cherished. Her idea of contrast was merely to have Kuxian deliberately entice, to dangle the knight's interests. Yet Kuxian had simply climbed onto his lap. No, silly, Kuxian is too foolish. How long has it been since they met? And she's already sitting on his lap. Most likely he said something to her. If this continues, it won't be long before they end up in bed together. I can't help but wonder what kind of person that knight truly is. What if he uses sweet words to deceive Kuxian and leaves her pregnant? She recalled the stupid blonde saying, the energy supply mode will deactivate. And then she got tricked. Although it was true, she was always worried. From time to time she would check with a pregnancy test strip. She felt that even a clever and cunning genius girl like her could be deceived by a man. Enough to show just how foolish girls in love can be. The foolish and naive Kuxian was even more unable to resist the brainwashing power of love. Li Meiyu hurriedly typed, Kuxian, don't sit on his lap. Be a bit more reserved. This isn't how you create contrast. However, her finger hesitated on the send button for a long time. No, wouldn't that expose her for stalking Kuxian? Li Meiyu hesitated for a while, deleted the content, and thought, I'll wait for Kuxian to report back on her own before properly guiding her in love skills. Anyway, even if that knight uses sweet words, he couldn't possibly deceive Kuxian into going to a hotel tonight, could he? Attention! The fireworks will soon begin. We wish all tourists a wonderful experience. The broadcast began. Jiang, later there will be fireworks to watch. Ouyang Kuzin's little tummy was gently covered by a warm hand. Her face was already flushed, and her speaking was intermittent. Compared to the fireworks, I think Kuxian is even more beautiful. Jiang Ling leaned in, bringing his lips close to her ear, speaking softly. His hand resting on her abdomen couldn't help but pinch a small piece of soft flesh, gently tugging at it. Jiang, I think you look better than the fireworks. Ouyang Kuxian, feeling dizzy, spoke in fits and starts. I like I really like being held by Jiang. So warm. If only this could last forever. The soft and sticky loli mother could easily slay any loli enthusiast. Fortunately, her willpower was strong. Otherwise, she would surely be tempted. Jiang Ling couldn't help but hug her tighter, savoring the milky scent wafting in the air. The soft and squishy feeling made it difficult for him to extricate himself, accompanied by a faint warmth. It felt as soft as water, and the touch was fantastic. Suddenly, bang! A loud noise came from afar, followed by a brilliant light cutting through the night sky. The two looked up at the heavens simultaneously. The bright fireworks stretched their tails, leaping to the highest point before exploding with a resounding boom, creating bright sparks that scattered like stars. Jiang Ling couldn't help but lower his head. Just in time, he caught the watery big eyes looking up at him, reflecting the colorful glow. Their gaze met, a kiss of souls. Ah, Jiang. Call me Brother Jiang. Jiang Ling chose another embarrassing yet affectionate title. Younger sisters call him Ling Ge. Elder sisters call him Jiang Ge. Sisters call him Cough Cough. In any case, I just want to hear them call me brother. Where's the perversion in that? Jiang. Jiang Gu Xian's heart raced as she allowed his face to his warm lips gradually approached. However, the phone kept vibrating. Someone was frantically sending messages. Xian. Xian. On the other side, Li Meiyu watched helplessly as the two were about to kiss. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, continuously messaging in an attempt to interrupt. No kissing, be a little more reserved, your progress isn't right. However, the paper box knight was holding Ku Zin's little hand, trying to take the phone. The two tilted their heads, their lips slowly nearing. Ouyang Ku Zin's eyes widened, but she involuntarily squinted. Her delicate white hands trembled as she clutched his clothes, exchanging warm breaths. Bang! The fireworks exploded in the night sky, bursting into dazzling colorful light. They kissed. Zhuge Meiyu was overwhelmed with sadness, looking up at a 45-degree angle, lamenting. I had a plan that could restore the Han dynasty. The former emperor lost his first kiss, causing the love strategist to lose the first half of the romantic mind battle. However, no one noticed. Earlier, the couple in plain clothes who came up together were also gazing into each other's eyes, then began to undress one another, revealing circles of high explosives strapped to their bodies. P.S. Thanks to the big shot, Yoperder, for the Great God certification donation, adding another chapter. Because Haki Jiang is a lazy dog, the bonus rules are donations above the Great God certification. After deducting the share, it's just enough to spend on Crazy Thursday. Choo choo choo. By the way, also asking for a wave of small gifts, heart leave of absence, note 1 horsepower. Taking a leave today for an exam, so updating a chapter of 1,000 words as an extra. The main content comes from character profiles used to supplement the world view and character settings. Normal updates resume tomorrow. Yu's diary. One main text: recently I've become obsessed with a variety show called Culinary Mix-Up. As for why I chose to watch cooking shows instead of light novels during my leisure time, it's a bit embarrassing to say. Actually, I'm not that good at cooking. The last bento I made for Aling was quite embarrassing. Other than the rice and pickled plums, which I made myself, the rest of the dishes were all store-bought. Yet he ate them with delight. He even praised me. Your hands are so skillful. The octopus sausage is cut so vividly. I shamelessly accepted the compliment. Oh dear, I'm so shameless. Alright, let's stop talking about that. The more important thing is, I promised to have pork bone ramen with Aling next time. I researched a lot of information. I also watched the segment about pork bone ramen in Culinary Mix-Up. Alright, it seems ramen is quite difficult to make into a bento. If the noodles soak too long, they become soft and sticky, lacking in texture. But I promised Aling. I said I would treat him to ramen. Just when I was frowning in thought, an idea struck me. Perhaps many ingenious ideas in history come from a flash of inspiration. I thought, should I just take Aling to a ramen shop to eat pork bone ramen? After all, I had previously shared the pork bone ramen from that shop with him. The broth was thick and white like milk, and the chashu trembled on the edge of the bowl, shining, accompanied by a plate of seaweed and a cup of smooth iced water. With that savory pork bone soup, I almost drooled. Would he like it? He would like it. Imagining began to grow unchecked. I couldn't help but fantasize. We would sit side by side in the corner behind the warm curtain. He would slurp the noodles. I would secretly watch his ears turn red from the steam. Then when we were satisfied, we would both put down our bowls and sigh in contentment. 5 ants. However, the ramen shop is a bit far from the school. Anyway, the second period is physical education, so I could skip it. Well, ever since becoming good friends with Aling, my changes have indeed been significant. For example, I dare to protest loudly, can firmly refuse things I don't like, and even skip classes whenever I want. Of course, I've also changed. In that aspect. Cough cough, that is. In the aspect of intimacy, I've learned a lot. However, Aling has always been very measured. He has never acted beastly. It's only been kisses between good friends. What a pity. I don't plan on wearing any other stockings anymore. Actually, if I think about it carefully, all the clues seem to point to one thing. Aling might have some quirks, but even if he has 99 strange habits, what does it matter? Ling is still my favorite Ling. I can't go a moment without him in my life. No matter what happens in the future, I will always remember that night when Ling said to me, "Let me interfere with." At that time I also wanted to respond, but I was a coward and ultimately couldn't say it out loud. Therefore I could only write in this diary speaking to the paper night. Please feel free to interfere with my life, gently, sternly, and never give up. From today onwards you have the right to twist my entire life. P.S. Asking for small gifts. Asian, I love you. Chong, I love you too. The two held hands tightly, their gazes intertwined, seeing unwavering determination in each other's eyes. As long as we complete the mission from the bishop in the next life, we will be together forever. By then your leukemia will be healed by the divine. As long as I am with you, whether in the next life or in the last moments of this life, I am content. The coat was removed, revealing a bulging yellow bomb strapped around the waist. Li Meiyu tilted her head, thinking, how can something tied with a string be so bulging? It looks a bit like a delicious red bean bun. On the other side, Marina, who was originally snuggling and kissing with Isakano, caught a glimpse of the glaring yellow, and her heart almost stopped. She abruptly sprang up, her back pressed tightly against the cold glass wall. Wait, you all. Calm down. Calm down. She instantly recognized it. C4. However, Isakano's expression remained calm, showing no signs of panic. The former pride of the 7 deadly sins had weathered many storms. A mere human bomb could hardly intimidate him. Asian fastened her coat and turned around, her face carrying the tranquility of a martyr. We will complete the Lord's mission, waiting in the next life to receive the blessings of the feathered god, to be together for eternity. She pulled out a phone that was currently on a call. You three, who is Isakano? Chong asked. Upon hearing this, Isakano's expression changed slightly. I am. By the command of the Lord, please speak with the person on the other end of the phone. Chong pressed the speakerphone, turning the screen towards them. Isakano is right here. Shuffling sounds. Isakano did not wait for the other party to speak, silently removing his gold-rimmed glasses and coldly asked, You are from the Viper Gang, aren't you? Shigai initially wanted to intimidate the other side. Unexpectedly, he got it right and stopped pretending to be mysterious, saying, As expected of the veteran manifester, your insight is still sharp indeed. You guessed right. Isakano, I bet you're looking down on me right now, thinking it would be easy for you to deal with these two before the bomb explodes, isn't it? Well, after all, you are a manifester capable of condensing tech into manifestation. Back when I was still a nameless nobody in the underground world of Kuala Lumpur, I heard legends about you, the sun, the radiant sun, the first light of God. Honestly, I admired you back then. Isakano replied, What exactly do you want to say? Niu, Shigai chuckled, continuing his riddle. The aging lion, though its might can still intimidate the jungle, its fangs have dulled, and its claws are no longer sharp. One day a new challenger will break the disguise of the teacher king, stepping on his head, claiming all his glory and throne for themselves. Isakano lowered his head. So what? So besides the two of you in front of me tied with bombs, the base of the Ferris wheel below is also buried with enough C4 to blow the entire Ferris wheel apart. 3 minutes. Oh, you have 3 minutes to save everyone on the Ferris wheel. No escaping allowed. Otherwise I will immediately make them detonate the bomb. Li Meiyu. Woo, why am I always so unlucky? She looked down. Even if she could pause time and jump down by phasing, 2 seconds of phasing would not be enough for the height of over 100 meters. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately typed to Jiang Ling, a couple tied with bombs, just came up planning to blow up the Ferris wheel, you stinky blonde. Hurry up and come save me. On the other side, Jiang Ling reluctantly pulled away his lips, unable to help, but sigh. Kurson's mouth is really sweet, with a sweet milky fragrance. A notification tone for the received message. He rested his chin on Kurson's shoulder, mischievously blowing air towards her reddening ear while opening the message. Jiang Ling's gaze shifted towards the transparent cabin Meiyu was in. Meiyu, don't worry, I'll be there. My buddy the Box Knight has formidable strength, so rest assured, even if you act recklessly, you won't be in danger. Just as he was about to get up, a system notification tone rang in his ear. Ding. Almost at the same moment, Isakano stood up. Buzz. The surrounding air began to distort and heat up, causing the scene inside the cabin to shimmer. Flames surged, and a wave of heat rushed toward him. Behind him, a muscular man with red hair appeared, looking no less impressive than the berserker from Fate. With molten gold-like pupils wherever he looked, it burned fiercely like the midday sun. It could be said that the red-haired, golden-eyed flame scorches the sky. The true form is the pride of the sun. Bone turned into a diamond, pillar blood transformed into a tide of lava. Fists of light shine through dawn and dusk, piercing through the golden crow, burning the sea reef. No matter how many tricks you play, they're no match for the dazzling sun. Li Meiyu was startled. However, thinking about what the stinky blonde said about being reckless without danger, she set aside her fear. Instead, she curiously leaned in to look at that fiery, translucent creature. Could it be the stand-in that the stinky blonde mentioned? Isakano asked in confusion. Can you see my The so-called manifestation is when tech reaches its peak moment. The mental power spontaneously condenses into a true form similar to the nascent soul in Taoism. However, this manifestation formed from mental power cannot be seen by ordinary people. Only those with sufficiently strong mental power can catch a glimpse of the true form of manifestation. Moreover, there is a saying in the industry: only a manifester can confront another manifester. Li Meiyu nodded well. To be honest, it looks quite ordinary. Isakano. In the distance, Shigai couldn't help but swallow, murmuring, clearly separated by hundreds of meters, yet this oppressive feeling still startles me. If I were to stand right in front of him, I would probably kneel directly. Isakano said no more, his mind slightly moved. After all, the girl in front of him looked young and fragile. A true strong person does not care about the naive words of the weak. Thus he arrogantly waved his hand. The Lord of the Radiant Sun punched out, penetrating the couple's bodies as if he were a ghost. The two looked down in confusion, as if something had grabbed their clothes. The manifestation yanked hard. The bomb was pulled out from midair, separating from the two. Dula. The Lord of the Radiant Sun punched the bomb like a baseball into the sky. Merciless solar rays. Then arrogantly extending his index finger, a white gas bubble appeared at the tip. The bubble compressed slowly until it became invisible. Sizzle. A beam of scorching light refined to perfection shot out, arriving before the bomb that was rolled. Boom. A brilliant fireball exploded in the sky. The expanding shockwave rolled downward, even blowing the tourists on the ground, their clothes fluttering in awe. The Lord of the Radiant Sun did not linger, his figure transforming into a red meteor, heading straight for the base of the Ferris wheel. Beautiful. As expected of the former sun. However, Shigai's voice came again from the phone, filled with the glee of a scheme succeeding. But it seems you forgot to look to the left. Isakano's gaze sharpened as he glanced to the left, only seeing the vast sky and the crisscrossing steel frame. No, below was the roller coaster track. Not far away, a roller coaster carrying nearly 50 people was speeding towards them. I forgot to mention, I also did a little trick on that roller coaster. Shigai's voice slithered like a viper. In about 2.5 minutes, it will derail at the highest point. Oh, by the way, it seems there's an elementary school field trip today, and all those on board are children. He deliberately paused, his voice filled with malicious delight. Isakano, you seem to really like children, don't you? I've heard you used to be a blue helmet for the United Nations, going to places like Gaza and Sudan, which are ravaged by war, to rescue children. Hee, do you really think of yourself as a sun that can dispel darkness? Now I want to see whether this son of yours chooses to save the hundreds of people on the Ferris wheel or the dozens of children on the roller coaster. Of course, if you still have the power to save everyone at the same time, I will leave immediately. If you can't do it, you'll have to watch one side perish. Beep. A critical event point has been detected. Options are now available. Option 1, Fallen Knight. Description: with Xin and Meiyu escaping in a hurry, having lost the knight's heart, what kind of end awaits you? Reward: weapon Fallen Knight's Spear, a weapon from the Fallen Knight that may lead to corruption. Option 2, Bloodless Knight. Description: Sha. Eliminate everyone present except Meiyu and Xin. Reward: Tears of Bloodblade. Killing restores mental energy, but affects combat rationality. Option 3, Emperor. Hero. Description: transform now. Wait for the best rescue opportunity, and even if it's only for 30 seconds, you must impress Kuzin's mother and act as the savior of everyone. Reward: special equipment. Emperor Knight engine may cause non-living machinery to gain a spirit. Note: the system will automatically announce the best timing for option 3. Xin, I may not be able to accompany you any longer, Jiang Ling sighed. Edge. The righteous knight is going to save the world. Ouyang. Xin tilted her little head and said softly, then he'll wait for you. Surprised, she didn't laugh or doubt at all. Indeed, Kuzin's mother is a girl who believes in light. You don't need to wait for me. Jiang Ling smiled slightly, holding Xin with one arm. I want to take you with me. Holding his sister in his arms, the knight took off. Whoosh. His white knight's cloak billowed without wind, the edges gradually tinged with a fiery golden red. A simple brown paper hood was adorned with intricate and majestic golden patterns that emerged from the center of his brow, spreading like living veins. Then delicate, magnificent golden dragon scales with a sacred gleam appeared out of thin air, interlacing, piecing together, and solidifying, emitting a gentle clanging sound, as they quickly enveloped his body, forming a golden armor that was both majestic and streamlined, full of power and beauty. If the previous cardboard knight still carried a hint of handmade simplicity and cosplay feel, then at this moment, he stood in midair clad in golden armor and a red cloak. He had become the legend itself, an object of fervent admiration and imitation for others, an embodiment of a hero. Ouyang Kuzin's little mouth opened slightly, her clear eyes reflecting the dazzling golden light. So impressive, Brother Jiang. Truly handsome. No little girl could refuse a holy knight clad in golden armor and a red cloak. Just like before when he was holding Meiyu cosplaying as Gan Jiang and Mo Yi. Now it was Kuzin's turn to cosplay with him. By the way, Xin. The little girl immersed in golden light instinctively responded. Mom. Ouyang Xin. Beep. Congratulations, host, on receiving a random skill upgrade card. Using it will randomly upgrade an existing skill. Cough. My leg fell asleep from sitting for too long. Ouyang Kuek sign it turns out. My leg is asleep. Below the crisis had not been resolved, but rather entered a countdown. Iscarno's arrogant eyes gradually narrowed, wrinkles crawling across his cheeks, as if he had aged decades in an instant. As his wife Marina understood, her husband was in a moment of extreme internal torment. 3 years ago, Iscarno undertook a task to investigate smuggled goods. Upon returning, he said nothing and directly submitted a request to retire. Since then, the name Sun was sealed away. For a time, there was much speculation about betrayal, knifing internal strife. But only those from the 7 deadly sins knew part of the truth. Iscarno had encountered an unprecedented powerful enemy and was gravely injured. On St. James Island, he watched helplessly as a group of children calling him Glass's uncle were tortured into human chimeras, cruelly dying before his eyes. Yet he could do nothing to stop it. The power possessed by those beasts made him doubt his own strength for the first time. The cracks in his faith arrived alongside physical disabilities, causing his essence to wane and dim. The once formidable sun now lost its brilliance. Indeed, it was just like this. Through a high-powered telescope, Chachai clearly witnessed Iscarno's struggles and aging, unable to contain his laughter. Claiming to be tired of the chaos of the martial world, he chose to retire to live a life of ease. But it was merely an excuse. The reality was, he could no longer use the power of essence for long periods. At most, he was just an ordinary strength mutant. In this way, even if he had figured out the strength of Shiluo's strongest, it was no longer relevant, since he could no longer use essence for long. Now the strongest in Shiluo should be the boss. Essence is derived from a collection of mental power, and the strength of that mental power depends on the firmness of one's faith. Mutants who have lost their faith will see their essence weaken as well. Iscarno's complexion grew darker, his skin dry and wrinkled, as if the moisture within him was rapidly evaporating. The once blazing Lord of the Sun phantom behind him had also become thin and transparent, wavering uncertainly, as if it would extinguish like a candle in the wind at any moment. Chachai murmured, I've heard that Iscarno's hidden skill is to compress his Bodis moisture into nuclear fusion, producing energy as dazzling as the sun. But now the sun has set. Chachai snapped his fingers, a thin thread shooting out to wrap around his waist. The other end shot towards the Ferris while sticking tightly to it. He tugged, retracting the rope. The whole person soared like a failed man between the buildings and steel frames. In just 10 seconds, he crossed a distance of 100 meters. He landed steadily on top of the capsule where Iscarno was. After all, Iscarno's mental power was exhausted. I could totally jump in his face. You truly are a wasteful dog. Chachai stood proudly on top of the capsule, a smug look on his face. He wildly twisted his robust body and began to dance his self-created gang dance. Chachai, hailing from the tropics, loved to dance in front of those who could not resist, taunting them with the lap PP. Just as he was dancing freely, Li Mei, you couldn't help but mock. Your braids look like a pile of shit. Lazy Sheep King at least looks cute, but you are just an ugly pile of dung. Chachai's smile froze on his face, his snake-like gaze fixed on the masked Mei Yu, and he laughed. Tisk, mortal, do you know what a mutant is? A young bull isn't afraid of a tiger. This is what such a little girl represents. Well, then it's time to show mortals a thing or two. You don't know my methods, but that's fine. In 3 seconds you'll know what I've got. Dare to mock a mutant. You talk too much. A soft yet impatient voice gently rang out. Crash Voluto. The super soft Voluto called out. Time's gears with a click were firmly stuck by an invisible hand. The world lost its color and sound. Everything stopped, solidifying into a bizarre, absolutely still oil painting. Pa, isn't everyone a mutant? Li Mei Yu shook her twin ponytails, thinking, the stinky yellow hair said. Besides inheriting his hidden skill, I seem to have 1/10 of his physical qualities. Who knows how much power boost can 1/10 of his strength provide? Let's give it a try. After all, the stinky yellow hair said that if anything happens, his good brother the night will back me up. When using the hidden skill, a warm and comfortable feeling would arise in her lower abdomen. The energy previously contained began to overflow. The warm current flowing from deep within her lower abdomen continuously gathered into her limbs, enhancing her strength, speed, 5 senses, physical intensity, and more to varying degrees. Mei Yu. Charge. Punch. She took a deep breath, her small pink fist clenched, twisting her waist to channel all that newly birthed explosive power into her fist. Then she struck down towards the top of the glass capsule with seriousness and ferocity. Crack, whoosh. The thickened glass, designed to withstand strong winds, shattered like fragile candy. 1 second passed. Countless shards flew apart, yet curiously hung in the air as if embedded in solidified amber. Next came the torrential volley. Li Mei Yu's figure transformed into a pink whirlwind. Countless boxing shadows rushed down like a storm, pouring onto Chachai's frozen body. Muda 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 muda. 2 seconds passed. Buzz, time began to flow. You are truly seeking your own death. Pooh. Ugh. The man who had been dancing proudly on the top of the capsule was suddenly bombarded from all sides by countless heavy lead balls. His robust upper body visibly caved in, creating several terrifying deep dents. No telling how many bones turned to dust in that moment. Before blood could spew from his 7 orifices, he had already fallen like a broken piece of rotten wood from the Ferris wheel, crashing into the concrete ground like a burst insect. Cha-Chai, a crank mutant, and the 6th major cadre of the Poison Snake Gang, able to transform bodily fluids into sturdy threads, was beaten to death by Li Mei's wild punches. Cha-Chai deceased. Edge. Li Mei blinked, looking down at her pink fist. Wow, why didn't anyone say that Mei was this strong? Li Mei, I thought that mutual suicide was an ancient legend. Squatting at the top of the Ferris wheel, Jiang Ling was also speechless, waiting for the Li Mei. I thought that mutual suicide was an ancient legend. Squatting at the top of the Ferris wheel, Jiang Ling was also speechless, waiting for the best rescue opportunity. I mean, where's the promised rescue opportunity? Mei had already completed all the impressive acts, just as he was worried about failing the mission and being reprimanded by the system. After the couple's death, the bomb sensor buried at the bottom of the Ferris wheel emitted an alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rocked beneath his feet. The entire massive Ferris wheel emitted a painful metallic twisting sound, violently shaking and tilting. Then, amid the desperate screams of countless tourists, it began to slowly tilt toward the ground, accelerating its fall. Boom! Nearby, at the highest point of the roller coaster track, another preset bomb exploded. The steel track twisted and broke apart. The roller coaster, filled with children and racing up the slope for a weightless thrill, detached from the track under inertia. Like a discarded toy, it flew straight out toward the hard ground and amusement facilities dozens of meters away. The terrified screams of children echoed into the sky. Attention! The best rescue show-off moment has arrived. Please pay attention to your demeanor. The rescue pose must be cool. P.S. Woo, please give me a small gift. Brother Jiang, I'm a little afraid. Ouyang Kursin clung tightly to his neck, her dewy eyes shimmering with both exhilaration and trepidation. At the apex of the Ferris wheel, over 100 meters above ground, the people below appeared no larger. What if one slipped, lost grip, and plummeted downward? Boom. Suddenly, Ouyang Kursin watched as a gondola's roof exploded outward. A figure seemed to be hurled into the air. Splatter. Brother Jiang. Someone fell. It's all right. They were a villain. Oh. Boom. Brother Jiang, why does the Ferris wheel seem taller now? It isn't taller. It was blasted. Oh. Ouyang Kursin's eyes widened in shock as she tightened her grip around Jiang Ling's neck. Instinctively turning left, her voice trembled with bewildered uncertainty. Brother Jiang. That roller coaster over there. It looks like it's derailed. Not looks like, it has derailed. Ouyang Kursin wa. Jiang Ling closed his eyes and exhaled deep. Energy surged from the helmet through his limbs and veins. Its golden radiance intensified, while the crimson cloak billowing behind him flared even brighter. 5 elements. Metal Gung Force. Selection confirmed. Metal Gung Force. Effect: full control over all elemental metals and alloys within a 500-meter radius. Countdown initiated. 30 seconds. If teacher Louis Shan could rewind time, she would never have agreed to let the children ride the roller coaster. The previous school bus hijacking had left her with deep psychological scars. So much so that she resigned from Shinchuan Noble Academy. Through a friend's recommendation, she took up a homeroom teacher position at a public elementary school, thus distancing herself from aristocratic power struggles and returning to the common people. Surely then she'd avoid terrorist attacks. The heavens chuckled darkly. With a thunderous blast, the rail ahead shattered, leaving a gaping crater. Then the entire train launched skyward at tremendous velocity, tilted at a 45-degree angle. To speak plainly, the architect of this terror attack was undoubtedly a master theorist, knowing precisely how to maximize both altitude and distance in flight. Wah, teacher! We're flying. Will we survive? 2 little girls with braided pigtails wailed uncontrollably. Louis Shan longed to say, flying like this will surely end up bruised, black and blue, scattered limb from limb. But as a teacher, she embraced them gently and whispered reassurance. Don't worry, we'll live. Meanwhile, the safety operations manager, who had just overseen the fireworks gala, was escorting several equipment inspectors from the Market Supervision Bureau, conducting undercover evaluations while proudly extolling the exceptional safety ratings of their rides. Rest assured, the Ultimate is the safest amusement park in all of Nanri, where terrorist attacks and mechanical failures are statistically impossible. Our fireworks gala just moments ago drew massive crowds, and yet proceeded with flawless order, not a single safety incident. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted nearby. The safety operations manager jolted violently, his neck stiff, as he turned to look back. The tallest, most popular attraction at the Ultimate. Its base now engulfed in thick, roiling dust. The towering Ferris wheel, over 100 meters high, toppled slowly like a dying colossus, groaning a mournful dirge. Had the Midair detonation half a minute earlier not scared off the cue, the blast would have claimed dozens. The inspectors stared stunned. Boom. Another smaller explosion. A massive gap had blown open at its peak track. Whoosh. A fully loaded train carrying more than A massive gap had blown open at its peak track. Whoosh. A fully loaded train carrying more than 50 children under 12 soared skyward. The inspectors, Safety Operations Manager. Well, total catastrophe. On the ground, crowd stampeded toward the exits, cursing fate for not granting them extra legs. Yet Cha-Chai understood physics. He had calculated with surgical precision detonation time, T median crowd sprint velocity, V shortest distance S from the Ferris wheel to the exit aerodynamic drag, F acting on the airborne coaster initial launch velocity V2. Synthesizing these variables, he pinpointed the optimal explosive placement. Thus, the airborne coaster would inevitably strike the exit precisely when crowds converged there, sweeping through like a colossal windmill, maximizing casualties. Oh, a woman screamed. Oh, a man screamed. Oh, a young woman, attempting to flee by car but trapped by gridlocked crowds blocking the exit, screamed in despair. Suddenly the entire train froze, suspended motionless midair. Yet time did not stop. Children aboard the coaster wept, those below knees buckling cried out and shoved desperately toward escape. The delayed impact prompted some to instinctively glance upward. And there, before their eyes, unfolded a sight defying natural law. And Mr. Big Brother, someone gasped, dumbfounded, staring skyward. The panicked throng, moments away from trampling one another, fell utterly silent. Heads lifted, eyes widened with awe beyond words. Many devout believers dropped to their knees, clutching crucifixes, tears streaming down their cheeks. A miracle. This is divine intervention. Buddha, Jesus, the three pure ones, Guanyin, Amaterasu, Brahma, has descended. Upon the signal tower beside the Ferris wheel, Ouyang Kursin gazed downward, her small mind still reeling in stunned paralysis. To her left, the collapsed Ferris wheel hung suspended midair, its posture eerily unnatural. To her right, the airborne roller coaster hung like a caterpillar frozen in mid-flight. Meanwhile, Brother Jiang's left and right hands formed fists, glowing with soft golden light, as though a celestial deity had descended, majestic and awe-inspiring. Yet because both his arms remained apart, Ouyang Kursin had no choice but to wrap both arms around his neck, her slender pale legs coiling tightly around his waist, in an embrace both tender and faintly embarrassing. Inside the Ferris wheel cabin, Escarno, preparing to extinguish his life entirely, stood frozen in disbelief, his face etched with shock as he gazed upon the crimson cloak fluttering in the night wind. I can't believe it. Jiang Ling now embodied this truth. Golden radiance blazes heavenward, igniting the sky. A paper box hero ascends to sovereign height. His golden armor and crimson cloak embody the 5 elements. His mystic helm encodes the 8 trigrams. Though humor masks his visage, that scarlet cloak already pierces the heavens. He truly pulled it off. 30 seconds, neither brief nor long. Jiang Ling drew a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and, like Spider-Man in a superhero epic, wrenched the airborne roller coaster and collapsing Ferris wheel back toward Earth. Brother Jiang, you can do it. Ouyang Kursin leaned close to his ear, whispering earnest encouragement. Power drawn from a little girl's unwavering faith. Power. Belief surges. Metal spirit force. Return to me. The roller coaster drifted downward in a lopsided arc, settling gently onto the nearest open field, landing with only a soft, delicate click. As for the Ferris wheel, he lowered it deliberately, crushing a vast swath of forest behind the mountain. No lives were lost. Well, not entirely true. At least 2 figures perished: Cha-Chai, the infamous leader of the Poison Snake Gang, and 2 disciples of the holy sect reduced to unrecognizable paste, Cha-Chai Sauce and Disciple Duo Sauce respectively. A chime announced the acquisition of the night engine heart. Whoosh, the red cloak in the night sky vanished. Isakano felt a ripple in his chest, and thought that if it really were him, perhaps he could excise that malignant presence from the island. He smiled wryly, and shook his head. Never mind, I do not even know him. What right have I to ask him to do such a thing? A secluded exit on the left side of the amusement park. He smiled wryly, and shook his head. Never mind, I do not even know him. What right have I to ask him to do such a thing? A secluded exit on the left side of the amusement park. Jiang Ling stroked her head, and offered a faint smile. I called you a car. Ouyang Kursin stood dazed for a long moment before she came to herself. Recalling the recent thrill, she gently tugged his sleeve. Brother Jiang. I was wondering, could you take me home? And maybe, come to my house for a late-night snack. Having tasted the sweetness of boldness, Kursin dared to ask Brother Jiang an even more intimate favor. Jiang Ling suddenly remembered Maya's despairing expression. After a pause, he said, I have something to do later. Sorry, it's fine. Ouyang Kursin blushed, and her eyes shone. Today I was so happy. I met a different kind of Mr. Knight, and I even called you Brother Jiang, and I kissed you. I am already very satisfied. She had been refused, and a faint, almost imperceptible sadness flickered across her eyes. Jiang Ling sighed. Why do I feel like I'm letting both Mayu and Kursin down? As he sighed, Kursin's mother climbed into the car, waving. Bye-bye, see you next time, Brother Jiang. Just before the door closed, someone called, wait. Jiang Ling hesitated for a heartbeat, then stepped forward decisively and held the closing door. Before Ouyang Kursin could react, her slightly parted lips were seized by his sudden demanding kiss. Unlike his earlier tenderness, this unexpected kiss was urgent and rough, yet it carried an affection stronger than the one he had shown on the Ferris wheel. He broke away, immediately bowed his head, turned, and ran off. See you later. She watched the panicked retreat of the one she loved. Ouyang Kursin could not help touching her lips, slightly swollen from the kiss. She closed her eyes, savored the memory, and then smiled sweetly. Courage rose within her. She called after his retreating back in a soft voice, Mr. Knight, I like you the most. She preferred the address Mr. Knight to more intimate names like Brother Jiang or A Jiang. The rideshare driver looked on, visibly embarrassed. Someone was shamelessly showing off their romance. Could no one intervene? Meanwhile, Li Meiyu had received compensation from the amusement park, a full 500 yen. She recalled the cardboard knight lifting Kursin into the air, riding the collapsing Ferris wheel, and corralling the runaway roller coaster. So dashing. Her stomach turned with a twinge of jealousy. Stupid blonde. You said you'd be right here, but everything's over, and there's no sign of you. Look at my husband. He saved the day. And you? Where did you run off to get rich? Li Meiyu sulked and stamped her foot. Because of the accident, everyone was heading for the main exit. Thus the path to the right exit she took was sparsely populated. She walked while listlessly scrolling through candid photos on her phone of Kursin and the knight. They ate together, played together, even kissed. The more she looked, the heavier her chest felt, her eyes stung, and she couldn't help stamping her little shoes and muttering, stupid blonde. You liar. I hate you the most. Tears blurred Li Mei유's pretty eyes as she walked with her head down and crashed into the arms of the person standing before her. Hua. She pouted and glared, but the tears she had been holding back burst forth. Stupid blonde, someone teased. Meiyu, Li Meiyu. You're under arrest. Why are you crying? Who hurt your little heart? He bent down and tilted his head with a smiling gaze. Rather than immediately apologizing, he first offered a playful little joke. The first step to soothe a crying girl is to make her laugh. Li Meiyu. Stupid blonde, you are such a sweet thing. Jiang Ling. Go away. Li Meiyu pouted and turned, putting on a coquettish don't touch me act. Jiang Ling turned with her, keeping his face directed at hers. They circled each other again and again until Jiang Ling's steps faltered. Tears still clung to her eyes, but she could not help letting out little giggles. PFD, stupid blonde, you're so dumb. I'm fainting. Sensing the moment, Jiang Ling deliberately tumbled toward Li Meiyu. His chin rested on her shoulder as he wrapped his arms around her. She stomped hard on his foot, pushed him away, and scolded, stupid blonde. Go away. Meiyu is still mad at you. Don't be angry. Have you forgotten? Your present role is still my maid. Jiang Ling murmured softly. Who would be your maid? You tricked me. Meiyu muttered. Mr. Knight is a good friend of mine, and with him here I have nothing to worry about, okay? Guh. Meiyu doesn't care. You bailed on Meiyu, so you must make it up to Meiyu. What compensation do you want? Next time you must take Meiyu to the amusement park. All right, I promise. And the surprise, you want ditch Meiyu again, right? Li Meiyu asked, nibbling his shoulder as she mumbled. If he said the surprise was old-fashioned kisses and intimacy, she would bite him hard. She admitted to herself she did want kisses. Jiang Ling chuckled. She teased his kissing skill, wondering if he had practiced with someone else. Jiang Ling denied it, chuckling. Mai's intuition was uncannily accurate. Just as Jiang Ling reached for a small gift, his phone buzzed. Much of Li Mei's annoyance evaporated at once. She simply pressed closer to his chest, feeling that comforting warmth, just as earlier when he had embraced Kursin's mother and replied to Mai's messages. Now, while holding Li Meiyu, he replied to a message from Ouyang Kursin, brother. What are we? Now. Li Meiyu hugged him tighter and teased, stupid blonde, idiot. Jiang Ling, Ouyang Kursin, she added, brother A Jiang. Before I couldn't say it, so now I want to say, I like you. If possible, I want to be with you. Do you? Like me too. Li Meiyu said. Why aren't you answering, stupid blonde? If you don't tell Meiyu I like Meiyu the most, he'll stay mad forever. He pressed to record a voice message and leaned to whisper something into her ear. Then he asked, so, what about Mai's little gift? Mai's face flushed. Jiang Ling put his phone away, released her embrace, and stepped back half a meter. What are you doing? Li Meiyu was displeased at his letting go. Jiang Ling silently repented, sorry. Kursin. Sorry. His earlier behavior had not been wholly intentional. Merely helpless choices, necessary sacrifices, the pangs of the moment. He steadied his mood. Then with an air of mystery, he produced from behind his back a small figurine 14.5 centimeters high. I carved this bit by bit. It's a pure steel Meiyu figurine, Jiang Ling said, forcing a gentle smile. It felt heavy in the hand, most likely solid steel. Li Meiyu. If not for his enhanced body, she wondered whether he could have lifted it at all. 14.5 centimeters, a perfect 110 scale of your height. I'm not that short. Li Meiyu snorted and lifted her chin. She stood on tiptoe, trying to prove she was 150 centimeters. Jiang Ling played along. Yes, Meiyu is 150 centimeters, already a mature, alluring older sister. Li Meiyu hummed with delight and cradled the exquisite figurine for a closer look. On inspection, she was stunned. Although forged of pure steel, the chiffon skirts folds the texture of the skin, each distinct hair strand, so detailed that without years of craft or extraordinary talent, it could not have been created. She whispered, astonished that the stupid blonde had been so thoughtful. Woo, I misjudged him. To realize he loved Meiyu enough to hand-carve such a lifelike figure. In that instant, her resentment dissolved, replaced by a coquettish little hum, all her own. Humph. Passable, not bad at all. Press the soul, Jiang Ling said with a faint smile. In truth, he had fashioned the little figure in the final seconds of powering up, shaping screws and metal from the bike's plates into a tiny sculpture. With atomic-level control, the surface finish rivaled the finest craftsmanship. Could it not be exquisite? Click. The figurine activated a second phase. Li Meiyu. Pervert. Give it back to me then. Humph. No. If it's given to Meiyu, then it is Maius. Idiot. Trash. You remembered the details so clearly. Such trash. She tucked the figurine away. It was late. The buses had stopped running. The nearby roads were secluded and taxis hard to find. Li Meiyu lightly kicked his calf and asked, stupid blonde. How are we getting home? Jiang Ling whistled. Not far off, the Honda R roared up and came to a steady stop before them. Li Meiyu looked left and right, ran her hand along the Honda RS handle, and asked, stupid blonde. Can a motorcycle have an autopilot system? Jiang Ling did not explain. He placed the golden heart-shaped night engine hard onto the machine, attempting to integrate it. After a moment of silence, nothing happened. Perhaps the integration had failed. He sighed and straddled the bike. Hop on, Meiyu. Humph. Meiyu sits in front. Uphill, downhill, then up again. A ride that really put Jiang Ling through the ringer. Back home, he called out for Lan Xinlan, but received no answer. Probably asleep. Mayukin, I like you the most. Hey, wait. Wait a moment, you idiot. Meiyu does. Fine, forget it then. I hate you too, Meiyu. Jiang Ling sighed and deliberately stepped away. Li Meiyu froze. Tears shimmered at the corners of her eyes. You are not allowed to dislike Meiyu. It was Meiyu who said she hated you first. No, I didn't, Wawa. I don't hate you. I like you. I like you the most, stupid blonde. We promised to be family forever. You mustn't dislike Meiyu, Wawa. Even though she could see he was joking, the hurt remained. Yet the pain in her chest made Li Meiyu cry noisily. There was none of the proud Sundara noble girl left. She seemed more like a small creature abandoned by its master, tears streaming uncontrollably. Ahem. I was joking, I didn't mean it. Jiang Ling hadn't expected his jest to cut so deep. He quickly embraced her and asked, so tell me, what do you like most about me? Such an emotional gambit is not the sole province of girls. Those words struck Jiang Ling's heart. Being entrusted entirely by the girl he loved was a wonderful feeling. Meiyu, I like you the most too. That evening she returned home. Ouyang Kursin couldn't help humming a cheerful little tune. Kuling, who was tidying the dishes, noticed her elder sister's radiant expression and asked curiously, big sister, what's got you so happy? Kursin had no intention of keeping it from her younger sister. Gently taking her hand, she beamed. Rinshin, I'm truly overjoyed today. You've got a brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. In-law. Law. Ouyang Kaling's smile froze. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed. Noticing her sister's dazed expression, Kursin waved her small hand before Kaling's face and asked, puzzled, Rinshin, what's wrong? Kaling snapped back to reality, quickly shaking her head and murmuring softly, and no, congratulations, sister. Rin is at that time of the month. You look pale, Kursin said with genuine concern for her sister's health. Probably. Sister, I'll go upstairs and do my homework first. Forcing a faint smile, Kaling withdrew her hand from her sister's and turned toward the stairs. Watching her sister's subdued silhouette ascend, Kursin tilted her head thoughtfully. Rin seems a little unhappy. Could it be she's worried about me? A trope often seen in manga. The elder sister finds a boyfriend, and the younger sister sulks, feeling as though her sister has been claimed by an outsider. Kursin gave a soft chuckle and called after her. How adorable. You needn't worry about me at all, Rin, because Sir Knight is truly an exceptional boyfriend. At the word boyfriend, Kaling paused mid-step on the stairs, then quickened her pace upward. Dawn broke. Beep. Detected one remaining random skill upgrade card. Use now. Jiang Ling stirred awake, glanced at the notification, and waved dismissively. Go ahead and use it. After all, random upgrades offered near zero odds of serendipitously doubling his time suspension ability again. Beep. Congratulations, skill misdirection has been enhanced. Misdirection Pro. Description allows the user to project their voice source to any location within a 50-meter radius. If the sound source is placed inside a living being, it triggers a spiritual power check. Should the user's spiritual power exceed that of the target, they may commandeer the target's vocal cords. While unsurprisingly, the upgrade felt barely distinguishable from the original. Jiang Ling closed the system interface and rose from bed. The three stood beside the motorcycle. Li Meiyu had shed yesterday's tearful demeanor entirely, now haughtily kicking him twice. Hurry up and unlock it. We'll be late for school. After unlocking it, Jiang Ling gazed at them both with complex, unreadable eyes. To his surprise, Lan Xinlan had actually gotten up today and declared Lan will go to school too. His motorcycle had only one seat, but two petite girls had arrived. How could they possibly fit? Fortunately, Meiyu proved remarkably generous. She mounted the rear seat, leaving the front for Lan Xinlan. Jiang Ling almost asked Meiyu, "When did you become so kind?" "Surely not because you've grown addicted to giving me rides." Once seated, Jiang Ling instantly grasped what true sovereign presence meant, the sheer unspoken authority of the rightful consort. Those words seemed addressed to Jiang Ling, but every syllable landed squarely in Lan's ears. Jiang Ling. Lan Xinlan. Yamiro, please stop. That strange, bittersweet ache would resurface again, tinged with exhilaration. Truly, Li Meiyu was brimming with cunning schemes. When it came to staking her claim, she reigned supreme. Fortunately, he shared no special bond with Lan Xinlan. But had Yin Yuyu, or Mother Curson, overheard such talk, they'd likely faint dead away, only to awaken wielding a cleaver and storming straight to his door. They arrived at school. That morning, the academic director visited their class and summoned Yin Yuyu and Jiang Ling to a conference room. Lan Xinlan joined them there as well. "Hi," Jiang Ling greeted casually. Lan Xinlan turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. "I'm sorry, Jiang Ling." "Hey, we've never even interacted. Why are you wearing that wounded look?" "Recently, to ensure stable enrollment and boost academic motivation." Standard bureaucratic rhetoric, 1500 characters. Our school has gritted its teeth and allocated scarce resources to pilot a new class advancement system. Over 100 students attended. Among them stood peers radiating scholarly aura, thick glasses perched upon their noses exuding the unmistakable air of academic prodigies. Yin Yuyu scanned the room, thinking ailing must be here somewhere. But among so many faces, who could possibly be ailing? Just then, before the teacher spoke, Jiang Ling pulled up a chair, sat down, and lazily crossed his legs. Yin Yuyu shook her head gently. If it were ailing, he'd never behave so rudely. "Jiang Ling, just wait, Yuyu. By lunchtime, your lips won't just swell from kissing you. I'll trace every inch of your black stockings. And even if they swell, I'll still trace them." "All right, exam begins now." The proctor announced loudly, distributing trial examination papers. Yin Yuyu began writing diligently, musing, "So even with the spot ailing secured for me, I'll still need to perform well on this exam to advance." Jiang Ling filled in his student ID and name, then shaded every multiple-choice answer as C. Done. Perfect. After all, this exam pretended to be a broad talent recruitment initiative, but in truth outcomes were predetermined. Who advanced, and who merely went through the motions, had already been meticulously arranged. No scores would ever be publicly released. Once the promotion list was published, those left off would simply vanish. No appeals permitted. Protest black box manipulation. Wait, administrative investigation is underway. Simple. Someone's writing faster than me. Unlike Yuyu's cool, detached inner monologue, another voice, crystalline, emotionless, rang clearly in his mind. Jiang Ling instinctively turned and locked eyes with a pair of calm, lavender-hued irises. A petite girl with violet hair and an unusually long, quivering antenna-like strand atop her head. Boom. A thunderclap detonated inside his skull. He recognized her instantly, the real identity of this violet-haired girl before him. It was her, daughter of Shaoquan Qingshan, the Empress of Life Sciences, the stoic, emotionless android girl, whose exquisite bare foot bore a single perfectly placed mole. Why is he staring at me? Beep. New female lead detected. System mission options unlocked. Option 1, reject romance. Description: immediately turn away and focus intently on the exam. Remain aloof and innocent. Reward artifact: scholar's spectacles. During exams, you may view the answers of the highest scoring examinee in the same room. Option 2, aggressive romance. Description: stand up immediately and declare love aloud to Shunyu. Reward skill: amplified voice. Your vocal volume increases dramatically. Option 3, gradual romance. Description: not avoidance, but slow, deliberate, measured pursuit. Begin by cultivating mystery, stirring her curiosity step by step. Reward skill: neural filament. You gain the ability to remotely manipulate neural signals, commanding muscle movement via bioelectric impulses up to 50 milliamperes total current intensity. Jiang Ling. He chose option 3, yet again. How does one cultivate mystery before a girl? As a veteran gal game connoisseur, having completed over 3,000 visual novels, Jiang Ling considered himself eminently qualified. The essence of mystery lies in layered depth and intentional space. It isn't cold detachment. It's like a finely crafted book. The more one reads, the richer its resonance grows. Most crucially, 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts ambiguity, and 90 parts aesthetic calibration. Hello? Suddenly Xinyu heard a whisper beside her ear. Tinnitus. Hallucination. Are you Miss Xinyu, registered under your national ID number? For the first time, astonishment flickered across Xinyu's placid, deep-set lavender eyes. Even this stoic android girl, upon initial activation, could display genuine shock. She glanced left and right, tilting her head slightly. Look left. Shin Yu heard it clearly. Undeniably human, its source mere centimeters from her ear. She turned left and met Jiang Ling's gaze once more. Jiang Ling offered her a subtle, enigmatic smile and gave a quiet nod. Before she could linger on it, he turned away, leaving her with only his striking, inscrutable profile. Beep. Congratulations. Shin Yu's curiosity toward you has been successfully triggered. Skill unlocked, neural filament. Description: you may remotely manipulate neural cells, controlling muscular movement via bioelectric signals provided total current remains below 50 milliamperes e.g., commanding a recently deceased corpse or a paralyzed adult. Indeed, a mysterious yet serene smile directed at the opposite sex remains the most effective catalyst for curiosity. Of course, this method demands strong aesthetic calibration. Those lacking it should refrain from imitation. Shin Yu's violet antenna-like strand trembled faintly. Equations surged through her mind. Calculations concluded, the probability linking that mysterious voice to this man exceeded 99. As Jiang Ling sat sideways, silently musing, she must be itching with intrigue now. Replaying that smile in her mind, wondering why he smiled, whether he likes her. Knock, 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 knock. A solid wooden desk reverberated. Jiang Ling instinctively looked up, straight into those cool lavender eyes. Her antenna swayed gently. Why do you look at me? She had appeared beside him, neither towering nor looming, but standing level with Shin Yu. Stood eye to eye with him. Even seated, their gazes aligned perfectly. Half the exam time remained. Many students still scribbled furiously. She's just standing beside my desk, like this. Jiang Ling. Wait, this is an exam. You stand up, walk over, and ask questions, looking utterly innocent. Instantly, dozens of curious, gossip-hungry glances converged upon them. Shin Yu remained unmoved, gazing at him with quiet intensity. Why? Explain, the principal, or I won't leave. The proctor, spotting her rise, broke into sweat, his foot hovering midair between descending and retreating, frozen in indecision. He stood paralyzed, caught in utter awkwardness. Speak. Now, Jiang Ling. Truly, only you could pull this off. Shin Yu, the second genius, aloof, adorably bewildered, hyper-intelligent, emotionless, and stubborn as steel. Meanwhile, the first genius sat behind them, finished with her paper, utterly absorbed in her own thoughts. Lan Xinlan. Oh no, another woman approaches him, again and again. Wah. Ahem, well. The invigilator lightly coughed and tactfully suggested, how about you return to your seat first, and we can discuss anything after the exam. Shin Yu closed her eyes, saying, hurry up, tell me. Jiang Ling scratched his head side softly and replied, how about I tell you later? Time. Please tell me the exact time. When I want to tell you, Jiang Ling responded, enigmatically, attempting to. Thinking that Shin Yu would continue to press, he was surprised when she nodded and said okay. Then she returned to her seat. The invigilator sighed in relief, retracting 1 foot from the podium. At that moment, a bespectacled boy with a buzz cut stood up and raised his hand, declaring, teacher, this seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? She had already walked over to that boy and must have seen the answers, and he was clearly not trying to hide them. The exam rules state that leaving your seat during the exam is prohibited. I suggest giving both of them a 0. He felt a surge of joy in his heart, proudly lifting his head. In doing so, he could eliminate 2 competitors, thereby increasing his own chances of passing the exam. If he entered a good class, he would have broader connections. The invigilator nodded, saying, understood, we will handle this. Yes. The buzz-cut boy sat down, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame it on the fierce competition, otherwise I wouldn't resort to such tactics. Ding ding ding, the exam is over. The papers were collected and graded, and those who passed could enter the elite class. That was how it was officially stated. Everyone left. The invigilator glanced at the list. He took out the papers of Yan Yu, Lan Xinlan, Jiang Ling, Shin Yu, along with some privileged students and potential commoners with clean backgrounds. Out of more than 100 candidates, he selected about 30 papers. The rest were tossed straight into the trash, without even a glance. However, out of curiosity, the invigilator took a look at the buzz-cut boy's paper, and couldn't help but curse, damn it, what garbage. Didn't even check it. He skipped a bubble in the multiple-choice questions, and more than 30 questions after that were all wrong. At noon, when the results were released, the buzz-cut boy first boasted proudly to his classmates. But after reading through the entire list, with a thud he fell to his knees, crying out in anguish to the heavens, capital. Everything is the oppression of capital. On the rooftop, a discarded lunchbox was thrown aside. Ling, isn't the kiss getting a bit too heated? Between good friends, it's normal to go a bit overboard. Oh. Yan Yu closed her eyes, awkwardly leaning in for the kiss. Who? Yan Yu shyly turned her head away, saying, is that enough? Ling. Jiang Ling swallowed hard, looking down, and coming up with a new excuse, saying which good friends don't take off their shoes before kissing. You didn't take off your shoes for the kiss, so it doesn't count as needing a redo. Yan Yu replied, is that so? Alright then. In the afternoon, Jiang Ling and Yan Yu packed their things and hurriedly ran to the private elite class. The newly formed class was small, with only 34 students. The initial seating chart was posted on the wall, and they could negotiate seating arrangements. The desks and chairs were arranged not in pairs, but in a new style of 3 per row, 6 per group. Noticing her seat, Yin Yu was speechless. She turned to glance at Jiang Ling, who was rubbing his nose, secretly complaining, what the heck? Why am I sitting next to him? No way, I absolutely do not want to have contact with any boys other than Ling. She sought to change seats with a girl in the back. Lan Xinlan replied. Is that okay? Yin Yu quietly asked, is that alright? Okay. Lan Xinlan scratched her head. After all, sitting in the back row is similar to sitting on the left side. Both are perfectly legitimate views. This way it would not violate the previous agreement with Jiang Ling of no secret glances. Jiang Ling. Could this be what's known as classmate greenlighting, classmates besties outshining besties? The heavens are truly cruel. Why not just explode with Yu? At that moment a girl named Xinyu walked into the class and immediately spotted Jiang Ling walking over and asking, can you tell me now? No. Her eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment as she gently nodded her silly hair, swaying, looking at the boy sitting next to him, asking change seats. The boy, seeing such a pretty purple-haired little girl, immediately nodded eagerly, saying change. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. To her left sat genius girl number 1 Lan Xinlan, and to her right sat genius girl number 2 Xinyu. Behind her sat genius girl number 3, Yin Yu, deep in thought about who in the class was Ling. Jiang Ling couldn't help but gaze up at the ceiling, sighing. How did it feel like being surrounded by genius little girls in a romantic battlefield? Oh no, I'm surrounded by genius beautiful little girls. This is a serialized story. P.S. The update time has changed to every day from 4:00 p.m. to 6:00 p.m. Sob, seeking little gifts. The next morning the new class officially began. Students, welcome to your new class. I am your homeroom teacher. Today I'm wearing trendy overalls to look young, though I already have 2.5 years of teaching experience. The homeroom teacher, hair parted in the middle and handsome in a gentle creamy way, introduced himself and outlined his plans and goals for the class. Jiang Ling kept his head down and answered messages. Yang Kursin at noon. Would you like to eat bento together? Jiang Ling planned to refuse Kursin's invitation. After all, noon belonged to Yin Yu and their rooftop kissing time. Then Yin Yu sent Ling. At noon, shall we go out to eat? I know a really good ramen shop. Jiang Ling. Yin Yu, it's the ramen place I showed you last time. Their tonkatsu ramen is ridiculously good. Oh Yu. Jiang Ling, sorry. Yu, I have something at noon today and can't accompany you. Then he quickly replied to Kursin, sure Kursin. They'll look forward to your cooking. Yang Kursin sent a playful message and then asked, so, are we together now? Jiang Ling simply replied, Yang Kursin, then, can I see brother's true face? Jiang Ling, I am rather shy. Yang Kursin, by the way, next month is the school cultural festival. Does your class have anything fun planned? A school cultural festival. Jiang Ling froze, inhaled sharply, and realized it was almost December. Damn, it had arrived, the cultural festival, the most commonplace element in lightweight campus romances. There would, if nothing went awry, be the familiar parade of maid cafes, haunted houses, takoyaki stalls, performance clubs, archery, and kendo matches. On stage, homeroom teacher Ai Kuan discussed the festival arrangements and said briskly, normally each class festival project should have been decided back in June. But our class is a special case. Therefore, the school has decided everyone may choose to join any class project and earn festival credits by participating. Jiang Ling. He messaged Kursin, hey, race the situation. Yang Kursin, then, would you like to join our class? We're running a maid cafe. Jiang Ling felt a spike of interest. At the thought of seeing Kursin's mother in a maid outfit, his petty appetites began to sway his better judgment. Jiang Ling, I shall humbly accept. But more messages came from Yu. Yin Yu, A Ling. Have you decided which class to join? I have no other friends at school, so I want to be with you. Jiang Ling thought, oh no, too rash. A picture sprang to mind, Kursin's mother and Yu, one on each side, pulling his hands. They would bicker, my knight. No, he is my knight. Brother Jiang A Ling, say something. What is your Then the girls would scuffle like mischievous children. Better that such a thing not happen, Jiang Ling sighed. Besides, Yu had no friends at school except him. Could he really let her spend the cultural festival all alone? He added half to himself, if I still can't come up with a plan within 30 days, it'll just explode it. Jiang Ling messaged, alright, let's go to the cultural festival together. At noon, in the small grove pavilion. Brother Jiang, you're here. Yang Kursin had been waiting at their usual spot. A lavish bento was laid out on the stone table, emitting tempting aromas. To Jiang Ling's surprise, another person sat on the stone bench, cradling a bento and eating with fervor, cheeks bulging as they chewed. The sight inexplicably brought back the memory of a few nights earlier. Her cheeks had puffed like a pea shooter as she munched. Burp. Li Meiyu belched contentedly, tossed aside her bento box, rose, and waved to Kursin. Gotta go, Kursin. Want to disturb your domestic bliss. Burp. Yang Kursin blushed and lowered her head by. After Meiyu left, an awkward silence settled. After all, Jiang Ling occasionally took the initiative, but preferred to be passive. Likewise, Kursen's mother was not the sort to make the first move. There was an awkward pause. Oh Yang, Kursen murmured, "It's tasty." After a couple of inoffensive remarks, the chewing continued in embarrassed silence. As Oh Yang, Kursen lowered her head, searching for a topic to speak about with her boyfriend, a phone notification chimed. Oh Yang, Kursen pulled out her little rabbit phone and saw that her mother was calling. She put the call on speaker. "Hello, Kursen, don't you have no classes this afternoon?" "Yes, Mom. Do you want to go to the hospital to see Chun-Yi? He's been admitted for some reason, I heard. He's paralyzed." At the mention of Chun-Yi's name, Kursen pursed her lips with a hint of disdain. "Mom, I don't want to go." There was a pause, then Yuan Mai's gentle, tired voice came through. "All right, then study well at school, okay?" The call produced a brief system-like prompt. A notification announced an ordinary event point and activated options. Multiple selections were permitted. Option 1, take Kursen to the hospital and declare your claim to Chun-Yi. Reward bone density increases by 5. Option 2, take Kursen to the hospital and in front of Chun-Yi kiss her. Reward muscle strength increases by 5. Option 3, mercilessly humiliate Chun-Yi until his Dao heart breaks and he is utterly ruined. Reward black dog blood bottle produces 300 milliliters of black dog blood daily. Jiang Ling thought what its multi-select. The game system had finally shown some intelligence. He silently praised the system's benevolence. He prayed inwardly for more multi-option tasks in the future. The system remained silent. "Wait, Kursen," Jiang Ling shouted, stopping her just before she could hang up. Kursen paused, tilting her head. Jiang Ling leaned close and whispered into her ear, "I'll go with you to the hospital too, so don't refuse." Kursen asked in puzzlement why. He answered low, "He did something so outrageous before, we can't just let it. I plan to teach him a lesson and avenge you. What do you think?" Oh Yang, Kursen's heart fluttered, and she pressed gently against his chest, nodding, "Okay. Fine, I'll listen to you." At that moment, Yuan Mai's gentle voice came through the line, "Kursen, is that a boy beside you?" Kursen, flustered, could only murmur a faint yes. Jiang Ling spoke up loudly, "Auntie, I'm Kursen's boyfriend." A good man, when a girl's family asks about their relationship, should step forward and provide reassurance. Declare, "I am her boyfriend." Yuan Mai's, surprised, said, "Oh my. Kursen has a boyfriend. I didn't know." Jiang Ling replied, "We've been together for a long time, Auntie. She didn't tell you because she feared you would forbid it. But I promised to love her for a lifetime." The 5 words "love her for a lifetime" flew into Kursen's mother's ears like a depth charge. They exploded in her mind. I love you for a lifetime too," she gushed. "Oh, a Jiang brother. He'll be a good, obedient wife." Yuan Maisie began to imagine names for their future sons and daughters, as she had not expected her daughter's boyfriend to be so manly and assured. Smiling, Yuan Maisie said then, "After you visit Xiao-Yi, bring your little boyfriend home for dinner tonight, okay?" Oh Yang, Kursen covered her flushed face. "Mom. I understand." The call ended with the brief tone of a disconnection. Hospital. Chun-Yi lay on the ward bed with blank eyes as a young nurse, Xiao-Mei, fitted in 4. Apart from his waist and Jier, the rest of his body, including his limbs, had lost all sensation. He was utterly paralyzed. Why did this have to happen? He wept, blaming Akian. "Damn you, Akian. If not for you, I would never have gone to that ball. I would never have been poisoned and become half paralyzed." Tears came again before he could stop them. Tears pattered onto the pillow. Xiao-Mei, seeing him cry, gently tapped his shoulder and tried to soothe him. "Come on, big man, pull yourself together. Don't be sniffling." Chun-Yi forced himself to stop crying and managed, "Thank you." Xiao-Mei replied, "No need to thank me. Rest well. With some stimulating treatment later, there's still a chance you can stand again." She showed a practiced, comforting smile and brushed his tears away. Chun-Yi felt the touch of her fingertip on his cheek and let out a soft breath. Even lying down, his body betrayed a telltale stiffness, so he shifted his waist modestly to avoid revealing it. To be honest, after these past 2 days of being together, he felt a faint stir for Xiao-Mei. After the infusion, she pushed the cart and left the room. Watching her retreating figure, Chun-Yi sighed. Tu Yuan sat nearby on the phone. "Oh, at the other end, Miss Zhang from the beauty salon was saying a new conditioner had arrived, limited time and quantity, and asking if she wanted it." Mrs. Tu leapt up at the words limited time. "Xiao-Yi, I'm going out for a bit. Oh Yang, Kursen will come to look after you. Her family still owes us money, so make use of her as you like." Chun-Yi opened his mouth. "Mom." Before he could finish, Mrs. Tu grabbed her bag and hurried off, afraid the conditioner would be taken by another housewife if she went late. Chun-Yi, "Mom, you are truly my mother." He craned his neck toward the door and sighed, "Would Kursen, when she sees me like this, care for me? Would she weep and cry, Chun-Yi, how did you end up like this? Would she silently spoon my porridge and wash my body, tending to me without omission?" Although Kursen always treated Chun-Yi as a neighbor and classmate, everyone at school insisted they were childhood. Chun-Yi had believed the same. He had occasionally tried to get closer to Kursen, only to have her subtly pull away. At first he wondered, could Kursen simply see him as an ordinary neighborhood elder brother? Then he remembered the childhood friend seems disdainful and rejects my advances, but in truth she forgives every mistake and loves me with single-hearted devotion. Also known as the tsundere childhood friend. Chun-Yi thought my last apology may not have sounded sincere enough, so Kursin feels distant. This time I must apologize properly. He resolved, imagining Kursin caring for him. A knock sounded at the door of the VIP private room. Chun-Yi brightened and called, "Come in." The door opened to reveal a petite girl with a high ponytail, carrying a bag. "Kursin, you," he began. A loud voice teased, "Oh ho. Chun-Yi, why are you lying in bed like some cosplay lie-high?" The booming baritone suggested a hulking presence. A man in a skin-tight costume with a headpiece and a broad smile followed Kursin into the room. He casually draped a big hand over Kursin's small shoulder. Chun-Yi's chest tightened. He wanted to shout, "Kursin, how could she bring a stranger in? A cosplayer at that?" The sight of the masked head reminded him of a video he had once seen where the male lead also wore a headpiece. Only that mask in the video was white with the character for sin on it. "Chun-Yi, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Jiang," Kursin said, setting down the fruit and standing a little distance away. "Huh?" Chun-Yi blinked in disbelief and asked, "What?" "This is my boyfriend," Kursin repeated with solemn emphasis. Something inside Chun-Yi felt as if it had splintered. He whispered, "This is fake, right?" Jiang Ling smiled lightly. "It's real. We've been together." "Come on, Kursin, say husband." Kursin flushed and murmured, "Who? Husband? Good wife, moi." A mechanical chime seemed to announce a reward. "Congratulations, task 1 complete. Bone density increased by 5%. Future encounters with compatible romance fragments will refresh bonuses to physical attributes." Chun-Yi, wait, this must be a mistake. Kursin isn't supposed to be my tsundere childhood friend, is she? Besides, I already apologized last time. She may dislike me a bit, but she wouldn't get a boyfriend just to spite me. No, she must be doing this to provoke me. Chun-Yi clung to that hope, though despair tugged at the corner of his mouth. Could it be that the tsundere he imagined actually truly disliked him? Jiang Ling shook his head, fetched a chair, and sat peeling an apple as he asked, "How did you end up paralyzed?" Chun-Yi swallowed and bit down on words he wanted to say, but seeing the man's broad muscles left him deflated. "Poor thing," Jiang Ling sighed, placing the apple slices into a paper cup and offering them to Kursin. "Feed him a..." Chun-Yi was puzzled. Had they really come to care for him? They had even cut the apple into pieces for Kursin to feed him. They were unexpectedly kind. Kursin picked up a piece with a toothpick. Chun-Yi made a small sound. Jiang Ling did the same. Kursin did not look at Chun-Yi, but brought the apple to her boyfriend's mouth. Jiang Ling chewed and said Kursin bought delicious apples. Then, feigning surprise, he teased Chun-Yi, "What? Did you think this bag of fruit was for you? Kursin, peel me a banana, baby." Jiang Ling crossed his legs, held Kursin in his arms, and smiled down at Chun-Yi, who watched with his mouth open. "Chun-Yi, no, this cannot be." Inside, Kursin was ecstatic. Jiang had called her baby, and she felt as if her heart might burst with happiness. Kursin flashed a sweet smile and peeled the banana, gently feeding the large fruit into Jiang Ling's mouth. Jiang Ling chewed contentedly. Chun-Yi could only stare. Then, as if commanding a servant, Jiang Ling asked Kursin to feed him more fruit. Not only the fruits Kursin had brought, but also the pieces relatives had sent for Chun-Yi were eaten entirely. Chun-Yi glared, breath quickening, muscles at his waist tense, but ultimately limp. "No, don't. How can you do this? Not only steal my childhood friend, you even ate all the fruit that belonged to me," he cried. Overcome by fury and humiliation, he demanded Kursin feed him too. Kursin turned her head in disgust. "No, Chun-Yi, I hate you." The words struck him like thunder. His heart that had burned hot turned suddenly cold. "You're disgusting." Another blow followed. "I've never seen someone so useless. The next bolt, if I weren't worried about my mother, I would have cut you off long ago." No. Chun-Yi stared and screamed hysterically, "It's fake, right? It's fake. You found a boyfriend to provoke me. You've always called me Chun-Yi Gij, haven't you? You like me, don't you?" he begged. "No." Kursin shook her head earnestly. "I only added Gij because you are 2 months older than me. The Gij I say to Jiang brother is the one that matters." Jiang Ling offered a teasing smile and leaned his elbow on Kursin's shoulder. "Kursin, he actually thought you liked him." "No way. What I like is Jiang brother." Kursin hurried to explain, worried Jiang Ling might misunderstand as she reached out and embraced his waist, earnest in her tone. "I love my brother the most. Someone named Chun-Yi. I don't know him, and I won't remember him later." Some of these lines were coached by Jiang Ling along the way, and saying them felt a little shameful, but she said them fully. Chun-Yi watched with a hollow expression as they continued. "Come on, give him a kiss to prove our love." Kissing in public. "If you want, then be gentle." Kursin blushed and stood on tiptoe to wrap her arms around his neck. Chun-Yi longed to reach out and stop the two lips from meeting. But no matter how he strained, his body would not move. He could only watch as Kursin's lips slowly met Jiang. A soft smack, then kisses. Wet, intimate sounds filled the room, and Chun-Yi felt empty and bereft. Another chime announced completion of task 2. Bone hardness increased by 5%. The two lips parted slowly, drawing out a delicate thread of crystal. Chun-Yi's expression shattered like stone, his eyes closing in agony. Was everything before just my delusion? Yang Kursin's cheeks flushed red, her almond-shaped eyes filled with maternal tenderness, shimmering with a hint of dreamy moisture, revealing an unaware allure in her shyness. Was everything before just my delusion? Ouyang Kursen's cheeks flushed red, her almond-shaped eyes filled with maternal tenderness, shimmering with a hint of dreamy moisture, revealing an Let's go, Mama is still waiting for us. To go home for dinner. Kursen's mother gently rubbed her forehead against his chest, softly murmuring. Don't go. Chun-Yi suddenly shouted with reddened eyes. Kursen was startled by this sudden outburst. She was timid to begin with, and at this shout tears immediately welled up in her eyes, her gaze flickering like a fright. Jiang Ling. He took a deep breath, gently holding Kursen, comforting her by patting her little head. Be good, don't. Then, let's hurry up. I hate Chun-Yi. I never want to see him again. Leave. If you dare to step out, I'll have my mom withdraw the loan, right now causing your family to go bankrupt. Leave. Go ahead and try. A somewhat broken-hearted Chun-Yi lost his cool, perhaps subconsciously feeling that Kursen was easy to bully, and shouted recklessly, do you think the reason your almost broken mother called you over is to take care of me, so your family can reduce the loan interest and principal? If you dare to leave, the interest will triple, no quadruple, crushing your family. Ouyang Kursen froze for a moment, murmuring, after hearing Chun-Yi's words. Suddenly she understood why her mother sounded a bit tired when she called. It turned out she was being threatened by. However, even so, her mother didn't tell her that if she didn't go to the Chun family, they would retract the loan using moral coercion to demand her compliance. Instead, she first asked if she wanted to go. If she didn't go herself, clearly her mother planned to shoulder the burden alone, caring for him in the hospital, while also maintaining the ramen shop's business. Mama. Kursen's nose tinged with sourness, tears rolling down her cheeks unexpectedly. Seeing Kursen cry, a perverse pleasure surged in Chun-Yi's heart as he said, now come over to change my bedpan, and also break up with that boyfriend of yours otherwise. Just wait for bankruptcy. As the saying goes, a single thought can turn one into a demon. After his heart was shattered, Chun-Yi completely darkened. It felt exhilarating. Was this the joy of bullying others? No wonder those tall thugs and blondes like to bully me. It turns out the thrill of tormenting the weak is so satisfying. At this moment, Chun-Yi seemed to regain his confidence, unable to suppress a laugh. As a man approaches death, he speaks kind words, Jiang Ling said lightly. What did you say? Chun-Yi intended to curse him a few times, but noticed the small veins protruding from the other person's arms. That guy clenched his fist. Is he going to hit someone? Who is he going to hit? Chun-Yi shrank his neck, seeming to turn back into a dried, bitter melon, softly saying, in any case, the money must be repaid, even if you hit me or curse me. Ouyang Kursen's money is clearly written in black and white. You don't need to worry about the repayment, just lay down and rest. Jiang Ling flashed a kind smile, holding Kursen's hand as they left the ward. Bang! The ward door was slammed shut with a loud bang, seemingly signifying something. Be good, Kursen, he'll find a way for the money. But, we are now a couple. Couples are like prospective spouses who help each other. This isn't fair. I don't want to become a vampire. Seeing Kursen about to bite her lip and cry again, Jiang Ling sighed, placing a bank card into her palm. Then I'll lend it to you, okay? As for how to repay me, you'll eat ramen at your place for free in the future. How does that sound? That's not enough. Then you have to make me bento every day and give me kisses. Alright, it's settled then. Seeing Kursen gently shake her head about to say something, Jiang Ling blurted out, if you refuse again, I won't want you anymore. Originally, he just wanted to try to intimidate the loli mama. However, the hypothetical, I won't want you anymore, seemed to carry an unexpectedly great impact. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes, sliding down her tender cheeks, each drop sparkling like pearls that broke free from their string. Tear streaks glimmered with luster. Her petite nose was as red as a cherry, emitting soft animal-like whimpers. When Kursen Mama cried, she directly wept into his heart. Woo, no. I don't want to be abandoned by brother Jiang Wu. Please, I will be very obedient, I will behave. Her delicate white hands tightly clutched at his clothing, tears quickly soaking a patch. She cried uncontrollably, the corners of her eyes tinged with a red hue, like spilled ink, so fragile, yet so endearing. Jiang Ling. I really should die. No, I was just joking. I will definitely not abandon Kursen. I like Kursen the most. Jiang Ling hurriedly reached out to wipe her tears away, and kissed her lips to show how much he liked Kursen. Whoa, really? Kursen Mama sobbed, tilting her small head back, tearful, eyes gazing at him. Only then did she slowly stop crying, using the back of her hand to wipe away her tears. Then you promise me, just let me handle the loan for now. Jiang Ling vowed he would never let his mother cry again. He should be fine. Kursen softly replied, her body still trembling, but she no longer refused, silently accepting the bank card. She hung her head, tears still falling, gripping his hand, tightly, gently shaking it, as if seeking reliance, yet also acting cute. Then, let's go home. Oh wow, Mama. However, some accounts remain unsettled. You wait here, I'm going to the restroom to take a dump. After saying that, Jiang Ling kissed her again, and turned to run toward the end of the corridor. Someone is going to have bad luck soon, but I won't say who. Chun-Yi howled in a fit of rage, his waist twisting like a maggot to express his anger. At that moment, the duty nurse Xiaomei happened to pass by. Out of professional concern, she walked in and asked 0721, "What's wrong?" Chen Yi's hospital bed was 0721, hence he was called 0721. The moment he saw Xiaomei, it was as if he had found a harbor for his soul. Tears could not help but flow out. He never expected that the only person who treated him well at this moment was Nurse Xiaomei. Afraid that the patient might have any issues, Xiaomei hurriedly took out a tissue, wiping his tears while asking, "Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? Is it your back?" Chen Yi turned his head painfully, saying, "It's my heart that hurts." Xiaomei, "All right then, I'll take my leave. You can ring the bell if you need anything." Speechless, she startled me. I really thought something major had happened. As soon as Xiaomei turned around, her wrist was suddenly grabbed by something. Turning back, she found Chen Yi sitting up holding her hand. Xiaomei exclaimed in surprise, "You?" Chen Yi looked down, stunned for a moment. A wave of immense excitement surged through his brain, causing his breathing to quicken. I have come back to life." However, he soon sensed something was off. His body seemed not to be under his left hand let go of Xiaomei's wrist. "Wait a minute, right hand, what are you doing?" "No, wait, what are you all doing? Wait. What kind of joke is this? What kind of joke is this, Yame? Loli. P.S. Seeking little gifts thanks to the great benefactor, Tian No Yu, for the reward, adding an extra chapter." Xiaomei widened her eyes and trembled as she said, "What are you doing? Let go of me, or I'll call the police." Chen Yi's left hand held her wrist tightly with his right hand. "No, I don't know why this is happening either." Chen Yi felt like crying, without tears, desperately trying to control his limbs, but to no avail. Such deliberate behavior is truly disgusting. Xiaomei cried out to the outside, "Help! There's a patient trying to force me. Someone help. Li Shuai, your girlfriend is being assaulted." Chen Yi was on the verge of tears. "It's not me, I didn't do anything, I don't know." But what made him even more desperate was that he himself opened his mouth and said, He, beautiful, come take a look at me." "Wait, no. Your little hands are so delicate, I want to smell them, lick them, hee. Oh ho ho ho." Bang. The door to the ward was kicked open forcefully, and Li Shuai, Xiaomei's boyfriend, and an orthopedic doctor appeared at the entrance, panting. "Ugh." Xiaomei, disgusted, retched, and when she saw her boyfriend, she cried for help. "Ah, Shuai, boo-hoo. He is so disgusting." Li Shuai, with a sullen face, swiftly kicked Chen Yi, knocking him to the ground, and rolling him twice before pinning him down and raising his fist to strike. "Aura, aura, aura. Aura. Aura, aura, aura. Aura, 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 aura." Don't provoke a man studying medicine, especially one studying orthopedics. Chen Yi was pummeled by Li Shuai, who stood at 1.89 meters for a whole 3.5 rows. At the same time, the cries and the sounds of pummeling attracted people in the corridor. Ouyang, cursing curious, tiptoed, but could not see what was happening inside. She could only hear those around her saying that the patient inside had suddenly fallen ill and almost assaulted a British nurse named Coke. That's Chen Yi's single room. Ouyang Curson frowned, unable to suppress a retch. She hated men who forced girls the most. The crowd murmured, "You so disgusting, actually grabbing a nurse to force her, is he out of his mind?" Exactly. At 9 o'clock. By the way, this guy named Chen Yi is quite shrewd. I heard that before going to bed at night. He told his roommate, when you feel something is off while dreaming of defecating, definitely do not wake up. Damn doctor of nightmares tonight. At 9 o'clock. By the way, this guy named Chen Yi is quite shrewd. I heard that before going to bed at night. He told his roommate, when you feel something is off while dreaming of defecating, definitely do not wake up. Damn doctor. He'll join in too. Last time I had an air embolism. If it weren't for Xiaomei being so responsible in checking on me, I would have been buried under at least half a meter of grass. Old news. I'm telling you, Chen Yi is quite cunning. He doesn't wipe after going to the toilet, and went to the hospital for hemorrhoids thinking the doctor would give him a lesson. More and more patients who had received Xiaomei's kindness rushed forward. They punched and kicked him. Especially the phrase, "exactly," from someone further fueled the anger of the crowd. Goodness, it turns out this guy named Chen Yi has always been a problematic person. Chen Yi rolled his eyes and nearly passed out. His motor nerves were damaged. However, the sensory nerves responsible for feeling pain were mostly intact. Odd. I didn't do it, it wasn't me, please stop hitting me. However, what came out was, haven't eaten yet or can't afford rice. Upon hearing this, the patients became even more excited. Chen Yi. No strength, not painful at all, feels like the strength of a blood realm god king, just scratching me. Elephant, why is your nose so long? Dauma. The crowd. He has been provoking us. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing task 3, rewarded Black Dog Blood Bottle permanent, 300 milliliters. Item Black Dog Blood Bottle description, can produce 300 milliliters of Black Dog blood daily, applying it to the eyes, can see spirits, applying it to the fists, can hit spirits, applying it can. Jiang Ling. 666 system, you are really crazy. Do you think I would be curious enough to look for ghosts? Besides, ghosts are mostly earthbound spirits. Even if I planned to find ghosts, it would ultimately be a fleeting encounter. I am the pure love war god, I don't need fleeting encounters. Jiang Ling put away the black dog blood, thinking that it should not be needed in the short term. At this moment, someone started to complain again. Sigh, that guy really deserves it. If this keeps up, it might lead to serious injury. A passerby sighed and shook his. Jiang Ling immediately nodded and said, indeed, this kid is quite crafty. He bought accident insurance for his son and went to the insurance company with 2 pieces of tissue to claim it. The passerby. Wait, dude, who are you? How do you know so much about his perverted deeds? Jiang Ling coughed lightly. Bro, this guy is my classmate, not a good person, quite crafty. You all keep beating him and leaving first. Saying this, Jiang Ling didn't care whether Chen Yi lived or died. He returned to his previous spot. The obedient Kursin mother was sitting upright in her chair waiting for him. Let's go, Kursin. Upon seeing him, Ouyang Kursin beamed and linked her arm with his. Mom just messaged that she made a lot of delicious dishes. And there's Kaylang, she also said she really hopes you can come. Jiang Ling, haha, really? That's great. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I chatted with my sister. I really miss her. This time, when visiting Kursin's house, I might as well bring a small gift for Kaylang. On the way in a taxi, I passed by a shopping mall and went in to buy many things. Kursin felt very embarrassed and quickly said it was too much. Jiang Ling. Then Kursin helped me carry it. The 2 big bags were placed in Kursin's delicate hands, restricting her small hands like iron balls. Then he fiercely kissed the immobile Kursin. For quite a while. Jiang Ling released his lips, gently rubbing her little head, and softly said, don't always think of me. If you feel like you've treated me unfairly, just give me a kiss like this. I love your kisses the most. Ouyang Kursin felt like crying. You being loved by the person she liked felt so good. Boohoo, I'm all yours, and I like you the most too. On the other side, Yin Yu, who had just finished her club class, was riding her bike home with her head down. She hadn't seen a Ling all day. She felt so sad and wanted to vomit. Sometimes fantasies are abundant while reality is stark. Holding unreasonable expectations for things that haven't happened will only lead to self-harm in the end. Gradually, she unknowingly rode to the Izumi ramen shop. She stopped her bike, staring blankly at the sign, whispering sadly, forget it. He'll eat dinner here. I wonder what a Ling is doing now. She pushed the door open and walked in. Yin Yu pushed the door open. Almost simultaneously at the rear entrance, barely 20 meters away, Jiang Ling looked surprised and asked, oh, do you have a back door? Ouyang Kursin nodded gently. When the front hall is crowded, we take the warehouse stairs up to the 2nd floor. They climbed the wooden staircase. The evening rush should still be drawing a crowd downstairs. The 2nd floor was undeniably spacious, a standard 5-bedroom layout. In the living room, the television was playing a magical girl cartoon. Welcome home, sister. And in the kitchen, Kaylang, apron tied and iron ladle in hand, heard the lock turn and dashed out, her footsteps light and eager. Seeing her brother with a paper box on his head, her little face blossomed like a flower. Niken. The soft, breathy Niken carried an almost disarming charm. Jiang Ling chuckled softly. Ouyang Kursin was surprised. Hadn't Kaylang been upset yesterday when she learned her sister had a boyfriend? She expected resistance, but the child showed none. Today, with her sister bringing a boyfriend home, Kaylang displayed neither aversion nor hostility. Yet Kursin remembered how Kaylang had once been rescued and thought a cold face now would be impolite. Surely the little sister harbored complex feelings beneath that smile. Kursin felt relief. Her sister, Niken, hug. Kaylang ran forward with outstretched arms and clung to his waist. She ran so quickly that one tiny slipper flew off. Her white socks pattered across the floor. When she rose on tiptoe, a small heel peeked out. Jiang Ling exhaled in relief and stroked her soft head. Long time no see, Kaylang. I missed you. She did not scold him for his neglect, and that was a mercy. Long time no see, Niken. Kaylang buried her face in his shirt and nuzzled her warm breath, feathering his skin in a way that made him feel pleasantly ticklish. I brought you some little gifts. Jiang Ling tried to free himself, but Kaylang tightened her hold. He smiled helplessly, thinking how clingy his little sister could be. Kursin tilted her head and gently tugged Kaylang's sleeve. All right. Kaylang, you're hugging him so tight, he can barely breathe. She was puzzled. Was Kaylang perhaps a little too attached? It was rare to see such unfeigned excitement. Ooh, what present is it? Kaylang wants to see. Noticing her sister's gaze, Kaylang slowly loosened. She stepped back a pace, hands clasped behind her petite body leaning forward as expectant light shone in her wide, watery eyes. She was utterly adorable. Jiang Ling produced a beautiful doll from his bag. Ouyang Kaylang squealed, hopped forward, and took it, her excitement plain. Kaylang likes it the most. As she spoke of what she liked, her gaze settled on someone in the room, though that someone and Kursin did not notice the small detail. Jiang Ling continued to retrieve, presents a full set of limited edition collectible figures. Kaylang, wow, Suki. Jiang Ling, a complete Lego castle. Kaylang, I love it. Thank you, brother. Jiang Ling added a whole set of exam prep books. Kaylang balked. Ouyang Kursin could not help a quiet smile. Kaylang, your brother worries about your grades, that's why he bought them. No refusing. Kaylang pouted and protested. Niken, I do well in school. I'm 3rd in my class. Is that so? Jiang Ling smiled. I always knew Kaylang was clever. Oh, Really? Then this set. I won't give you the 5 years Gaokao 3 years simulation set, he said. Kei-Lang hugged him again, murmuring, "You're so kind, brother." He added with a grin, "So I've replaced it with the tougher old gang test papers." Kei-Lang froze, then teasingly she cried, "No, I want do them." She pulled back half a meter, stuck out her tongue at the pair, grabbed her little spoon, and darted back to the kitchen. Jiang Ling watched her go and sighed with genuine affection. Kei-Lang is truly adorable. Isn't she? Ouyang Kursin laughed softly. Kei-Lang is my most beloved little sister. She is as important as our mother and Ajiang our elder brother. With you as a sister, Kei-Lang must be very happy, Kursin thought. In the kitchen, overhearing them, Kei-Lang gripped the spoon, bowed her head, and slowly stirred the steaming curry. Downstairs, only a scattering of patrons remained in the ramen shop. The next wave of customers would be the Ninio clock, but Yuan Maisie did not intend to keep serving. She turned off the stove, set a closing early sign at the door, and prepared to go upstairs. "Annie, why are you closing so early today?" Yin Yu asked, surprised. Yuan Maisie smiled and explained, "My daughter's boyfriend is coming to visit, so we're closing a bit early. My instinct says he seems like a good young man." There was no doubt Yuan Maisie was a loving, steadfast mother. Even in soft speech, her maternal care overflowed quietly. Yin Yu momentarily lost herself, a faint envy stirring in her chest. Yuan Maisie's daughter must be very fortunate, she thought. "Don't rush your meal, it'll be down in a bit. It's only a temporary closing." Worrying that Yu might eat too quickly, Yuan Maisie wiped the counter, washed her hands, and went upstairs. "Don't rush your meal, it'll be down in a bit. It's only a temporary closing." Worrying that Yu might eat too quickly, Yuan Maisie wiped the counter, washed her hands, and went up. At last she could not help herself and messaged A Ling, I miss you. Where are you now?" Seconds later a reply came. "I'm handling an urgent matter right now." Yu had wanted to say, "I'll come find you," but seeing his reply she deleted the words and instead typed slowly, "Then please be careful." Jiang Ling replied, "Don't worry, I'll come see you once I finish." Upstairs he pocketed his phone just as Yuan Maisie arrived at the top of the stairs. Seeing Jiang Ling with only his lower face visible beneath a paper box, she blurted aloud, "You, who are you?" He stood and bowed, "Hello, Aunt Yuan." He complimented her on how young she looked. Yuan Maisie, unfamiliar with some youthful fashions, asked, "Why are you wearing that head covering? Doesn't it feel stuffy?" Ouyang Kursin hurried to explain, "Oh, this is cosplay. It's just role-playing." Jiang Ling stammered, It's cosplay actually." Aunt Yuan nodded thoughtfully and smiled. "Oh, cosplay, I remember playing dress-up too when I was younger." Jiang Ling was surprised. "Aunt Yuan, you did cosplay too? What did you dress as?" Yuan Maisie opened a suitcase pulled from beneath a cabinet and produced a sweet pink magical girl outfit, laughing as she said, "I used to dress up like this sometimes." Jiang Ling blurted, like Sakura the magical girl." Yuan Maisie corrected him with a grin, "No, I dreamed of being the fuchsia heroine in the magical girl shows." Jiang Ling looked bewildered. Wait, what sort of cosplay had Aunt Yuan been into? "These spare ribs are absolutely delicious." Ouyang Kursin had already served him for the 73rd time. "Big brother, try the curry I made myself." Ouyang Kei-Lang refilled his empty bowl with curry and smiled sweetly. "Is it tasty?" "Howchi." Jiang Ling could barely withstand the sister's overwhelming warmth. The moment he swallowed one bite, another was instantly stuffed into his mouth. And before dinner they chatted lightly. And the more Yuan Maisie spoke with him, the more she realized her daughter's cosplaying boyfriend was remarkably articulate. A linguistically gifted son-in-law earned tremendous favor in his future mother-in-law's eyes. Jiang Ling raised a hand helplessly to block the onslaught. All right. No more, please. I'm utterly full." Ouyang Kursin and Ouyang Kei-Lang simultaneously tilted their heads upward, their large, glistening eyes brimming with eager, pleading charm. As if whispering, "Brother, if you don't finish it all, we'll cry. We'll be heartbroken. And damn it, how could anyone resist such adorably expectant gazes from little girls?" Jiang Ling's stomach. "I don't need a digestion report. I demand clean plates. Note this deployment: secrete gastric juices, secrete intestinal fluids. In stomach. Could go bathe as soon as you're done eating." Yuan Maisie tied on her apron. She prepared to head downstairs to clear the remaining dishes and gently reminded Kei-Lang, "You still have homework. Your teacher will cover it tomorrow." And then Kei-Lang pouted slightly and reluctantly nodded, "Yes, Mama." And seeing Kei-Lang lift her delicate chin in that endearing way, Jiang Ling couldn't resist teasing, "Kei-Lang, say you and your sister really are carved from the same mold of cuteness." If it weren't for Kei-Lang preferring twin braids, while Kursin favors high ponytails, I'd never tell you two apart. Because Kei-Lang is my real younger sister. Our ages are close, so of course we look alike. Ouyang Kursin. Beside her, Ouyang Kei-Lang's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. Then, as if struck by sudden realization, she quickly lowered her gaze, hiding her expression. "Am I truly that similar to my sister? And if only I tied my hair into a high ponytail, would I become indistinguishable from her? Nan, would brother not notice the difference? I'll go bathe now." Flustered, she rose hastily and retreated to her room for pajamas. Kei-Lang always blushes for no apparent reason. Ouyang Kursin murmured, fondly delighting in her sister's charm. Indeed, shy Keilang is utterly adorable, Jiang Ling nodded in earnest agreement. With the younger sister gone to bathe, and the mother downstairs, only one young man and one young woman remained at the it's just the two of us now. Ouyang Kursin bowed her head, her cheeks flushed faintly whenever they were ding. A mundane event node detected. Options unlocked. Option 1 gastric hair. In description, remove your shirt to reveal your distended stomach and ask Kursin whether she'd like to touch it. In reward, true gastric, might you gain Liang Zi's legendary appetite, and your stomach swells to match his proportions. Option 2 solitary man and woman. Sparks ignite. In description, scrape a spoon vigorously against the surface until sparks fly, just for Kursin's wonder. In reward skill, spoon bending. You may bend or straighten any object broadly defined as a spoon. Option 3 Washiwadi feeds you. In description, lie back on the sofa, open your mouth wide, and let her feed you bite by bite. In reward talent, aroma of delight, and please select swiftly. In Jiang Ling, Kursin, I'm afraid I can't eat anymore. It's quite alright, she softly shook her head and smiled. Brother Jiang honored us by eating so much. It's alright. No, that would disrespect both the food and your heartfelt care. In Jiang Ling took a deep breath, looked steadily into Kursin's eyes, and declared with quiet gravity, no, that would disrespect both the food and your heartfelt care. In Jiang Ling took a deep breath, looked steadily into Kursin's eyes, and declared with quiet gravity, there is a way. I can finish every last bite. And before Kursin could react, his head rested gently upon her soft, plump thighs. Ouyang Kursin's face flushed crimson, flustered. She covered her cheeks with trembling hands. Thighs. In Kursin. In puff, Brother Jiang, you're acting like a baby. Ding. And congratulations, you've acquired aroma of delight. Knees belly taut and heavy, a pressing urge to urinate surged within him. Jiang Ling rose slowly, his distended stomach prominent, and asked, where's the restroom? I need to go. In. Oh, the second floor bathroom. In Kursin's cheeks still held their rosy flush, her dewy, luminous eyes lingered with tender maternal warmth. Glancing toward the bathroom, she realized Keilang was still inside, and apologized. The second floor restroom shares space with the shower. Only the first floor one is available. I'll take you there. Kursin rose with a sweet, radiant smile. Yet an inexplicable sense of peril prickled Jiang Ling's spine. Never mind. Please help your mother tidy up first. I know where the first floor restroom is. Okay, Kursin blinked agreeably. As Jiang Ling turned to descend the stairs, her voice suddenly called out, soft, hesitant. Brother Jiang, would you like to stay overnight at our house? We have a guest room. In truth be told, Kursin hadn't meant to say guest room, but she worried appearing too forward with her boyfriend might seem improper. His step faltered mid-descent. In his mind flashed an image of entwined slumber. Yet it wasn't Kursin's mother he envisioned. It was a certain stubborn, pig-headed little girl, forever burrowing snugly into his arms, greedily inhaling his scent, yet insisting with flushed defiance, ugh, it stinks. I don't like it. If he didn't return home to keep Mei Yu company, she'd surely throw another tantrum. I have something urgent to attend to at home. Jiang Ling apologized sincerely. I'm afraid I can't stay tonight. Oh, alright then. Kursin's disappointment was palpable. She ventured timidly. Then, could we have lunch together tomorrow? Jiang Ling thought again of Yu. How about dinner instead? I'm occupied at noon. He hesitated before replying. Nan, just like that. Morning, noon, evening, and late night were neatly scheduled. Mornings and late nights belonged to the impetuously Mei Yu. Noon belonged to the black-stockinged first unit, Yin Yu. Evenings were reserved for Kursin, dining affection and tending to Keilang. Jiang Ling tilted his face skyward at a 45-degree angle and sighed. Truly, fate's design is vast and inescapable. And do you grasp what timing means? This is timing. Jiang Ling tilted his face skyward at a 45-degree angle and sighed. Truly, fate's design is vast and inescapable. And do you grasp what timing means? This is timing. Aling, I miss you so much. I long to share dinner with you. Knee's foot jerked backward mid-step, recoiling like an ink-splattering mad physician. Cold sweat beaded across his forehead. What in the world? Is Yin Yu here? Meanwhile, Yuan Meizi chatted idly with Yu. Yuan Meizi smiled. My daughter's boyfriend is quite pleasant, though rather peculiar. Yin Yu leaned in curiously. Annie, how exactly is he peculiar? He loves cosplay, even wears one while eating. Yuan Meizi turned her head and spotted Jiang Ling at the staircase. She smiled brightly. Look, there he is right over there. Jiang Ling duh. Danger. Smash. Waludo. Yin Yu turned back only to find the stairwell completely empty. Yuan Meizi rubbed her eyes, puzzled. Could I have imagined it? A strange, unsettling sensation stirred in Yin Yu's chest. Instinctively she asked, what exactly feels off about him? Just as Yuan Meizi was about to utter the words, cardboard box headgear. Mambo bobo hakamino north-south mung beans hashiga hayakine long. Ha 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 ha. Haha. Ding dong dong. An ear-splitting phone ring blared forth, startling Yin Yu so violently she flinched. A flush of embarrassment rose across her fair cheeks. She distinctly remembered silencing her phone. So how could the ring be so deafening? She hastily fumbled for her phone and tapped mute, only to see the caller ID flash. My dearest Ling. Her fingers trembled as she answered, hello. Yu, step out of the ramen shop. I've got a surprise for you. Yin Yu froze, instinctively replying, Ling, how did you know I was at the ramen shop? True friends share an unspoken bond. Or rather, I've been quietly watching over you. Quietly watching over me. Yin Yu's breath caught, her heart soared from despair into euphoric heights like a roller coaster hurtling skyward. LLing. I'll be right out. Wait for me. Snatching up her backpack, she dashed toward the door. Will I see Ling the moment I open this door? Click. The door swung open. Once again disappointment struck. The street bustled with pedestrians, but nowhere among them stood the figure she'd longed for day and night. Yu looked left. She turned, and there he stood beneath the bicycle shed, a tall boy wearing a cardboard box on his head. Yo Yu. Jiang Ling greeted her with a warm, crinkle-dyed smile. Yin Yu pressed her lips together, walked forward, then broke into a run, launching herself straight into his arms. Pitter-patter. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Ling. In that instant, every grievance burst forth. She clung to the one she loved most, weeping uncontrollably, for even a single second apart had felt like agony. There, let's go. I'll ride you home as an apology for missing lunch with you, alright? Jiang Ling sighed softly. I truly am wretched. First making Kirsten's mother cry, now you too. Okay. Yin Yu stifled her tears, though her nose remained flushed crimson. Yu, we're best friends, right? Then how about sealing our reunion with a French kiss, eh? Well, I've been crying. My mouth might taste salty. Wait, Her petite frame lifted off the ground, her black-stockinged feet dangled 5 centimeters above the floor. Minutes later. Yu, let's go. A few minutes of gentle reassurance, and that lingering kiss had utterly dissolved her anxiety and fear. Her smile returned radiant and whole. Jiang Ling pedaled her home, then reached for his whistle to summon Henderson, only to notice Yu lingering at her doorway, hesitant to step inside. What is it, Ling? Would you like to come in for a bit? I have plans later. Ling. Well, we are best friends, aren't we? As those words left her lips, even beneath the dim foyer light, her cheeks burned a deep, vivid crimson. Between best friends, the closest thing isn't just kissing. I want to deepen our bond, as best friends. Wait. Hearing her inner thoughts, Jiang Ling nearly bit his tongue, eyes widening in shock. You want to bed me? He'd imagined such intimacy between best friends might someday happen, but never expected it to unfold this swiftly. Jiang Ling swallowed hard. Ling, how about staying tonight? I want to do something with you. Yin Yu couldn't believe those 2 words had actually escaped her lips. She didn't even understand why she stood there in the foyer speaking them aloud. Just a single ordinary lunchtime apart had left her yearning, restless, desperate. Jiang Ling swallowed again, thinking the pure love fragment isn't secured yet. I can't. Yet his feet moved forward, drawn irresistibly toward her, until she took his hand and led him gently into the foyer. The last time he'd visited, a lifeless, mutilated corpse lay sprawled across the floor. Ling. I don't know what to do. Inside the bedroom, she stood frozen, minutes passing before she finally spoke, face blazing red. TCH, typical Xiaochu girls. But no help for it. Perhaps fate has spoken. Let's make the bed first. Jiang Ling guided her step by careful step. Next, do I take off my clothes? Jiang Ling swallowed once more, thinking, looks like I'm doomed to fall here. Then, wait, what's this? Yu, are you on your period? Oh no, not again. It's fine. I'll just toss it away. Yin Yu crumpled the pad and tucked it under her pillow, murmuring softly. My constitution is unusual. I don't feel typical period symptoms. Yesterday, I was thinking of Ling. No, nothing at all. Hey, those 2 words already echoed in my mind loud and clear. Jiang Ling massaged his temples. For the dream I hold dear. I'm sorry, but this is genuinely hard to accept. After all, a pool of blood makes it look like a crime scene. It'd be less traumatic to go home and reconnect with me, after her period ends. Menstruation is delicate. Jiang Ling said earnestly, I never want you harmed. No, it's fine. Even if you cut me with a knife, I'd still choose you, Ling. Jiang Ling. You're taking devotion far too far. No, I need a solution, kind, tender, and effective, without breaking her heart. When he returned home, it was already well past 10 o'clock. He opened the door and stepped inside. Li Meiyu lay in the bedding in an ungainly sleep. Her thin nightdress had ridden up to her waist, revealing pale curves, and her fair, delicate legs were casually draped over his pillow. He gently moved aside her knees and, taking his clothes, went to shower. When he came out, Li Meiyu, who had woken at some point, had rolled his quilt into a tight cocoon like a little caterpillar. She breathed peacefully with her eyes closed. Jiang Ling fell silent for a moment and murmured, Meiyu. Li Meiyu opened her eyes in displeasure and snorted, "You came back so late. There's no room here for you." She grumbled and rolled into the corner, letting out a coquettish huff of stinky yellow hair. "Today you won't get to touch me. If you don't come back before 10 next time, don't come in." Jiang Ling was silent for a beat, chuckling, "Heh. This brat owes me another IOU, huh?" In the closet, Lan Xinlan heard the door open. She had long since pressed her eyes to the seam and trembled as she peered out. Jiang Ling gave 2 light kicks. Li Meiyu clung like a leech, petulantly refusing to come out. "Meiyu, shall we play a game?" Jiang Ling asked helplessly. At a moment like this, he knew he must not appear cowed and apologize frantically. Those who apologize lightly often find themselves at a disadvantage, emotionally, professionally, and in life. Li Meiyu asked curiously what game. She had half expected him to roughly yank off the covers and seize her for a scolding. There had even been a small hope. Instead, he behaved with the restrained patience of a saint. "Close your eyes, I'll bring you something tasty, and you guess what it is." Jiang Ling opened the fridge smiling, but his smile froze as he emptied every drawer in disbelief. "The puddings and ice creams I filled it with yesterday. Where are they?" Li Meiyu lowered her head guiltily. Jiang Ling went to the kitchen and opened the cabinets, discovering that chips, biscuits, and other snacks had vanished as well. Was the house robbed? No, the thief was in the house. Li Meiyu's cheeks went pink. She rolled over with a little sound, unwrapped a Swiss roll, and said, "Fat hat. It's your fault. Who told you not to prepare more? Or shall Li Shuyi make it up to you?" Morning classes were skipped. Jiang Ling decided to skip the afternoon classes as well and messaged you, "Sorry, no class today, or I won't be." Then he told Ko Xian, "No class today, oh, I won't be joining for dinner." Li Meiyu, lying in the bathtub, complained, "What now? Humph. Why didn't you help Meiyu take a leave too? If Meiyu doesn't want to go to school this afternoon, you must compensate her." "I'm skipping class, half a day or a whole day makes no difference. You the rich young miss. Do you really need to ask for leave if you don't want to go?" Meiyu doesn't care. He'll take compensation." Li Meiyu, full and satisfied, began to act spoiled. "Compensate how?" Lan Xinlan worried. "It's almost noon. Why hasn't she come out?" In the afternoon, Li Meiyu did not skip class. After all, she had promised Ko Xian they would make costumes for the culture festival together and could not break that promise. Just as Jiang Ling was about to play Diablo for a while, suddenly Lan Xinlan screamed in terror, "Ah!" Then she tumbled and crawled out of the closet, leaning against his back. The sudden jolt sent the controller flying, smashing it in two. Jiang Ling. Lan Xinlan. I'm about to... Nevertheless, Jiang Ling suppressed his anger and smiled, asking what happened this time. Panting and pouting, Lan Xinlan said, "Stinky AI Lena. She sent me a jump scare image without warning." AI Lena. Jiang Ling remembered. She seemed to be her British close friend. Lan Xinlan turned her head away and trembling held up her phone. "Look." It was a picture of a suspension bridge. Jiang Ling had seen the image on forums before. It was an old ghost picture. The classic jump scare where you scroll down and a grotesque face suddenly appears. Sure enough, when she scrolled to the bottom, a twisted, ghostly face leapt out. Lan Xinlan caught it in her peripheral vision and screamed again, "Ah!" Jiang Ling. Lan, as the #1 prodigy girl, aren't you supposed to be a staunch materialist? Sensing the hint of disdain in Jiang Ling's eyes, she forced a smile. "Actually, after seeing them so much, I'm not so scared anymore. Alan is very brave." Jiang Ling fell silent. Her hands and legs were still trembling. At that moment, AI Lena sent a video and some text. "Alan, my friends and I went to Whitby Abbey to test our courage. I heard there are vampires there, but sadly I didn't see any." Oh my, with Alan's timid nature, she surely wouldn't dare to go to scary places to film a dare video. Lan Xinlan pouted, "No, I would." AI Lena replied, "All right, right." The two began their best friend banter. Jiang Ling, speechless, suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, how did you get on with stealing the entrance exam answers?" Lan Xinlan was taken aback, shook her head, and said, "I couldn't get them. High-tech methods can't break in. Their printers are pure mechanical machines from the last century. So I'm planning to withdraw the pre-sale info and refund the user's cocoon coins." Jiang Ling. Wait. What are you selling if the information isn't guaranteed? This intel is very important to me. You must obtain it. Lan Xinlan replied to her close friend, while looking puzzled, "Didn't you already pass the exam? Why would you need those?" Jiang Ling was momentarily at a loss for words. "In any case, is there any way to get them? I'm in a hurry." Or, Lan Xinlan pondered, "Why don't you come with me to steal them in person?" In the end, they failed to skip the afternoon class. During the lesson, AI Kuan spoke eloquently at the front, while two students by the window in the back kept their heads down, whispering about a plan to steal the answers. "This is the escape route Alan planned." "Too complicated." Jiang Ling shook his head. "Why not simply take the unmonitored fire escape?" Lan Xinlan sounded a little disappointed. The transformed knight leaps from the rooftop, flies to the abandoned hospital, then slips away through the hospital's underground passages. "You refuse such a cool exit. Come on, we can go straight there. Why bother flying to an abandoned hospital? Besides, I can't fly that far." Jiang Ling could not fathom her absurd insistence. "Because it's thrilling." Lan Xinlan puffed her cheeks like an endearing blue pufferfish and said, "AI Lena mocked me for being timid, so Alan will surely film a bravery test to prove her wrong." She tapped the little device at her collar, blinked her large eyes at him, and pleaded, "I've got all my gear ready. Just come with me this once, okay?" Though they had scarcely intersected before the two naturally fell into a friendship. There was nothing else to do that evening after all. Jiang Ling sighed and nodded, "Fine. But if I didn't come along, would you still go to the hospital to film that bravery stunt?" "Then I detail AI Lena, hee, you were right about people." Jiang Ling fell silent. He turned and found a tall purple ahogue swaying before him. Unbeknownst to them, Shun Yu had stopped following the lesson and leaned aside to listen to their chat. Jiang Ling asked, "What did you hear?" She sat up straight and replied, "Everything. Secrets kept within the mind are betrayed when spoken aloud." It was fortunate that it was the machine girl Xin Yu who overheard them, or rather precisely, because she sat next to them, they dared whisper in class. Her vacant, almost guileless expression did not resemble a tattletale. "I will tell the teacher," Xin Yu said in a voice without emotion. Jiang Ling. "Lan Xinlan." "No, sister. If you want take me, you'll go," she added. Beep. A common event point has been detected. Options unlocked. Option 1, Solo Speedrun. Description: Solo Speedrun of the Steel Answers and Hospital Bravery Test. Events: O defeat and contain all spirits encountered. Reward: Passive. Shura Soul basic attacks against a single target deal an additional 50 damage. Option 2, Duo Speedrun. Description: Bring only Lan Xinlan to speedrun the Steel Answers and Hospital Bravery Test. Events and contain all spirits. Reward: Passive. Twin Wuhuan. If you enter the Doloa continent or obtain a Wuhuan, you may load 2 Wuhuan talents. Option 3, 3-person speedrun. Description: Bring Lan Xinlan and Shun Yu, 2 prodigious girls, to speedrun the Steel Answers and Hospital Bravery Test events. Reward: Divine Insignia. 10,000 souls banner seal grants perception of malevolent spirits. Jiang Ling sighed. "All right, then we'll bring you along." Xin Yu nodded. "Okay, I won't tell the teacher." The purple ahogue wagged from side to side like a little dog's tail. "I have to ask, why must you come along for a thing like this?" Jiang Ling still could not comprehend the machine girl's logic. The illustrious genius girl unit No. 3 was actually going to help them steal exam answers. There was a certain shameless charm to her declaration. "You are intriguing, I want to understand you," Xin Yu said, without beating around the bush. Xin Yu spoke plainly and directly. Her candor was the mirror opposite of Li Maiya's proud Sundara airs. One wondered how her temperament truly compared to Li Maiya's. Lan Xinlan sniffled and complained that another girl had inserted herself into their plans. After half an hour of discussion, they had a plan. Plans made, execution set. Night deepened, and the world grew quiet. Outside the archives at the security booth, an 18-year-old guard who seemed older than his years watched a show on his phone while cracking sunflower seeds. On the screen he narrated, "Approaching now is Jinshu Banjing, the 78th class hero of the Hero Association, fighting a dog-level disaster called Taogo Xia." The guard clenched his fist, cheering, "Come on, metal brother, who moves furniture." He did not notice the caped figure who flew past above the security booth. The archives were vast. They landed on a terrace. Jiang Ling carefully set Lan Xinlan and Xin Yu down from his shoulders. Lan Xinlan, accustomed to it, said nothing. Xin Yu was different. The stillness in her beautiful eyes rippled, and in her clear, cool voice, she asked as always, "You are quite interesting. Capes can fly, too." She spoke so rarely that she did not modulate her volume. Jiang Ling sighed inwardly. Thankfully there was no one nearby, or they would have been exposed before their venture even began. "Can you speak more quietly?" Jiang Ling asked. Xin Yu nodded and loudly replied, "Okay." "Quieter still," he pleaded. Jiang Ling was helpless. "Like this, is it better?" Xin Yu tilted her head, but her volume did not lessen in the slightest. Indeed, heaven had given her a sharp mind and removed her volume control. Lan Xinlan leaned in and whispered, "What shall we do now? If we keep bringing her along, won't she disrupt the plan?" Jiang Ling sighed. He could not simply abandon her, could he? It would be impossible to dump Xin Yu in this pitch-black, desolate place in the dead of night. After all, she only resembled a machine. She was not truly one. Doing that would surely make her feel uneasy. "Actually, I'll tell you a secret, one I only share with you." Jiang Ling leaned close and whispered, "I can read minds a little. Don't speak. Just look into my eyes and I have a chance of knowing what you are thinking." After testing, the limits of his mind reading became apparent. 1. The target must be within line of sight. The farther away, the harder it is to hear thoughts. 2. The fewer thoughts the target has, the more likely the mind reading will succeed. 3. The mind reading only works on females. Xin Yu did not believe him. Her thoughts flickered with a bewildering tangle of equations and limits that made little human sense. Jiang Ling. Xin Yu tilted her head as if to ask why he did not read her mind. Jiang Ling protested, "Make it simpler. Who can understand such complicated formulae?" Jiang Ling was speechless. Surprise filled Xin Yu's eyes. "You really can?" "Yes." "Amazing. Can you stay with me forever?" "Ahem. Does this count as a confession?" "This is moving too fast," Jiang Ling muttered. Xin Yu thought, "This will save so much time communicating with insects." Jiang Ling. "Hello. By the way, what is the principle behind mind reading? A hen. Muji. I have not read any academic literature on it. Jiang Ling. Perhaps she simply found mind reading amusing. Shin Yusaho kept bobbing and more of her inner thoughts began to slip out. Jiang Ling was speechless. Why did her mind connection seem tailor-made for Shinyu? Earlier when facing Li Meiyu and the others. Her mind connection worked sometimes and failed at others. When communicating with the android loli, not a single word was lost. Her thoughts streamed into their heads completely. The three, avoiding the surveillance cameras, approached the printing room, where exam papers and answers were stored. A half-meter-thick iron door together with an intricately engineered external code lock and mechanical bolts was enough to thwart any petty thief who might try to pick it. Jiang Ling shouted Zawarudo. He phased through. The next moment the door opened from the inside like a wealthy heiress who looks formidable on the surface but is in truth easily undone. Lan Xinlan chuckled. Haha, Alan is getting more and more curious about you. Shin Yu's small mouth parted slightly, almost large enough to fit a big egg. So amazing. How did you do that? What is the principle? In the 2 days since meeting Jiang Ling, her emotional swings had exceeded those of the previous 18 years combined. Stage 2, a 100-meter-long infrared sensor corridor. Jiang Ling. No principle. You are not keeping any SS-level top-secret files, are you? Why install so many infrared beams? Lan Xinlan pondered for a moment and said, well. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling had already flattened his upper body and was slowly sliding beneath the infrared rays. When he encountered an ultra-high-density beam, Zawarudo, he teleported forward again and stood poised on one leg. Then the corridor's lasers shifted to a safe blue. He turned to look. At some point, Lan Xinlan had hacked the security system with a tablet and disabled the infrared beams. Jiang Ling. Ahem, I just called you. Lan Xinlan cleared her throat and looked away. Don't look at Alan like that. Alan will get shy. Jiang Ling. Are our tactics a little off? Forget it. As long as we pass the next gate, we will get the exam answers. What need is there for coordination? Lan Xinlan pulled up the intelligence and said the next gate is a neurotoxin corridor. Jiang Ling. No principle. What on earth have you been hiding in the archives? Fortunately, he possessed saliva that could neutralize any toxin. Even a corridor saturated with lethal neurotoxins posed no obstacle to him. Lan Xinlan and Shun Yu had stayed behind. Yet footsteps sounded from behind. Jiang Ling looked back. Lan Xinlan and Shin Yu had also passed through the corridor without a scratch. Jiang Ling. You two hacked it too. Shin Yu expressionlessly produced a bottle of translucent liquid and said, I have done some research on neurotoxins and carry antidotes with me. This is a universal antidote. The aerospace base hummed with the aura of futuristic technology. I can see that each of you has your special skills. Jiang Ling sighed and looked at the 2 rooms before him. The important record storage and the general record storage. Unsurprisingly, the crucial entrance exam answers and papers should be in the important record storage. You two go check whether the general record storage has anything worthwhile. Lan Xinlan and Shin Yu nodded and opened the adjacent door. Jiang Ling opened the door before him. A sudden flash of gold nearly blinded him. Thinking it was another mysterious trap the principal had hidden, he reflexively shouted, Zawarudo. When time stopped, he saw what had flashed, piles of gold like small hills in the center of the floor. Jiang Ling. Nearby lay a great number of audio tapes and videotapes. Labels bore human names, many of them officials. He pulled open a drawer and found ledgers. 1. Shirlu City Education Bureau Deputy Director Guitian Songwei, 3 kilograms of gold plus $171,400. $171,400 to buy a private middle school placement for his son. 2. Gauching District Education and Sports Bureau Director Zhang Xiaoyan accepted 4. 5 kilograms of gold and $257,100. $257,100 to buy a private top-class placement for his grandson. 3. Shirlu City Development and Reform Commission Social Affairs Section Chief Wang Fui 6. 5 kilograms of gold. 6. 5 kilograms of gold to purchase placements. 4. Shinchuan County Deputy County Head in charge of education Zhao Meizi 2. 25 kilograms of gold plus $128,600. $128,600 to purchase a formal government post for his son-in-law. 5. Shirlu City Finance Bureau Education Funds Section Chief Shangxing Songlin 5. 25 kilograms of gold. 25 kilograms of gold. Hundreds of officials' corrupt ledgers, shocking to behold. Jiang Ling. He rifled through them and found a trove of clandestine bribery materials. But there were no exam papers or answers. Jiang Ling. Kongjin Shintong retrieve. Exposing corrupt mandarins was a convenient bonus. He would send the evidence to Shaoquan Qingshan as a favor. As for the gold, such an enormous hoard he could never carry away. Better to convert some into dollars. Lan Xinlan blinked. Why did you come out empty-handed? There was nothing inside, only a pile of filth. Jiang Ling spoke of money as if it were manure. Lan Xinlan nodded. Very well, but look at this. She handed him a set of exam papers and answers wrapped in cling film and sealed with tape. If you want to extract the answers perfectly and copy them, you'll need some tools. They must be taken out, but someone comes to inspect this room roughly every 6 hours. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Ling cried, "Zawarudo," and seamlessly withdrew the thin sheet of answers, as if plucking a thread. It was as smooth as a 4-dimensional being extracting the mind of a 3-dimensional one. Xiuhua phase shift had a hidden property. It could phase together with minute objects in direct contact with his skin. Otherwise, he would have to change clothes every time he phased. Lan Xinlan, Shenyue, remote retrieve. Fortunately, the two prodigious girls were quick to accept, or perhaps they had grown used to his oddities. They were only mildly astonished. Copy it. Jiang Ling could not suppress a small, irreverent smile. Very well. Showing off in front of pretty girls and witnessing their astonishment was intoxicating. He had once mocked melodramatic serials and derided men who squandered their prowess on flattering beauties. Now he could only apologize. It turns out showing off feels that good. When the copying finished, he returned the paper in the same manner. Let's go. The three left the archive. They climbed the fire escape to the rooftop, and there he put on his mask. Come up, Jiang Ling sighed, stretching out both arms. It was time for the flying squirrel escape. Hee, here I come, Lan Xinlan said, blinking her aqua eyes, then leapt a hook onto his left arm. I quite like flying, Xinyu said, her purple ahogue wobbling as she jumped to latch onto his right arm. Are you high IQ lolas always this forward? Jiang Ling sighed, and leapt gliding toward the distance. What if they lost altitude mid-glide? Do it serious. Formerly called fire spirit power, blazing flames spewed from beneath his feet, and like a jet carried them up into the high sky. 2 hours later. As usual, the vice principal led a team to inspect security. Rest assured, not a single fly can get in, the head of security declared, standing to attention. The young guard nodded, proud and erect. Security officer no. 91, a dutiful and conscientious, never shirks. The vice principal nodded in satisfaction. Half an hour later, the entire building rang with blood-curdling screams, a chorus of harrowing shrieks echoing through every corridor.